Dragon Nation, Linyuan City. In the senior third-year class 3 of Linyuan No. 1 high school, you lot are simply the worst batch of students I have ever taught. Homeroom teacher Sun Hai slammed his palm on the lectern, speaking in exasperated fury. All you ever know how to do is read, and read. Can't you spend a little more time playing games? When I was your age, if I didn't game for at least 12 hours a day, I felt so guilty I couldn't sleep at night. And look at you now. At the school's internet cafe, as soon as it hits 10 in the evening, it's instantly deserted. So early, how can you possibly fall asleep? The students in their seats lowered their heads in unison, a faint flush of shame creeping up their faces under Sun Hai's tirade. They were still so young. How could they live so decadently? Tonight we must fight through till dawn. As Sun Hai's lecture droned on at the podium, Lin Hao sat there utterly baffled. Wasn't I just reading a web novel at home? How did I end up here? Is this even my country anymore? Reading books had become a dereliction of duty, while spending every day in an internet cafe gaming all night was instead the hallmark of a good student. Could it be that I've transmigrated? If so, this really would be a wonderful place. Yet Lin Hao soon found he could no longer smile. As torrents of foreign memories surged into his mind, he was shocked to discover that this world was anything but peaceful. More than 100 years ago, countless dungeons had descended upon Blue Star without the slightest warning. Wherever a dungeon appeared, the surrounding area would be polluted and hordes of monsters would surge out from within. Conventional hot weapons inflicted almost negligible damage upon these creatures. In merely 10 years, over 70% of Blue Star's territory had fallen under the control of these monsters. Fortunately, in the 11th year after the dungeons descended, spiritual energy began to revive across Blue Star. From then on, anyone who reached the age of 18 would receive a single chance to change class. Professions were divided into life professions and combat professions. Combat professions were ranked from grade to a grade, all the way up to SS grade. The grade professions were the most basic classes, such as archer, mage, and warrior. Professions of grade and above were far more formidable, considered advanced classes. With the emergence of these professionals, humanity finally managed to reverse its decline, reclaiming about 60% of its territory. Even so, the situation remained grim, for more and more dungeons continued to descend upon Blue Star. Because these dungeons descended at random, every nation on Blue Star had become a war zone. Most countries had only 6 to 8 war zones, but Dragon Nation, with its vast territory and immense population, possessed a total of 13 great war zones. Linyuan City was merely a small part of the 10th war zone. While Lin Hao pondered all this, Sun Hai continued, "In just one more hour, it will be time for everyone to awaken. I won't waste words. There is only one sentence I must impress upon you: bleed less in war by sweating more in peace. Self-study begins now." With that, Sun Hai strode out of the classroom in evident haste, as though something extremely important awaited him. The students, however, all took out their phones one after another and logged into a game called 3-Year Simulation. This game was said to recreate the real monster dungeons in a wanton simulation. By running through the simulations a few more times, they would not be completely unprepared when they entered an actual dungeon. Dying in the game was of no consequence, but dying in reality meant true, irrevocable death. Thus, for students who had yet to awaken their professions, gaming was indeed a matter of great importance. On any other day, Lin Hao, a self-professed game enthusiast, would have already logged in to explore. Yet the thought of class change left his heart unable to calm. "I wonder what profession I'll awaken," Lin Hao murmured to himself, his voice tinged with anticipation. His deskmate Lu Yang chuckled. "Relax. With grades as good as yours, the profession you awaken definitely won't be bad." "That's not necessarily true." A boy named Ding Ruifeng let out a cold laugh. "What we study is only theoretical knowledge. The profession you awaken depends entirely on luck. If our illustrious school heartthrob Lin were to awaken a mere grade profession, now that would be entertaining." Lin Hao cast him a detached glance. As the acknowledged campus heartthrob and top student of Linyuan No. 1 high, drawing hostility from other boys was something Lin Hao felt he more or less deserved. "I won't allow you to speak of Lin Hao like that. Lin Hao is definitely going to awaken in grade, or even an S-grade profession." Lin Hao turned around to see a girl with delicate, refined features, his #1 fangirl, Lu Xueping. On normal days, she pestered him relentlessly, always trying to invite him to visit places not quite suited for children, but he had refused her every time. The moment Lu Xueping spoke up, Ding Ruifeng instantly fell silent, his face twisting with resentment as he glared at Lin Hao as though they shared some irreconcilable enmity. Beside them, Lu Yang snickered wickedly. "Looks like the rumors are true after all." "What rumors?" Lin Hao asked, utterly confused. "You don't know? It's been spreading like wildfire in private." Lu Yang glanced at Ding Ruifeng and, seeing that he was no longer looking their way, whispered softly to Lin Hao, "They say Ding Ruifeng is crazy about Lu Xueping. The two of them grew up together from childhood sweethearts. Their parents are also exceptionally close, and it seems that when they were young the elders even jokingly promised them to each other as a child betrothal. Although it was just casual talk among adults, Ding Ruifeng clearly took it to heart. As Lu Yong spoke, even he couldn't help feeling a bit sorry for Ding Ruifeng. Just what kind of cuckold script had this guy drawn? It was truly miserable. Since ancient times, childhood sweethearts could never defeat the one who descends from the heavens. The ancients had not lied. Hearing this, Lin Hao couldn't help sighing inwardly. Being too handsome was a sin of its own. An hour passed in the blink of an eye, and soon it was time for everyone to awaken. Nearly 1,000 students of Lin Hao High School gathered uniformly on the sports field. Not only were the students nervous, the teachers and the principal were equally on edge. Only when the students had bright futures would the school's reputation truly shine. Looking toward the front, Lin Hao keenly noticed a figure he had never seen before standing beside the awakening platform. The man wore a set of military uniform unique to the war zones, decorated with several medals. Clearly a big shot from the war zone. The other students had obviously noticed as well. My God, is Lin Hao really that impressive? Even a war zone big shot has come to watch our awakening. Amazing. If I awaken in Scray profession right in front of that big shot, wouldn't I soar on the spot? It's not even night yet. What are you doing dreaming already? The probability of awakening in Scray profession is only 1 in 10,000. Better go home and sleep. Silence. The portly principal bellowed abruptly, cutting off the students' hushed whispers below the stage. Only after the entire hall fell quiet did he begin his long-winded speech. Students, today is the day you awaken your professions. Once you become profession holders, you will no longer be merely students, but true warriors. After roughly 3 minutes, just as the principal was eager to continue letting his saliva fly, he keenly noticed the military officer beside him furrow his brows. This man was no ordinary person. He was the deputy commander of the 10th War Zone. Even the Lord of Linyuan City would have to bow and scrape in his presence. The principal had no idea why such a big shot would grace Linyuan First High School today, but he certainly did not dare offend him and could only hurry to the main topic. I will spare you the pointless chatter. I hereby announce that the awakening ceremony officially begins. The students who had been dozing off moments ago instantly surged with adrenaline at his words. Many trembled all over with excitement. The principal first read out 10 names, signaling that this group was to come forward for awakening. Lu Yong and Lu Shueping were among them. The first to awaken was a male student. Ji Hong awakens, a life profession singer-dancer. Ji Hong's face was filled with sorrow as he glanced back at the teaching building, wishing he could find a spot to hit reset on his life right then and there. Yet his sadness soon eased, for a large crowd quickly joined him in misery. Luo Datsai awakens, a life profession chef. Wu Xian awakens, a life profession maintenance worker. Lu Yong awakens, a grade profession warrior. 9 names were called in a row, yet not a single grade combat profession appeared. Even the principal was left speechless. Wiping at the imaginary black lines on his forehead, he read out the 10th name. Lu Shueping awakens, a grade profession priest. This entire group was a complete wash. 10 students had gone up, and not a single grade profession had emerged. Lin Hao clicked his tongue. The odds of getting a life profession or a grade profession are really sky-high. Lu Yong and Lu Shueping stepped down with ashen faces. Since Lu Yong was at least his deskmate, Lin Hao naturally felt obliged to offer a few words of comfort. Don't lose heart. As the saying goes, there are no useless professions, only useless profession holders. Besides, the warrior profession is actually quite decent. Lu Yong was not comforted in the least. His face was still as long as a funeral banner. Lin Hao Haoga, if you awaken a powerful profession, just leave a spot on your thigh for me to hang on to. Since he could not rely on himself, he could only rely on someone else. Beside them, Lu Shueping hurried to assert her presence. Lin Hao, I want him too. TCH, for all we know he'll just be another grade. Ding Ruifeng muttered, curling his lip. On stage, cold sweat streamed down the principal's back. It had been hard enough to get the big shot from the war zone to come observe, and his very first batch of students had flopped spectacularly. Soon the second and third batches of students took their turns awakening one after another. Yet the highest profession among them was only a grade warrior. When the fourth batch came up, it was finally Ding Ruifeng's turn. He was the last of the fourth group. The 9 students before him had all still been life professions or grade combat professions. Just when everyone thought this batch would also be wiped out, the awakening orb before Ding Ruifeng suddenly erupted with a dazzling golden radiance. Ha ha ha, a golden legend. I'm in Scray profession holder. I knew I was chosen by heaven. Ding Ruifeng laughed madly, grinning from ear to ear. This was a 1 in 10,000 chance. Ding Ruifeng awakens in Scray profession blazing fire mage, the principal announced with a broad, delighted smile. The innate talent of a blazing fire mage was remarkable. When casting fire attribute skills, the damage multiplier increased by 500. Bear in mind a max-level fireball technique had a damage multiplier of only 200. Catching a glimpse of the war zone big shot out of the corner of his eye and seeing that man nod slightly, the principal finally let out a breath of relief. Back down among the seats, Ding Ruifeng immediately felt the waves of envy, jealousy, and resentment in the gazes around him. The back he had kept bent for 3 years finally straightened on this very day. Beside him, Lu Xueping's expression was full of inner struggle. She had never imagined that a slacker like Ding Ruifeng, who spent every day fooling around, could actually awaken in Scrade profession. In the end, she gritted her teeth and put on a look of utter worship. Afeng, I always knew you were the best. I've thought it through. Ever since I was little, you've been the only one I've truly liked. The only reason she had tried to cozy up to Lin Hao before was because he was not only handsome, but also seemed to hold greater potential. Now Lin Hao was merely an unknown variable. No one knew what profession he would awaken. Ding Ruifeng, however, was a genuine bona fide Scrade profession holder. Not to mention this guy had always been her devoted lapdog. He would be effortless to manipulate. The surrounding classmates were all a bit stunned by how quickly this girl could change her face. Just when everyone thought the childhood sweetheart was finally going to triumph over the latecomer, Ding Ruifeng's lips suddenly curled. Woman, mind your tone when you speak. I am now a noble Scrade profession holder. Back then you barely spared me a glance. Today you are no longer worthy of me. And you, Lin Hao, everything you once snatched from me, I'll take it all back. Lin Hao was left with metaphorical black lines across his forehead. Do you have some kind of serious brain problem? He thought. This woman insists on clinging to me. How is that my fault? Ding Ruifeng snorted coldly. He did not care about the details. It was not as if he did not know what his classmates called him behind his back, the legendary Green Hat King. Such humiliation needed a target to vent on. If not Lin Hao, then who? Immediately after, Ding Ruifeng slanted a glance toward Lu Yang beside Lin Hao. Lu Yang, I'm giving you a chance. Call me big brother, leave Lin Hao, and come to my side. Follow me in the future and you'll feast on meat and soup every day. He no longer cared at all for a mere grade profession, but he was determined to anger Lin Hao. You stole my girlfriend, ooh, I'll steal your brother. Lu Yang looked at Lin Hao, his expression torn. Which was more important, friendship or personal gain? Was that even a question? Big brother. Please accept this little brother's bow. Lu Yang immediately left Lin Hao's side and wrapped himself around Ding Ruifeng's leg. Ha ha ha. Ding Ruifeng roared with laughter. Lin Hao, how does it feel to be abandoned by everyone close to you? Boring, Lin Hao said coolly, giving them only a faint glance before looking at Lu Yang. They say everyone pushes against a falling wall, but I haven't fallen yet, have I? Lu Yang looked apologetic. Sorry, Lin Hao. If I wait until the wall has already collapsed to run, it'll be too late. He understood very clearly that the only reason Ding Ruifeng was taking him in as a lackey was to spite Lin Hao. Missed this chance, and there would be no second one. As for Lin Hao awakening in Scrade profession as well, how could that be possible? With odds of 1 in 10,000, the school was already incredibly lucky to have produced a single Scrade. The awakening ceremony continued on. Next group, Lin Hao, Wang Dazhuang, Wu Yong. Come up for awakening. After the principal called out, all eyes in the audience were fixed on Lin Hao. After all, Lin Hao was a remarkable figure at Lin Yuan No. 1 high school. Not only the students, but even the teachers and the principal had high expectations of him. Although there is no scientific evidence that students with high academic scores have a greater probability of awakening powerful professions. However, the principal knew that the big shots in the battle zone had exceptional academic scores far surpassing those of their contemporaries. Perhaps there is indeed a subtle connection between the two. Lin Hao, please do not disappoint me. Lin Hao, feeling somewhat apprehensive, stepped toward the awakening ceremony platform and placed his right hand on the awakening orb. Ding Ruifeng in the audience sneered. With so many people watching him, if he truly awakens a grade profession, that would be amusing. In the next moment, the awakening orb emitted a faint white light. The principal and the teachers felt a sense of disappointment, as white light indicated that it would be the most basic grade profession. Huh, it really is a grade profession. Ding Ruifeng laughed wildly, already planning how to mock Lin Hao once he came down. But in the next instant, a green light soared forth. What was happening? Green represented a grade profession, but isn't there only one profession? What was that white light before? Just as everyone was feeling bewildered, the crystal ball emitted several beams of light once more. Blue, purple, red. All the way up to gold. Had it produced gold? The students were all confused while the man in military attire on stage looked extremely tense, recalling a rumor. The rumor stated that when a class changer awakens an unknown hidden profession, the awakening orb would emit several beams of light. The final color of the light would represent the hidden profession's ultimate rank. This meant that Lin Hao had at least awakened and Scrade hidden profession. The reason it was said to be the minimum was that the awakening orb was still in the activation process. Clearly, the principal also thought of this rumor. His chest rose and fell rapidly, and his gaze was fixated on Lin Hao. In the next moment, a purple gold light shot out indicating S grade. However, it wasn't over yet. At the last moment, a mysterious golden light burst forth. What the heck? This is an SS grade profession. An SS grade class changer has appeared in our class. The usually composed class teacher Sun Hai couldn't help but roar with excitement, making people worry whether he would go mad like Fan Jin. The principal beside him gasped for breath and fainted on the spot. Oh no, the principal has fainted. School doctor. Quickly summon the school doctor. The teachers became chaotic and 4 of them hurriedly lifted the principal and rushed towards the infirmary. With the principal's physique, the 4 of them struggled to carry him. Watching the principal being taken away, the students were dumbfounded and immediately shouted, "Wait! I haven't awakened yet. I haven't awakened." The students were also thrown into chaos. Fortunately, there were other teachers present to maintain order, and the awakening ceremony continued, but everyone present seemed somewhat distracted. An SS grade profession. How is that possible? Ding Ruifeng stared blankly, clearly unable to accept this outcome. An SS grade profession has only a 1 in a million chance. But the ones who felt worst were actually Lu Xueping and Lu Yang. Damn it. They chose sides too early. They actually gave up an SS grade superpowerhouse for an S grade profession. Just thinking about their bizarre operation made them wish they could turn back time and give their past selves 2 hard slaps. Ding Ruifeng's ability to handle pressure was surprisingly strong. He quickly adjusted his mindset and comforted himself. An SS grade profession is nothing extraordinary. A good grade profession is not inferior to an SS grade profession. Aren't you just being sour grapes? Lu Yang instinctively retorted. Seeing Ding Ruifeng's fiercely hungry gaze, he immediately realized he had already severed ties with Lin Hao. Damn it. I really am an idiot. Lu Yang felt a mix of emotions. Lin Hao, don't leave after school. Come to the principal's office. The man in military attire smiled kindly and then left the playground. Lin Hao nodded, returned to the platform, and opened his profession panel. Name: Lin Hao. Profession: Forbidden Mage. Unique rank: SS grade. Talent 1. You can learn skills from all magic professions, and all skills you possess can be upgraded infinitely, without level restrictions. Talent 2. When you defeat a boss alone, you can gain energy points. The stronger the defeated boss, the more energy points you gain, which can be used to upgrade skills. Talent 3. Whenever you permanently increase your mana points, the increase becomes 10 times the original amount. Current energy points, 10,000. Wow. No wonder it's an SS grade profession. This effect is incredibly powerful. Ordinary mages can only learn spells of 1 attribute. For example, the fire mage that Ding Ruifeng just awakened, even though it's an S grade profession, can only learn fire attribute spells. However, the most outrageous part is the subsequent effect. All skills he possesses can be upgraded infinitely. It's worth noting that all skills in Blue Star can only be leveled up to level 10. When I reach level 1000, or even level 10,000, the damage of Fireball will be terrifying. Talent 2 is a supplement to Talent 1. The conditions for upgrading skills are quite harsh, requiring exaggerated proficiency, and some skills even need special materials. Just finding materials can be a headache, but for him it requires none at all, though energy points are all he needs. As for Talent 3, it seems not very useful. After a brief contemplation, Lin Hao focused on the energy points. The initial 10,000 energy points, he couldn't tell if it was a lot or a little. If leveling up to level 1 requires 1,000 energy points, then that's hardly worth mentioning. Next, Lin Hao turned his gaze to the skill bar. Ordinary professions only have 1 initial skill, but he had 3 Fireball, Wind Barrier, and Healing. Fireball LV1 consumes 1 mana point to deal 100 of your magic attack power as spell damage to a single target within 10 meters. Cooldown 3 seconds. Wind Barrier LV1 consumes 10 mana points to grant yourself a shield equivalent to 100 of your magic attack power for 5 seconds. Cooldown 60 seconds. Healing LV1 consumes 10 mana points to restore health equal to 50 of your magic attack power to any target. Cooldown 60 seconds. These 3 skills are perfectly capable of damaging, defending, and healing. However, their effects are quite ordinary, as these 3 skills are merely the most basic white skills. Unlike others, Lin Hao's 3 skills were followed by a sign. It was evident that this meant they could be upgraded using energy points. Lin Hao pondered for a moment and decided to upgrade the Fireball technique first. After all, as the saying goes, all fears stem from insufficient firepower. It only takes 10 points to upgrade. Lin Hao was a bit surprised this energy value was more practical than he had imagined. Without any hesitation, Lin Hao immediately upgraded it 9 times. Fireball technique LV10 consumes 10 points of mana, dealing 200 of 1 spell attack power as magic damage to a single target within 20 meters. Cooldown of 1 second. Logically, when the Fireball technique reaches level 10, it should display as Fireball technique max, indicating that it has reached its highest level and cannot be upgraded further. However, Lin Hao saw level 10 displayed, and there was still a plus sign afterward. Lin Hao was quite excited. He might be the only person in the entire Blue Star with a skill level exceeding 10. I just wonder how much energy will be required to upgrade the skill after level 10. I hope it doesn't increase too drastically. I can accept anything within 100. With this expectation, Lin Hao continued to click the plus sign. Do you want to consume 10 points of energy to upgrade the fireball technique? Still 10 points. Lin Hao was very surprised. There was not a single point increase. This energy value was incredibly useful. He glanced at his remaining energy, which was still 9,910 points. What was there to hesitate about? Lin Hao quickly clicked 10 times, bringing the fireball technique to level 20. He was astonished to find that even at level 20, upgrading the skill still required only 10 points of energy. Before long, Lin Hao had raised the fireball technique to level 30, then 40, all the way to level 50. It was only at this point that the energy required for upgrading began to change. Do you want to consume 50 points of energy to upgrade the fireball technique? Finally, the energy requirements are starting to increase. This uninterrupted upgrading had me worried it was all a dream. 50 points of energy was well within Lin Hao's acceptance range. However, he did not click to upgrade immediately. Instead, he looked at the effects of the fireball technique. Fireball technique LV50 consumes 50 points of mana, dealing 500 of one spell attack power as magic damage to a single target within 50 meters. Cooldown of 0.5 seconds. A 500 magic damage output was already comparable to the damage multiplier of most legendary skills. However, it couldn't compare to true legendary skills, as those could reach a maximum level with a damage output of 5,000. But that was fine. He still had 9,510 points of energy left. At this moment, Lin Hao was most curious about what the cooldown time would be when the fireball technique reached level 100. If there was no cooldown at all, that would be too monstrous. Lin Hao shook his head. That should be impossible, right? Soon he continued his journey of upgrading, raising the fireball technique from level 50 all the way to level 100. Lin Hao felt a bit of pain in his heart, as this 50 levels cost him 2,500 points of energy. However, the effects were truly impressive. Fireball technique LV100 consumes 100 points of mana, dealing 1,000 of one spell attack power as magic damage to a single target within 100 meters. No cooldown. My goodness. There really is no cooldown time. A 1,000 multiplier with no cooldown for the fireball technique, along with a range of 100 meters, was simply outrageous. And this was just the most basic white skill. Lin Hao took a deep breath, suppressing the excitement in his heart. He wouldn't dare to cheat this much, even while playing games. However, Lin Hao's expression soon turned serious. He discovered that the fireball technique at level 100 required 100 points of mana. Opening the attribute panel. Name Lin Hao. Profession Forbidden Mage. Level 1000. Health 100. Mana 100. Strength 10. Constitution 10. Spirit 20. Intelligence 20. Agility 10. Spell attack power 40. Great. My mana is just enough for one fireball technique. Luckily, I stopped just in time. If I had clicked again, I wouldn't even be able to cast the fireball technique. At the same time, Lin Hao looked at the third talent of the Forbidden Mage. Whenever you permanently increase your mana, the increased mana becomes 10 times the original amount. Old 3. I misjudged you. You really are useful. Force level and below professions, each level up grants only 10 points of free attributes, while SS level professions can gain 20 points of free attributes per level. 1 point of free attributes allocated to mana can increase the maximum mana by 10 points. 20 points would mean 200, and multiplying by 10 gives 2,000. Isn't that just 100 points of mana? Once I level up, I won't be lacking at all. The Forbidden Mage profession is truly perfect. The three effects complement each other, with none being superfluous. The fireball technique couldn't be upgraded any further for now. With 7,010 points of energy left, Lin Hao turned his attention to the other two skills. Continuing to expend 180 points of energy, Lin Hao raised both skills to level 10. Wind Barrier LV10 consumes 100 points of mana, granting a shield equal to 200 of one spell attack power lasting for 10 seconds. Cooldown of 50 seconds. Healing Technique LV10 consumes 100 points of mana, restoring health equal to 100 of one spell attack power to any target. Cooldown of 50 seconds. Lin Hao looked at his skills, nodding in satisfaction. The immediate priority now was to level up. Level up. Still leveling up. Mana has already restricted my pace of becoming stronger. Lin Hao wished he could immediately go to the wild to grind monsters, but that military uniformed man had told him not to leave after school, as if he had some big treasure to give him. Lin Hao felt he should wait a little longer. A 1 in a million chance for an SS-level profession to receive some treasure rewards from the battle zone wasn't too much to ask, right? The awakening ceremony was still ongoing. During this time, an A-level profession was released, but with Lin Hao's presence, the A-level profession hadn't caused any stir among the crowd. Lin Hao scanned the opposite side, feeling quite bored. Upon sensing Lin Hao's gaze, Lu Yang shyly lowered his head. Even with a thick skin like Lu Xueping, her cheeks flushed slightly, and she didn't dare to meet Lin Hao's eyes. Ding Ruifeng, however, felt provoked. He sneered, "What's so impressive about that? The teacher said in class that profession doesn't represent everything. Just wait. I will definitely surpass you." Hee, then good luck, Lin Hao replied with a smile, feeling grateful to this guy for helping him shake off 2 burdens. Soon the awakening ceremony officially concluded. Although it wasn't time to leave school, yet they were already allowed to depart. Lin Hao chose not to leave, but went straight to the principal's office. To his surprise, he met the principal there. "Principal, what are you doing here?" The principal couldn't help but twitch at the corner of his mouth upon hearing this. "Listen to what this is about. It's normal not to have a wife and a wife's cake, but is it reasonable not to have a principal in the principal's office?" At that moment, a man in military uniform, standing behind the principal, walked over. "Lin Hao, congratulations on awakening an SS-level profession. First, let me introduce myself. I am Lin, the Deputy Commander of the 10th Battle Zone. You can call me Deputy Commander Li. I will represent the 10th Battle Zone to commend you." Lin Hao had already guessed that there would be rewards, so he wasn't overly excited, but he expressed some concern. "Deputy Commander Li, since I have accepted the commendation, does that mean I have to join the military of the Battle Zone?" Lin Hao preferred to remain a lone wolf. Lin shook his head. "This commendation is for all the geniuses in the Battle Zone, not just you. That classmate named Ding Ruifeng also has a commendation. The higher the awakened profession, the better the rewards. However, to receive more rewards, you naturally need to join the military district." Lin Hao nodded, deciding to deal with future matters later and focus on obtaining the rewards first. Seeing that Lin Hao was not eager to join the military, the man felt a bit disappointed, but quickly got to the point and took out 10 gem-like items. Lin smiled and said, "A living genius is the true genius. A dead genius is merely a corpse. These 10 top-tier protection gems, remember to keep them safe. Do not be stingy when the time comes. Your life is the most important." "Thank you, Commander." Lin Hao received the gems with both hands. These top-notch protection gems could only be produced by the Battle Zone, and their numbers were quite rare. Yet this man gave him 10 at once, which greatly exceeded his expectations. Protection gem quality: one-time artificial top-tier item effect. Shattering it immediately generates a shield with 100 shield value lasting for 600 seconds. A shield that could withstand 1 million damage for 10 minutes. As long as he didn't make foolish mistakes in the early stages, he wouldn't die. Moreover, Lin took out a puppet. Death substitution puppet quality: one-time legendary item effect. After binding to the user, it will transform into a passive effect. When the binder suffers fatal damage, the puppet will take the lethal blow for you and immediately generate a shield with 10 million shield value lasting for 600 seconds. This is truly a life-saving artifact. It was clear that the Battle Zone was genuinely concerned about this SS-level transferee, fearing he might perish before he grew stronger, providing him with such life-saving legendary items. After Lin Hao accepted all the items, the man continued, "I specifically came to Lin Yuan No. 1 high school for another matter." A dungeon suddenly appeared in the Lin Yuan forest where monsters continuously surge forth, and only transferees from levels 1 to 10 can enter that dungeon. If the dungeon were a bit farther away, it wouldn't be a problem. After all, this world is filled with dungeons, and having many debts is nothing to worry about. But the problem is that this dungeon is too close to Lin Yuan City. If left unresolved, it poses an endless risk. Upon hearing this, the principal instantly understood why the deputy commander had come to the school. But was it really necessary for a mere level 10 dungeon to warrant the personal attention of the deputy commander of the Battle Zone? The man continued, "We plan to organize a group of transferees under level 10 in 3 days to tackle it, with an estimated danger level of about 80. 80. The principal was shocked. This isn't an 80 survival rate, but an 80 death rate. Has the Battle Zone gone mad planning to send students to tackle it? Lin naturally knew what the principal was thinking and sighed. This dungeon is very special. The monsters inside seem to be under some kind of suppression. Although they are only level 10 in the dungeon, once they exit, they immediately become level 50 monsters. How many? Level 50. The principal's eyes widened. He finally understood why such a trivial level 10 dungeon could alarm the deputy commander of the Battle Zone. If all the monsters inside were to escape, the entire Lin Yuan city would fall. Lin looked at Lin Hao. "So, little guy, do you dare to go?" He originally thought Lin Hao would back down, but to his surprise, Lin Hao smiled and replied, "What is there to be afraid of?" This deputy commander Li had suddenly given him so many life-saving items seemingly for this dungeon. The principal frowned, wanting to stop him. An 80 danger level. It was hard to come by an SS-level transferee in the school. If he were to lose him just like that, he would be devastated. But thinking of how Lin Hao had so many life-saving items and could stand there and let level 10 monsters attack without fear, he felt relief. Very well. Heroes indeed emerge from youth. Lian laughed heartily. Those who participate in the dungeon will receive rewards from the battle zone as long as they make contributions. Based on contributions, one can earn up to 10 million in rewards. Additionally, you will receive a top-tier advancement stone. This is truly a generous offer. Lin Hao exclaimed. Putting aside the 10 million rewards, the top-tier advancement stone was something money couldn't buy. And it wasn't over yet. Lian continued. This is just the beginning, as there is even more valuable stuff to come. If someone successfully conquers the dungeon, they will also receive a legendary item. Just to be clear, this is a permanent legendary item. Items are divided into consumables and permanent items. The life-saving items Li and just gave to Lin Hao were all consumables. Such items often have very powerful effects, but they are used up after one use. Permanent items, on the other hand, have effects that are bizarre and unique, but their value is immeasurably high. Lian chose not to divulge any further details and soon left the principal's office. He couldn't stake everything on Lin Hao alone. He needed to check other places for any transferees worth noting. After Lian left, the principal said, Lin Hao, you are the only SS-level transferee since our school's establishment. The school is proud of you. So, is there a reward? Haha, young people are always so eager. Of course there are rewards. Originally, the principal also intended to give Lin Hao some life-saving items. After all, being alive means everything. If one dies, nothing remains. But what he had to offer paled in comparison to what the battle zone provided. After all, he was just an ordinary high school principal teaching cultural knowledge incomparable to those university principals. In the end, he took out a bank card. As the saying goes, a penny can thwart a heroic man. This card has 1 million, go spend it. As the principal, he knew Lin Hao was an orphan. His parents had died in the dungeon, and he could only maintain a meager existence. This 1 million could be considered a solution to his urgent needs, as mages are quite costly. Not to mention, he would need to buy a few bottles of potions to restore mana right. After accepting the bank card, Lin Hao expressed his gratitude. He initially thought the school's rewards had come to an end, but unexpectedly the principal took out 10 precious stones. While handing the stones to Lin Hao, the principal's expression was particularly serious, as he said, Lin Hao, remember, as long as you're alive, everything is possible. When it's time to escape, you must do so without hesitation. These 10 highest grade return stones are for you to use. Thank you, principal. Lin Hao expressed his gratitude again. After all, return stones are quite valuable. The effect of the return stone is quite simple. Once crushed, it allows the user to return to their current city. If in a dungeon, it enables immediate escape. However, these return stones are not omnipotent. After being crushed, a countdown begins, and the lower the quality of the return stone, the longer the countdown time required. The lowest grade return stone requires a full 30 seconds before a successful return. Besides, saving time to return home expecting it to help you escape from danger is utterly unrealistic. The highest grade return stone given by the principal can complete its countdown in just 3 seconds. In other words, as long as you can hold on for 3 seconds, even if surrounded by numerous monsters or chased by a powerful beast, you can still escape safely. He felt the concern from both the battle zone and the school, all fearing he might meet an early demise, hence the abundance of life-saving items given to him. Seeing Lin Hao accept everything, the principal continued, the school's secret realm has been opened. This is a rare opportunity. You should go in and take a look. The first person to clear the secret realm will also receive a hidden reward. Lin Hao nodded. The school's secret realm has a low risk factor and monsters are densely packed, making it a great place to level up. However, Lin Hao did not choose to rush in for leveling up immediately. Instead, he left the school and headed to the nearest item shop. He needed to purchase some mana potions, though otherwise a single fireball spell would drain him completely, making leveling impossible. With 1 million Long Kingdom coins, his purchasing power was quite substantial. The higher the quality of the mana potions, the more mana points they restored, but naturally the prices were also higher. Lin Hao didn't need high-grade mana potions, the lowest grade would suffice. Recovery potion quality, lowest grade effect, instantly restores 100 mana points to the user upon consumption. Price, 10 Long Kingdom coins. Lin Hao thought for a moment and directly bought 100 bottles. In Blue Star, leveling up is not a simple task. To advance from level 1 to level 2 requires a total of 1,000 experience points. Supplies can be plentiful, but they must never be insufficient. Normally, he should also go to the weapon shop to buy some gear, but Lin Hao glanced at his level 100 fireball spell and felt it was entirely unnecessary. Level 1 equipment has stats that are quite dismal, and there's no reason to waste money on it. After making adequate preparations, Lin Hao returned to the school and arrived at the secret realm hall. After registering with the staff, he entered the secret realm. As soon as Lin Hao stepped into the secret realm, the principal and others received the information in the hall's information room. The student you are particularly concerned about has entered the secret realm. This kid has finally returned. The principal chuckled as he watched the screen. Yes, but he returned a bit late. Sun Hai said with some concern. Ding Ruifeng has already leveled up to level 4. I wonder if he can catch up. The school's secret realm accommodates levels 0 to 5. Anyone breaking through to level 6 will be instantly teleported out. Only the first to exit will receive the special reward. If they had entered simultaneously, there would be no doubt that Lin Hao would win, but now it was hard to say. The principal laughed. Xiao Hai, you seem to have some misunderstanding about SS-grade combat professions. Only 3 levels ahead. I believe Lin Hao can surpass him in no time. Sun Hai clearly disagreed, stating that SS-grade professions are powerful primarily in the later stages, with significant enhancements in capabilities once their stats are elevated. When both are at level 1, can your SS-grade profession instantly kill a monster? Can its grade not do the same? If that's the case, their monster-killing efficiency would be the same. With Ding Ruifeng already leading by 3 levels, how could Lin Hao possibly win? The principal smiled without answering. In the secret realm, aside from minor monsters, there are also bosses. As long as Lin Hao can solo a BOSS, he can easily surpass Ding Ruifeng. Though it may be challenging, defeating a boss with an SS-grade combat profession is not impossible. However, he wouldn't bet on Lin Hao definitely being able to do it. But it's precisely because of this uncertainty that adds to the suspense. Xiao Sun, would you dare to bet with me? Let's wager your 1 month's salary on which of them will level up to 6 first. What's there to be afraid of? Sun Hai chuckled. When someone is eager to give away money, why refuse? Other teachers, seeing the two betting, eagerly joined in. Principal, Teacher Sun, count me in. They'll also bet 1 month's salary that Ding Ruifeng will win. Me too. Me too. I'm betting on Ding Ruifeng. To the group of teachers, it seemed that as the semester comes to an end, the principal was starting to hand out warmth. The principal furrowed his brow. I just don't understand, and none of you have any confidence in SS-grade combat professions. Principal, just tell me if you're betting or not. After you decide, I'll explain my reasoning. Sun Hai chuckled. The principal casually replied, of course I'm betting. I'm not short on money. To me, money is just a number. Don't come crying to me later when you lose. Lose? That's probably not going to happen. Sun Hai explained, I just saw in the hall surveillance that Lin Hao entered the secret realm without any equipment. What? No equipment? Not even a staff? The teachers all nodded. The principal was taken aback. Didn't he give Lin Hao $1 million? Why would this kid not even spend on a single piece of equipment? It seems the warmth for this semester is definitely going to be delivered. In the secret realm, Lin Hao had already arrived in a vast plain. Here there were numerous level 1 monsters, the vast majority being level 1 little rabbits. Cute little rabbit, level 1 health, 100 attack, 20 physical defense, 20 magic resistance, 20 skills, none description, harmless little rabbits. If you get killed by one, you are truly pathetic. With 20 points of attack power, it seems exaggerated that it could take out a novice in just 5 or 6 hits. However, in reality, as long as a class changer buys some defensive gear, they can easily raise their defense to above 20. If the enemy's attack does not surpass your own defense, the damage taken will always be 0. So while it appears dangerous in reality, it's like a baby bus. As long as you have hands, you can manage. If you can be killed by a little rabbit, it would definitely make the news. There are quite a number of job changers on the plains, but fortunately, there are many monsters here as well, so no conflicts have arisen. Lin Hao's arrival instantly attracted the attention of many. The reason is simple. Among all the people present, he is the only one not wearing any equipment. Not just defensive gear, he hasn't even bought a single staff. The crowd felt somewhat puzzled, unsure of what Lin Hao was doing there. Was he just taking a stroll? They originally thought he would leave soon, but to their surprise, Lin Hao chose to continue forward. A man dressed as a mage, unable to stand by, blocked Lin Hao's path. Classmate, are you here to level up? Not wearing equipment is very dangerous. If you lack gear, I can lend you a set. After all, they were classmates, and he did not want to see his alma mater make the news the next day because someone was killed by a cute little rabbit. Thank you, but there's no need. Lin Hao smiled kindly in response to the man's goodwill. Are you serious? A mage's initial magic power is just over 10 points. Without a staff, even a fireball cast at a wild rabbit wouldn't break its defense. How could he farm monsters like this? Lin Hao responded to his confusion with action, pointing his right hand at a white rabbit. A surge of fire elements gathered in his palm, coalescing into a fireball. The fireball hurtled straight towards the rabbit's head. 380. With a single fireball, the white rabbit was instantly killed, and Lin Hao even received 280 health points in return. Kill a level 1 white rabbit, gaining 10 experience points. What the heck? So strong. The mage's jaw nearly dropped in shock. As a fellow mage, he struggled to stack his spell attack power to just 40 points with the help of his equipment. A fireball could only deal 20 points of damage to a white rabbit. What kind of overpowered class is this? How can he be so strong without wearing any equipment? Wait, a forbidden mage. Isn't that an SS class profession? You are Lin Hao. Lin Hao nodded slightly and continued to move deeper under the astonished gaze of the man. A white rabbit only provides 10 experience points. It would take killing 100 to level up, which is really too slow. After drinking a mana potion, Lin Hao replenished his mana. Soon he came across a level 3 monster. Fangtooth Boar, level 3 health, 300 attack power, 50 physical defense, 50 magic resistance, 40 skills, charge magic amplification. Description: never turn your back to it. Be careful of it charging from behind. Not bad. I found the best farming spot. Without a second thought, Lin Hao cast a fireball. 360. The Fangtooth Boar let out a wail and fell to the ground instantly. Kill a level 3 Fangtooth Boar, gain 30 experience points. Kill a monster 2 levels higher for an additional 6 experience points. With a single fireball, he gained 10 points for the white rabbit, while hitting the Fangtooth Boar earned him 36 points. The efficiency increased by more than 3 times. Lin Hao then stayed in this spot to farm monsters. Fireballs were continuously shot out one after another. With a fireball range of 100 meters, Lin Hao remained in absolute safety. These wild monsters would be instantly killed as soon as they dared to show themselves. Just kidding, they would be killed even if they didn't show themselves. In less than 3 minutes, Lin Hao successfully leveled up to level 2. With 20 attribute points, Lin Hao hesitated not at all and allocated them all to mana. Under the effect of the Forbidden Mage's third enhancement, his maximum mana instantly increased by 2,000 points. Looking at the empty secret realm hall on the monitor, Sun Hai expressed his worry. Lin Hao has been in there for so long, why hasn't he come out to buy equipment? Could something have happened? As soon as he said this, all the teachers and the principal began to worry. It is well known that mages are notoriously fragile. Without even wearing a single piece of defensive equipment, he could be overwhelmed and killed by a cute little rabbit. The principal wasn't worried about that. He was more concerned that Lin Hao and his carelessness might waste a legendary life-saving item here, which would be a tremendous waste. Let's send a student in to look for him, the principal decided, but soon there was new activity on the screen. Ding. The student you are particularly concerned about has leveled up to level 2. What? He leveled up? Sun Hai felt somewhat incredulous. Lin Hao had been inside for less than 5 minutes at most. To gain 1,000 experience points by killing 100 cute little rabbits is only possible if he can kill the monsters instantly each time. It is not difficult for an SS class profession to achieve this, but Lin Hao isn't wearing any equipment. After a moment of surprise, the principal laughed heartily. So how about it? I told you know nothing about the power of SS class professions. The principal is indeed farsighted. Sun Hai flattered, but quickly changed his tone. However, I still think our teachers are even more skilled. Without equipment, Lin Hao's damage is probably just over 100. Killing a level 1 rabbit is no problem, but for a level 2 monster, it would probably take 2 skills to kill it, slowing the efficiency by half. Upon hearing this, the principal fell silent, for what he said made a lot of sense. Lin Hao in the secret realm had no idea what those outside were thinking. After a significant increase in mana, Lin Hao looked once more at the fireball skill. After reaching level 100, each upgrade now requires 100 energy points. Lin Hao lightly tapped the plus sign, wanting to see what the effect would be. Fireball LV-101 consumes 101 mana, causing 1010 of the user's spell attack power as spell damage to a single target within 101 meters. No cooldown. Not bad. The cooldown time has been reduced to the maximum, but the distance and damage multiplier can still be increased. What Lin Hao valued most was still the distance of damage. If the distance could also be upgraded infinitely by the time it reached 1,000 meters, or even 10,000 meters, those monsters might not even see his shadow before being killed. It's just too overpowered. Lin Hao thought for a moment that the distance and multiplier of the fireball were sufficient for the current stage. The remaining energy points should be saved as much as possible. Otherwise, if he obtained stronger skills later, running out of energy would be a disaster. However, the number 101 was somewhat torturous to his obsessive-compulsive disorder, so he thought for a moment and upgraded it by 9 levels. Fireball LV-110 consumes 110 mana, causing 1100 of the user's spell attack power as spell damage to a single target within 110 meters. No cooldown. This looks much better. Lin Hao was just about to continue immersing himself in leveling up when he was surprised to find that a skill book had actually dropped from the place where he previously killed a large number of wild boars. The drop rate of monsters in the secret realm is shockingly low. Even killing 10,000 monsters might not yield a single piece of equipment, and the probability of a skill book dropping is even lower. What excited Lin Hao even more was that this was actually a rarer passive skill book. Magic Amplification passive skill quality, ordinary learning conditions, none effect, increases the user's spell attack power by 100 points upon learning. Not bad. An increase of 100 points in spell attack power is not a huge amount, but it is a permanent increase. The quality of skill books and equipment is divided into 5 levels: white, basic, green, ordinary, purple, advanced, red, epic, and gold legendary. Passive skills differ from active skills. passive skills cannot be upgraded and their effects cannot stack. For example, after learning this magic amplification, if he later obtains a stronger passive that increases spell power, it can only replace the previous one and cannot stack. There is no way to fly into the sky while stepping on one's feet. However, whenever upgrading is mentioned, Lin Hao thinks of the first talent of the Forbidden Mage. Talent 1. You can learn skills from all magic system professions. All skills you possess are not restricted by levels and can be upgraded infinitely. Talent 1. You can learn skills from all magic system professions. All skills you possess are not restricted by levels and can be upgraded infinitely. Talent 1. You can learn skills from all magic system professions. All skills you possess are not restricted by levels and can be upgraded infinitely. Is there no level restriction? Infinite upgrades, and are passive skills included? With this thought, Lin Hao immediately began his experiment. After mastering the magic amplification, Lin Hao looked on with a mix of apprehension and excitement. It really works. Behind the magic amplification, there is indeed a plus sign. Wow, my class is ridiculously overpowered. If this keeps upgrading infinitely, won't my spell attack power be limitless? Not only that, but there are other passive skills as well. If I can enhance my health, mana, and resistances. Once I acquire all the passive skills for various attributes, won't I be invincible? Lin Hao took a deep breath and clicked on that plus sign. Would you like to consume 100 energy points to upgrade magic amplification? A green quality passive skill costs 100 energy for an upgrade. This is within Lin Hao's acceptance range. He just didn't know how much spell power could be added with each level up. Hopefully it's not just 1 point. Spending 100 energy points, Lin Hao chose to continue upgrading and then looked at the effects after the upgrade. Magic Amplification LV2. Your spell attack power permanently increases by 110 points. Not bad. From 100 points to 110 points, just like Fireball, each upgrade is equivalent to 10 of the initial multiplier. Lin Hao glanced at his energy points, which now stood at 6,730. Without any hesitation, he immediately spent 4,800 energy to raise it to level 50. Magic Amplification LV50. Your spell attack power permanently increases by 600 points. Surprisingly, not 590. It seems like at level 10, similar to Fireball, the multiplier has slightly increased. After the 600-point increase in spell attack power, Lin Hao's spell attack power had risen from the original 40 points to 640 points. What does it mean to upgrade from a bird gun to a cannon? This is it. Originally, he planned to reach level 5, return to Lin Yuan City to buy some level 5 equipment, and then hunt the boss. After all, the boss has very high defense, and it would be quite difficult to fight without equipment. But now, with a whopping 640 points of spell power, a single fireball can deal 7,040 damage. The level 10 boss has a defense of around 4 to 5,000. This means that at level 2, he could defeat a level 10 boss solo, and he wasn't even wearing any equipment. The level 3 Fangtooth Pig no longer satisfied Lin Hao, and he chose to delve deeper. Lin Hao didn't specifically stop to grind levels, but inevitably some foolish monsters came to meet their demise. Kill the level 5 Cyclopes, gain 50 experience points. Gain an additional 15 experience points for defeating it at a level 3 disadvantage. Kill the level 5 Fire Monkey, gain 50 experience points. Gain an additional 15 experience points for defeating it at a level 3 disadvantage. Kill the level 5 Wild Wolf, gain 50 experience points. Gain an additional 15 experience points for defeating it at a level 3 disadvantage. When Lin Hao finally encountered a wild boss, his level had already risen to 5. For other class changers, leveling up is quite difficult, but Lin Hao had been consistently defeating monsters of higher levels, and always with a single strike, naturally increasing his speed to the extreme. With the 60 attribute points gained from leveling up 3 times, Lin Hao allocated them all to mana. Mana is what he urgently needs right now. The mana cost for legendary skills will only be higher, so it's wise to prepare in advance. With 60 free attributes boosted by the effects of the Forbidden Mage talent, he gained a total of 6,000 mana. At this moment, Lin Hao possessed 8,100 points of mana. In a short period, he no longer had to worry about his mana. Outside the secret realm, watching Lin Hao's rapidly rising level, the principal and several teachers were rendered speechless. What's going on? Even if Lin Hao's damage is high enough to one-shot level 2 monsters, his leveling speed shouldn't be this outrageous, right? Sun Hai swallowed hard, his eyes filled with shock. An SS class profession is indeed terrifying. Lin Hao's level is rising so fast, he's definitely killing monsters of higher levels and still one-shotting them. The other teachers also took a deep breath. This is too exaggerated. Ding Ruifeng was ahead of him by 3 levels at the start, and now he's almost been surpassed. The principal said proudly, "I told you long ago that you know nothing about the power of SS class professions." If the two of them had gone in together, Lin Hao would have come out, and Ding Ruifeng would probably still be at level 3. Several teachers smiled and nodded. Lin Hao was their student, and naturally they hoped he would grow stronger. However, it is still uncertain who will prevail this time. Ding Ruifeng had just broken through to level 5 a few minutes ago. His experience bar hadn't budged even by 0.1, and it was clear he was fighting the boss. Inside the secret realm, the wild boss Lin Hao encountered was a level 5 Stone King. To his surprise, he saw 3 familiar faces here. It was Ding Ruifeng, Lu Yong, and Lu Xueping. Beside them were 3 unfamiliar class changers, one of whom was a sorcerer. Clearly, they had formed a temporary team. They hadn't noticed Lin Hao's arrival and were focusing all their efforts on attacking the BOSS, but the situation was evidently not optimistic. The level 5 stone monster has 500 health points, and currently it still has over 3600 left, but the frontline damage absorber's health is almost depleted. As the main damage dealer, Ding Ruifeng spent a hefty sum to acquire an epic staff, but even with his class effects, he could only deal over 400 points of damage each time. This was largely thanks to the sorcerer in the team who reduced the boss's magic resistance by more than half, otherwise he wouldn't have been able to break through the defenses. The other combat classes couldn't help him either, as not everyone possessed its class profession. Their attacks only inflicted a meager few dozen points of damage on the boss. Seeing the situation was dire, the few quickly withdrew from the battle. Once in a safe zone, Lu Xueping looked at him with admiration and said, "A foam. You are truly impressive. If we could withstand more damage, you could take down this boss all by yourself. Yeah, brother Phone, you are really amazing." Lu Yong also insincerely praised him. Hearing these compliments, Ding Ruifeng felt as if his tail was about to rise to the heavens. Humph, that's only natural. And class profession is not just for show. TCH, what's so great about that? The female sorcerer player scoffed softly. If it weren't for me lowering the boss's magic resistance, he wouldn't even be able to break through the boss's defenses. At that moment, the shield warrior player sighed. Just bear with it. He's in class profession with immense potential. We are counting on him to lead us. Just then they noticed Lin Hao behind them. Lin Hao, how did you get here too? Ding Ruifeng asked, somewhat surprised. Why can you come here and I can't? Lin Hao replied. Even if you came, it would be pointless. I've already estimated that without at least 10 people, we absolutely cannot take down this boss. Wait, you are level 5 too. Ding Ruifeng suddenly felt a strong sense of crisis. However, Lin Hao ignored him and walked straight up to the boss. Stone King, level 5 health, 50,000 attack, 1200 physical defense, 1200 magic resistance, 800 skills, charge, iron wall, throw rock. Description, high attack and physical resistance, but slow-moving, magic is its weakness. Although magic is its weakness, the boss's attributes were exaggerated. With 800 points of magic resistance, it was still quite troublesome. Every boss requires cooperation from multiple players. Ding Ruifeng couldn't understand Lin Hao's confidence in daring to challenge it alone. What puzzled him even more was that Lin Hao wasn't even wearing a single piece of equipment. Is this mage serious? In Ding Ruifeng's puzzled gaze, Lin Hao had already launched his attack. A fireball struck directly on the Stone King's forehead, and the damage number instantly shocked everyone in the area. 6,240. What the hell? Over 6,000 damage. Ding Ruifeng was so startled that he almost dropped his staff. Is this really a fireball spell? A seemingly ordinary fireball was able to take away 1/10 of the boss's health. Is this the strength of an SS class profession? This is too outrageous. Wait, something's off about this distance. Even a fully leveled fireball spell has an attack range of only 20 meters. At Lin Hao's current position, he was at least 80 meters away from the BOSS and hadn't even entered the boss's alert range yet. If he had such a long reach, he could kite this boss without needing anyone else to take damage. The fireball spell couldn't be this powerful. It must be some legendary skill with a cooldown of at least 10 minutes. Mages are so fragile. He wanted to see how Lin Hao would deal with it. Meanwhile, Lin Hao's attack continued. Fireballs were being unleashed as if they were free. 6,240. 6,240. 6,240. With the last fireball hitting, the 50,000 health Stone King collapsed to the ground. Wait, buddy, what about your skill cooldown? Everyone present was dumbfounded. It is well known that the stronger the skill, the longer the cooldown. Even the most basic fireball spell has a cooldown of 1 second at max level. How could your skill be like it has no cooldown at all, firing one after another? An SS class profession is terrifying to such an extent. With such powerful skills having no cooldown, how can the rest survive? Ding Ruifeng's jealous expression twisted slightly. Lu Yong and Lu Xueping were even more regretful, feeling as if their insides were turning green. Compared to Lin Hao, Ding Ruifeng was practically just a bystander. They had actually given up such a strong ally. The sorcerer player remarked, as expected of an SS class profession, it's something no one can touch. Ding Ruifeng glared at her fiercely. The sorcerer player, however, was unfazed. She had already seen through his character. Ignoring Ding Ruifeng, she nervously looked at Lin Hao and asked, "Bro, do you need any accessories?" Lin Hao shook his head. "Sorry, I'm a lone wolf." After killing the BOSS, he received 2 notifications. Defeated level 5 Stone King, earned 10,000 experience points. Leveling from 5 to 6 requires exactly 10,000 experience points, and in that instant, he leveled up again. However, compared to experience points, Lin Hao was more concerned about energy points. How many energy points could a level 5 boss possibly have? It should be around 500, right? It can't be just 50. Holding on to this speculation, Lin Hao looked at the second notification, and upon seeing it, he froze in shock. Defeated level 5 BOSS, congratulations on successfully absorbing 50,000 energy points. How? How much? 50,000. Lin Hao rubbed his eyes, unable to believe that a mere level 5 boss could grant him 50,000 energy points. This is a level 5 BOSS, not a level 51. In his original estimation, having 500 points would be excellent, it turned out to be 100 times that. Lin Hao was thrilled. He initially thought energy points would be difficult to obtain, but the reality showed him otherwise. The boss in the secret realm is merely an ordinary boss. In those contaminated dungeons, the boss's strength would be even greater, and wouldn't the energy points obtained also be more? Lin Hao took a deep breath. Invincibility was so close to him. Adding the remaining 1930 energy points, Lin Hao now had a total of 51,930 energy points. Just as he was about to continue upgrading his skills, a notification echoed in the secret realm. Ding! Congratulations to the class changer Lin Hao for being the first to reach level 6 in the secret realm, receiving a special reward. I almost forgot about this. As the notification finished, Lin Hao noticed his figure becoming ethereal. The secret realm was preparing to teleport him out. At the same time, he received that so-called special reward, which was 3 pieces of level 6 legendary equipment. At the same time, he received that so-called special reward, which was 3 pieces of level 6 legendary equipment. At the same time, he received that so-called special reward, which was 3 pieces of level 6 legendary equipment. The principal and teachers in the information room were all dumbfounded. What's going on? Didn't Lin Hao just level up to level 5? How did he suddenly reach level 6 in the blink of an eye? His experience bar hasn't moved at all. He must have suddenly gained a large amount of experience points. Could it be? He killed a level 5 boss in just a few seconds. That's impossible, right? The principal was also taken aback. A level 5 boss has a health of 5,000. Without any cooperation, let alone killing it, it would be a challenge to even break its defenses. Killing a boss solo in a few seconds is something one could only dream of. Even an SS level class shouldn't be that terrifying, right? Sun Hai pondered and said, "Is there a possibility that Lin Hao and Ding Ruifeng encountered the same BOSS, and at the last moment Lin Hao stole the kill? The school's secret realm isn't that large, so the chances of running into each other are quite high." However, the principal immediately dismissed this idea, saying, "Impossible, absolutely impossible. If they jointly kill a BOSS, the experience points would be divided based on contribution. If Lin Hao stole the boss at the last moment, he wouldn't be able to instantly level up to 6. What I'm most curious about right now is how Lin Hao managed to do it." A teacher laughed. "It's useless to guess here. Lin Hao is already out. Let's go ask him." In the secret realm hall, Lin Hao had already begun to check his loot. Spiritual Energy Staff Quality Legendary, required level 6 class. Mage, spell attack power 600. Lin Hao was quite satisfied with this staff. Although the added attributes were quite singular, the values were impressively high, with a full 600 points of spell power. The second piece of equipment was a robe. Spiritual Energy Robe Quality Legendary, required level 6 class. Mage, health 2,000, spell defense 500. Not bad, it adds a bit of survivability. The third piece of equipment was a ring. Spiritual Energy Ring Quality Legendary, required level 6 class. Mage, mana 2,000, additional effect mana recovery, restores 1 of maximum mana per second. This equipment is quite good. With this 2,000 points of maximum mana, I now have a total of 1,010 points of mana, meaning I can recover 101 points of mana every second. I won't even need to drink low-level blue potions. After equipping all 3 pieces of equipment, a prompt appeared. The Spiritual Energy set has been fully equipped, gaining additional effects. Spell attack power increased by 400 points. This is quite a pleasant surprise. Opening his attribute panel, Lin Hao began to check his stats. Name: Lin Hao, class Forbidden Mage, level 6, 008. Health 2,100, mana 10100, strength 10, constitution 10, spirit 20, intelligence 20, agility 10, spell attack power 1640. The intelligence attribute influences spell attack power with 1 point of intelligence, equating to 2 points of spell attack power. If one were to ask why Lin Hao's spell attack power was so outrageous, it was naturally due to the passive ability of mana amplification and his equipment. After reaching level 6, Lin Hao gained an additional 20 points of free attributes. He no longer lacked mana, so after some thought he allocated all points to agility. Agility not only affects attack speed, but also affects movement speed. He would have to face numerous powerful enemies alone in the future instead of hiding behind others, so movement speed was quite important. With the fireball spell's range exceeding 100 meters, as long as his speed was fast enough, he could kite monsters even at level 60 or 70. Of course, there was a prerequisite: his attacks had to break through defenses. Then Lin Hao turned his attention to the mana amplification passive again. After level 50, each level would require 500 points of energy. But for Lin Hao, this was completely manageable. Killing a level 5 boss allowed him to jump from level 1 to level 100. And right now Long Kingdom was lacking everything except for dungeons and bosses. Without blinking an eye, Lin Hao directly spent 2500 points of energy to raise mana amplification to level 100. Mana amplification LV 100, your spell attack power is permanently increased by 1100 points. At only level 6, Lin Hao's total attack had already reached an astounding 2140 points. Next, to further upgrade, it would require 1000 points of energy, so Lin Hao decided to continue raising the level of his fireball spell. Spending 4000 points of energy, Lin Hao instantly upgraded Fireball from level 110 to level 150. Next upgrading required 200 points of energy. Lin Hao continued to wave his hand, spending 100 points of energy to raise it to level 200. Fireball LV 200 consumes 200 points of mana, dealing 2000 of your spell attack power as spell damage to a single target within 200 meters. No cooldown. Terrifying. Truly terrifying. With 2140 points of spell power and 2000 damage multiplier, a single fireball can deal 4280 points of damage, and a level 5 boss wouldn't survive 2 hits. Even if a level 10 boss came, if it didn't fall within 10 seconds, it would be impressive. This class is truly too abnormal. Fortunately, this class is unique, and he alone can bear such suffering. From now on, he would never experience the thrill of overcoming a powerful enemy after enduring countless hardships. It was truly painful. Looking at the remaining 1930 points of energy, Lin Hao sighed. I'm still lacking energy. If only there were a large number of bosses gathered together somewhere. Just then a group of teachers and the principal walked out of the information room. The principal enthusiastically said, Lin Hao, I knew you wouldn't disappoint me. Even after entering the secret realm so late, you still managed to come back in first place. Did you solo a boss to go from level 5 to level 6? Lin Hao nodded. I soloed a level 5 Stone King. It really was like that. The principal and teachers were all astonished. Lin Hao's damage was astonishingly high. The principal laughed heartily, saying, no wonder you are the most outstanding student of Linyuan No. 1 High School. When you reach level 10, I have a gift to give you. Thank you, principal. Lin Hao could roughly guess what the principal would give him, most likely a legendary equipment for level 10. However, rather than that, he wanted to farm more bosses. Principal, do you know where there are a lot of bosses in Linyuan City? You're looking for bosses, eh? The principal was a bit surprised, but then smiled. That's great. I happen to know of a secret realm where 3 bosses are gathering. However, they are all at level 10. Do you dare to go? All level 10. Lin Hao was thrilled to hear this. Where is it? I want to go. The principal chuckled. Don't rush, let me make a phone call first. Soon the principal dialed a phone number. It was to the principal of No. 2 High School. Hello? Old man, should we have another competition to see whose students reach level 10 first? In the past few years, the students of No. 1 High School weren't competitive, causing him to lose 3 consecutive rounds and almost be laughed to death by this old man. Now with Lin Hao, an SS-level transmuter here, he had to regain the face he lost. Sure, where do you want to compete? The principal of No. 2 High School clearly had confidence in his students. Let's go to the Linyuan Secret Realm. Linyuan Secret Realm? Are you sure? The principal of No. 2 was quite surprised. The Linyuan Secret Realm is the largest novice secret realm in all of Linyuan City. It contains a large number of monsters from levels 1 to 10, as well as 3 level 10 bosses. For novices, the difficulty is quite high, and if one is not careful, they might even perish inside. What? Are you scared? The principal used provoking tactics. What nonsense, am I scared? The principal of No. 2 clearly fell for this tactic. Isn't it just the Linyuan Secret Realm? See you in half an hour. After the phone call ended, the principal looked at Lin Hao with great anticipation. Lin Hao, once we enter the secret realm, don't hold back. You must grind monsters and level up fiercely. I can't wait to see that old man sigh and complain. Lin Hao felt a bit exasperated. They were all adults, yet they still enjoyed quarreling. However, the Linyuan Secret Realm is a great place. The secret realm was created by human powerhouses, and the monsters inside were captured from the outside and then placed inside. The purpose is naturally to safely train the younger generation. Due to the high costs of the secret realm, the Linyuan Secret Realm is not accessible at any time. But the principals of Linyuan City clearly have their ways. In the hall of the Lin Yuan secret realm, the principal looked in surprise at the front, saying, "Why are you all here?" Besides the principal of the second high school, the principals of the third, fourth, and fifth high schools had also arrived. Of course, they came to watch the show. The principal of the second high school chuckled. "Old Lu, you really have a bad memory. You've lost several times in a row, yet you still dare to challenge me. What's there to fear? Times have changed. Our first high has produced an SS level class changer today." "What? An SS level class changer? Is that true? How could it be false?" Principal Lu laughed heartily. "This news is known throughout our school, and soon the entire battle zone will be aware of it." Upon hearing this, the other principals were left speechless with envy. A 1 in a million chance. Why didn't it occur in their own school? "So do you still dare to compete with me now?" Principal Lu said proudly. "What are you so proud of? An SS level class isn't yours to claim." The principal of the second high school rolled his eyes and kindly looked at Lin Hao, saying, "Little student, would you consider coming to our second high? I can offer you everything our principal can, and even more." Before Lin Hao could respond, Principal Lu suddenly became anxious and scolded, "Old rascal, you're going too far. Digging at my feet, right in front of me, is that how you conduct yourself?" Cough. I accidentally revealed my thoughts. The principal of the second high school chuckled and returned to the main topic, saying, "An SS level class indeed has immense potential, but if we compare leveling speed with my student, who knows who will come out on top?" "So confident. Did your second high also produce an SS level class changer?" "Not exactly." The principal of the second high school waved his hand. "Our school has only produced one S-level class changer, but in terms of leveling efficiency, he's quite formidable." The other three principals listened and were filled with incomparable envy. The first high produced an SS-level class changer, the second high had an S-level class changer, and they had nothing. Had they known, they wouldn't have come to watch this commotion. They came only to eat sour grapes. Principal Lu laughed, saying, "Since we are all so confident in our students, shall we stick to the old rule?" "Yes, the old rule." The principal of the second high school nodded. The so-called old rule was to see whose student could reach level 10 first in the secret realm. The losing side must pay 2 pieces of level 10 legendary equipment or equivalent items. Only then did the principal of the second high school allow his student to step forward. Seeing this, Principal Lu was almost fuming. "Old man, you're not following the rules. How come your student is already level 7? How am I not following the rules?" The principal of the second high school spread his hands innocently, saying, "His level is all due to his own effort." Principal Lu was somewhat dumbfounded upon hearing this. The awakening ceremony for each school was conducted simultaneously. The secret realm after that was only level 1 to 5. Anyone level 6 would be teleported out. How did the student from the second high manage to reach level 7? Wait. His class is Demon Hunter. The SS level class of Demon Hunter has its class talent not being a secret. The first talent doubles the free attributes gained, while the second talent increases the experience gained by 5 times. No wonder he could reach level 7. He must have partnered up to kill a boss at level 5 and leveled up twice. The principal of the second high school smiled understandingly, saying, "If you're not confident in Lin Hao, we can skip the competition. After all, you've already lost 6 pieces of legendary equipment to me. It feels a bit unfair to keep making you spend." Principal Lu suddenly felt hit in a sore spot. He had originally planned to regain face through Lin Hao, but now it seemed unlikely. 5 times the experience means that for the opponent to kill 1 monster, Lin Hao must kill 5 to catch up. Not to mention the opponent is already 1 level ahead. This looks like a guaranteed loss. But he couldn't afford to lose face right before a battle, so he stubbornly said, "It's just 2 pieces of legendary equipment. Moreover, Lin Hao might not necessarily lose." "All right. Principal Lu is indeed straightforward. Oh, let's decide on that." The principal of the second high school smiled happily. Just then Lin Hao suddenly asked, "Principal, do you have confidence in me?" "Of course." Principal Lu nodded decisively. "Since you asked, how could I say I lack confidence?" Lin Hao continued. "Then let's revise the wager. Let's change the 2 pieces of legendary equipment to 6. Upon hearing this, Principal Lu gasped in shock. Was Lin Hao trying to help him win back everything he lost before? In fact, he didn't care much about the legendary equipment. After all, he was a principal and wouldn't be overly concerned about a few low-level legendary items. What worried him was that Lin Hao had so much confidence in himself. If he lost, wouldn't that be a huge blow? However, receiving a little setback in advance might not be a bad thing. Being overly confident in one's abilities can easily lead to dire consequences. Spending a few pieces of legendary equipment to buy a lesson seems quite worth it. Thinking this, Principal Lu smiled, saying, "No problem. He'll go speak to that old man right away." The principal of the second high school naturally wouldn't refuse. At the registration desk in the hall, the 2 principals thought they could quickly complete the procedures. However, the young lady at the workstation said, "The current secret realm is very dangerous. Entering is not recommended at this time." The secret realm isn't a dungeon. How could it be dangerous? The principals felt very puzzled. The young lady explained, our battle zone's vice commander captured a level 20 boss a few days ago and brought it in here. Is he insane? Principal Lu blurted out, then nervously glanced around. Seeing that the vice commander was not there, he continued, what was he thinking releasing a level 20 boss in a level 10 secret realm? The young lady seemed to have pent-up grievances as she quietly complained, who knows? According to his own words, it seems he wanted to give the newcomers some training. In dungeons, they encounter various unexpected situations. He's training them to deal with emergencies. In the past few days, I've received numerous complaints about this. The principals exchanged glances. What should we do? Should we go or not? There is certainly danger, but it is not life-threatening. Those who can enter the Abyss secret realm are not ordinary professionals. Everyone has some life-saving tools to varying degrees. The complaints stem from the fact that these tools were wasted in the secret realm. Among the students of the second high school, He Jianyuan was the first to speak. There's nothing to be afraid of. I heard that for the dungeons that haven't been conquered, the boss's health is 10 times that of an ordinary boss. I am destined to become a master of dungeon conquering. How could I stop here? Good. Well said. No wonder you're a student of the second high school. The principal of the second high school nodded in satisfaction. Damn, this kid has some skills. His show-off game is so refined. Lin Hao said, there's really nothing to fear. A mere level 20 BOSS, it seems the rewards are specifically meant for me. He Jianyuan looked at Lin Hao in disbelief, as it was his first time seeing someone who could show off better than him. A level 20 BOSS, even with a 500 multiplier from a legendary skill, you probably wouldn't even be able to break its defense. How could you even hope to attack it? The principals also looked at Lin Hao in astonishment. Principal Lu cleared his throat and changed the subject. Well, the time is almost up. You two should hurry into the secret realm and be careful. After both entered the secret realm, the principal of the second high school couldn't help but say, that student Lin Hao from your first high school truly is character. Yet claiming to kill a level 20 boss is a bit much. Principal Lu said awkwardly. Young people, it's actually quite normal. Who hasn't boasted when they were young? Haven't all of you here ever boasted? Inside the secret realm, as soon as he entered, Lin Hao headed straight for the depths. Everyone didn't think highly of him, but Lin Hao had no idea how he could possibly lose. The Demon Hunter class indeed grants 5 times the experience, but the strength of this class itself isn't very high. An S-level class only gains 15 free attributes per level, and even when doubled it only amounts to 30 points. Even if he allocated all free attributes to strength upon reaching level 7 combined with his equipment effects, his attack power would barely exceed 1,000. If it were purely a damage comparison in the early stages, he wouldn't even outclass Ding Rufing's Fire Mage against a level 10 boss. A single regular attack wouldn't even break its defense. Lin Hao, however, was quite different. His Fireball spell had no cooldown and could be used as a ranged attack. Moreover, this basic attack had a damage multiplier of 2,000. For ordinary BOSSES, it was hardly different from fighting regular monsters. If one Fireball couldn't suffice, he could just cast a few more. About 10 minutes later, Lin Hao successfully found a level 10 boss. Wild Boar King, level 10 health, 200,000 attack, 60,100 physical defense, 5,000 magical resistance, 4,600 skills, charge, trample, roar. The attributes of a level 10 boss are entirely beyond what a level 5 boss can compare to. The disparity is like heaven and earth. This is because both bosses and professionals can advance at level 10, gaining a comprehensive boost in attributes. A level 10 boss is already a first-tier boss. Such a first-tier boss would be difficult to defeat for a level 10 professional without at least a dozen players cooperating. But for Lin Hao, this was hardly a concern. An attack of 6,100 is quite exaggerated, but if you can't hit anything, it's all for naught. Against such a melee-type monster, Lin Hao had an overwhelming advantage. A massive fireball shot from 100 meters away, accurately striking the Wild Boar King. 38,200. After a significant increase in magical power, just a single fireball dealt an incredibly terrifying amount of damage. The Wild Boar King howled, its eyes reddening as it charged at Lin Hao. What awaited it were fireball after fireball. 38,200. 38200. With the last fireball struck down, the Wild Boar King collapsed. Not only did it fail to graze Lin Hao's clothing, but it couldn't even close the distance to 50 meters. Defeated the level 10 Wild Boar King, gaining 60,000 experience points. Level 4 advantage, defeat, additional 24,000 experience points. Defeated the level 10 BOSS, congratulations. You have successfully absorbed 100,000 energy points. Level 4 advantage, defeat, additional 40,000 energy points. Damn. Defeating an enemy of a higher level grants additional energy points. In just a brief moment, Lin Hao had gained 14,000 energy points. He thought for a moment and chose not to upgrade his skills further. Fireball and other skills are ultimately the most basic. They will definitely be replaced by higher tier skills in the future. The more he invests now, the more he'll lose later. After all, a level 200 Fireball and a level 100 Magic Amplification are already sufficient. Even if he encounters troublesome monsters later, he can upgrade then. After all, energy points do not expire. In addition to energy points, the large amount of experience he just gained caused Lin Hao's level to jump from 6 to 8 instantly. Outside the secret realm, the principals were chatting and laughing. The second high school really struck gold. This demon hunter leveling up is simply terrifying. In just 10 minutes, he's already reached level 8. Naturally, leveling up is the strength of the demon hunter class with 5 times the experience efficiency. Can that be taken lightly? It seems I've won this bet again. The principal of the second high school smiled with great pride. Principal Lu retorted, "Don't get too cocky, otherwise when you end up with egg on your face you won't be able to save face." "I'm actually looking forward to being proven wrong," the principal of the second high school chuckled. "Your student hasn't even moved an inch in terms of experience points. How can he possibly catch up?" Just then a notification sounded. "Your special focus Lin Hao has successfully leveled up to level 8. What's going on? Why did he suddenly level up? And from level 6 to 8. All the principals were a bit dazed. Clearly, just a second ago Lin Hao was still at level 6. Jumping from level 6 to level 8 requires 60,000 experience points. After a moment of surprise, Principal Lu was the first to respond. It must be that Lin Hao defeated a boss of a higher level. As expected of my student from the first high school, he's really impressive. How is that possible?" The other principals were somewhat incredulous. A level 10 boss has a health of up to 2,000 points, and its double resistances are around 4 to 5,000. For ordinary level 6 professionals, even using all their strength breaking its defense is questionable. Even if they can, it would only be a scratch. An SS level class is terrifying to such an extent. Principal Lu laughed. "What's impossible? Besides defeating a boss of a higher level, what other method could grant such a large amount of experience points instantly? Don't get too ahead of yourself just yet." The principal of the second high school took a deep breath and said slowly, "An SS level class is indeed formidable. This forbidden mage probably carries very powerful unique skills like certain other classes. But as everyone knows, the more powerful the skill, the longer its cooldown. How many times can he use such a powerful skill in this secret realm?" After leveling up twice, Lin Hao received another 40 points of free attributes. He currently lacked neither spell power nor mana, so he continued to allocate points to agility. Immediately after, Lin Hao continued deeper into the secret realm. The Lin Yuan secret realm consists of 3 large maps: the plains, the jungle, and the swamp. Each of the 3 maps contains a boss, and Lin Hao naturally would not let them go. He advanced straight toward the jungle, encountering monsters along the way that bared their fangs and claws. However, Lin Hao was quite magnanimous. Not only did he not hold a grudge, but he also warmly treated each with a fireball spell, causing the monsters to explode with joy and promptly surrender their experience points. Defeated a level 10 patterned leopard, gaining 500 experience points. For every 2 levels above, an extra 100 experience points are awarded. Defeated a level 10 wild wolf, gaining 500 experience points. For every 2 levels above, an extra 100 experience points are awarded. The base experience value of a level 10 first-tier boss is 50 times that of a level 1 white rabbit. However, this does not mean that leveling up becomes easy, as it requires 1,000 experience points to ascend from level 8 to 9, and an even more daunting 2,000 experience points to reach level 10. For the class changers of Blue Star, leveling up has never been a simple matter. Otherwise, in nearly a century, level 100 powerhouses would have been commonplace, yet in reality, they are exceedingly rare. After sending warmth to all the wild monsters blocking his path, Lin Hao finally arrived at a vast jungle, and at the very center of it, he smoothly encountered the boss. Jungle Wolf King. Level 10. Health 180000. Attack power 7000. Physical defense 4800. Magical resistance 4500. Skills pounce, bite, claw, strike. The health of the Jungle Wolf King was slightly less than that of the previous Wild Boar King, but its attack power had significantly increased. To ordinary class changers, it posed an even greater threat than the Wild Boar King, but to Lin Hao it was all the same. From 100 meters away, Lin Hao cast another fireball spell. 38300. The Wolf King, struck by a fireball, immediately flew into a rage and charged toward Lin Hao after letting out a howl. Seeing its enthusiasm, Lin Hao reciprocated warmly. One fireball after another was continuously fired. 38300. 38300. 38300. With no cooldown for the fireball spell, it was extraordinarily overpowered, and the fireball shot out in a straight line. As the last fireball struck down, the Wolf King unexpectedly perished without any resistance. Not bad, kid. You managed to close the distance to 50 meters. Just a bit more, and you could have reached me. Defeated the level 10 Wolf King, earning 600 experience points. For every 2 levels above, an additional 120 experience points are awarded. Defeated a level 10 boss. Congratulations, you successfully absorbed 100 energy points. For every 2 levels above, an additional 200 energy points are awarded. In just a fleeting moment, Lin Hao gained another 100 energy points. Combined with the experience gained from killing monsters along the way, Lin Hao successfully leveled up to level 9. The 20 points of free attributes gained were once again allocated to agility. With agility reaching 90 points, even assassins of the same level could not match his speed. What surprised Lin Hao was that the Wolf King actually dropped a piece of equipment. The drop rate of monsters in Blue Star is extremely low, and he had no idea how many monsters he had killed along the way. This was the first piece of equipment he had obtained, though unfortunately its quality was quite ordinary. Fong Dagger. Quality normal. Equipment requirement level 10. Equipment class assassin. Physical attack power 100. Better than nothing. It can still be sold for some money. After picking up the dagger, Lin Hao continued toward the third map. Outside the secret realm. Look, I told you I was right. The principal of the second school said proudly. Nearly half an hour has passed, and Jianjuan's experience bar is over 30 ahead of Lin Hao. Although Lin Hao's monster killing speed is particularly fast, it cannot compare to the 5-fold efficiency. As time goes on, this gap will only widen. Principal Liu of the first school couldn't help but sigh. Am I really going to be defeated 4 times in a row? Just then another system prompt appeared. Your specially focused subject Lin Hao has successfully leveled up to level 9. What? Level 9? Could it be that Lin Hao defeated another boss? But how is that possible? Does that super strong skill have only a short cooldown of half an hour? The principals were all in disbelief. They had seen many powerful skills, even unique skills belonging to hidden classes that could inflict 1,000,000 damage on a target at level 1. But that skill had an absurd cooldown of a month. Lin Hao's skill could kill a first-tier boss at level 6, and its cooldown was only half an hour. Is that even reasonable? After the shock, Principal Liu's face was suddenly filled with smiles. Look, this is what an SS grade class is. Is a first-tier boss really that strong? Our school's student casually slaughtered 2 of them. It seems that the 6 pieces of legendary equipment I lost to you before will all have to be returned today. Upon hearing this, the principal of the second school was filled with jealousy. 5 times the experience points could actually be surpassed. Why isn't Lin Hao my student? Don't get too happy too soon. Under normal circumstances, our school student is faster than yours when it comes to killing monsters. What do you mean? Principal Liu's expression grew displeased. Old man, you're not trying to play tricks, are you? What I mean is the boss of the third map is a level 22nd tier boss, and Lin Hao is definitely no match for it. Ordinary monster hunting is only a matter of time before he's surpassed. Damn it, you guys from the second school are really lucky. If that vice captain hadn't changed the boss to level 20, you would have lost for sure. Even Principal Liu, who had great confidence in Lin Hao, did not believe that he could defeat a second-tier boss at level 9. Because second-tier bosses possess attributes that are exaggerated beyond belief. Meanwhile, Jianyuan had already arrived at the swamp map. The monsters in the swamp environment are characterized by slow movement and large gatherings. For a long-range class changer like him, this place is simply a paradise for leveling up. His agility attribute is high enough to toy with the monsters here like dogs. Here he would only need an hour at most to smoothly break through to level 10. I'm already level 9, that guy named Lin Hao should still be lingering at level 7, right? Comparing my leveling speed to his is truly overestimating himself. As Jianyuan walked while killing monsters, he soon encountered a monster that resembled a large snail in the center, which was clearly the boss of the swamp. Corrosive Snail King. Level 20. Health 400,000. Attack power 120,000. Physical defense 100,000. Magical resistance 80,000. Skills Venom Shot, Curl Up, Shell Charge. Description: equipped for both melee and ranged combat, but with slow movement speed. If you can't beat it, you can run. You can't possibly be slower than a snail, right? Just by taking a glance at its attributes, Jianyuan completely abandoned the thought of soloing it. Putting aside the 400 health, just the 100 physical defense meant he couldn't break through its defenses even with his strongest skill. How could he possibly take it on? Our Warzone's vice captain really doesn't know what he's thinking. How could anyone defeat a second-tier boss before reaching level 10? Meanwhile, Lin Hao successfully arrived at the boss's location. Jianyuan glanced over casually, but the moment he looked, he was startled. Lin Hao, you are also at level 9. Who activated the 5 times experience boost? Before entering, he was clearly 1 level ahead of Lin Hao, yet after Lin Hao's relentless monster hunting, he found himself caught up. Could it be that the Forbidden Mage class also has a double experience effect? But that doesn't make sense. If that were true, he shouldn't have been at level 6 before. Faced with He Jianjuan's astonishment, Lin Hao shrugged. The map is a bit large but took time to find the boss. Otherwise I should have already dealt with this snail and leveled up to 10 by now. Keep dreaming. He Jianyuan clearly didn't believe him. The level 10 boss has frighteningly high attributes. Without a sorcerer to reduce its defenses, whether he could breach them was a question, let alone kill it solo in such a short time. Are you serious? He Jianyuan was momentarily stunned to see Lin Hao actually planning to challenge this second-tier boss alone. Are you serious? Not receiving any response from Lin Hao, who continued forward, He Jianyuan felt a bit displeased, but reminded him kindly, dude, enough is enough. It's just for show, you don't have to risk your life over it, right? Lin Hao replied calmly, to you this boss may seem unbeatable, but for me it's merely a few fireballs away. This snail boss is indeed a formidable foe, with its acid spray skill dealing 100 damage to its target and applying a poisoning effect. Moreover, its range exceeds even that of a max-level fireball, boasting a total range of 50 meters. Yet to Lin Hao this creature posed no threat whatsoever. Seeing Lin Hao suddenly stop 200 meters away from the boss, He Jianyuan couldn't help but laugh. It seems showing off isn't worth your life after all. Don't worry, I won't tell anyone about today. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Hao cast a fireball that struck the boss on the head. While such a long range, He Jianyuan was taken aback, astonished that Lin Hao had mastered a skill with a 200-meter range. For ranged classes like them, having a long range is the greatest advantage. However, what shocked him even more was that the seemingly ordinary fireball caused an explosive amount of damage. 34,800. What the heck? Over 30,000 damage. He Jianyuan could hardly believe his eyes. Is this damage something only a level 9 class changer could achieve? Even a first-tier class changer decked out in a full set of level 10 legendary gear couldn't do that. SS level classes are indeed terrifying. He Jianyuan felt a mix of envy and jealousy, yet even more shocking events were yet to come. He Jianyuan had thought this skill would be Lin Hao's trump card with a cooldown of at least an hour. But to his surprise, one fireball after another launched in rapid succession. 34,800. 34,800. 34800. The snail boss seemed a bit dazed, and in a fit of rage, it shot a stream of poison directly at Lin Hao. However, the poison only traveled 50 meters before plopping down onto the ground. Lin Hao chuckled at the sight, saying, the truth is always within the cannon's range, though if your reach is shorter than mine, you can only be hit. Fireballs continued to rain down as if they were free. 34,800. 34,800. 34,800. The snail boss seemed to have some sense left. Realizing it couldn't fight back or escape, it simply withdrew its head into its shell, doubling its physical and magical defenses. Yet to Lin Hao this was meaningless. For the boss, it only meant taking a few more fireballs. Truly a greedy fool. 26,800. 26,800. 26800. The last fireball struck instantly, killing the snail boss that had withdrawn its head into its shell. Successfully killed the level 20 corrupted snail king, gaining 15000 experience points. An additional 16500 experience points for exceeding level 11. Successfully killed the level 20 corrupted snail king, gaining 2000 energy points. An additional 2000 energy points for exceeding level 11. The extra experience and energy points even surpass the base amounts. This is the benefit of killing monsters at a higher level. In the blink of an eye, Lin Hao leveled up to level 10. His energy points soared to a terrifying 69930. Beside him, He Jianjuan's jaw nearly dropped in shock, and it took him a long moment to regain his composure. Holy crap! What kind of monstrous damage is this? The boss with 4000 health just went down like that. Now he finally understood what it meant to be a frog at the bottom of a well. Oh, everything he had just said sounded like the ramblings of a clown. As Lin Hao's figure grew increasingly transparent, about to be teleported out of the secret realm, He Jianyuan immediately shouted, Master, do you need any accessories? He may be arrogant, but that doesn't mean he's foolish. An S-level class has the capital to be arrogant, but before Lin Hao it was utterly insignificant. He was thoroughly impressed. Outside the secret realm, the principal of the second school was secretly delighted. He Jianjuan's leveling speed did not disappoint him, reaching level 9 in such a short time. Surpassing Lin Hao was merely a matter of time. However, in the next moment, 3 consecutive sounds echoed throughout the entire secret realm hall. Ding! Congratulations to class changer Lin Hao for successfully killing the level 20 boss corrupted snail king. 3, huh? What? Now all the principals finally understood why the announcements in the secret realm hall had to ring 3 times in a row. Yet even after hearing it 3 times, they still wondered if they had misheard. My heavens! Lin Hao! Lin Hao actually killed a second-tier boss. Principal Liu's face turned red with excitement, nearly losing his breath. The other principals seeing this immediately panicked. Hey, take it easy. Don't faint on us, we can't carry you with this frame of yours. Other class changers gathered in the secret realm hall heard the news and wore expressions of disbelief. My heavens. That second-tier boss was actually killed, and it was a solo kill. Incredible. Even having heard it 3 times, I still can't believe that a level 9 could solo a second-tier boss. I wouldn't dare to boast like that. So amazing. Lin Hao is simply my idol. The previously quiet secret realm hall suddenly turned into chaos. However, the staff had no intention of maintaining order, as they too were deeply shocked. They had thought it was just a sudden whim of the vice commander of the battle zone. A little did they expect that someone could actually achieve this, and it was a solo kill. The young lady at the workstation, still in shock, quickly dialed a phone number. Soon a man knocked on the door of the manager's office. Manager, something huge has happened. The manager looked at the flustered man before him, calmly picked up his teacup and took a sip. Xiao, how many times have I told you? The first thing to do when encountering a situation is to stay calm. The more flustered you are, the worse things will get. So tell me, what's this huge matter? The man had run all the way there. He took a deep breath before saying, someone has killed a second-tier boss. What a... The manager spat out his tea, his face full of disbelief. The man looked at this scene with a hint of contempt, thinking, so much for staying calm. You're not any better than me. Without even wiping away the tea, the manager quickly pressed on. Are you talking about the second-tier boss from our Lin Yuan secret realm? The man nodded. That's right, the one from the largest secret realm in Lin Yuan City. Hearing this, the manager couldn't help but gasp, then his face lit up with joy. The mission assigned by the war zone, I didn't expect it to be completed so soon. By the way, what's the name of the team that killed the second-tier boss? Was it the Malong Guild? The Malong Guild was one of the largest guilds in Lin Yuan City. Recently, they had even recruited 5 rank class changers. In the manager's view, they were the only team with a chance to kill a second-tier boss. But to his surprise, the man shook his head. It wasn't the Malong Guild, and it wasn't a team. The one who killed the boss is Lin Hao. He soloed the second-tier boss without any help. You? What did you say? Solo a second-tier boss before level 10. Had he really heard that correctly? The man nodded emphatically and repeated himself. The manager started to question reality, then thought of a possibility. Did he use some kind of powerful item? In the war zone, there were some artificially created powerful items that could deal around 500 damage to a target, but they were extremely rare. The man shook his head. I'm not sure about that, but I heard that Lin Hao is an SS rank class changer. An SS rank class changer. No wonder. It seems the war zone must have given him some high damage item. Although the war zone's general policy was always to protect geniuses and not give them high damage items to prevent reckless behavior and danger. But an SS rank class might just be an exception. Regardless, Deputy Commander Li only said to notify him if someone killed a second-tier boss. He didn't specify how it had to be done. Soon the manager dialed a number. The phone was answered after 10 rings. Manager Wang, what's the matter? Manager Wang got straight to the point and recounted what had just happened. Upon hearing that someone had soloed a second-tier boss, Li An's voice trembled with excitement. But when he heard the name Lin Hao, he couldn't help but let out a bitter laugh. Hearing this, Manager Wang was even more convinced of his guess. Lin Hao must have used a powerful item from the war zone. Why else would Deputy Commander Li's attitude change so drastically? Damage item. What damage item? Lin Hao's ability to kill the second-tier boss was his own strength. The reason Lian laughed bitterly was that he had specifically captured a second-tier boss to find more talents, thereby increasing the chances of conquering that dungeon. But Lin Hao was already a predetermined candidate, which meant his plan was completely invalid. However, the fact that Lin Hao could kill a second-tier boss in such a short time still exceeded his expectations. Such terrifying offensive capability was among the top tier, even among SS rank classes. The manager was even more shocked. Lin Hao hadn't used any items. Soloing a second-tier boss before level 10. Was he even human? After hanging up, Deputy Commander Li wanted to talk to Lin Hao, but his communicator rang again. As soon as the call connected, an extremely anxious voice came through. Deputy Commander, something terrible has happened. The dungeon in Lin Yuan Forest has gone out of control, and a massive number of monsters are pouring out. Li An's expression turned extremely serious. Hold the line. They'll be right there. After hanging up, he murmured, it seems the dungeon conquest can't be delayed any longer. After coming out of the secret realm, Lin Hao found a group of principals staring at him as if he were some kind of monster. Principals, please don't look at me like that, it's making me a bit scared. Principal Lu coughed dryly, then heavily patted Lin Hao on the shoulder. Good lad. No wonder you're a student from I know. One high school as powerful as a monster. Not really, that boss wasn't that tough. I didn't even go all out. All principals. What kind of monster was this? He didn't even go all out to kill a second-tier boss. After the shock, the principal of No. 2 High School quickly said, young man, have you considered my previous offer? If you're willing to come to my No. 2 High School, and take the National College entrance exam for us. It'll give you 10 million as a reward. 10 million. That's quite a generous offer. Lin Hao had never seen that much money in both of his lives combined. Seeing Lin Hao seem tempted, Principal Lu became furious. You old bastard, you've gone too far. Poaching my student time, and again, do you think I have no temper? Principal of No. 2 High School. I think it's Lin Hao's freedom to choose where he wants to go. As principals, we can't make decisions for our students, can we? The other principals nodded in agreement. Yes, students aren't the school's property. Principals shouldn't be so controlling. Lin Hao, if you come to my No. 3 High School, it'll give you 11 million. No. 4 High School, it'll offer 15 million. All right. Trying to outbid each other, are we? Principal Lu was furious and directly took out a crystal. Seeing this, all the principals were stunned. Thighs is a top-tier advancement stone. They clearly hadn't expected Principal Lu to have such a precious item. All class changers must undergo an advancement every 10 levels. Only after completing the advancement quest can they continue leveling up. The higher the grade of the advancement stone used, the more difficult the quest, but the better the rewards. This top-tier advancement stone was a treasure that couldn't be bought even with money. The other principals immediately abandoned their plans to poach him, and Lin Hao smiled. Thank you all for your kind offers, but Principal Lu has been very good to me. I'm not going anywhere. Principal Lu smiled triumphantly and handed the top-tier advancement stone directly to Lin Hao. Then with a grave expression he cautioned, Lin Hao, remember, you must be realistic with the advancement quest. Don't overdo it. I've heard of countless geniuses who got stuck on the advancement quest and couldn't level up for the rest of their lives. Is it really that serious? Lin Hao asked curiously, what kind of quests are inside this top-tier advancement stone? I am not clear about the specific task, but you will know once you activate it. What I can tell you is if you find the tasks inside too difficult, do not force yourself to take them. Principal Lu advised earnestly, no matter how important the top-level advancement stone is, it cannot compare to you, an SS-level job changer. Lin Hao nodded solemnly, although he did not believe that any task could defeat him. After activating the top-level advancement stone, Lin Hao immediately saw 3 options. Normal task: kill 3 level 10 bosses alone within 3 days. Reward: maximum health increases by 1,000 points, maximum mana increases by 1,000 points, other attribute panels increase by 100 points, and an additional 10 free attribute points for each level up. As expected of a top-level advancement stone, even the normal tasks are about killing level 10 bosses. Although this task was as good as free for Lin Hao. But for ordinary job changers, this task was as daunting as climbing to the sky. The vast majority of job changers at this point would struggle to break through the boss defenses even with all their might. Difficult task: kill a level 20 boss alone within 3 days. Reward: maximum health increases by 2,000 points, maximum mana increases by 2,000 points, other attribute panels increase by 200 points, and an additional 20 free attribute points for each level up. There was nothing much to say about this task. Had he come a little earlier, he would have completed it effortlessly. Finally, Lin Hao looked at the Hell level task. Hell task: successfully conquer an unexplored dungeon within 3 days, ensuring your contribution in the team exceeds 80. Reward: maximum health increases by 500 points, maximum mana increases by 500 points, other attribute panels increase by 500 points, an additional 50 free attribute points for each level up, and 3 additional passive skill slots. This task is a bit difficult to evaluate. I haven't even entered an unexplored dungeon, so I don't know how hard it is. Though he said that, Lin Hao still accepted the Hell task. The reason was simple: the attribute rewards were just too generous. But in reality, the 3 passive skill slots were the most important reward. Active skills for job changers are limitless, but passive skill slots are limited to just 3. This means that under normal circumstances, a job changer can only have 3 passives. One can imagine how precious these passive skill slots are. Seeing Lin Hao accept the task, Principal Lu curiously asked, Lin Hao, what task did you take? Lin Hao did not hide it, and revealed the content of the task he accepted. Upon hearing this, the principals could not help but cover their foreheads and sigh. Oh no, this is bad. Alas, what a pity, another SS-level job changer is going to get stuck on the advancement task. Not to mention 3 days, even 3 months. This task is not something a person can accomplish. Once the task fails, you will be permanently unable to advance. Principal Lu was the most regretful, his face nearly wrinkled in distress. Lin Hao, I warned you so much, why did you still choose such a ridiculous task? Is this task really that difficult? Lin Hao asked with a confused expression. I remember Deputy Commander Li told me to conquer the dungeon, which should be an easy task. That's completely different. Principal Lu explained, the unexplored dungeons in our Dragon Nation are not just over 1,000, there are at least 8 or 900. It's not that we don't want to conquer them, but we simply cannot. What Deputy Commander Li referred to as conquering is simply entering the dungeon to kill monsters and reduce the fusion degree. But your task is a genuine conquest of the dungeon, and the contribution cannot be lower than 80. Even if you temporarily find a god from Dragon Nation to lead you, it would be futile. Principal Lu lamented, "Alas, we can only wait and see if Deputy Commander Li has a solution." After saying this, Principal Lu looked at Lin Hao as Li had left him contact information. Lin Hao nodded. He was also frightened by the stern attitudes of these principals. Was conquering the dungeon really that difficult? Just as well he still hadn't collected the rewards from the Limian secret realm, so he planned to ask about that too. However, just as Lin Hao was about to make a call, the phone unexpectedly rang first. Lin Hao looked at it in surprise. It turned out to be Lian calling. As soon as the call connected, Lian's slightly fatigued voice came through. "Lin Hao, where are you now?" "I'm still in the Limian secret realm." "I see. I will send someone to pick you up immediately. The dungeon in Limian Forest must be conquered right away. There's no time to lose." Deputy Commander Li, when you say conquer, do you mean a complete conquest, or just reducing the fusion degree and leaving? If it's possible to completely conquer, then we will do so. If not, we will reduce the fusion degree and address the urgent situation first. The so-called fusion degree refers to the level of integration between the dungeon world and the real world. Once the fusion degree reaches 100, the monsters in the dungeon can escape without any constraints. To reduce the fusion degree, the best way is to kill the monsters inside. The more monsters killed, the more the fusion degree will decrease. Under normal circumstances, a 50 fusion degree is a safe range, but that dungeon in Limian Forest has repeatedly surged to 100. Lin Hao, your sudden question, could it be that something happened? Lin Hao nodded and recounted the content of the advancement task. After listening, Lian's originally fatigued voice became even more weary. "Alas, I will try my best to think of a way for you." After the call ended, Principal Lu frowned tightly. Even the big shots in the war zone couldn't solve this. It took a long time for a SS-level job changer to emerge, only to be wasted by the advancement task by the afternoon. I really should be damned. Why did I give Lin Hao a top-level advancement stone? The other principals also sighed helplessly and could only comfort him. Let's take it step by step. Perhaps a miracle will happen. Soon the war zone's special armored vehicle arrived outside the hall of the Limian secret realm. Amid the astonished gazes of the job changers, Lin Hao calmly boarded the vehicle. Watching the armored vehicle slowly drive away, a seemingly ordinary-looking man in the crowd revealed a cold smile. An SS-level profession is indeed extraordinary. They can single-handedly take down a second-tier boss. It's a pity you probably won't survive the night. The driver of the armored vehicle was quite aloof. After confirming Lin Hao's identity, he drove silently towards the Limian Forest. Meanwhile, Lin Hao organized his gains in the vehicle. Although he had not yet received his special rewards, he had acquired 6 pieces of legendary equipment and a space ring for storing items, a gift from Principal Lu before his departure. All 6 pieces of equipment were level 10 gear, usable by mages. Elf Staff. Quality Legendary. Equipment requirement level 10. Class Mage. Spell attack power 2000. Psycho Robe. Quality Legendary. Equipment requirement level 10. Class Mage. Max health 10,000. Spell defense 3000. Phantom Boots. Quality Legendary. Equipment requirement level 10. Class None. Movement speed increased by 10. Effect immune to slow status. The attributes of the other 3 pieces of equipment were not much different. After equipping all of them, Lin Hao's spell attack power increased to 3,140 points, with other attributes also enhanced. Next, Lin Hao allocated his 20 free attribute points into agility. With that, his agility officially surpassed 100, reaching 110 points. Once Lin Hao finished all this, the vehicle came to a stop at the Limian Forest. Upon exiting the vehicle, his first sight was a temporary outpost and the soldiers standing guard. The main purpose of this outpost was not to block monsters from the dungeon, but to prevent ordinary people from accidentally entering and losing their lives. The real main force was further ahead. Seeing Lin Hao approach from afar, Lian personally came to greet him. "Lin Hao, you finally made it." "Deputy Commander Li, is the situation very serious?" Lian nodded gravely, saying, "The situation is dire, but what's more dangerous is what's happening on your side. The contribution rate for clearing 80 of the dungeon is far more challenging than you imagine. I've already contacted the district chief of our battle zone. We can only see if he has any solutions." "Thank you, Deputy Commander Li." Although Lin Hao did not believe that a level 10 dungeon could pose much difficulty for him, he felt it necessary to express his gratitude for Lian's efforts. Lian waved his hand, saying, "No need to be so polite. You're not a soldier from our battle zone, so calling me Deputy Commander Li feels a bit awkward. If you don't mind, just call me Brother Li." "Okay, Brother Li." Lian nodded, then took out a key. "This key is your reward for defeating the second-tier boss in the Limian secret realm. It can open the hidden dungeon." "Hidden dungeon?" Lin Hao asked, puzzled. This was a term he had never heard before. Lin explained, the hidden dungeon is a very unique level 50 dungeon. Each time you enter it refreshes 5 chests of varying quality. What you find inside depends on luck. There's a very powerful level 50 boss inside, so it's best for you to level up first before considering entering. Lin Hao nodded saying, all based on luck. Then I think my luck is quite good. Lin smiled adding, it is pretty good, otherwise you wouldn't have awakened in SS grade class. The two chatted as they quickly reached the entrance to the Linyuan Forest dungeon. Lin Hao, you're about to enter the dungeon. Are you nervous? Lin Hao shook his head saying, a level 20 boss isn't even a match for me, so a mere level 10 dungeon shouldn't be a problem. Lin Hao, that kind of mindset is dangerous, Lin reminded sternly. In dungeons that haven't been cleared, the monster's health is 10 times that of those outside. Moreover, there are various rules in the dungeon that are far more limiting than the monsters in the secret realm. For instance, in this dungeon, all monsters will self-destruct upon death, dealing damage equal to 10 of their maximum health to all targets within a 10-meter range. For melee classes, this place is practically a forbidden zone. Lin Hao asked, 10 damage is indeed quite exaggerated, but as long as we send ranged classes in, wouldn't the threat of this rule be greatly reduced? It shouldn't lead to an 80 death rate, right? Lin sighed, continuing, because there are more than one rule. Lin sighed, continuing, Rule 2, you cannot recover health in this dungeon, including, but not limited to, skills and items. Rule 3, you cannot use teleportation items within the dungeon for 1 hour. 3 rules. Lin Hao was quite surprised, and no wonder a small level 10 dungeon could pose such a high risk. That's right, so once you go in, be extremely careful. Use any items I gave you, and don't hold back. Preserving your life is the most important. Lin Hao nodded. He had heard this advice so many times, even Principal Liu had said it repeatedly, and now Brother Li was no exception. Finally, Lin took out a gem. What is this? Lin Hao asked. Lin smiled, not answering. Just don't worry about it, keep it on you. Lin Hao nodded. Oh, although he didn't understand why Deputy Commander Li was being so mysterious, he didn't think it would harm him. After accepting the gem, Lin Hao was about to step into the dungeon when Lin suddenly pulled him back. Wait, don't rush. This is a 5-person dungeon and your teammates are still on their way. Just wait a moment. Teammates. Lin Hao frowned. He had no confidence in their abilities. As long as they didn't hold him back, it would be enough. He was worried that once he entered, he would have to split his focus to ensure their safety. Moreover, his class talent required him to defeat the boss alone to gain energy. If the boss was touched by anyone else, it wouldn't count as a solo kill. Thinking of this, Lin Hao quickly made up an excuse. Brother Li, my class is a bit special. I must act alone to maximize my effectiveness. The forbidden mage has such an effect. Lin was puzzled but had no choice but to accept it, as he felt Lin Hao had no reason to deceive him. In the end, he could only remind him again. If you go in alone, be extremely careful and don't be too reckless. Lin Hao looked at his impressive energy value of 692,930 points and confidently said, don't worry, Brother Li. If I can't clear this dungeon, then I doubt anyone can. Good lad, quite arrogant. But I like it. Seeing Lin Hao so confidently and no longer obstructed him, and soon Lin Hao officially stepped into the dungeon. Upon entering the dungeon, a vast expanse of grassland came into view. Unlike the outside world, the grassland before him was drenched in a bloody red hue. Looking up at the sky, he was astonished to see a crescent blood moon hanging above, radiating an eerie crimson glow. If this dungeon could be considered a horror paradise, then even decorations were unnecessary. After surveying his surroundings, Lin Hao marched straight towards the center of the dungeon. He had barely walked for a moment when he encountered his first monster. Wild Wolf Cataclysm. Level 10. Health 20,000. Attack 620. Physical defense 460. Magical resistance 240. The health of the monsters in the dungeon was quite exaggerated. Even a common wild beast had 20,000 health points. Fortunately, the other attributes had not changed at all, otherwise this creature would be stronger than some level 20 monsters. Lin Hao glanced at it, and with little enthusiasm cast a fireball. 62,560. With damage exceeding 600, he instantly killed the wild wolf, and a green piece of equipment appeared on the ground. Lin Hao casually picked up the green equipment, saying, the book mentioned that monsters in the dungeon have an extremely high drop rate. It really isn't just talk. Outside, killing 1,000 monsters might not even yield a glimpse of equipment, yet here, just killing one drops gear. Not only that, but killing this monster also granted Lin Hao 100 experience points, which was 5 times more than outside. So the dungeon is truly a sacred place for leveling up. Lin Hao continued towards the center, having slain a dozen or so small monsters until he finally laid eyes on the first boss in this dungeon. Mighty Bear King Cataclysm. Level 10. Health 2 million. Attack 6,300. Physical defense 5,200. Magical resistance 4,700. With 2 million health points, this was truly outrageous. As Lin Hao observed the BOSS, it simultaneously noticed him. With a furious roar, the mighty Bear King displayed immense aggression, charging straight at Lin Hao. Seeing its enthusiasm, Lin Hao quickly conjured several fireballs and hurled them at the beast. 58,100. 58,100. 58,100. Each fireball dealt nearly 60,000 damage, easily dispatching an ordinary level 10 BOSS, but striking the Bear King felt merely like scratching an itch. I didn't expect my damage output to fall short so quickly. Lin Hao sighed unfazed as he began to improve his fireball spell. After reaching level 200, each upgrade required 200 energy, and Lin Hao directly spent 100 energy to raise it to level 250. To Lin Hao's surprise, he had initially thought that the energy required would double every 50 levels, but in reality this was not the case. After level 250, the energy requirement still remained at 200 points. Following this, levels 300, 350. Up to level 500, the required energy did not change at all. Raising the fireball spell from level 200 to 500 only consumed 600 energy, a far cry from what he had previously anticipated. Fireball LV 500 consumes 500 mana, deals 5,000 of your spell attack power as spell damage to a single target within 500 meters. No cooldown. After reaching level 500, the energy consumption of the fireball spell saw a significant increase. Each level now required a full 1,000 points of energy, 5 times the previous amount. However, this was still not a problem for Lin Hao, as he currently possessed over 630 energy points. From level 500 to 1,000, each level required 1,000 points of energy, so Lin Hao only spent 500 energy to elevate the fireball spell to level 1,000. Fireball LV 1,000 consumes 1,000 mana, deals 10,000 of your spell attack power as spell damage to a single target within 1,000 meters. No cooldown. What a terrifying multiplier. Higher than the maximum level legendary skill by 50. Who would believe that this is merely an ordinary fireball? After the excitement wore off, Lin Hao's heart cooled down because his energy was down to just over 1,000. He couldn't say he wasn't close to being impoverished overnight. Damn bear, let my losses be compensated by you. The mighty Bear King had closed the distance to within 30 meters, a range that could exert significant pressure on an ordinary mage. But Lin Hao was not an ordinary short-legged mage. His agility had surpassed 110 points, giving him a significant speed advantage over the boss. While retreating, Lin Hao still found time to continue unleashing fireballs at the bear. 309,300. 309,300. 309,300. With the greatly increased multiplier of the fireball spell, Lin Hao's damage reached a new realm. After several fireballs, the boss let out a painful howl. Realizing it could not catch up to Lin Hao, it decisively attempted to turn and flee. However, Lin Hao would not let it off easily. It tried to escape, but he pursued. There was no way it could escape. 309,300. 309,300. 309,300. Yet again, several fireballs struck down, and soon the boss collapsed. Oh dear brother, you're not as fast as me, and your reach is shorter. I can't fathom how you could possibly win against me. Killed level 10 Cataclysm Bear King, gained 300 experience points. Killed level 10 Cataclysm BOSS, congratulations on successfully absorbing 500 energy points. My goodness, killing a Cataclysm boss grants energy points 5 times the amount outside. Just one gives 500 energy. Lin Hao was thrilled. He had nearly recouped all the energy spent to elevate the fireball spell to level 1,000. This was no dangerous dungeon at all. It was clearly a treasure trove for his empowerment. Instantly gaining 500 points of energy caused Lin Hao to swell with pride, but he did not continue to upgrade the fireball spell as its multiplier was already sufficient. If his attack power was too low, even the highest multiplier skills would not deal explosive damage. Lin Hao turned his attention to the passive skill Magic Amplification. After level 100, each upgrade required 1,000 energy. Having just gained a fortune of 500, this 1,000 point cost felt trivial. Lin Hao directly spent 500 energy to elevate it to level 150. After level 150, the energy requirement doubled again, needing 2,000 points per upgrade. If nothing unexpected happened, the energy needed would not increase until level 500. As expected, Lin Hao's speculation was correct. After spending another 500 energy, he successfully raised Magic Amplification to level 450. Magic Amplification LV 450 permanently increases your spell attack power by 4,600 points. Terrifying. Truly terrifying. I only killed a level 10 BOSS and my power has risen so dramatically. Lin Hao glanced at his total spell attack, 6,640. It was no exaggeration to say that the vast majority of second-tier job changers do not have as high a magic attack as he does now. After finishing upgrading his skills, Lin Hao looked at the spot where the Bear King had collapsed. 3 level 10 legendary items had dropped. Violent Longsword. Quality Legendary. Equipment requirement level 10. Equipment class Warrior Swordsman and other physical classes. Attack 1500. Effect increases damage dealt by normal attacks by an additional 100. The other 2 legendary items had similar effects. Although these items were for physical classes and Lin Hao could not use them, selling them would yield a considerable income. One could only say that the dungeon was truly fantastic. After collecting all 3 legendary items into his storage ring, Lin Hao continued deeper into the dungeon. While other job changers feared encountering a boss, Lin Hao was worried there weren't enough bosses here. Outside the dungeon, Lian was nervously staring at a crystal. There were actually 2 such crystals known as mother and child crystals. The one Lian had just given to Lin Hao was the child crystal. As long as the mother crystal was activated, Lin Hao, who held the child crystal, would be teleported out immediately. This was the confidence that allowed him to let Lin Hao venture into the dungeon alone. Otherwise, if a newly emerged SS class changer from the 10th battle zone were to die in the dungeon, he would surely be reprimanded by the battle zone chief upon his return. The reason he initially didn't tell Lin Hao about the mother and child crystals was naturally to prevent him from becoming overconfident and taking reckless actions. Through the mother crystal, he could see very clearly how much health Lin Hao had left. Once Lin Hao's health dropped below 1, triggering the passive effect of the life-saving item, he would activate the crystal and teleport Lin Hao directly out of the dungeon within a maximum of 300 seconds. 10 minutes have passed. I wonder how many small monsters Lin Hao has killed by now. Killing monsters in the dungeon can reduce the fusion rate of the dungeon. With Lin Hao's terrifying output, reducing the fusion rate by 1 in 10 minutes shouldn't be a big problem, right? With this thought, Lian looked up at the fusion rate of the Lin Yuan Forest dungeon. However, he was shocked by what he saw. What? 76. I can't be hallucinating due to lack of sleep and mistaking a 9 for a 7, can I? Before Lin Hao entered the dungeon's fusion rate was at 97, yet in just 10 minutes it had dropped by 21. Lian rubbed his eyes, but no matter how he looked at it, it was still 76. How? How could this be possible? Even if Lin Hao had killed all the small monsters in one hit during these 10 minutes, the fusion rate shouldn't have dropped this much. Could it be that Lin Hao has killed a level 10 disaster boss? Lian couldn't help but gasp. A famous detective once said, once you eliminate the impossible, whatever remains, no matter how improbable, must be the truth. Lian's hands trembled with excitement. Lin Hao's profession was even stronger than he had imagined. What an entire 5-person team couldn't accomplish, Lin Hao managed to solve all by himself. Meanwhile, Lin Hao was frantically delivering warmth to the continuously emerging monsters. After a significant increase in spell attack power, every fireball Lin Hao cast could deal over 600 damage, causing dozens of small monsters to explode in place within just a few minutes. After delving deeper for a while, Lin Hao finally encountered the boss again, and this time there were 2 bosses together. Shadow Spirit Priest Disaster. Level 10. Health 150000. Spell attack 8300. Physical defense 3200. Magic resistance 6800. The other was also a Shadow Spirit Priest with similar attributes. This kind of magic-based boss, while having slightly lower health, is far more troublesome for most class changers compared to the Mighty Bear King, because their reach is long enough to deal damage to targets within 100 meters. With both monsters together, the threat level increased exponentially. But for Lin Hao, these 2 were simply a feast delivered to his doorstep. Is 100 meters a long distance? Then what does 1000 meters count as? Standing 500 meters away, Lin Hao raised his hand and launched a fireball, but an awkward scene unfolded. The fireball needed time to travel. It didn't hit instantly after being launched. By the time the fireball had flown 500 meters, the 2 monsters had already vanished from sight. The sound of the fireball hitting the ground attracted the attention of both bosses. After searching for a while, they finally spotted the suspicious figure 500 meters away. With a roar, the 2 monsters charged toward Lin Hao. If it were an ordinary class changer, they would have probably turned and fled by now. But Lin Hao remained incredibly calm, saying, "If I were you, what I should be doing right now is to run as fast as I can, not come here to seek death." Being 500 meters away might make it hard to aim, but that didn't mean it was the same within 500 meters. Lin Hao once again used his speed and reach advantage to toy with the 2 bosses like dogs. No matter what skills they used, they couldn't even touch the hem of his clothing, yet Lin Hao's fireballs always accurately struck them. 657200. 657200. 657200. With just 3 fireballs, 1 boss was instantly killed. If the class changers outside saw this, they would probably shout in amazement. Such terrifying damage shocked even Lin Hao himself. Killed a level 10 disaster priest, gained 300 experience points. Congratulations on successfully absorbing 500 energy points for killing a level 10 disaster boss. In the blink of an eye, another 500 energy points were in hand. The remaining boss seemed to be frightened by Lin Hao's terrifying output and fled without looking back. However, Lin Hao naturally wouldn't let it escape. Since you came here, you might as well be buried here. 657200. 657200. 657200. With another 3 fireballs, Lin Hao quickly earned another 300 experience and 500 energy. What a good person! Knowing I lack energy, he selflessly burned himself and gifted me 100. After becoming wealthy again, Lin Hao spent 100 energy to raise his magic amplification to level 500. After reaching level 500, the required energy indeed skyrocketed, increasing 5-fold just like the fireball. Now each upgrade requires 1000 energy points. Even though he had just gained a huge sum of 100, Lin Hao still felt a pinch in his wallet. Level 500 should be enough. If it's not enough later, I can upgrade then. After upgrading the magic amplification to level 500, Lin Hao's spell power reached 7140 points. Next comes the time for rewards. Outside, killing 2 bosses might yield nothing, but in this untouched dungeon, the 2 bosses dropped a total of 8 items. Among these items, 7 were legendary grade equipment. Lin Hao didn't check the attributes immediately, as he was pleasantly surprised to find that the last item was a skill book. Upon closer inspection, Lin Hao felt a bit disappointed as the skill book emitted a faint white light, clearly indicating it was the most worthless white skill. Mana recovery passive skill. Quality basic. Learning requirements none. Effect: after learning, recover 100 mana points every 60 seconds. My luck is truly against the heavens to receive another passive skill book. The previous disappointment regarding the white skill was instantly swept away. For the vast majority of class changers, the mana recovery passive skill is an incredibly abstract skill, because among the useless skills for mages it ranks quite high. Recovering 100 mana points per minute. Who really needs that little? It's something that would be given away and not even valued by others, and this skill wouldn't be of much use in the early stages, let alone later on. Most importantly, it takes up a valuable passive skill slot. However, for Lin Hao, this skill is quite good, because he can upgrade it infinitely. With this thought, Lin Hao immediately began to invest points. Do you want to spend 20 energy points to upgrade mana recovery? It only costs 20 points to upgrade. Lin Hao was somewhat surprised. The green quality passive skill magic amplification required 100 points to level up, while the white passive needed only a full 5 times less. Lin Hao pondered for a moment and spent 980 points of energy to directly upgrade the mana recovery skill to level 50. Mana recovery LV 50. Instantly recover 5,000 points of mana every 20 seconds. Not bad. Not only has the recovery interval been reduced, but the recovery amount is also quite impressive, jumping from 100 points to 5,000. After reaching level 50, this skill requires 100 points of energy for each subsequent upgrade. Lin Hao felt he had grasped some of the upgrade patterns. When each skill reaches level 50, the energy required for further upgrades becomes 5 times that of the previous level, and it doubles again at level 100. From level 150 to 500, it continues to double, and after level 500 it increases by 5 times. Sure enough, going from level 50 to 100, Lin Hao spent a total of 5,000 points of energy. However, he didn't mind this little consumption at all. In this dungeon, just casually killing a level 10 boss could earn him 5,000. Who would he look down upon for such a small expense? After reaching level 100, Lin Hao looked again at the effect of the skill. Mana recovery LV 100. Recover 100 points of mana per second. Wow, is this effect really something a white skill can have? To put it into perspective, the fireball spell at level 1000 only consumes 1000 points of mana per cast. Recovering 100 points of mana per second means he can now unleash the fireball spell freely. Lin Hao was already quite satisfied with the effect at level 100, but since he had money now, he waved his hand generously and spent 150 points of energy to upgrade mana recovery to level 500. Mana recovery LV 500. Recover 500 points of mana per second. My goodness. Incredible. From now on, if anyone dares to say mana recovery is a useless skill, he'll be furious. Who has ever seen a useless skill that recovers 500 points of mana per second? However, the truly powerful one is the forbidden mage profession, which truly transforms decay into the miraculous. For a long time to come, Lin Hao felt he wouldn't have to worry about mana at all. If he did, he could always level up his skills again. It was only then that Lin Hao turned his attention to the 7 pieces of equipment that the boss had just dropped. These 7 level 10 legendary equipment pieces had attributes that were not much different from the set Lin Hao was currently wearing. However, this was still a significant gain. Low-level legendary equipment isn't worth much, but each piece could sell for around 1,000, which would total about 1 million. After putting all the equipment into his storage ring, Lin Hao continued deeper into the dungeon. Outside the dungeon, Lin rubbed his sore eyes. For over 10 minutes, he had been staring at the crystal, not daring to blink, fearing that Lin Hao would encounter a problem at any moment. But then he suddenly felt it was unnecessary, as Lin Hao still had the legendary life-saving item he had given him. Lin rubbed his neck and instinctively looked up at the dungeon, only to be frozen in place. The reason was simple. The dungeon fusion rate, which had been as high as 76, had suddenly plummeted to 34 in just a few minutes. Lin could hardly believe his eyes. The dungeon fusion rate had dropped by more than 40 in such a short time. Lin Hao couldn't have killed 2 bosses consecutively, could he? What could he say? He could only exclaim, incredible. Truly incredible. So many 5-person teams were helpless against this dungeon. Yet Lin Hao had only been in for a short while and had already single-handedly killed 3 bosses. And these weren't ordinary level 10 bosses, they had 10 times the normal health. Lin was beyond excited. The dungeon that had given him a headache for so long might actually be cleared by Lin Hao alone. Taking a deep breath, Lin perked up again. There was only one boss left, and the final boss is often the grand finale. Hopefully nothing unexpected would happen. After continuing to move forward in the dungeon for a while, Lin Hao suddenly spotted a figure. Strange, didn't I enter this dungeon alone? Why are there other class changers here? Just as Lin Hao was puzzled, the figure suddenly turned around. You must be Lin Hao. I've been waiting for you for a long time. The man looked unremarkable, the kind of person you wouldn't recognize if thrown into the street. He wore a smile, but there was a mocking look at the corners of his mouth. Who are you? Lin Hao's expression grew serious. As he got closer, he discovered that this person was actually enveloped in a strange crimson mist, looking anything but normal. Are you talking about me? The man chuckled and said with utmost sincerity, I am a member of the Great Disaster Cult. Disaster Cult? Lin Hao was quite surprised. He didn't expect to encounter a lunatic from the Disaster Cult in the dungeon. He didn't know much about this cult. After all, he had just been an ordinary student before. He only knew that the people from this cult were not quite right in the head. Since you know about us, that makes things easier. Our goal is to bring greater power to all our brethren. Of course, not just anyone can join us, but you, Lin Hao, you have that qualification. Join us. Flesh is weak, calamity is ascension. The man slowly opened his arms while Lin Hao couldn't help but twitch his lips. The school was right, these people really do have some serious issues. I think I'll pass on joining you. If you have nothing else, I'll be on my way. Leave? Hee, you can't leave without my permission. The man's voice suddenly turned cold. I'll give you one more chance to choose. Will you join us or die here? Lin Hao did not reply, but instead examined the man's information. As expected, he could see nothing. The inherent detection ability of each class could only scan monsters. Though this fellow was aberrant, he was still human. Is the emergence of this instance your catastrophe, Chuch's doing? Naturally, the man said with great pride. Who else but our catastrophe church could possess such formidable power? All right, Lin Hao, my patience is wearing thin. Tell me your answer now. Lin Hao shook his head. I've slain many monsters, but never a human. If you're courting death, I wouldn't mind obliging you. Ha 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 ha. The man seemed to hear an incredibly amusing joke and burst into wild laughter. Many have sought to kill me, yet even level 50 experts failed. You, a mere level 10 class changer, what gives you such confidence? Is it your SS rank class or the items from the war zone? Lin Hao gave no response. Since he had identified this man as an enemy, only one course of action remained. Fireball was cast in an instant, a blazing sphere hurtling straight toward the man. The man sneered dismissively, not bothering to dodge, and took the hit heat-in. He had assumed the damage would be at most a few thousand points, too trivial to evade. But when the fireball struck, he was nearly scared to death. 698360. Such terrifying damage froze the smile on his face. Had he not received the Cataclysm's blessing granting him tenfold health, he would have been dead by now. Impressive, kid. No wonder you're an SS rank class. You can unleash such astonishing damage, even at level 10. Though his health bar was halved, the man's demeanor remained unruffled. Lin Hao had no interest in his ramblings and hurled one fireball after another at him. Unfortunately, the man, now prepared, dodged with ease. After all, despite his madness, he was not a beast driven solely by instinct. The trajectory of the fireball was far too obvious, a straight line that could be evaded with a few sidesteps. The greatest difference between humans and monsters lies not in attributes, but in intelligence. Kid, if you think this is enough to kill me, you're gravely mistaken. Such a simplistic attack might work on wild monsters, but against me it's laughable. I won't stand still and let you hit me. Lin Hao had also realized this flaw: a linear attack with slow speed was woefully ineffective against agile foes. Just then the man produced a blood-red gem and crushed it. The instance rules changed simultaneously. Rule 3: all creatures cannot use any items or leave this instance by any means for 1 hour. Ha 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 ha. Despair boy. Without the Warzone's life-saving items, you're nothing but a fragile mage hull shatter at a touch. They'll give you one last chance for being an SS rank class changer. Join or die. After reading the altered rule, Lin Hao's expression shifted dramatically. Not only could the Warzone's top-tier protection stone not activate, but even the death substitute puppet was shrouded in bloody mist, rendering it unusable. This was undoubtedly the greatest crisis he had ever faced. Outside the instance, Li An's expression changed drastically. What's happening? Why has the mother-child crystal stopped working? Is the instance malfunctioning? As Vice Commander, Li An had extensive experience dealing with the Catastrophe Church. His first thought was that the Catastrophe Church was behind it. Such a sudden change must mean the instance rules had been altered. If even the mother-child crystal was useless, Lin Hao inside would likely be unable to use any items. At this thought, Lin was horrified. Items capable of altering instance rules were rare, even for the Catastrophe Church. He hadn't expected them to use one specifically against Lin Hao. Damn it. Only items outside the rules could counter them. But such a crucial item was not in his keeping. Even if the Warzone was willing to use it to save Lin Hao with the time needed to fetch it, would Lin Hao still be alive? Without a second thought, Lian leaped onto his vehicle at record speed and raced toward the teleportation array leading to the Warzone headquarters. Inside the instance, Lin Hao suddenly smiled. You say I'm a fragile mage. I beg to differ. As he spoke, he focused all his attention on the skill Wind Barrier. This skill was one of the forbidden mage's initial 3. Since reaching level 10, Lin Hao had never bothered with it. Because his damage was so overwhelming that all monsters were eliminated on sight, none could even touch him, so there was no need to upgrade it. Now it was time to put it to use. Expending nearly 5,800 energy points, he instantly pumped it to level 1000. The effect of Wind Barrier underwent a radical transformation. Wind Barrier LV 1000, consume 100 mana to instantly gain a shield equal to 100 of your spell attack power, lasting 30 seconds. Cooldown 10 seconds. The skill's properties have undergone a major change. Cooldown begins immediately upon casting. Not bad. A 100 multiplier, matching Fireball. Moreover, for most shield skills, the cooldown doesn't start until the shield is fully spent. The complete release state of a shield skill involves casting the shield, then waiting for it to disappear. Only then does the cooldown begin. But with level 100 Wind Barrier, the cooldown decreased even while the shield was active. This meant that if he could endure for 10 seconds with this shield, even if it shattered afterward, he could cast another one immediately. It seems you won't give up until you're at death's door, the man snarled. Too bad, my patience has truly run out. With that, the man summoned a massive blood-red demonic blade out of thin air. The blade slammed heavily toward Lin Hao. Lin Hao's expression tightened. This was a wide-area attack. In such a short time, he couldn't escape its range. Struggle Ant. This is the price of your arrogance. An SS rank class that hasn't grown is just a corpse. The man initially thought he would see Lin Hao's face filled with fear and regret, but to his surprise, Lin Hao remained remarkably indifferent, as if he were not the one facing death. The man's curiosity was instantly piqued. He wanted to see how this fragile mage would survive without any props. At that moment, Lin Hao activated the Wind Barrier. The man couldn't help but sneer. Is this the final desperate struggle of an ant? If a pathetic skill like the Wind Barrier could withstand his attack, then he would write his name backward from now on. In the next instant, the blood-red magic blade came crashing down, exploding with a remarkably exaggerated damage number. 96,500. Nearly 100 damage. It should be an easy task to eliminate a level 10 fragile mage. However, this terrifying damage hit Lin Hao's shield without even leaving a crack. The man was a bit dumbfounded. What's going on? Did I just see wrong? Was that not the Wind Barrier, but some legendary skill that looks very much like it? The man focused his gaze and was completely stunned. Because Lin Hao's shield value was far beyond his imagination. Shield value 617507140. The man, at first glance, even thought there was something wrong with his eyes. A level 10 fragile mage actually summoned a shield with a value exceeding 71000. Come on, are you really not cheating? He had encountered SS level professions before, but he had never seen anything this outrageous. He now even felt that the rules about banning props seemed a bit excessive. Because the top-tier protective stone in the battle zone only creates a shield of about 1000. Seeing the man's almost ghostly expression, Lin Hao smiled lightly. If this is your strongest attack, then you can clean your neck and wait to die. Huh? Are you just bluffing? I'm not easily intimidated. The man put away his previous disdain, but still spoke calmly. The stronger the skill, the longer the cooldown, and everyone knows that shield skills have particularly long cooldown times. How long can your shield last? 10 seconds, or 20 seconds. At most 30 seconds later it will be your time to die. The man's reasoning was clearly sound, but unfortunately he encountered Lin Hao, who was not actually cheating. Oh no, Lin Hao felt he wasn't cheating at all. Lin Hao thought for a moment, and suddenly put on an expression of extreme fear, frantically starting to flee. Hee, now you want to run? It's too late. The man grinned sinisterly, closely following Lin Hao. With his back turned to the man, Lin Hao revealed a cold smile, thinking what a fool he was to be so easily deceived. The fireball spell was simply too straightforward, it could only catch someone off guard. So he had to feign a flaw and wait for an opportunity. Soon 20 seconds passed, and the man was somewhat surprised that Lin Hao's shield could last this long. However, it didn't matter, he didn't believe the shield could last forever. There had to be an end. Sure enough, at 28 seconds, Lin Hao's shield started to become somewhat transparent, and by the 30-second mark it completely vanished. The man's combat experience was extremely rich. He instantly accelerated and positioned himself in front of Lin Hao as the shield dissipated, striking at Lin Hao's head with his sword. He thought this time he would finally see Lin Hao's expression filled with despair. But unexpectedly Lin Hao suddenly smiled. Almost simultaneously another shield was generated in an instant. The long sword struck the shield, dealing over 600 damage, but in comparison to the shield value of over 700, it seemed utterly insignificant. The man's expression changed drastically. He couldn't understand why Lin Hao's shield skill had such a short cooldown. He only knew that if he didn't escape now he would truly die. Unfortunately, Lin Hao would not give him that chance. At such close range the fireball spell had no chance of missing. A fireball almost instantly slammed into the man. 698,360. The man's health bar was instantly emptied, but strangely he did not die immediately. Seeing this, Lin Hao showed no mercy, sending fireball after fireball crashing towards the man, yet the damage numbers made even Lin Hao pause in shock. 0, 0, 0. Just as Lin Hao felt utterly bewildered, the man suddenly let out an angry roar. The faint red mist that enveloped him grew thicker. After a heart-wrenching scream, the man's muscles suddenly began to swell. When the blood mist completely dissipated, standing before Lin Hao was no longer a mere human, but a gigantic werewolf with blood-red eyes. Lin Hao, I want you dead. Lin Hao's expression turned serious. Was this the effect of transformation? Leave Fate Disaster Cultist level 10 health, 300000 attack, 21300 physical defense, 18200 magic resistance, 17400. Sure enough, he turned into a monster. This attribute is truly terrifying. The werewolf had clearly lost its reason, swinging its arms wildly towards Lin Hao. 21,300. 21,300. 21300. Is that all? The man in werewolf form retained very little rationality, and he was not much different from a normal wild monster. No, he was even inferior to a wild monster, as he could not use any skills from his human form and could only keep attacking. The shield value of over 700 remained as sturdy as ever. Lin Hao waved his staff and fireballs simultaneously rained down upon the werewolf's head. If he were still human, he could easily dodge, but now transformed into a werewolf, he had completely lost his mind and didn't even know how to evade. 696,600. 696,600. 696,600. In less than 10 seconds, the cooldown-free fireball spell easily took down the werewolf. This time the man was utterly dead as the kill notification popped up. Kill level 10 Disaster Cultist gained 600,000 experience points. Kill level 10 Disaster Cultist, congratulations on successfully absorbing 1 million energy points. What the heck? 1,000,000 energy points. Lin Hao was quite pleased. The energy points spent on the wind barrier not only returned, but also had a considerable surplus. What delighted Lin Hao even more was that killing this guy had dropped 3 pieces of legendary equipment and a legendary skill book. The 3 pieces of level 10 legendary equipment were all for the swordsman class, and after glancing at their attributes, Lin Hao tossed them into his storage ring. To his surprise, that legendary skill book was actually usable by mages. Lin Hao felt a bit confused. Why did this guy who is a swordsman drop a mage's skill book? Could it be that this skill book was originally his, and he planned to trade it with someone else, but I ended up getting it instead? Who cares? In any case, this is a good deal for me. Blazing Impact, quality legendary requirement magic class effect, consumes 500 mana points, delivering a strike at extreme speed to a single enemy within 50 meters ahead, dealing 500 of the user's magic attack damage. Cooldown 600 seconds. Just how fast is extreme speed? Lin Hao found it somewhat perplexing, but it didn't matter. He would find out through experimentation soon enough. After learning the skill, he was about to allocate his stat points when a dungeon notification chimed. Ding! Congratulations on successfully conquering the dungeon. You have obtained calamities in staff, calamities in robe, calamities in boots, a potential stone, and the absolute luck skill book. Ding! This dungeon is about to close. You will be ejected in 10 seconds. Upon hearing these two prompts, Lin Hao immediately focused his attention on the potential stone. Lin Hao had long heard of this special item, the potential stone. It came in 3 grades: common, advanced, and supreme. A common potential stone upon activation granted an additional 10 free attribute points per level up, an advanced one granted 20, and a supreme one granted 30. Among all consumable special items, the potential stone ranked within the top 10 in value. Though a one-time consumable, its enhancement was permanent. Potential stone quality: supreme effect, a one-time special item. Upon use, the user gains an additional 30 free attribute points per level up. Excellent. It's a supreme grade potential stone. After all, even with his SS class profession, he only received 20 free attribute points per level up. The value of a supreme potential stone went without saying. If he were to sell it, he could easily rake in a few hundred million as a small goal. Even obtaining this potential stone alone made the entire dungeon expedition worthwhile. Of course, Lin Hao had no intention of selling it. He activated it immediately. He had already completed his class advancement quest, but was still inside the dungeon, so he hadn't leveled up yet. Using the potential stone now was the perfect timing, otherwise he might lose out on 90 free attribute points once outside. Meanwhile, outside the dungeon, Lin had driven there earlier, but now he returned via instant teleportation. Even Lin hadn't expected that District Commander Wang of the War Zone would personally tear through space to come to the dungeon. Lin Hao, you've got to hold on. Nearly 5 minutes had passed since the protective item failed, and Lin couldn't help but imagine the worst. Without a life-saving tool, could a fragile mage who shattered at the slightest touch survive 5 minutes? He already knew the answer in his heart, yet he refused to give up even a sliver of hope. Soon the two arrived once more at the entrance to the forest dungeon. But before Lin could step forward to check, District Commander Wang behind him suddenly chuckled. It seems my trip here was in vain. Hearing this, Lin's face turned ashen. Are we too late? I'm sorry, Lin Hao. If only I had detected those lunatics' actions earlier, perhaps you wouldn't have died. Lin was overwhelmed with regret, sinking into deep self-blame. Wang Jinyue said, You do bear considerable responsibility in this matter, but hear me out first. Never mind, he should be coming out now. Lin was puzzled by these words, and at that moment the dungeon gate before them began to grow ethereal. After about 3 seconds, the entire dungeon vanished without a trace, replaced by the figure of a young man. Overjoyed, Lin rushed to Lin Hao and gave him a warm embrace. Lin Hao, I knew you wouldn't die so easily. And you even conquered the dungeon. You're incredible. Ahem, Lin Hao said with some discomfort. Brotherly, calm down a bit, you're choking me. Oh, sorry, I got a little too excited. Lin scratched his head awkwardly, now understanding what District Commander Wang meant earlier. It wasn't that they had arrived too late. Lin Hao had resolved the problem on his own. Not only had he survived, but he had also conquered the entire dungeon in the process. Brotherly, who is this? Lin Hao looked at the imposing man whose eyes were incredibly sharp. Just standing there, he exuded an overwhelming pressure on Lin Hao. To put it in one word, terrifyingly powerful. Seeing Lin Hao's gaze on him, Wang Jinyue smiled warmly. I am the War Zone commander of the 10th War Zone. You can call me Commander Wang. Lin Hao was taken aback. The strongest war god of Dragon Country was suddenly standing right before him. Dragon Country had 13 war zones naturally with 13 commanders, but Commander Wang was recognized as the strongest among them all, one of Dragon Country's 3 demigods. Why would such a formidable figure appear here? Wang Jinyue continued. You're Lin Hao, right? I'm delighted to see a new star rising in the 10th War Zone once more. Young man, keep up the good work. The future belongs to you. I have some matters to attend to. I hope when we meet again, you'll be even stronger. With that, Wang Jinyue's figure vanished abruptly. Staring at the spot where he disappeared, Lin Hao took a deep breath and asked in confusion, Brotherly, why would a big shot like the Dragon Country's war god come here? For you, of course. After explaining, Lin's expression turned extremely serious. Lin, how did you encounter any suspicious individuals in that dungeon? Suspicious individuals, eh? Lin Hao nodded. I ran into those lunatics from the ruined church inside the dungeon. So it was them after all. Lin gritted his teeth. Those rats in the gutter, they're relentless and utterly disgusting. Lin Hao asked curiously, what kind of organization is the ruined church? His knowledge of this cult was limited to a few brief mentions in class. There's a lot more to this cult that involves bigger matters. But since they've already set their sights on you, we'll fill you in properly later. For now, I think you need a good rest, and I have some things to take care of. Oh right, this is your reward. Lin handed over a bank card, a supreme advancement stone, and a badge before hurrying away. Lin Hao went alone to the restroom at the checkpoint. He had an extraordinary amount of things to sort through. First, he turned his attention to the skill book obtained from clearing the dungeon. Absolute luck passive skill, quality legendary requirement, none effect upon learning your luck, seems to improve somewhat. Every class changer had a hidden attribute luck. Items that boosted luck were incredibly scarce. Lin Hao never expected to obtain a legendary skill book that increased luck. It seems my luck is truly remarkable. Though luck was intangible, it was undeniably a crucial factor. After finishing his skill learning, Lin Hao looked at the plus sign beside it. Consume 1000 energy points to upgrade absolute luck. Hiss, are you kidding me? 100,000 energy points for one level. Lin Hao gasped, startled by the number despite his current 1/4,000,000 energy reserves. But on the other hand, he had just slain a level 10 calamity cultist and gained 1,000,000 energy points, so 100,000 didn't seem too exorbitant. Lin Hao didn't upgrade immediately. Instead, he turned his attention to Instant Flame Strike, a legendary offensive skill. As expected, upgrading this active skill cost only 200 energy points per level, while passive skills cost 5 times that amount. Lin Hao aimed at the training dummy in the backyard. After closing the distance to 50 meters, he unleashed an Instant Flame Strike. Let's see just how fast extremely fast really is. The result far exceeded his expectations. The skill activated and struck within the blink of an eye. A distance of 50 meters felt like zero distance the moment he casted it hit. If he had mastered this skill earlier, that cultist would never have dodged his attack. No wonder it's a legendary skill, far superior to Fireball. After testing its effect, Lin Hao began his upgrade spree. Spending 9800 energy points, he directly raised it to level 50. Instant Flame Strike LV50 consumes 2500 mana points. Strikes a single enemy within 300 meters at extreme speed, dealing 2500 of the caster's spell attack as damage. Cooldown 600 seconds. Holy crap, a 25000 damage multiplier. How insane is that? After all, Fireball at level 1000 only had a 100 multiplier. However, despite its blinding speed and monstrous damage, this legendary skill, like all others, saw no reduction in cooldown regardless of level. So Fireball remained irreplaceable for now. A cooldown-free Fireball was simply too broken. Instant Flame Strike was mainly for dealing with overly agile foes. Level 50 sufficed for now, and Lin Hao had no plans to upgrade it further in the near future. With 4200 energy points remaining, Lin Hao finally turned to the legendary passive Absolute Luck. He pumped 4 consecutive levels into it. Absolute Luck LV5, your fortune seems to have improved slightly. This description is as abstract as ever. If not for the upcoming trip to the secret treasury dungeon to open chests, Lin Hao wouldn't have upgraded this skill now. Yes, he planned to head there soon. Although the dungeon housed a level 50 boss, Lin Hao's current magic power and skill multipliers left him unafraid. After upgrading both skills, Lin Hao examined the legendary equipment had obtained earlier. The monster drops were unremarkable with average stats. Lin Hao took out 3 pieces of Calamity Extinction equipment. Calamity Extinction Staff, quality legendary. Requirement level 10. Class Mage. Spell attack 4000. No wonder it's from clearing a dungeon. This level 10 legendary staff has double the spell attack of my elf staff. A typical level 20 legendary staff has about this much magic power. Next, he looked at the second piece. Calamity Extinction Robe, quality legendary. Requirement level 10. Class Mage. Max HP 20000. Max mana 20000. Not bad, far better than the Psionic Robe. Loses some magic resistance, but I don't need that anyway. Then Lin Hao examined the final piece. Calamity Extinction Boots, quality legendary. Requirement level 10. Class Mage. Movement speed 15. Effect immune to slow effects. When attacked, gain an additional 5 movement speed. Pretty solid, better than usual legendary gear. After equipping all 3, the set bonus triggered as expected. Calamity Extinction 3-piece set equipped bonus effect. Spell attack increased by 2000 points. Damn, that's insane. Lin Hao checked his spell attack, now 11140 points, officially breaking the 100 mark. My attack is terrifying. A single fireball can now deal over 1,000,000 damage. Finally, Lin Hao reviewed his stats. After a successful advancement, he instantly gained 500 max HP and 500 max mana. Because this mana increase was permanent, it triggered the Forbidden Mage's 3rd talent, multiplying it tenfold to 500 points. Not only that, but all other base stats increased by 500 points each. The 500-point boost to intelligence added another 100 spell attack, bringing his total to 12140 points. And that wasn't all. From the dungeon, Lin Hao had earned nearly 2 million experience points. After exiting and successfully changing class, he instantly jumped 4 levels to level 14. At the same time, thanks to using potential stones early on, he gained 100 free attribute points per level, 400 points total for 4 levels. Suddenly blessed with 400 free points, Lin Hao hesitated. Which stat should he invest in? He seemed to lack nothing at the moment. Name Lin Hao. Class Forbidden Mage. Level 14, 16. 33. HP 27100. Mana 93100. Strength 510. Constitution 510. Spirit 520. Intelligence 520. Agility 610. Spell attack 12140. With these stats, practically invincible among second-tier class changers. Which stat to add? Such a headache. Forget it. When in doubt, boost attack. All problems stem from insufficient firepower. Having made his decision, Lin Hao poured all 400 free points into intelligence, raising his spell attack by another 800 points to 14940. After confirming all his attributes, Lin Hao finally examined the legendary item Li and had given him. Hero's Badge Quality Man-Made Legendary Special Item. Activation condition: successfully conquer at least one dungeon. Effect when carried: increases spell attack by 2000 points. Only one such item's effect applies if multiple are held. A 2000 point spell attack boost without taking up an equipment slot. Pretty decent, though not quite what I imagined. With this increase, his spell attack now reached 14940 points. I can't even imagine how terrifying my damage must be now. Lin Hao felt quite satisfied with his current attributes. In 3 days, it's the National College Entrance Exam. With my current strength, acing it and becoming the top scorer should be a piece of cake. Whenever the college entrance examination was mentioned, Lin Hao thought of the principal of No. 1 high school. The matter of the advancement task had been resolved, and it was time to report safety. As soon as the call connected, the principal's slightly fatigued voice came through. Lin Hao, you don't need to worry. I have already contacted my old comrades from my youth. They will definitely be able to help you. No need, principal. The matter has been resolved. Resolved? Principal Liu's voice rose several degrees due to his surprise. When you say it's resolved, you're not implying that you have to give up on the dungeon strategy and accept the result of not being able to advance, right? Lin Hao shook his head. Not at all, principal. I have successfully completed the advancement task. I am now a first-tier class changer. Really? Principal Liu exclaimed with delight. Huh. As expected of my student from No. 1 high school, you are truly impressive. Having completed the most difficult advancement task, your attributes must have undergone an exaggerated increase, right? Lin Hao nodded. All my attributes have increased by 500 points, and my intelligence attribute has reached 920 points. Hiss. Good lad. Your attributes are even stronger than those of an ordinary second-tier class changer. You are truly a freak. With just 3 days left until the National College Entrance Examination, put in extra effort to secure the top spot in the country. The two continued their conversation for more than 10 minutes before ending the call. Just then Lian walked in with a serious expression. Lin Hao, the cultist you met in the dungeon, was he called Li Fei? Lin Hao nodded. That seems to be the name. Is there a problem? That's a big problem. Lian exclaimed excitedly. That guy is not a level 10 class changer. He is actually a level 44th tier class changer. Although he has been suppressed to level 10 due to the dungeon's restrictions, only his attributes are affected. His skills have not been suppressed. Your strength is truly beyond my expectations. However, Lin Hao was curious about something else. What exactly is the Disaster Ruins Church? Why are they able to suppress levels when entering the dungeon? Well, it's time to talk about that. Lian closed his eyes to organize his thoughts, and after a while he continued. Do you know how dungeons manifest? Lin Hao shook his head. The teachers only said that dungeons manifest suddenly. Indeed, they do manifest suddenly, but to be precise, it's not a manifestation, but a fusion. Fusion? Correct, it's a fusion. Lian said solemnly. Behind the dungeons there is actually a world that is not smaller than Blue Star. Hearing this answer, Lin Hao was greatly shocked. Lian continued to explain, the world behind the dungeon is what we call the Disaster Ruins. The Disaster Ruins are constantly fusing with our world. Places with a high degree of fusion become dungeons. The power of the Disaster Ruins exceeds our imagination, and it can be said to crush our Blue Star. In such a situation, there will naturally be a large number of people who are afraid of death betraying their race to align with the Disaster Ruins. Of course, there are also some wicked individuals who kill and rob in the wild, and after being discovered have no way out, ultimately joining the Disaster Ruins. But neither of these groups are good people. Killing 100,000 of them would not be unjust. So that's how it is. Lin Hao suddenly understood. If dungeons are projections of the Disaster Ruins world, then it makes sense that the creatures of the Disaster Ruins world enjoy certain privileges. After all, this is their home ground. Ordinary people naturally cannot suppress their levels to enter dungeons, but that does not mean the Disaster Ruins cannot find a way. Brotherly, if there are more and more dungeons now, does that not mean that the fusion speed of the two worlds is accelerating? Lian nodded solemnly. Indeed, we don't have much time left. Even if we keep attacking dungeons, we can only slow down the fusion speed. It does not resolve the fundamental issue of the two worlds merging. The world will eventually merge, so we must continuously improve our strength. Only in this way can we seize a slim chance of survival in the final world war. Is the situation that serious? It's even more serious than you imagine. According to what we know, the level 100 powerhouses of the disaster ruins world are at least 100 times stronger than ours. Lin Hao sucked in a breath of cold air, just listening to Li and made him feel somewhat suffocated. No wonder they wanted to conceal the matter of the two worlds from the outside. If this were to spread, it would definitely cause a massive panic. The Disaster Ruins Church was clearly aware of this fact, but they had long been labeled as a cult by the authorities, and whatever they said would not be believed by ordinary people. As for the class changers who knew part of the truth, that is difficult to say. No wonder in recent years the scale of the Disaster Ruins Church has been growing. It turns out that the matter of the two worlds merging is becoming increasingly hard to conceal. Lin Hao could not help but ask, "Brotherly, do you know how long it will take for the two worlds to merge?" Lian thought for a moment and said, "At most 2 years." 2 years. Lin Hao could not help but laugh. The previous pressure suddenly disappeared without a trace. With the current speed of his strength improvement, at most in a year, or even in half a year, he could become invincible in the world. He wouldn't even need to wait 2 years. Within a year, he might even be able to actively invade the disaster ruins. Seeing Lin Hao suddenly laugh, Lian thought that Lin Hao was under too much pressure and could only smile wryly, ending that topic. Alright, let's end our chit-chat here. The people from the Disaster Ruins Church seem to have set their sights on you. We will closely monitor some suspicious individuals, but you also need to be careful and avoid wandering around alone. Lin Hao nodded, concluding this conversation. His goal remained unchanged. He would continue to grow stronger according to the previous steps. After leaving the Abyssal Forest, Lin Hao did not return to Abyssal City, but headed west. Because the secret dungeon was located in the plains to the west. There were indeed many class changers grinding monsters in the plains. At a glance, there were shadows everywhere, and the shouts were incessant. A 5-person monster grinding team is still missing 1 healer. Those with high-level healing spells come quickly. Glass Shield Warrior leading the monster grind. We need 2 output players above grade. The Magic Dragon Guild is temporarily forming a team. We need 1 violent output. The Magic Dragon Guild was quite famous in the entire Abyssal City, and their appearance instantly excited the crowd. My god, the Magic Dragon Guild is here too. Me. I want to join. I'm Upgrade Archer. Upgrade Archer dares to say that. I'm Inscribed Mage, big shot, take me to grind monsters. The leader of the Magic Dragon Guild this time was a berserker named Lu Yuanshan, who looked excitedly at the Inscribed Mage. Fire Mage. That's a good profession. He was leading this team to hunt a level 20 boss with particularly high health and defense, and he needed a powerful magic output like that. However, just as the man was about to invite the other to join, he suddenly caught sight of another figure. Forbidden Mage. Isn't that the SS class changer? Lu Yuanshan was very excited. He came alone, and it seems he hasn't joined any other guild yet. If we can recruit him, the president will be overjoyed. Ding Ruifeng initially thought the man was approaching him, and couldn't help but smile with pride. N-level profession truly has the attention of the Dragon Guild. Once he joined the Dragon Guild, his future would be limitless. However, soon the smile on Ding Ruifeng's face froze. He was astonished to find that after taking a few steps towards him, Lu Yuanshan instantly changed direction and walked towards another person. What's going on? Immense-level professional, am I just being ignored here? Ding Ruifeng was bewildered and looked in the direction Lu Yuanshan was heading, only to suddenly spot a familiar figure. Damn, why is it this guy Lin Hao? No wonder Lu Yuanshan suddenly changed his course. Compared to an SS-level profession, his level profession seemed a bit lacking. Since the secret realm of the school, he had clearly understood the gap between them. But unlike Lin Hao, he wasn't an orphan. His family still had some assets. With the help of his parents, he was now wearing 3 pieces of legendary equipment. He could guarantee that his current output would definitely not be inferior to Lin Hao's. However, when he saw Lin Hao adorned with legendary gear radiating golden light, the last shred of his superiority was utterly shattered. Meanwhile, Lu Yuanshan and his teammates had already reached Lin Hao's side. Brother, your Forbidden Mage is an SS-level profession, right? Are you interested in joining us? Lu Yuanshan asked directly. Lin Hao shook his head without a moment's thought. Sorry, I'm not interested. Hearing Lin Hao's decisive refusal, Lu Yuanshan seemed to have expected it, and still smiled. Don't be so quick to reject us. The treatment in our Dragon Guild is far superior to that of ordinary small guilds. As long as you're willing to join, we can offer you an annual salary of 10 million, and you'll have priority access to all items for magic professions. Hiss. Ding Ruifeng, who had just leaned and couldn't help but gasp at this. 10 million a year. This was a salary he had never dared to imagine. Even if his family had some assets, the combined income of his parents barely added up to a few $100,000 a year. If he could earn this salary, he would dare to let his parents wash the dishes at dinner time. Just as Ding Ruifeng was completely immersed in his fantasies, Lin Hao without hesitation continued to refuse. You should look for someone else. After saying this, Lin Hao turned and left. This scene left Ding Ruifeng dumbfounded. Wait, this is a 10 million annual salary, not 1 million or 100. How can you refuse so decisively? The other members of the Dragon Guild felt somewhat embarrassed, and one couldn't help but exclaim, this kid is too arrogant, isn't he? Shut up. Lu Yuanshan scolded the man, and still said enthusiastically, Brother Lin Hao, it's dangerous for you to go in alone. There's a level 20 boss there. It doesn't matter if you don't join a let's form a party. Since there was no way to get Lin Hao to join right away, they should at least build a good relationship. However, Lin Hao waved his hand without looking back and continued to walk deeper alone. Now even Lu Yuanshan felt that Lin Hao was being a bit too arrogant. Even if you're an SS level profession, no matter how powerful the profession is, it doesn't change the fact that you're a fragile mage. It's unwise to venture into the wild alone. This is not a game. Being ambushed by monsters can really be fatal. Captain, don't pay attention to this arrogant guy. Having such an overconfident teammate is not necessarily a good thing. Yes, Captain, his arrogance will eventually drag everyone around him into the mire. It's fine if he doesn't join us. We don't need him. Sigh. Lu Yuanshan sighed deeply, still feeling it was a great pity. At this moment, Ding Ruifeng took the opportunity to smile and recommend himself. Brother, since Lin Hao doesn't want to join you, I'm willing to. I only need 5 million a year. You. Lu Yuanshan looked Ding Ruifeng up and down. Do I look like someone who would pay 5 million? Continuing on his way, Lin Hao soon encountered the first wild monster. Emerald Python, level 16, health 50, 200 attack power 6, 40 physical defense 5, 20 magical resistance 490. With health values in the millions, Lin Hao had seen too many in the dungeons. Now suddenly seeing 4-digit health values, he was a bit unaccustomed. After casually glancing at it, Lin Hao raised his hand and cast a fireball spell. 149-3510. A series of damage numbers instantly reduced the Emerald Python to nothing. Kill the Emerald Python, trigger passive absolute luck. Congratulations on obtaining the Emerald Python robe. Lin Hao was somewhat surprised that absolute luck was so effective. He had just leveled up to 5, and the drop rate was already this high. He had previously farmed hundreds of monsters outside, and the gear he obtained could be counted on 3 fingers. The drop rate shouldn't be 100, it must be that I'm just lucky this time. To validate this guess, Lin Hao didn't rush along the road, stopping to kill quite a few small monsters. In the end, he reached a conclusion. After leveling absolute luck to level 5, his luck had indeed improved a lot. On average, he could get 1 item every 20 monsters killed, a drop rate several times higher than before. If he were in a dungeon, this drop rate would be even more terrifying. Lin Hao was quite satisfied with this effect, especially since absolute luck was only at level 5 right now. Lin Hao was now looking forward to what it would be like when he leveled it up to 100. Just then he suddenly heard fierce fighting sounds coming from the right. Damn, this boss is something else. The skill damage is way too high. Ding Ruifeng, you need to pull your weight. I can barely hold on. A 1 skill caused over 1,000 damage. Did you not eat today? Ding Ruifeng said helplessly. You never mentioned that I was supposed to fight a level 20 boss. This guy's magical resistance is over 1/0. It's already impressive that I can break through his defenses. Alright, stop arguing. Lu Yuanshan interrupted their quarrel. Our team's configuration is still lacking. Let's retreat and avoid prolonged fighting. Soon the group of 5 withdrew from the battle, inevitably noticing Lin Hao nearby. Ding Ruifeng was quite surprised. Lin Hao, how come it's you again? Lin Hao rolled his eyes. That line should be mine to say. After a little sarcasm, Lin Hao ignored the guy and looked towards the boss ahead. A level 20 boss. Here comes a chance for energy. Furious Savage Bear. Level 20. Health 600,000. Attack power 20,000. Physical defense 18,000. Magic resistance 12,000. Just as Lin Hao finished examining the boss's status, Lu Yuanshan chuckled. Lin Hao, do you also want to kill this boss? Then let's cooperate. Our previous output was just short by over 200,000. With you around, we can definitely take this guy down. If we get any equipment drops, they're all yours. The other team members frowned in dissatisfaction. Ding Ruifeng even shouted inwardly, why should it be like that? However, Lu Yuanshan didn't care about their thoughts. He simply wanted to win Lin Hao over. After all, you can't bite the hand that feeds you, and he could use this chance to show Lin Hao the strength of the Demon Dragon Guild. Unexpectedly, Lin Hao refused again, saying, I appreciate your kindness, but for a mere level 20 boss, there's no need to team up, as I can take it down with a flick of my wrist. Take it down with a flick. Upon hearing this, everyone was taken aback. This is a boss with 6000 health, not 6000. Even a profession of SSS rank wouldn't be able to take it down that easily, would they? Lin Hao didn't care about their thoughts. He simply conjured a fireball and hurled it straight ahead. As they watched the fireball soar hundreds of meters and crash directly into the BOSS, everyone widened their eyes in unison. What kind of outrageous skill is this to have such a long range? However, even more shocking was yet to come. When the fireball hit the BOSS, it immediately unleashed a damage number that left everyone unable to accept. 148,2000. A damage figure stretching to 7 digits nearly made everyone think they were seeing things. Yet the boss's health bar confirmed they weren't mistaken. Over 1,000,000 damage instantly depleted the boss's health bar. My goodness, is this damage output really possible from a sub-20 level class? What are you talking about? Over 100,000 damage. Our guild's level 20 class can't output that either. We were so narrow-minded. Just moments ago, we thought Lin Hao was being overly arrogant by venturing alone, and now we realize how humble he truly was. If I had this kind of power at just over 10 levels, I would dominate the wilds. Beside them, Ding Ruifeng was still in shock, unable to recover. He had thought that obtaining 3 legendary pieces of equipment would allow him to compete with Lin Hao's damage output. Now he understood just how childish that thought had been. Lu Yuanshan took a deep breath, realizing why Lin Hao was reluctant to join them. It was because he looked down on them. But even so, he didn't intend to give up. Lin Hao, my brother. Before he could finish, he noticed Lin Hao had already vanished without a trace. After killing the BOSS, Lin Hao triggered the effect of absolute luck and obtained 2 pieces of level 20 legendary equipment. With this skill, he realized that even if he continuously farmed monsters in the wild, he could live a worry-free life. Of course, Lin Hao's goal at this moment was not so shallow. He aimed to become the most powerful man. If he were to stop improving here when the 2 worlds fully merged, he would probably lack even the slightest self-defense capability. In addition to the 2 legendary pieces of equipment, this monster also provided Lin Hao with 2 energy points, and farming at level 6 granted him an additional 1 totaling 3. I kind of miss dungeons. The 5-fold experience and energy are just too good. If we could add in the benefits of farming above one's level, that would be even better. After I get the treasure chest from the secret dungeon, I'll check out the nearby dungeons. Lin Hao was thinking this when he suddenly noticed with surprise that a wild boss had appeared not far ahead. The boss was a towering wild bull of level 20 which roared and charged at Lin Hao. So brave. Lin Hao was a bit surprised and glanced at its attributes. Are you serious? 6,000 health. Who gave you the courage to stand before me? Lin Hao lightly waved his staff, and a seemingly ordinary fireball spell was hurled forward. 148,1000. As soon as the fireball struck, the wild bull boss instantly dropped dead. This time, he didn't trigger the effect of absolute luck, so Lin Hao didn't even see a glimpse of the equipment, but it didn't matter, as killing this wild bull boss brought him another 3 energy points and around 0 experience points. Thanks for the warmth, my friend. Lin Hao smiled faintly and continued deeper into the wild. After about 10 minutes, he had killed enough monsters to finally reach level 15. With 100 points of free attributes, Lin Hao allocated them all to intelligence, as he was about to face not just any BOSS, but a level 50 tier 5 BOSS, and higher attack power was naturally better. After increasing his intelligence by another 100 points, Lin Hao's spell attack power also rose by 200 points, totaling 15,140. After walking for a while longer, Lin Hao finally arrived at the entrance of the secret dungeon. The secret dungeon differs from other dungeons. It has no grand gate, only a spatial black hole. Only those with a key can pass through the black hole to enter. Thus, there were almost no other players here, as without a key, staying here was pointless. Soon Lin Hao stepped into the black hole, eager to see just how strong the tier 5 boss really was. Not long after Lin Hao left, a large group of class changers arrived at the entrance of the secret dungeon. We haven't been able to find him. Could Master Lin Hao have entered the secret dungeon? Since just witnessing Lin Hao's terrifying output, Lu Yuanshan's title for him had changed from Lin Hao my brother to Lin Hao the Great. In front of him stood a larger and more robust man, Lu Shanyong, the president of the Demon Dragon Guild. He hurried over after hearing of Lin Hao's glorious deeds from his subordinates. Did you see it wrong? Lin Hao really went in this direction? Lu Shanyong asked. Absolutely not. Lu Yuanshan and the others nodded affirmatively. This is bad. He didn't really enter the dungeon, did he? Lu Shangyong's expression turned grave. Is there a problem? Lu Yuanshan was quite puzzled, as he had never been in this dungeon. It's a big problem. Lu Shanyong said solemnly. The boss inside is a super strong level 50 boss. Even if the monsters are of the same level, there is still a vast difference in strength. This is just like their class changers. Even if they are all level 10, a Lin Hao can still wipe out a large number of peers at once. The boss inside is just that kind. What do we do? How can we save him? Lu Yuanshan asked anxiously. It shouldn't be too much of a problem. The monsters inside are indeed powerful, but their attack intervals are quite long, giving him enough time to use a return item to escape the dungeon. It's just a pity about that key. The keys to the secret dungeon are scarce even in the battle zones. It's a real waste. At that moment, Lu Shuanyong noticed another group of people approaching. Han Shuangye, Du Qingfeng, why have you two also come? The newcomers were the leaders of the other two major guilds in Lingyuan City. If your Mo Long guild can come, does that mean our Han Shuang guild cannot? The woman smiled while a refined-looking man on the other side quipped, haven't seen you for a few days. Has President Lu become so domineering already? Isn't the secret dungeon yours, Mo Long guild? Lu Shuanyong snorted coldly, stop pretending. You two major guilds are quite well informed, but Lin Hao has already entered the dungeon. If we are to quarrel, we should wait until he comes out first. Both were taken aback by his words. Although they had suspected it for a long time, hearing that Lin Hao had entered the secret dungeon still surprised them. It should be noted that there was a level 50 tier 5 boss inside. Lin Hao was still under level 20. How did he dare do this? After the initial shock, everyone felt it was a pity, regretting the waste of a key. Inside the dungeon, Lin Hao was astonished to find that this dungeon actually had no blood red moon. This meant that the dungeon had detached from the Jiaxu world and was an independent dungeon. This was good news for Lin Hao, as it meant the boss would not have a disaster state and would not possess 10 times its health. However, the moment he laid eyes on the BOSS, Lin Hao was also somewhat startled by its exaggerated attributes. It was a creature covered in green, grotesquely ugly, yet its size was as large as a small mountain. Devourer, level 50 health, 100000000 attack, power 2000000 physical defense, 190000 magic resistance, 180000 skills, giant hammer, slam, mount, tie, crush. What the hell? 100 million health, is this the standard for all tier 5 BOSSES, or is this guy an anomaly? Lin Hao was a bit confused, but he knew he had truly encountered a formidable enemy this time. Just as Lin Hao was observing the BOSS, it also noticed him at the same time, its eyes gleaming with a greedy joy. Food. I want food. The monster swung the giant hammer beside it and charged straight at Lin Hao, shaking the entire dungeon with its run. Such a terrifying aura. Lin Hao exclaimed, his eyes bursting with intense fighting spirit. Fireballs shot towards the devourer in rapid succession. 133, 4000. 133, 4000. 133, 4000. Over 1 million damage could easily kill a level 20 BOSS, but striking this creature felt like merely tickling it. The gap between a first-level class changer and a tier 5 boss was evidently ridiculous. If it had been anyone else, they would have long since fled, but Lin Hao did not. The fireball spell continued to be unleashed. 133, 4000. 133, 4000. 133, 4000. Although this boss was large, its movements were extremely swift, covering nearly 100 meters with each step. After taking over 10 fireballs, the boss successfully closed in on Lin Hao, raising its hammer to smash down on his head. Lin Hao had no intention of dodging. With the size of this monster, even a normal attack would still be a large area of effect. Almost simultaneously, a level 1000 wind barrier was activated. With a significant boost to spell attack power, Lin Hao's shield became even more robust. The shield, with a value of 151,4000 points, immediately enveloped Lin Hao. 200,000. With a single smash, Lin Hao's shield remained unscathed. With such a solid shield facing the boss's attack, Lin Hao did not even blink, continuing to unleash fireballs. 133, 4000. 133, 4000. 133, 4000. Alt. In pain, the boss roared furiously, damn little bug, I will crush you to pieces. The boss suddenly gathered strength and leaped into the air, then slammed down heavily. 1 million. The terrifying damage immediately cracked the shield. With the shield reduced to only 134,000 points of health, Lin Hao did not plan to endure any longer. His health was still below 6,000 points. A single hammer blow could finish him off. However, Lin Hao was not the slightest bit anxious because he had several trump cards. He directly took out a top-tier protection stone. After activation, Lin Hao instantly created another shield with a value of 1000. The shield values do not stack. As soon as this new shield formed, the previous one dissipated. But it didn't matter because he still had 9 more such protection stones. Seeing Lin Hao create a new shield, the boss's mouth nearly twisted in anger. Little bug, do you just know how to hide in your shell? Damn ugly monster, you a tier 5 BOSS, and you are still acting cocky. If I were tier 5, a single fireball would obliterate you. While Lin Hao retorted, he did not stop firing fireballs. 133, 4000. 133, 4000. Oh, damn bug. The devourer had obviously entered a state of rage, not sure if it was hurt by the fireballs or if the term ugly monster had provoked it. After a brief charge, the massive hammer came crashing down. 1 million. The newly formed shield was instantly shattered. But it was fine as 10 seconds had passed, and Lin Hao activated wind barrier once again. The shield with a value of 151,4000 points enveloped him once more. The devourer was left speechless. Damn bug, you sure have a lot of shells. You're not too shabby yourself, actually managing to absorb so many of my fireballs. The name Devourer indeed suits you well. The enraged Devourer noticeably increased its attack speed, smashing down towards Lin Hao amidst his violent output. 200,000. 200,000. 200,000. However, this battle was destined to be a victory for Lin Hao. At this point, the boss's health had already dropped below half. After using another top-tier protection stone, Lin Hao activated wind barrier once more, and the boss's health was nearly depleted. Lin Hao did not immediately finish it off, but instead turned his gaze towards the legendary passive skill, Absolute Luck. He would need it for opening treasure chests, so it was best to upgrade it now. Having killed 2 bosses along the way, Lin Hao now had 660,000 energy points. Without any hesitation, he consumed 600,000 energy to once again elevate it by 6 levels. Absolute Luck LV11. Your luck seems to have improved somewhat compared to before. Just then the Devourer seemed to regain its senses, realizing it was no match for Lin Hao, and began to flee in a panic. Seeing this scene, Lin Hao couldn't help but laugh. A tier 5 boss can't even handle a first-level class changer. Even if you escape back to Zhaishu, how can you live with yourself? Damn bug, don't get cocky. Ever since coming to this cursed place, my stomach has never been full. Otherwise I could smash you with a single blow. Lin Hao chuckled. Your pathetic fleeing figure has no persuasive power at all. A massive fireball formed in an instant, nearly hitting the boss the moment it was created. 360,5000. The momentary flame struck with over 3 million damage, instantly emptying the boss's health bar. You have killed the level 50 Devourer, earning 1 million experience points. An additional 5 million experience points for defeating it at level 35 or above. Congratulations on successfully absorbing 2 million energy points after defeating the level 50 boss. An additional 7 million energy points for defeating it at level 35 or above. You have triggered the passive skill Absolute Luck by killing the Devourer. Congratulations on obtaining the Devourer's Hammer, Devourer's Armor, and Devourer's Ring. This wave is really profitable. Killing a boss surprisingly rewarded me with 5 million experience points. In an instant, Lin Hao realized he had leveled up to level 19. However, what excited Lin Hao the most was the energy points. In just a moment, he gained 9 million, becoming wealthy again, and this time he struck it rich. Next, Lin Hao looked at the attributes of the 3 legendary pieces of equipment. Devourer's Hammer, quality legendary equipment, requirement level 50, equipment class Berserker, attack power 1000. Such an exaggerated attack power. Although Lin Hao had never seen other level 50 equipment, he was sure that this hammer was definitely among the top tier of level 50 gear. Devourer's Armor, quality legendary equipment, requirement level 50, equipment class Berserker, defense power 100, magic defense power 1000. There is nothing more to say, but strength speaks for itself. Devourer's Ring, quality legendary equipment, requirement level 50, equipment class Berserker, attack power 200, effect. When health is below 50, your attack speed increases by 50. Such accessories that boost attack power are rare, and this ring adds a full 200 points along with additional effects, making it a top-tier item. Lin Hao felt a bit regretful he couldn't equip them. However, if he sold these 3 pieces of equipment, making several million should be easy. Let's see if he can trade them for something useful later. After storing the 3 legendary pieces in his storage ring, Lin Hao continued walking forward. Sure enough, not far ahead, he saw 5 treasure chests. The quality of the chests ranged from low to high: white, basic, green, ordinary, purple, advanced, red, epic, and finally the golden legendary. Lin Hao hesitated, considering whether to level up before opening the chests, as the energy cost for leveling up was 100 for level 1, which made him feel quite painful. But in order to obtain a legendary skill book, Lin Hao gritted his teeth and decided to go all out. Consuming 9 million energy points, Lin Hao directly upgraded Absolute Luck to level 50. Absolute Luck LV50. Your luck has improved significantly. When opening treasure chests, you are guaranteed to receive one of the most valuable items within. Nice. This is the effect I wanted, making my energy expenditure worthwhile. Lin Hao was very pleased and immediately opened the white treasure chest. A white treasure chest typically only yields some useless consumables, but Lin Hao found a skill book inside. It was the water sphere technique, which he could use. Not bad. Learning water magic is important. Otherwise, if he encounters a fire-resistant monster later, it would be troublesome. After learning the skill, he gathered the miscellaneous consumables and looked at the green, ordinary treasure chest. After opening it, apart from some useless green equipment, Lin Hao saw another skill book. Damage reflection passive skill quality ordinary learning conditions none effect reflects one of damage received back to the attacker. A useless skill. With my fragile mage's health I would perish after just one attack. Lin Hao appeared strong in survivability, but it relied on the shield from Wind's blessing. Damage hitting the shield does not affect him and cannot be reflected. Let's keep it for now, who knows, maybe after some time my health could reach billions. Lin Hao did not learn this skill because it would occupy one of his passive skill slots. Although he now has 6 passive skill slots after leveling up, it wasn't necessary to take up one with a skill he wouldn't use temporarily. Next, Lin Hao looked at the purple advanced treasure chest. Upon opening it, he found the usual assortment of purple equipment. Lin Hao was not even interested in legendary gear, let alone some purple items. Fortunately, besides these purple items, Lin Hao spotted another skill book. Storm Howl Quality Advanced Learning Conditions Mage Effect consumes 100 mana points to summon a tornado with a diameter of 5 meters, sweeping forward 10 meters, and dealing damage equal to 100 of your spell attack power to the target's hit. Cooldown 300 seconds. Awesome. Finally, I got a skill for area attacks. Although the initial range is a bit small, it doesn't matter since I can upgrade it infinitely. After learning the skill, Lin Hao looked at the red epic treasure chest. He was quite excited as this was the highest grade chest aside from the legendary ones. Upon opening the chest, he first saw some red equipment followed by a red fruit. Fruit of Magic, consuming it permanently increases the user's maximum mana by 2,000 points. What a good item. Lin Hao swallowed it whole. Since it was a permanent increase to his mana attributes under the effect of the Forbidden Mage's talent level 3, the 2,000 points of mana instantly became 2,000 points. Lin Hao's mana officially broke through 1,000, reaching 113100 points. In addition, the red treasure chest also yielded a red skill book. Multiple healing quality epic learning conditions Mage Effect consumes up to 300 mana points to cast healing spells on up to 3 targets, restoring 50 of your spell attack power's health. The effect is quite good, but I'm a lone wolf without teammates, so we'll keep it for now. Lin Hao took a deep breath and opened the last legendary treasure chest. After opening the chest, he was momentarily stunned because he didn't see a single piece of legendary equipment. This is not a bad thing, but rather a good one, because legendary equipment is considered the lowest value among all legendary items. Inside the chest, there were 3 legendary items radiating golden light. Lin Hao first glanced at the legendary skill book. Endless Barrier. Quality Legendary. Learning Requirement Mage. Effect consumes 500 mana points to instantly gain a shield equal to 500 of the user's spell attack power lasting for 10 seconds. Cooldown 600 seconds. Not bad, another shield skill. The multiplier of a legendary skill is certainly incomparable to a white skill like Wind Barrier. If this legendary skill reaches level 10, it can create a shield with a 5,000 multiplier. Although the cooldown is a bit long, the sense of security it provides is exceptionally high. If he had this legendary skill earlier, Lin Hao wouldn't even have needed to use the top-tier protection stone to solo that devourer. After learning the skill, Lin Hao looked at the second legendary item, which was a blue fruit. Source of Wisdom. Quality Legendary Special Item. Effect consuming it instantly increases the user's intelligence by 500 points. Another good item, 500 points of intelligence, is equivalent to 1,000 points of spell power. After consuming the fruit, Lin Hao's spell attack suddenly became 16140 points. Then Lin Hao looked at the last legendary item, which was a key emitting a special fluctuation. Key. Quality. Effect travel to Tianyuan mountain range where unexpected events may occur. The item name and quality are all unknown. Lin Hao was somewhat surprised this was the first time he had seen such a special item. However, he did know about the Tianyuan mountain range. It is the highest mountain in the entire 10th war zone, not far from their Linyuan city. If going straight from the wilderness, it would take at most half a day to reach. Let's go check it out later. There happens to be a level 10-20 dungeon there that can yield a large amount of energy points. Lin Hao made a decision after a brief contemplation. Just then the dungeon began to turn ethereal, clearly about to teleport him out. Outside the dungeon, Lu Shangyong questioned, Lin Hao has been in for 5 minutes, why hasn't he come out yet? I don't know, could it be that he really has a way to deal with that 5th order boss? Han Shuangya also felt puzzled. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Du Qingfeng was so certain because he understood better than anyone else present how powerful that boss was. The boss in the secret dungeon is not static. After the boss inside dies, it will respawn after 24 hours. And that boss known as the Devourer was terrifyingly strong. It appeared 2 months ago, leading many 5th order powerhouses to enter with high hopes only to return empty-handed. If he hadn't run quickly back then, he might have lost his life inside. With 1 billion health points and nearly 2,000 in physical and magical resistance, could Lin Hao, a 1st order class change at level 10, even attempt to fight it? The other 2 guild leaders nodded. Indeed, a 5th order boss is not something a 1st order class changer can handle. As they continued talking, everyone grew a bit worried about Lin Hao, wondering if he might be in trouble inside. Fortunately, at that moment the spatial black hole began to fluctuate, and Lin Hao was then teleported out. Looking at the crowd before him, Lin Hao asked, "Are you all entering the dungeon?" The three guild leaders shook their heads, with Lu Shangyong being the first to speak. "Brother Lin Hao, I came specifically for you. Let me introduce myself first. I am the leader of the Demon Dragon Guild. As long as you, Brother Lin Hao, are willing to join us, you will receive a monthly salary of 10 million, and you will have priority in choosing any items and skill books related to the mage profession in the future." Lu Shangyong finished speaking with a confident smile, as what he had just said was an extremely tempting benefit for all individual players. However, to his surprise, Lin Hao rejected him without a second thought, saying, "Sorry, I'm not interested." This statement left not only Lu Shangyong, but also the other two guild leaders stunned. Isn't it said that Lin Hao is an orphan barely able to make ends meet? Has he ever seen 10 million Dragon Country coins in his life? Yet he rejected it without even thinking. Watching Lin Hao's departing figure, the three guild leaders were momentarily at a loss for words, because they truly could not offer anything more. Lu Shangyong smiled wryly. "It seems that our Linyuan City's major guild still cannot catch the eye of this SS class changer." Du Qingfeng said, "I think it might not be the case, but perhaps he was just in a bad mood earlier." Upon hearing this, everyone felt it made a lot of sense. After all, he had just wasted a secret key and may have even sacrificed his life-saving items only to come out empty-handed. Inviting him to join at such a time would naturally lead to rejection. After Du Qingfeng finished speaking, he regretted reminding these two. However, he quickly felt relieved. The two guild leaders were not fools and would figure this out eventually, at which point they would have to compete again. For now, they should think about what conditions to offer Lin Hao, or it would probably require significant expenditure. With Lin Hao already gone, there was no point in staying here any longer, but just as a few were about to leave, Du Qingfeng was horrified to discover that the dungeon's black hole had actually disappeared. "My God, look behind you." "What?" Lu Shangyong turned around with confusion, then widened his eyes. "The dungeon black hole has disappeared." They were shocked because the disappearance of the dungeon black hole meant that the dungeon had been cleared. Lin Hao actually killed the 5th order boss with 1 billion health points. Everyone present was somewhat stunned. Even witnessing it firsthand, they couldn't believe that someone could possess such terrifying combat power at the 1st order level. He must have used some incredibly powerful special item, right? Du Qingfeng speculated first. Lu Shangyong nodded. But even so, Lin Hao's strength is still absurdly strong. After all, there are no items in the war zone that can inflict 1 billion damage on monsters. Let alone items that deal 1 billion damage. Even those that deal 10 million damage do not exist. If such good items existed, low-level dungeons would have long been cleared by players from the war zone. Why would they send so many class changers in to take risks? Han Shuangye sighed, and then felt somewhat relieved. No wonder he looks down on our guild. If I had that kind of strength, I wouldn't look down on us either. They are merely a major guild in Linyuan City, insignificant in the entire 10th war zone, let alone in the whole Dragon Country and the world. After leaving the secret dungeon, Lin Hao was heading towards the Tianyue mountain range while sorting out his state. Having leveled up by 4 levels, he received an additional 400 points of free attributes. Lin Hao did not hesitate at all, allocating all of it to his intelligence attribute. Although his output was already invincible among his peers, as an SS class unique class changer, how could he have such little ambition? He not only wanted to be invincible among peers, but also to be unmatched even against those 4 levels higher. After adding 400 points to his intelligence, Lin Hao's spell power increased by another 800 points, reaching 16940 points. However, this was not the end. After leveling absolute luck to level 50, Lin Hao still had a staggering 516 million energy points, and then he looked at the passive mana amplification. After reaching level 500, each upgrade of magic amplification required 1000 energy points. Lin Hao once thought this was exorbitant, but now it seemed merely ordinary. Expending 5 million energy points, Lin Hao upgraded it all the way to level 1000 in one go. Magic amplification LV 1000. Your magic attack power is permanently increased by 10100 points. Thus, Lin Hao's magic attack power officially broke through 200 points, reaching an astonishing 21940 points. If neither wore equipment, his current stats could already rival a 5th-tier job changer. Lin Hao was quite satisfied with his stats, but energy was never enough. The 9 million energy he had just obtained was instantly drained, leaving only 16000. Energy, I still lack energy. Lin Hao sighed and continued advancing toward the Tianyue Mountains. After half a day's journey, Lin Hao's luck was extraordinary. Perhaps due to absolute luck, reaching level 50, he encountered several wild bosses clustered together on the road. He granted each a fireball spell, slaying them all, and his energy soared to 406 million, making him wealthy again. Lin Hao paused his steps and examined the purple quality area effect skill Roaring Storm. Tapping the plus sign lightly, he discovered that each upgrade for a purple active skill cost 100 energy points. For Lin Hao now 100 energy points meant nothing. Spending 4900 energy, he first raised it to level 50 to see its effect. Roaring Storm LV50 consumes 500 mana points, summons a tornado with a 15-meter diameter that sweeps forward 30 meters, dealing 500 of the caster's magic attack power to target's hit. Cooldown 60 seconds. The multiplier is a bit mediocre. It's indeed not on the same level as legendary skills. The only advantage over legendary skills is its lower fixed cooldown. Now let's see if further upgrades can reduce the cooldown. Lin Hao pondered, then spent 2500 energy points to raise it to level 100. Roaring Storm LV 100 consumes 100 mana points, summons a tornado with a 30-meter diameter that sweeps forward 60 meters, dealing 100 of the caster's magic attack power to target's hit. Cooldown 30 seconds. Not bad. It actually reduces the cooldown further. Lin Hao was delighted. He then spent 7500 energy points to push it straight to level 500. Roaring Storm LV 500 consumes 500 mana points, summons a tornado with a 150-meter diameter that sweeps forward 300 meters, dealing 500 of the caster's magic attack power to target's hit. No cooldown. Excellent. It has no cooldown now, worth all the energy I spent. With this no cooldown large-scale attack skill, Lin Hao's monster clearing speed would multiply several times over. Checking his energy, he still had over 28 million points. Lin Hao then turned his attention to Endless Barrier, the legendary shield skill. Each level still cost 2000 energy points. Without a blink, he spent 9800 energy to raise it to level 50. Endless Barrier LV50 consumes 2500 mana points, grants the caster a shield equal to 2500 of their magic attack power, lasting 30 seconds. Cooldown 600 seconds. The multiplier is as exaggerated as ever. Lin Hao's magic attack power was now 21940 points, meaning casting Endless Barrier would grant him a shield worth over 5 million points. This was practically cheating. After all, he was still just a first-tier job changer. If he reached second tier and equipped level 20 legendary gear, the shield value might break 10 million. Lin Hao could hardly imagine how overpowered he would become at levels 50, 80, or even 100. With over 3 million energy left, Lin Hao decided not to upgrade any more skills and saved it instead. He would decide which skill to upgrade when faced with specific situations. Given his current strength, encountering great danger seemed unlikely. Even against a 5th-tier BOSS, he could finish the battle swiftly. Meanwhile, in a little-known wilderness, a group of mysterious figures clad in black robes gathered. That fool Li Fei actually failed. Indeed, what a fool. In the dungeon, he had 10 times the health and a trump card to transform into a werewolf, yet he was killed by a level 10 job changer. He was hopelessly stupid. He's dead now, blaming him is pointless. The apparent leader spoke slowly. Our mission absolutely cannot fail. I have a feeling that job changer named Lin Hao in SS rank will become an obstacle for our Calamity Ruins church. We must nip him in the bud before he grows. The leader's eyes gleamed with sharp coldness. Boss, let me go. I'm a 3rd-tier assassin. With a surprise attack, I can one-shot him. Let me go instead. That kid is agile. If your ambush fails, we'll be at a disadvantage. I have large-scale attack magic. He won't be able to dodge. I say we all go together. Let's not be like villains in anime, feeding the protagonist one by one. A protagonist. If there were one in this world, it would be Calamity Ruins, and our Calamity Ruins church would be the best supporting act. The leader continued, if you all move together, you'll draw too much attention. The Warzone group is watching us constantly. Leave Lin Hao to me. Your job is to divert their focus. Everyone nodded. With the boss handling it personally, success was assured. The wilds were no dungeon, and his level wouldn't be suppressed. A 5th-tier powerhouse eliminating a 1st-tier job changer was like using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. After walking a while longer, the Tianyue Mountains were within sight. But Lin Hao didn't rush in. Instead, he took a slight detour to an unconquered dungeon. To his surprise, a team of job changers had gathered there. Though dungeon monsters gave more experience, no amount of experience was worth one's life. Job changers daring to tackle dungeons were usually very confident in their abilities. The job changers here were indeed formidable, all 2nd tier with at least a rank classes. Yet their faces were grim, clearly unable to clear the dungeon despite their best efforts. I swear this dungeon is impossible. Exactly, it's ridiculous. The Guardian boss has 40 million HP, and we have to clear it in 10 minutes. Is this a joke? We wasted 8 minutes on the first 2 stages. Sigh, if only we had a more powerful damage dealer in the team. Hearing this, a man in the team frowned. Are you dissatisfied with my damage output? The man named Zhang Chuan was an S-rank mage. He was here because the team leader had paid a hefty sum to recruit him for the dungeon. Zhang Chuan said indignantly, "In the entire 10th war zone you won't find a mage with higher damage than me. The reason we can't clear this dungeon is that you're all too weak. You never gave me a good environment to deal damage. Every time I'm halfway through a spell, I have to interrupt it to dodge attacks. I can't output at full capacity." "Huh. I don't see your damage being impressive, but your skill at shifting blame is masterful," the man retorted. "What mage charges to the front and blasts monsters point blank like you do? In the end, the danger you face is due to your own poor play. Enough. Stop arguing." The team leader Lu Guangming felt a headache coming on. They hadn't even cleared the dungeon and internal strife had erupted. Temporary help was indeed unreliable. He didn't blame Zhang Chuan as this was their first collaboration and they were unfamiliar with each other's habits. But the dungeon's difficulty was beyond his expectations. Even with perfect coordination, clearing it would likely be impossible. Zhang Chuan, however, said at this moment, "I don't care whether there is a strategy for the dungeon or I've already wasted my time coming here, so you must pay me every penny." Lu Guangming frowned upon hearing this. "This seems a bit inappropriate. We previously agreed that if we successfully cleared the dungeon you would receive 100 million Longhua coins as a reward, and now we haven't even gathered a single feather. I don't care. Even without a strategy for the dungeon, you still have to give me 10 million. After all, I've wasted my time." "What the hell?" One man in the team could no longer hold back and shouted angrily, "Kid, don't get too carried away. Are you here to rob us? Is this going too far? What's more outrageous is yet to come." Zhang Chuan said confidently, "From now on, every time I enter a dungeon, I want 10 million as a reward, and if we clear it, I want another 100 million. Without me, you will never clear this dungeon in your lifetime. Join the Yulong squad." Upon hearing this, everyone clenched their fists and glared fiercely at Zhang Chuan, but they could only swallow their anger because they truly couldn't do without him. Just then, everyone suddenly noticed another job changer approaching from behind. They all felt a bit strange. Although other job changers occasionally appeared in dungeons, they usually came in teams. This was the first time they saw someone alone in a dungeon. Lu Guangming originally wanted to advise the person to stop as this dungeon was exceptionally dangerous. However, upon seeing Lin Hao's appearance, Lu Guangming exclaimed with great joy, "Brother, are you the SS-class job changer Lin Hao?" Lin Hao nodded, somewhat surprised. "I didn't expect my reputation to be quite substantial." "Of course, you are now a celebrity throughout Linyuan City." Lu Guangming flattered him, then eagerly said, "Brother Lin, how are you planning to enter the dungeon too?" Before Lin Hao could respond, Zhang Chuan interjected with a laugh, "No way, no way. You guys aren't planning to invite him to lead you through the dungeon, are you? Is there a problem?" Lu Guangming replied somewhat impatiently, There's a big problem. You guys must be out of your minds." Zhang Chuan said confidently, "If I can't clear the dungeon with my overwhelming damage, how can you expect a mere first-tier job changer to lead you through?" Hearing this, Lu Guangming and the others were taken aback. Upon closer inspection, Lin Hao was indeed only level 19. However, upon reflection, it was normal. Lin Hao had no one behind him, unlike them, who could spend money to hire experts to tank monsters and kill level 40 or 50 monsters. Just his speed alone was already quite impressive. Although Zhang Chuan was annoying, he was not wrong. Lin Hao at level 19 hadn't even undergone a second advancement and was still wearing level 10 legendary equipment. His magic power was probably not even half of Zhang Chuan's. Even if he was an SS-class profession with such low attributes, how much damage could he deal? Seeing that Lu Guangming had fallen silent, Zhang Chuan became even more arrogant, saying, "Now you understand the only one you can rely on is me." However, Lu Guangming was too lazy to respond to him and continued to look at Lin Hao. "Brother Lin Hao, your level is indeed a bit low, but that's okay. We can help you level up. Additionally, we will also gift you a complete set of level 20 legendary equipment plus 100 million Longhua coins. Even if we ultimately fail to clear the dungeon, the legendary equipment will still belong to you." Lu Guangming had made up his mind. Even if it meant losing money, he wanted to befriend Lin Hao because he believed Lin Hao would rise to prominence sooner or later. It was better to gain goodwill now. Zhang Chuan's eyes turned red with jealousy, but Lin Hao shrugged his shoulders somewhat helplessly, saying, "I don't think I've ever said I would lead you to clear the dungeon, have I? Why do you all seem to take this as a given?" The others were taken aback by this, and Lu Guangming looked again at Lin Hao's back, but no matter how he looked, it was empty. Looking around, there were no other people besides them. If they weren't teaming up with them, who else could they be with? Lin Hao was too lazy to waste time with them. "You all step aside. You are blocking my way." Upon hearing this, everyone was even more confused, but they instinctively made way. It wasn't until Lin Hao stepped into the dungeon alone that they exclaimed in shock, "What the hell? He went in alone? Ridiculous. Is this guy out of his mind?" Zhang Chuan was greatly shocked. The monsters inside were extremely ferocious, and he had narrowly escaped death several times. After all, no matter how high his damage output was, it couldn't hide the fact that he was a fragile mage. Even with teammates, he almost couldn't make it back, so he really couldn't understand how Lin Hao had the audacity to attempt it alone. Everyone looked at each other, unsure of what madness Lin Hao had succumbed to. An SS class profession shouldn't seek death, especially when so many class job changers were still struggling to survive. What should we do now? Do you have a way to rescue him? The usually decisive Lu Guangming was also uncertain at this moment. Why bother? Zhang Chuan said dismissively. Survival of the fittest is the law of the world. If he can't see clearly and loses his life, that's his own fault. Lu Guangming sighed. Once the dungeon opened, he could do nothing but hope Lin Hao would return safely. The moment Lin Hao stepped into the dungeon, he immediately looked at the rules of the dungeon. There was only one rule in this dungeon: when the monster's health falls below 50, it will enter a berserk state, increasing its movement and attack speed by 50. This was quite a troublesome rule, but for Lin Hao it was nothing to worry about. Since it triggers when the monster's health is below half, can't I just eliminate it instantly? Immediately afterward, Lin Hao examined the dungeon's completion conditions. Clear 3 stages within 10 minutes. After confirming the rules and conditions, he found his vision blurring and soon arrived at a dilapidated ruin. Before Lin Hao could observe his surroundings, a horde of strange quadrupedal humanoid creatures rushed toward him, saliva dripping from their jaws, evidently seeing him as prey. Devourer Cataclysm, level 20 health, 200 attack, 800 physical defense, 680 magic resistance, 6300. Individually, these monsters' stats were not particularly overwhelming, but the terror lay in the fact that there were a full 100 devourers here. This dungeon allowed a maximum of 5 entrants. That meant each person had to deal with 20 monsters at once. Undoubtedly, this posed an immense challenge for most teams. Bring too many tanks and damage output would be insufficient. Bring too many damage dealers without a tank to absorb hits, and death was certain. Clearing this dungeon was a grueling trial for everyone in the party, and this was only the first stage. No wonder those outside were so shocked when I entered alone. If any squishy mage were here, they'd be doomed. But I'm no ordinary mage. Once all the devourers clustered together, Lin Hao swung his staff, and a tornado spanning 150 meters in diameter instantly formed, sweeping forward. Every monster in sight was engulfed, with staggeringly high damage numbers appearing above their heads. 1090,700, 1090,700, 1090,700. With his magic attack significantly boosted, Lin Hao's damage had surged tremendously. A skill with a 500 multiplier could still deal over 1,000,000 damage. Killed level 20 Cataclysm Devourer, gained 200 experience. Bonus 200 experience for killing a monster 1 level higher. Killed level 20 Cataclysm Devourer, gained 200 experience. Bonus 200 experience for killing a monster 1 level higher. With just one move, all monsters were slain, leaving behind a pile of equipment. However, Lin Hao still hadn't leveled up. Advancing from level 19 to 20 required a full 5 million experience points. Including the experience gained in the wild, he was still over 300 points short. After clearing the first stage, the dungeon considerately gave the job changer a 10-second rest. At this point, if they regretted it, they could use a top-tier city recall stone to leave the dungeon. But Lin Hao had no intention of wasting this time. He didn't bother picking up the equipment either, as all loot would be ejected from the dungeon upon completion. This was the act of an utterly confident job changer, for failing the dungeon meant losing all that equipment for good. Outside the dungeon, Lu Guangming frowned deeply. Lin Hao had been inside for 10 seconds and still hadn't withdrawn. It seemed things were truly dire. Confirming the dungeon's rules and conditions took a total of 5 seconds, during which one could use a top-tier city recall stone to escape. But once the stage actually began, the monsters wouldn't give you that time. With a full 100 crawlers, Lu Guangming couldn't imagine how Lin Hao could possibly survive. Zhang Chuan shook his head, regretfully unable to hide his schadenfreude. What a shame. An SS class job, and it had to go to such an arrogant fool. Eliminated in less than 3 days. Lu Guangming said, I always thought you seemed a bit too cold-blooded. Lin Hao is one of our own. What good does his death do you? No good, but no harm either. Zhang Chuan shrugged. I just enjoy seeing people fail. Got a problem with that? Lu Guangming was left speechless. The world was vast, and it truly took all kinds. He resolved to keep as far away from this man as possible, lest he be dragged down with him. Inside the dungeon, Lin Hao had reached the second stage. The same devourers appeared, but their numbers had doubled. A doubling in numbers meant the difficulty had more than doubled. But for Lin Hao, no matter how many came, they were merely delivering experience points. As soon as the monsters gathered, another massive tornado formed in an instant, leaving nothing but desolation in its wake. 1090,700, 1090,700, 1090,700. In the blink of an eye, Lin Hao had breezed through the second stage. The massive influx of experience finally pushed him to level 20. After level 20A, the experience required became even more staggering, at least 10 million per level. But it was too early to worry about that. Lin Hao took out the top-tier advancement stone Li Yin had given him and activated it. If one of the tasks involved clearing an uncleared dungeon, he could complete it along the way. Upon activating the stone, Lin Hao saw 3 options again. Normal quest: kill 3 level 30 bosses solo within 3 days. Reward: increase max HP by 200, max MP by 200, all other stats by 200, and immediately gain 200 free stat points. Hard quest: kill 3 level 40 bosses solo within 3 days. Reward: increase max HP by 400, max MP by 400, all other stats by 400, and immediately gain 400 free stat points. Hell quest: kill 3 level 50 bosses solo within 3 days. Reward: increase max HP by 100, max MP by 100, all other stats by 100, immediately gain 100 free stat points, and receive 3 additional passive skill slots. As expected of Hell difficulty, the challenge never lets up. If all level 50 bosses were like that glutton, then across the entire Dragon Kingdom's 1 billion people, fewer than 1,000 could solo one at level 20. Killing 3 gluttons in 3 days was terrifyingly difficult. For Lin Hao, the real challenge was finding level 50 bosses. Such bosses typically appeared in level 40-50 dungeons. Without a high enough level, Lin Hao couldn't even enter. Special dungeons like secret treasure realms were far too rare. We'll worry about that later. There are still 3 days. For now, let's finish this dungeon. Lin Hao casually allocated the 100 free stat points had earned into intelligence, raising his magic power by 200 to a total of 22140. Then he pressed onward to the 3rd stage. Only one monster in the 3rd level. King of Devourer's Cataclysm. Level 20. Health 400000. Attack 18000. Physical defense 15000. Magic resistance 13000. Skills: Devour, Pounce, Combat, Intuition. A health pool of 40 million is indeed somewhat intimidating. However, Lin Hao had seen even more frightening foes before, so he felt no panic. The King of Devourers was extremely fast, and with the passive effect of Combat Intuition, it had a keen sense of danger, making it evidently difficult to deal with. Lin Hao quickly gathered a fireball and hurled it forward. As expected, the King of Devourers merely shifted its body slightly and effortlessly dodged the attack. This boss was a natural enemy to a single target attacking mage like Lin Hao. Unlike those heavy bosses, it wouldn't foolishly endure attacks. But that was irrelevant if dodging a fireball was easy. How about a tornado with a diameter of 150 meters? Let's see if it can dodge that. Lin Hao lightly waved his staff, and a massive tornado formed in an instant, sweeping forward. A flicker of horror crossed the boss's eyes, but realized it couldn't evade this attack and rushed straight toward Lin Hao without dodging. 1094000. Over 1 million damage felt like a tickle to this creature. Another series of tornadoes continued to sweep forward. 1094000. 1094000. 1094000. After taking 7 or 8 successive hits, the boss finally reached Lin Hao, leaping to pounce him to the ground. At such a close distance, Lin Hao could even smell the nauseating odor emanating from this creature. For an ordinary mage, being approached by an agile boss would mean certain death, but Lin Hao merely smiled. Thank you for charging in full speed to deliver yourself to your demise. A level 1000 wind barrier unfurled in an instant, enveloping Lin Hao with a shield boasting a staggering 2214000 points. At that moment, the boss's attack struck the shield. 36000. A mere 36,000 damage seemed laughable compared to Lin Hao's over 2 million shield. Even if I just stand here and let you hit me, you still can't kill me. Lin Hao smiled contentedly, showing no concern for this boss. If the Cataclysm state increased all attributes tenfold aside from health, Lin Hao might take it more seriously, but with an attack of only 180, it seemed somewhat ridiculous. He was even stronger. The BOSS, seemingly unconvinced, swiped its claws at Lin Hao again and again. 18000. 18000. 18000. Enough playing around, it's time to die. Lin Hao waved his staff, and a fireball formed in an instant, followed by a second, third, and fourth. The cooldown-free fireball spell was truly overpowered. At such close range, even with the boss's combat intuition, it couldn't evade. 2201000. 2201000. 2201000. After battling for 30 seconds, the boss had finally gained some sense and realized it needed to create distance to evade concentrated fire. Thus, it managed to survive for 30 seconds. Lin Hao's shield officially dissipated at this moment. A smirk appeared on the boss's face, seemingly aware that its counterattack opportunity had arrived. Without a moment's hesitation, the King of Devourers dashed toward Lin Hao at its fastest speed, launching a full-force claw strike aimed at Lin Hao's head. However, Lin Hao's expression remained calm. Almost simultaneously, another transparent shield formed in an instant. What were you laughing about just now? If you manage to hit me today, consider it a win. Seeing the shield valued at 2214000 points, the boss was left dumbfounded. Lin Hao, uninterested in the boss's thoughts, unleashed fireballs once more. 2201000. 2201000. 2201000. After another round of damage, this 40 million health boss collapsed. Kill the level 20 King of Devourers, gaining 800 experience points. Kill the level 20 Cataclysm BOSS. Congratulations on successfully absorbing 100 energy points. Kill the King of Devourers, triggering the passive Absolute Luck. Congratulations on receiving Devourer's Armored Gauntlet. Devourer's Armor. Devourer's Boots Combat Intuition Skill Book. What the heck? Absolute Luck actually dropped a legendary passive skill book. Lin Hao was overjoyed. This Absolute Luck was truly impressive. After stowing everything into his storage ring, the dungeon completion prompt chimed. Ding. Congratulations on successfully clearing the dungeon. You have received the Magic Energy Staff, Magic Energy Robe, Magic Energy Ring, Thunder / Skill Book, Life Fruit 5. Outside the dungeon, Lu Guangming and Zhang Chuan felt quite puzzled, because Lin Hao had already been inside for a minute. Zhang Chuan exclaimed in surprise, "This guy is something else. He entered the dungeon alone and faced 100 Devourers, yet he can still hold on for this long. If someone dies in the dungeon, their corpse will be teleported out. That's why he was so sure that Lin Hao was still alive." Lu Guangming coldly said, "Can't you think positively? Maybe Lin Hao can really pass the first level and use a top-tier return stone to come back alive." Haha, do you even believe that yourself? That's a full 100 Devourers, not just one or two. If each of those monsters bit even once, even the tank with the highest health would be instantly killed. The fact that he can hold on for this long means he must have used a life-saving item from the battle zone, but the item's duration is limited. I estimate his corpse should be coming out soon. Just as the words left his mouth, the dungeon door began to shake. In the next moment, Lin Hao's figure appeared before everyone. Zhang Chuan was utterly astonished because Lin Hao had actually come out alive. How on earth did he manage to deal with a full 100 Devourers by himself? Could it be that the battle zone not only provided him with life-saving items, but also gave him tools capable of inflicting massive damage on numerous enemies? Zhang Chuan stood there stunned, while Lu Guangming had already rushed over, genuinely delighted, saying, "Lin Hao, you are truly amazing. You managed to take down 100 Devourers by yourself and return safely. I underestimated your strength. Once you equip the level 20 legendary gear, and we assist you, we can definitely conquer this dungeon." "That's not necessary." Lin Hao waved his hand. "I've already cleared this dungeon." What? Lu Guangming was convinced he had misheard. Clearing a second-tier dungeon alone, how could that be possible? The others behind Zhang Chuan also suspected their hearing was failing. After a long while, everyone finally realized that Lin Hao seemed to have completed the dungeon all on his own. God, Lin Hao the Great One, do you need any accessories for your thighs? I will shout 666 like crazy. Can you take me as your little brother? My goodness, how on earth did this happen? A boss with 40 million health just vanished like that. What's even more terrifying is that it only took 1 minute. We couldn't even clear the first level in that time. Truly, an SS level profession is exceptionally frightening. The damage output is simply extraordinary, far beyond what any individual could replicate. Indeed, it's absolutely hilarious. Someone previously claimed that in the entire 10th battle zone, there would be no mage with higher damage output than him. If I were in his shoes, I would want to find a hole to hide in. Faced with such mockery, even Zhang Chuan, known for his thick skin, felt a bit of heat on his face. He desperately retorted, "What's so impressive about that? Think about it with your not-so-big brains. Lin Hao must have used some powerful destructive item, otherwise how could he possibly achieve this? If the battle zone provided me with such a powerful item, I could do it too." Lu Guangming rolled his eyes at this remark. "Is there something wrong with your brain? Not even thinking that if the battle zone had such powerful destructive items, the dungeon would have been obliterated long ago." Zhang Chuan clearly did not share this opinion. The battle zone definitely has them, but they are scarce and outsiders simply don't know about it. Tomorrow is the National College entrance exam, and during the exam, I won't be able to use any items. My score will absolutely not be lower than any of yours. After saying this, Zhang Chuan turned to leave. Lin Hao's output had almost shattered his Dao heart. After all, his profession was the SS level spiritual obliterator. Both of his talent effects are damage enhancing, allowing all his skills to have a damage multiplier of 2000. With such a terrifying boost, he couldn't even clear the dungeon. Lin Hao must have used special items. Lin Hao couldn't care less about the lamentations of the defeated. He was focused on comparing damage with Zhang Chuan and then breaking through his defenses. However, one thing caught his attention. So tomorrow is the National College Entrance Exam. Time flies so fast. Indeed, time really does fly, Lu Guangming eagerly chimed in. With your strength grade 1, securing a spot in the top 3 in this exam is absolutely no problem. Lin Hao was somewhat surprised and asked, are you saying that you don't think my strength can secure first place? Lu Guangming nodded affirmatively. That's how I see it. SS-level professions are indeed rare, with only a 1 in a million chance of awakening, but the problem is that our dragon country is not short of people. Every year there are usually 3 or 4 SS-level job changers, and this year will surely be no exception, along with some exceptionally strong SS-level professions whose performances may even surpass those of SS-level individuals. For instance, the top scorer 2 years ago, Lu Yunhai, is an SS-level profession, but he has left behind 3 SS-level job changers. If the exam were solely about damage output, then you Grade 1 should be able to take first place, but as we all know, each college entrance exam tests all abilities. This includes output, survival, agility, and endurance in combat. It's very difficult to win if you're only strong in one aspect. Lin Hao couldn't help but smile upon hearing this. It seems Lu Guangming believes my forbidden mage is an extremely specialized profession. If he knew that my shield could have millions of shield value, he probably wouldn't think that way. Lin Hao did not continue on that topic, but instead asked, what were you all saying about the Yulong team? What is the Yulong team? Is it worth the great cost to enter? You don't know Grade 1. Lu Guangming was somewhat surprised, but still explained the Yulong team is a team led by the battle zone composed of national elites. Within the team you can receive various secret messages, help each other, and trade to become stronger. More importantly, this team has no restrictions. No one will force you to do anything. If someone seeks help, you can help if you want, and it's no problem if you don't. So that's how it is. Upon hearing that there were no restrictions, Lin Hao immediately became somewhat interested. He had just cleared the dungeon and received a legendary skill book called Lightning Speed Slash. From the name, it's clear that this is not a mage's skill book, but rather that of a warrior. Legendary skill books are incredibly rare items. Many lower-level professions reaching level 70 or 80 wouldn't even know what a legendary skill book looks like, and having one for each person is out of the question. Skill books cannot be artificially created. They can only be obtained through treasure chests with an extremely low drop rate from monsters or by clearing dungeons. A legendary skill book has already been priced at several 100 million Dragon Country coins in the market, yet it remains a rare commodity. Once it appears, it is quickly snatched up. Naturally, Lin Hao would not sell it, as he does not lack money now. Even if he did, he would only sell equipment. Others feel the same way, so skill books are typically traded rather than sold. Finding the right person can be quite troublesome. With so many elites in the Yulong team, there might be someone there who possesses what he needs. While Lin Hao was pondering these things, Lu Guangming nervously said, Lin Hao, Great One, you haven't given me a response yet. Can I become your little brother? Sorry, my profession can only act alone. Lin Hao continued to tell a small lie. Upon hearing this, Lu Guangming indeed stopped pestering him, feeling a sense of balance within himself. A profession with such violent output must indeed have its limitations. Heaven is fair. After gathering all the equipment dropped from the dungeon into his storage ring, Lin Hao continued to head towards the Tianyue mountain range. On the way, he began to organize his previous gains. The Lightning Speed Slash legendary skill book, aside the 3 pieces of legendary equipment obtained in the dungeon, were indeed quite impressive. Magic Energy Staff quality legendary equipment requirement level 20 equipment profession, Mage spell attack power 8000 additional effect restores 10 of damage dealt as mana upon attack. Magic Energy Robe quality legendary equipment requirement level 20 maximum health 40,000 maximum mana 40,000. Magic Energy Ring quality legendary equipment requirement level 20 maximum mana 10,000 spell attack power 1,000. All of these are great pieces of equipment. If I didn't have this passive mana recovery, the Magic Energy Staff would be a true mana regeneration artifact. However, right now Lin Hao is most interested in the Magic Energy Ring, which increases spell power. That is a rare item. The ring he currently wears is still a level 6 spiritual energy ring. This ring can only increase mana by 2,000 points and recovers 1 of maximum mana per second. Its effect is completely overshadowed. After equipping all 3 pieces of equipment, he triggered the effect of the Magic Energy 3-piece set, further increasing spell attack power by 4,000. Thus, Lin Hao's spell attack power officially broke through 30,000 points, reaching an astonishing 31,140 points. After replacing all his equipment, Lin Hao finally turned his attention to the life fruit. Consuming this fruit would permanently increase the user's maximum health by 2,000 points. He had obtained 5 fruits in total. Eating all of them would grant him 1,000 points of maximum health. Although Lin Hao did not place much value on the health attribute, he saw no reason to refuse free stats. After swallowing the fruits, Lin Hao's health reached 67100 points, still quite fragile. Compared to a shield's worth millions, this amount of health was virtually negligible. Finally, Lin Hao examined the greatest reward from this dungeon, the legendary passive skill book, Combat Intuition. Combat Intuition passive skill, quality legendary, learning condition none. Affect your combat instincts become extraordinarily powerful, allowing you to dodge attacks that would otherwise be unavoidable. Such an abstract description, just like absolute luck with no specific numbers, only a vague effect. Despite that, Lin Hao understood the value of this skill book. In a sense, it was no less significant than absolute luck. Just look at the Devourer King, a mere monster that displayed combat prowess surpassing even that of an average professional. This skill book was better suited for melee classes, especially for professionals with exceptional skills. It could elevate them to even greater heights. However, since Lin Hao could use it himself, there was no need to trade it away. He would simply learn it. After learning the skill, he did not immediately allocate any points. Leveling up this legendary passive by just one level required 100 energy points, a steep cost at this stage. He would upgrade it later when needed. After continuing forward for some time, Lin Hao soon arrived at the Tianyuan Mountains. The mountain was densely covered with trees stretching endlessly into the distance. For ordinary level 20 professionals, this was an extremely dangerous place. The monsters here were all between levels 40 and 50. But for Lin Hao, it was a prime location for leveling up by defeating higher-level monsters. Before long, he encountered a team of professionals. The leading man frowned upon seeing Lin Hao's youth and his mere level 20. "Kid, this place isn't for you. It's too dangerous. Go back now. Ya little one. Didn't your teacher tell you that the monsters here can reach level 50? This isn't a place for a level 20. Neither of them meant any harm. Though their words were blunt, they were genuinely concerned for Lin Hao's safety. Lin Hao shook his head. "Thanks for your concern, but I'm here to hunt monsters." Hearing this, the group exchanged glances. A second-tier professional coming to a fifth-tier map to grind. Just then, a level 50 black bear suddenly burst out of the forest. The bear seemed to know how to pick on the weak. Among the crowd, it targeted Lin Hao, the lowest level one, charging straight at him. The woman panicked and was about to intervene, but the man stopped her. "Let's see what the kid's got. Don't worry. I'm here so nothing will go wrong." Once he sees the gap between himself and a fifth-tier monster, he'll go back on his own. The woman nodded at this. If their son were still alive, he would be around this age. They couldn't bear to see such a young life perish before their eyes, leaving behind a family drowned in tears. Lin Hao overheard their conversation and felt a pang of emotion. He hadn't expected to meet such compassionate and kind-hearted people. However, his strength was truly being underestimated. This level 50 black bear would be lucky to survive 2 moves against him. Mountain Bear, level 50, health 400, attack 220, physical defense 1830, magic resistance 17600. As expected of a level 50 monster, its 420 health exceeded that of some level 20 field bosses. But for Lin Hao, it was just a matter of one fireball spell. He glanced briefly at the monster's stats and hurled a fireball at it. 3096400. 3 million damage instantly killed the black bear on the spot. The group stared at the long string of damage numbers, stunned, and took a while to recover. "Oh my god, what kind of damage is that? How is it so absurd?" At first I thought it was over 300 damage. Already impressive for a second-tier professional. But then the 400 health monster was one-shot, and it even owed him several health bars. Ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. He's this strong at level 20. Imagine what hell be like at level 50. The couple was equally shaken. The man's grip faltered, and his greatsword nearly fell to the ground. He was a genuine 5th-tier damage dealer, a berserker who dealt more damage as his health dropped. Even if he kept his health at 1, his damage couldn't compare to this. The woman gasped. "Honey, it seems we were meddling. He's stronger than all of us." "Yeah." The man scratched his head awkwardly. "Sorry, little brother. I didn't realize you were this powerful." Lin Hao waved his hand. "Your kindness is never wrong. If another second-tier professional had wandered in here, you could have saved their life. Not everyone is as strong as I am." Lin Hao's words might have sounded boastful, but everyone nodded in agreement. They had never seen a second-tier professional with such terrifying damage. An ordinary one would be considered exceptional if they could deal 100 damage, let alone millions. After this brief episode, Lin Hao was about to bid farewell and continue onward when a beast's roar echoed through the air. "Damn, we've run into a boss." The leading man nervously turned to look at the massive black bear behind them. Mountain Bear King, level 50, health 200, attack 3480, physical defense 3230, magic resistance 31600. The team's expressions grew grim. A boss with 20 million health was far beyond their capabilities. They were not members of a large guild, just a group of solo players who had banded together. Their entire team had fewer than 5 legendary items, and as for legendary skills, they didn't even know what a legendary skill book looked like. A boss this powerful could only be taken down by a formidable guild like the Black Dragon Guild. For solo players like them, surviving an encounter with this boss would be a victory in itself. The members of the team hesitated not for a moment, turning to flee, and as they left they reminded Lin how to run with them. However, Lin Hao waved his hand. "Why would I refuse experience points that come knocking at my door?" The others were dumbfounded upon hearing this. They knew Lin Hao's damage output was high, but what good was that? The more powerful the skill, the longer the cooldown. Oh, could you really use a big move as a basic attack? At that moment, Lin Hao unleashed a fireball spell, striking forward. 3082-400. Seeing such terrifying damage again, the others couldn't help but gasp in shock. It was simply too fierce. Even more absurdly, such a powerful skill had a cooldown of less than a minute. The man's expression was conflicted. If he led the team and devoted all his strength to stalling that boss for a while, could Lin Hao really take it down? But he knew nothing of Lin Hao's skills, fearing that a single misjudgment could put everyone in danger. Suddenly he realized he had been overthinking it as he noticed that the seemingly powerful skills in Lin Hao's hands could truly be used as if they were basic attacks infinitely. Fireballs shot out one after another without a moment's pause, forming a straight line. 3082-400. 3082-400. 3082-400. The poor boss was immediately dazed, unable to close the distance to 30 meters, and had already taken 6 or 7 fireballs before instantly perishing. The man and his teammates were so shocked by the scene that they even began to doubt their own eyesight. What the hell? If this were a game, we must have encountered a cheater. A skill dealing 3 million damage, firing one after another. They had never dared to play a game with such absurdity. A boss with 20 million health before him was only destined to be brutally slaughtered. Who was the real level 20 here? While defeating the BOSS, Lin Hao also noticed 3 notifications. Defeated the level 50 Mountain Barbarian Bear King, you have gained 300 experience points. For defeating a target 30 levels above you, you gain an additional 900 experience points. Defeated the level 50 BOSS, congratulations on successfully absorbing 500 energy points. Defeated the level 50 Mountain Barbarian Bear King, congratulations on obtaining the Barbarian Bear Battle Axe and Barbarian Bear Armor. It was simply exhilarating. Leveling up by defeating monsters of higher tiers was the correct way to level up. The extra experience and energy gained were 3 times higher than the base values. In a matter of moments, Lin Hao had acquired 1.2 million experience and 2 million energy. He even considered suppressing his level and continuously defeating higher tier bosses. But after some thought, he felt it unnecessary, as the higher the level, the more difficult it became to level up. There was no need to deliberately suppress himself. Next, Lin Hao looked at his advancement task, and sure enough, it already showed that he had completed 1/3 of it. He had not expected to encounter a level 50 wild boss here. Because the spawn times and locations of wild bosses were completely random, encountering one relied entirely on luck. It was quite mystical. Could it be that absolute luck was indeed at play? The effects of absolute luck were not just about increasing drop rates. The skill description stated that his luck had improved significantly. After collecting the 2 legendary equipment dropped by the BOSS, Lin Hao bid farewell to the team and continued deeper into the area. After about 20 minutes of walking, Lin Hao encountered a group of old acquaintances. They were the people from the 3 major guilds who had previously invited him to join. At that moment, these individuals were fiercely attacking a level 50 boss. The 3 guild leaders were clearly struggling. Because that boss had a furious passive ability, its attack speed and movement speed increased significantly when its health dropped to half. If they continued the assault, the 3 guild leaders still had confidence in taking it down. However, this would inevitably lead to casualties among their ranks. Reality was not a game. In a game, losing a few people was no big deal, as they could be revived, but here death was final. Was it worth sacrificing a few subordinates to bring down a level 50 wild boss? Different people had different answers, and the 3 guild leaders clearly thought it was not worth it, or were their subordinates' lives not worth anything? They too had families waiting for their return at home. After successfully retreating, Lu Shangyong sighed deeply. Alas, what a pity. We finally encountered a wild BOSS, but who would have thought that this guy had such a troublesome passive? Han Shuangya said, it doesn't matter, as long as there are no casualties, that's fine. Defeating that wild boss may not necessarily yield equipment. As for experience points, we can grind them slowly without risking it. Du Qingfeng felt somewhat melancholic upon hearing this. Without stepping over a companion's corpse, how could one become stronger? If someone died, it merely cost some money, but if a legendary item dropped, that was a real benefit. If you don't die, and he doesn't die, how can I obtain legendary equipment? How can I acquire resources? How can I become stronger? But despite saying this, he found himself unable to make the decision with a heavy heart. Alas, it seems that we three do-gooders will only be able to stay in Lin Yuan City for the rest of our lives. However, living steadily like this doesn't seem so bad, does it? At the very least, when lying in bed every night, he wouldn't lose sleep over a guilty conscience. Just then a familiar voice came from behind. Aren't you going to fight this boss? Then I'll take it down. The crowd turned to see Lin Hao, and were somewhat surprised knowing that there was a level 50 monster lurking here. But upon thinking of Lin Hao's terrifying strength, they instantly felt at ease. Brother Lin Hao, I didn't expect to run into you here. Lu Shangyong greeted warmly. We can't take down this boss for the time being. If you want to fight it, go ahead. Do you need us to take some of the damage for you? Thanks, but no need. This boss can't hurt me at all. Upon hearing this, everyone was stunned, but before they could speak, Lin Hao cast a fireball spell from over 100 meters away, striking the boss. 3086400. What the hell? Seeing such terrifying damage, the crowd couldn't help but curse. And the more shocking part was yet to come. Fireballs launched one after another, seemingly without cooldown, pounding the boss. 3086400. 3086400. 3086400. This BOSS, which made the three major guilds avoid its might, instantly perished at Lin Hao's hands without even moving a few steps. Defeated the level 50 Mountain Wild Wolf King, you gained 300 experience points. For defeating a target 30 levels above you, you gained an additional 900 experience points. Defeated the level 50 BOSS, congratulations on successfully absorbing 500 energy points. For defeating a target 30 levels above you, you gain an additional 1500 energy. Defeated the level 50 Mountain Wild Wolf King, congratulations on obtaining the Wolf King Dagger and Wolf King Boots. In a mere instant, he had also gained 2 million energy points. At this point, Lin Hao already possessed 3 million energy. Lu Shangyong rubbed his eyes, looking at Lin Hao in disbelief. Brother Lin Hao, tell me honestly, have you been cheating? The other presidents looked at Lin Hao with shock. Who among us is a level 20 job changer? Your damage is terrifyingly high. You just took down a level 50 boss in one hit. Lin Hao coughed lightly and said, what cheating? Everything I have today is solely thanks to my own efforts. After defeating the BOSS, Lin Hao calmly approached the boss's corpse and picked up 2 legendary items. The guild members were envious. Lin Hao's luck was incredible. The drop rate for wild monsters was extremely low, and even when defeating a BOSS, they had often returned empty-handed. Let alone legendary equipment, encountering purple gear would be considered good. Yet Lin Hao not only casually obtained legendary gear, but got 2 pieces at once. Could it be that the Forbidden Mage class not only has explosive damage, but also maximizes the hidden attribute of luck? Just as everyone was speculating, a rhythmic sound of applause suddenly came from behind. Impressive, impressive. No wonder it's an SS class profession. Even I am amazed by this output. Of course, Brother Lin Hao's damage. Lu Shangyong instinctively chimed in, thinking the newcomer meant no harm as they started with compliments. But upon seeing the newcomer clearly, Lu Shangyong was taken aback. The other guild leaders and members felt a sense of foreboding. You are a lunatic from the Calamity Church. The man was surrounded by a layer of blood-red mist, making it hard not to make that association. The man did not deny it, saying, don't call us lunatics, we are just a group of ordinary followers. He looked at Lin Hao with fervent eyes, saying, Lin Hao, join us in the Calamity Church. Flesh and blood are weak. Only calamity can lead to ascension. As long as you are willing to join with your talent, the church will surely nurture you, and with time you might become a master like a high priest. Lin Hao replied calmly, thank you for your enthusiasm, but I prefer to remain a simple human. Becoming a werewolf is out of the question. Looks like there's no room for negotiation. The man's eyes turned cold. Just as Lin Hao nodded, the man laughed maniacally. If that's the case, then die here. The man suddenly accelerated with no warning. His figure blurred into a blood-red shadow, rushing towards Lin Hao. But he was intercepted halfway by Lu Shangyong. Do you have the consent of our Magic Dragon Guild to target the pride of our 10th battle zone? At the same time, Du Qingfeng stepped up. As for Han Shuangye, being its class priest, he quickly led all guild members to retreat to the back. In this battle, ordinary members were utterly useless. One misstep could lead to instant death. You could say the Calamity Church was evil, but you couldn't say they were weak. If they were weak, they would have been thoroughly eliminated by the top dogs of the battle zone long ago. Since you all sincerely seek death, I will send you on your way. After a mad laugh, the massive blood-red longsword suddenly materialized in midair and came crashing down towards Lin Hao. Not good. This is an area attack. Lu Shangyong shouted quickly, using his strongest shield skill. A shield with a value of 2 million enveloped him instantly. Du Qingfeng activated his acceleration skill at the first moment, trying to escape the attack range. But just then the giant sword came crashing down. Lu Shangyong was at the forefront, so he was the first to be affected. Terrifying damage numbers appeared before him. 3000000. Lu Shangyong was horrified. Such terrifying damage could not possibly come from an ordinary follower. It had to be an elder-level attack. This group of lunatics from the Calamity Church actually sent a 5th-tier elder to deal with Lin Hao, who was only a level 20 job changer. If it weren't for just activating a shield and having over 1,000,000 health, he would have been done for. Meanwhile, Du Qingfeng was in an even more dire situation. Even though he had activated his speed to escape the attack range, he was still affected despite running 60 meters away. 3 million damage was beyond his capacity to endure. If it weren't for his class talent allowing him to nullify a fatal blow, he would have been done for. No wonder the strength of the Calamity Church's elders was as rumored. Both men looked anxiously in Lin Hao's direction. Such terrifying damage, Lin Hao wouldn't be killed outright, would he? After all, they knew that even the best protective stones could only create a 1 million shield. The remaining 2 million damage could easily wipe out dozens of level 20 fragile mages. Fortunately, they did not see Lin Hao's corpse. Seeing the shield around Lin Hao, which had reached a staggering 77850 points, Lu Shangyong breathed a sigh of relief. Such a terrifying shield must have been a legendary life-saving item given by the battle zone. But soon his heart sank again. The elder actually possessed a legendary teleportation skill, directly bypassing him and appearing right in front of Lin Hao. With no mercy, he slashed his sword at Lin Hao, the brilliance of the sword indicating yet another legendary skill. With his terrifying damage, Lin Hao would likely perish within 3 strikes. Damn it! Lu Shangyong gritted his teeth and rushed back to Lin Hao. A deep sense of powerlessness surged in his heart. Only when facing a true master did he realize how weak he was. At the rate he was going, by the time he arrived, Lin Hao would probably already be a corpse, and they would likely share the same fate. Clearly, they were all 5th-tier job changers at level 50, but the gap in power was greater than that between man and dog. However, in the face of such peril, Lin Hao showed no signs of panic. He was waiting for this very moment. With the legendary teleportation skill already used, let's see how you evade this. The man's longsword struck Lin Hao's shield first. 2000000. Lin Hao disregarded everything, swinging his staff, while a fireball simultaneously struck the man. It was a trade of damage, but Lin Hao came out on top. His shield was not a life-saving item, but an endless barrier created at level 50. Taking another hit was of no consequence. 7685000. The instant flame impact dealt over 7 million damage, instantly depleting the man's health bar. Are 5th-tier job changers really that strong? Remember, high-tier hunters often appear in the form of prey. Until the last moment, who knows who the true hunter is? As Lu Shangyong was sprinting madly, he nearly stumbled to the ground upon witnessing this scene. What the hell? What kind of outrageous damage is this? He had heard of SS-level job changers before. However, he could guarantee that no one at level 20 could inflict such terrifying damage. What impressed him even more was Lin Hao's composure. The speed of the instant flame strike was indeed astonishingly fast. Ordinary movement speed could not evade it, but that didn't mean that a legendary teleportation skill couldn't. If Lin Hao couldn't hold back and launched an attack first, they would be completely passive. The guild members, seeing this, all breathed a sigh of relief. What had just transpired was truly a celestial battle. If it weren't for Han Xuanji's foresight in leading them away from the battlefield, they would have undoubtedly perished in the first wave of attacks. Everyone had relaxed, but Lin Hao and the 2 guild leaders wore serious expressions, shouting in unison, "Don't come over. The battle isn't over yet." Although the man had already emptied his health bar, he had not died. The blood-red mist around him had instead thickened. Lin Hao had seen this once before, so he remained completely unfazed. Meanwhile, Lu Shangyong and Du Qingfeng's faces were extremely grave. This wasn't even in a dungeon, yet this guy could still undergo a transformation. Without a moment's hesitation, the two shouted in unison, "Run!" The transformed werewolf was extraordinarily powerful, but lacked any rationality. As long as they ran far enough, they would be safe. However, after they had run a good distance, they discovered that Lin Hao was still standing in place, unmoving. Oh no! Lu Shangyong panicked. Lin Hao's strength was so overwhelming that Lu Shangyong subconsciously regarded him as a powerhouse that overshadowed him in every aspect, forgetting that he was merely a level 20 mage with short legs. Even if he ran with all his might, he would absolutely not be able to escape. Lu Shangyong was anxious and was about to turn back to pull Lin Hao away when Lin Hao spoke up, saying, "Don't worry about me, you go first, the farther the better." Lin Hao said this not only for their safety, but also to prevent them from assisting in the attack. Otherwise, he would lose a significant amount of energy. Just then, the man successfully completed his transformation, becoming a tall werewolf. Lin Hao was astonished to find that this werewolf was much taller than the one he had seen in the dungeon, with muscles bulging on its arms that were even thicker than Lin Hao's thighs, clearly formidable. Lu Long Disaster Overseer level 50 health, 2 attack power, 150 physical defense, 1 magic resistance, One individual skills, Disaster Blood Claw Berserk. Lin Hao's expression stiffened. This guy actually had skills, and two of them at that. Although Lin Hao was an academic elite, he had never encountered the Disaster Blood Claw skill in class, and had no idea what its effects were. The unknown was precisely what made it the most dangerous. Fortunately, Lu Shunyong recognized this skill. His face turned pale. This is it. I've heard Deputy Commander Li mention Lu Long. His passive ability increases his normal attack damage to 10 times the original. Deputy Commander Li had faced Lu Long before, but had returned in defeat. It was said that if he hadn't run fast enough, he would have been done for. And such a powerful Lu Long had personally targeted Lin Hao. Quick, called Deputy Commander Li. These large guilds had cooperated with the military district, so having a contact was not surprising. What they were worried about was that even if Lin rushed to the mountain as fast as he could, he would probably only be able to collect Lin Hao's remains. Lin Hao's expression also grew solemn. The difficulty of this opponent exceeded his expectations. Almost simultaneously with his transformation into a werewolf, Lu Long lunged at Lin Hao in a frenzied attack. Its attack speed was incredibly fast, clawing at Lin Hao one after another. 150000, 150000, 150000. Each attack could deal a terrifying 1.5 million damage, enough to scare someone to death. If it weren't for Lin Hao activating the level 1000 wind barrier during this period, generating a shield of over 3 million, he would have already become a corpse. However, this shield, which had just been created, could hardly last even 3 seconds, let alone 10. Once both shield skills were on cooldown, Lin Hao would likely be doomed. It could only be said that the 5th-tier Disaster Overseer was indeed extraordinarily powerful. No wonder the military district couldn't eliminate it in a short time, and Lin almost returned without success. This level of strength was truly terrifying. Meanwhile, Lin was currently in Linyuan City, leading his team to constantly slay the suddenly emerging disaster cultists. These rats from the sewers had suddenly begun to attack the city recklessly today for some unknown reason. The military district's results were exceptionally fruitful, having wiped out about 10 cultists in just half an hour. Such a feat would have been impossible before. Yet the smoother things went, the more uneasy he felt. A sense of foreboding lingering in his heart. Just then his communication device suddenly rang. Normally he would not be distracted to take any calls during battle, but this time was different. He felt that these madmen had a greater scheme. Upon connecting the call, an extremely anxious voice came through. Deputy Commander Li. Lin Hao has encountered the disaster cult's overseer Lu Long in the Tianyue Mountains. Please provide immediate support. What? Lu Long? Lin was taken aback. So they were targeting Lin Hao. These suddenly appearing cultists were merely to distract him. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin immediately activated the Mother Crystal. He felt immensely relieved that he hadn't taken back the sub-crystal from Lin Hao. It was indeed a remarkably correct decision. Otherwise, by the time he reached the Tianyue Mountains, he would most likely only be able to collect Lin Hao's remains. Meanwhile, Lin Hao also received a prompt. Ding. The sub-crystal sensed the call of the Mother Crystal and can be activated within 10 minutes to teleport immediately. Sub-crystal. Do I have that? Lin Hao was slightly taken aback, then recalled the mysterious gem that Lin had given him earlier. So I still have a life-saving item on me. Lin Hao chose not to activate the crystal yet, as he still had trump cards to play. Glancing at his energy value of 7.3 million, Lin Hao wasted no time directly expending 4.9 million to level up the legendary passive Combat Intuition to level 50. Combat Intuition LV 50, all enemy attacks are slowed down by 10 times in your eyes. When facing danger, your movement speed will increase by an additional 500 points for a moment. As soon as Combat Intuition leveled up, Lin Hao suddenly realized that the werewolf's attacks, which had previously been as swift as a shadow, were now moving as slowly as a snail. However, just because he could see them didn't mean he could evade them. Yet Combat Intuition was remarkably perfect, granting Lin Hao a significant boost in speed at that instant. With just a simple step back, Lin Hao easily dodged the werewolf's attack. A flicker of surprise crossed the werewolf's face, but it quickly charged at Lin Hao with even greater speed. A bizarre scene unfolded. No matter how swift and fierce the werewolf's attacks were, Lin Hao always managed to narrowly evade them. Each time it was just a hair's breadth away from hitting, yet it never connected. Lu Shunyong and the others were completely stunned at this scene. The werewolf's attacks were so swift that they left afterimages. They couldn't even see them clearly. How could Lin Hao perfectly dodge in such a situation? Such a terrifying reaction speed. And you tell me this is a level 20 job changer. Even if Lin were here, he couldn't guarantee that he could avoid all of them, could he? Terrifying. Truly terrifying. If Lin Hao doesn't die, he will surely become another demigod powerhouse of the Dragon Kingdom sooner or later. At the same time, they felt a wave of anxiety for Lin Hao, wondering if Lin could arrive in time. Lin Hao was practically dancing on the edge of a blade. His shield had already vanished, and if he took even a single hit, he would likely perish instantly. The werewolf could make countless mistakes, but Lin Hao could not afford a single error. The psychological pressure was unimaginable. However, Lin Hao was like a high-speed precision instrument, not making even the slightest mistake in the next 10 seconds. As the 10 seconds elapsed, Lin Hao immediately activated the level 1000 wind barrier, summoning a shield with a staggering value of 3114000 points. This time Lin Hao did not dodge, but took 2 hits heating. 150000, 150000. At the same time, fireballs rained down on the werewolf's head. 301400, 301400. The strategy of exchanging injury for injury was evidently very advantageous for Lin Hao. After a few rounds, the werewolf's health quickly dropped below half, entering a berserk state. Its movement speed and attack speed surged by 50. Lu Shangyong and the others felt their hearts race, with many sweating in fear, worried that Lin Hao might die at any moment. However, even though the werewolf had entered a berserk state in the face of a level 50 combat instinct, its attack speed was no more than that of a slow-moving snail, barely faster than before, still unable to pose any threat to Lin Hao. After a few more rounds, the last fireball completely obliterated it. Killed the level 50 disaster executive, gaining 3 million experience points. Gained an additional 9 million experience points for a kill 30 levels above. Killed the level 50 disaster executive. Congratulations. You successfully absorbed 5 million energy points. Gained an additional 15 million energy points for a kill 30 levels above. Killed the level 50 disaster executive. Congratulations. You triggered absolute luck, receiving the Greedy Wolf Dagger, Greedy Wolf Armor, Greedy Wolf Boots, and Greedy Wolf Ring. My goodness. I actually received 12 million experience points and 20 million energy points all at once. Why bother killing bosses? If I just catch a few of these crazies from the disaster church, I could become invincible in no time. However, even though the profits were substantial this time, the risks were not insignificant. If it weren't for the combat instinct he had obtained earlier, Lin Hao might have had to use a substitute puppet here. A level 5 disaster executive actually came to attack him, a mere level 20 newbie. This is simply against the rules of martial ethics. As a villain, shouldn't you have the awareness of a villain? Can't you send a level 20 or 30 guy to deliver the food? Seeing Lin Hao actually defeat Lu Long, Lu Shangyong, and the others felt relieved, but they couldn't help but gasp in shock. A level 20 job changer killing a level 5 disaster executive. No one would believe this if they heard it. They were at least part of the major guild in Linyuan City and had seen countless prodigies along the way. But those so-called prodigies were simply unworthy of carrying Lin Hao's shoes. Lu Shangyong sincerely said, "Sorry, Lin Hao, we couldn't help at all just now." No, Lin Hao shook his head. You all did well in that situation. You couldn't have helped at all. What was more important was that if any of you had interfered earlier, I would have lost my 20 million energy points. Upon hearing this, everyone felt even more ashamed. These level 40 to 50 job changers could only watch helplessly as a level 20 newbie fought desperately. They really wanted to find a hole to hide in. Why were we so useless? No, it's not that we're useless, it's that Lin Hao's strength is too terrifying. But no matter what, they couldn't stay here any longer. In Lin Hao's presence, they felt utterly pathetic. Before parting with Lin Hao, Lu Shangyong couldn't help but remind him, "I just called Vice Commander Li. You're safe now, but it's best to call him back to report your safety." Lin Hao nodded. Meanwhile, Lian swiftly dispatched another disaster church member, but his expression was extremely grim. It had been several minutes since he activated the Mother Crystal, yet Lin Hao still hadn't teleported over. There were only 2 possibilities. The first possibility is that he encountered an obstruction during the teleportation, resulting in failure. The second possibility is that Lin Hao is dead, and a dead person naturally cannot perform any actions. Regardless of which one it was, Lin Hao was likely in grave danger. With this thought, Li An's expression turned grim. He was about to vent all his anger on these cultists when his communication device rang. Seeing that the caller ID was Lin Hao, Lian felt no joy whatsoever. This was likely Lin Hao's phone falling into Lu Long's hands after he was killed. Lian took a deep breath, bracing himself before answering the call. He was prepared to be mocked by Lu Long, but once the call connected, his face filled with joy. "Li Gu, I'm fine now." "Lin Hao, is that really you?" Lin Hao felt perplexed. Who else could I be but Lin Hao? "Huh, true." Lian exclaimed joyfully, "What a good kid. You managed to escape from the level 5 disaster executive." Lu Long isn't an ordinary level 5 job changer. When he goes all out, even he isn't a match for himself. The presidents of the 3 major guilds in Linyuan City probably couldn't last 3 rounds against him. Lin Hao's escape from Lu Long's hands was truly unexpected. However, Lin Hao replied, "Actually, I didn't run away." "Didn't run?" Lian felt confused. That guy Lu Long is not merciful. Did he just let you go? Lin Hao shook his head. "He's dead. I killed him." Lian tilted his head. It seemed like the signal wasn't very good just now. "What did you say?" Lin Hao repeated briefly. Lu Long is dead. I killed him. Hearing Lin Hao's calm voice, Li's heart was thrown into turmoil. Lu Long is dead, and it was killed by Lin Hao, a mere level 20 newbie. Is this some kind of international joke? He wanted to ask Lin Hao if he was joking, but he knew Lin Hao wouldn't be so boring. In the end, all his thoughts could only be summed up in one sentence: you are amazing. After reporting his safety, Lin Hao immediately inquired about the Yulong squad. As expected, he easily obtained qualification to join. After hanging up the phone, Lin Hao entered the group number and successfully joined the Yulong squad chat. Another newcomer has joined. Welcome. I'll buy skills at a high price. Definitely higher than any other offer. Private secret realms. Lin Hao was quite surprised. He never thought secret realms could be privately owned. How wealthy must one be? He pondered for a moment and sent a message. Is there a boss in your secret realm? There's one. The others are all level 20 monsters, and we also provide assistance in clearing, ensuring you quickly break through to level 20. Just one. Lin Hao felt a bit disappointed. How much? If the price is right, he might consider it. Let's not talk about money, we only discuss skill books. No negotiation. Lin Hao refused without a second thought, then added, I have a legendary warrior skill book, Thunder Slash. Who has a mage skill to trade with me? The appearance of the legendary skill book immediately drew out many lurking members. Wow, legendary skill. I want it. I don't have a mage's skill book, but I'm willing to offer 100 million dragon coins. You poor soul, 100 million is laughable. I'll offer 300 million. Calling others poor, yet you're not much better yourself. I'll offer 1 billion, sell it to me. The entire group chat instantly turned into a bidding war. However, Lin Hao didn't respond at all. He didn't lack money. Even if he did, he could sell equipment. With absolute luck on his side, he had so many legendary items in his backpack that he could hardly count them, making it unnecessary to sell skill books. After waiting for 5 minutes, Lin Hao still hadn't found a serious trader. But then again, legendary skill books aren't easy to come by, and not everyone could solo dungeons like him. Lin Hao wasn't too disappointed and began to organize his recent gains. After Lu Long transformed into a werewolf, he was classified as a level 50 boss. Coupled with the fact that Lin Hao had previously defeated 2 bosses, he had successfully leveled up. His maximum health increased by 100 points, reaching 77100 points, while his mana also increased by 100 points, jumping to 100 under the influence of his talents. Thus, Lin Hao's maximum mana directly rose from 133,100 points to 233,100 points. All other attributes also increased by 100 points. Name: Lin Hao. Class: Forbidden Mage. Level 2112. 83. Health: 77100. Mana: 233,100. Strength: 1510. Stamina: 1510. Spirit: 1520. Intelligence: 3020. Agility: 1610. Spell attack power: 33140. Moreover, Lin Hao gained an additional 100 free attribute points. After leveling up to 21, he received another 100 free attribute points. Looking at the 1100 free attribute points, Lin Hao felt troubled. I just don't understand how anyone could think free attributes aren't enough. Looking at his current panel, he didn't even know which attribute to allocate. Although Lin Hao was only level 21, even top-tier level 5 powerhouses were no match for him. In short, he lacked nothing. In the end, Lin Hao allocated all his free attributes to intelligence. One reason was naturally to increase his firepower, but more importantly, some top-tier mage equipment was tied to intelligence attributes, and if his intelligence wasn't sufficient, he wouldn't be able to equip it. It was wise to prepare in advance. With Lin Hao's terrifying strength, obtaining such top-tier equipment was merely a matter of time. After the intelligence attribute increased by 110 points, it became 410 points, and his spell attack power increased by 220 points, reaching 35340. After organizing all his attributes, Lin Hao finally looked at his energy value. Before the battle, Lin Hao had a total of 7.3 million energy. He had just upgraded his battle intuition, which cost 4.9 million, but later replenished a full 20 million, so Lin Hao currently had 22.4 million energy. Undoubtedly, this was a terrifying number. After suddenly becoming wealthy, Lin Hao once again turned his attention to the fireball skill. Previously, he thought there would be a higher tier alternative to fireball, but now he no longer thought that way. Although the multiplier of the legendary skills was terrifying and had various powerful effects, the cooldown time was quite long, and it couldn't be reduced through leveling. Naturally, it was strong against other class changers. After all, everyone was fragile, and a single skill could eliminate them instantly, unlike monsters that had health pools in the thousands or even billions. However, against monsters, the effectiveness was somewhat average. For a level 100 fireball, each level now required 200 energy, which seemed like an exaggerated number to Lin Hao before, but now it appeared pitifully low. Lin Hao directly consumed 200 energy, instantly raising Fireball to level 2000. Fireball LV 2000 consumes 2/0 mana, dealing 2/0 of your spell attack power as spell damage to a single target within 2000 meters. No cooldown. This multiplier is simply terrifying. The level 2/0 fireball was already more than sufficient. Lin Hao then turned his attention to the wind barrier, a white shield skill. Although it was a white skill, having more shield skills was certainly better. It had helped him through several crises before and was quite the contributor. The energy consumption of wind barrier was the same as fireball, so Lin Hao directly spent 2/0 energy to upgrade it to level 2/0. Wind barrier LV 2000 consumes 2/0 mana, granting you a shield equal to 2/0 of your spell attack power lasting for 30 seconds. Cooldown 10 seconds. Not bad, not bad. My shield has become thicker. After consuming 4/0 energy, Lin Hao still had 18 million energy left, remaining quite wealthy. Thus Lin Hao looked again at the endless barrier, a legendary shield skill. Using 2 shield skills in alternation, he wouldn't fear even a level 6 class changer. After level 50, each level of this legendary skill required 1/0 energy, equivalent to a legendary passive. Even though Lin Hao held great wealth, now he still felt quite pained, so he only slightly leveled it up, spending 5/0 energy to reach level 100 before stopping. Endless barrier LV 100 consumes 5/0 mana, granting you a shield equal to 5/0 of your spell attack power lasting for 30 seconds. Cooldown 600 seconds. This multiplier is simply terrifying. My current spell power is 33340 points, and casting Endless Barrier can immediately create a shield worth 17670 for me. You have to know I'm only level 21 now. Once I break through to level 100, wear a full set of level 100 legendary equipment, and raise my skills to over level 1/0, then I could write invincible on my face. After consuming another 5/0 energy, Lin Hao still had 13 million energy left. Mana Amplification has also been my old ally. Everyone has made significant improvements, and I can't leave you behind. Although skills with the same effect cannot stack, they can only replace each other. But Lin Hao's talent allows for infinite upgrades, so theoretically Mana Amplification and other legendary passives could infinitely increase spell power, making replacements unnecessary. Just upgrade them vigorously. For a level 1/0 Mana Amplification, each level requires 2/0 energy, which is still a bit painful. Lin Hao thought for a moment and spent 10 million energy to directly raise it to level 1500. Mana Amplification LV 1500, your spell attack power permanently increases by 15100 points. This is an increase of a full 5000 points in spell power. Lin Hao's spell power officially broke 400 points, reaching 40340 points. He thought no one would believe this was his level 21 attribute. With only 3 million energy left, Lin Hao stopped leveling up, needing to save some for emergencies. After fully enhancing his skills, Lin Hao continued on his way to the destination. After walking for a while, the mysterious key in his hand suddenly began to shake violently. Upon observation, Lin Hao discovered that the closer he got to his destination, the more vigorously the key trembled, which actually saved him quite a bit of time in his search. Soon Lin Hao stopped at an empty plot of land. After activating the key, a long tunnel suddenly appeared in front of him. Without hesitation, Lin Hao stepped inside. After all, he had gone through so much hardship to find this path. Even if the future was filled with the unknown, he couldn't back down now. Upon entering the tunnel, he was greeted by an incredibly vast world. Lin Hao instinctively looked up at the sky. Seeing that there was no blood moon hanging above, he breathed a sigh of relief, but felt a bit disappointed. It seemed this place posed no danger and also provided him with no energy. After walking for over half an hour, Lin Hao began to feel a bit impatient. The scenery here was monotonous and unchanging. He hadn't seen a single monster, let alone an ordinary animal. So what exactly is the purpose of this cursed place? Have I spent so much time and effort only to arrive at a space with nothing? After exercising patience and walking a bit further, Lin Hao finally discovered a house. In this unknown space, a house that seemed to be inhabited appeared, which piqued Lin Hao's curiosity and heightened his alertness. Lin Hao approached cautiously, and just then a joyful laughter echoed. Ha ha ha, it's been ages since I've seen a living person. A refined-looking man in a white robe walked out of the house. He seemed to harbor no ill intentions, yet Lin Hao felt an overwhelming sense of danger. This man was not merely human. He possessed a pair of crimson horns on his head resembling those of a demon, which contrasted sharply with his refined demeanor. Little one, there's no need to be so tense. If I wished to kill you, no matter how you could fly or hide, you wouldn't escape death. His tone was calm, yet it carried an overwhelming confidence. Lin Hao chuckled. If he were to score the man's display of arrogance, he would give him a 99, just to leave 1 point off to prevent him from becoming too conceited. When in doubt, he decided to use his ability to investigate. However, upon doing so, Lin Hao was taken aback. Name, level, health, attack power, defense power. All he saw were question marks, which could only mean one thing: this guy was overwhelmingly stronger than him. What level could he be at? 80, 90, or perhaps even higher? Damn it, absolute luck. Where did you bring me? This mysterious key was obtained from a treasure chest, but without the influence of absolute luck, Lin Hao felt he had a 90 chance of not obtaining the key and thus never encountering this guy. Undoubtedly, this man was the strongest monster Lin Hao had ever encountered. Sensing Lin Hao's investigation, the man showed no concern and instead smiled, saying, "I guessed from afar. Before you ask for my name, shouldn't you introduce yourself first?" Lin Hao nodded, saying, "I am Lin Hao, an ordinary high school student." Ordinary? The man chuckled. "In 100 years, you are the first person to arrive in this space. You certainly are not ordinary. Since you've introduced yourself, let me share my identity as well. I am the King of the Disaster Ruins, Delegon." The King of the Disaster Ruins? Lin Hao was utterly astonished. Is absolute luck really that incredible? It brought me right in front of the final boss, and here I am at level 21, expected to fight the final boss. I may lack energy, but don't you think we should consider the disparity in our strengths? The man seemed pleased with Lin Hao's expression. He chuckled. "Now you should understand that I bear you no ill intentions. You are the first person to enter this space in 100 years. Lin Hao asked, "Is there a reward for that?" The man was slightly taken aback. "You little human, you're quite interesting. If there's nothing, then I'll take my leave." Lin Hao turned around and left without hesitation. As expected, the man did not make a move against him. Lin Hao couldn't help but smirk. He knew that this so-called King of the Disaster Ruins wouldn't treat him, a human, so politely. Apparently in this space, he couldn't attack. Ha ha ha, absolute luck truly didn't let me down. I'm here for a massive amount of energy. In an instant, the flame impact was unleashed, striking directly at the man. However, the damage number that appeared almost made Lin Hao's jaw drop. 0. My goodness, this guy's magic resistance must be over 10 million, right? Little one, you really are quite interesting to dare attack me. Your intuition is sharp. In this space, I indeed cannot inflict any damage on you, and if you wish to leave, I cannot stop you either. However, if you are willing to cooperate with me, I can offer you rewards beyond your imagination. As the King of the Disaster Ruins, the man's attitude was undoubtedly very humble. Lin Hao thought for a moment. Since there was no danger here, it wouldn't hurt to hear what he had to say. Seeing Lin Hao choose to stay, Delegan smiled slightly, a hint of nostalgia flashing in his eyes, quickly followed by a bone-deep hatred. I just told you that I am the King of the Disaster Ruins world, but the current king is no longer me. Your throne was usurped. Lin Hao blurted out. Delegan nodded. It's easier to talk to smart people. One of my subordinates turned traitor, launching a sneak attack on me when I was at my weakest, severely injuring me. As long as you can help me regain my throne, I can give you everything you desire. Well, Delegan, you seem to think too highly of me. I'm only level 21, and I can't even break through your defenses. Oh, I probably wouldn't be able to defeat that guy either. No worries, I can wait. I see great potential in you. Once you grow stronger, you might not be weaker than that guy, and am not relying solely on you. Among my subordinates, there are 10 disasters. Only 6 of them betrayed me, with the leader being the Night Disaster Xinming. This kid now calls himself the Night King. However, the other 4 subordinates of mine should mostly be loyal. I need you to find their whereabouts. Lin Hao rolled his eyes. Most of them are still loyal. I think they have all betrayed you. How naive is this King of the Disaster Ruins? However, he also gleaned some information. This King of the Disaster Ruins seems to be trapped in this space and cannot leave. Otherwise, he would have gone to find them himself. Delegan continued, Of course, I won't make you work for free. As long as you are willing to help me, the rewards you deserve will not be lacking. After speaking, Delegan, to show his sincerity, directly took out a legendary skill book radiating golden light and handed it to Lin Hao. Lin Hao accepted the skill book without hesitation. Absolute Freedom Quality Legendary Learning Requirements. Mage effect consumes 1,000 mana points to immediately remove all control effects on oneself, and within 1 second grants immunity to all control effects. This skill can be used while controlled, cooldown of 600 seconds. Wow, what a great item. It's actually a rare immunity skill, and it's a legendary skill that can be used even while being controlled. Lin Hao was very satisfied with this skill. Unexpectedly, he was able to acquire a rare legendary skill book for free. This trip was truly worthwhile. Seeing that Lin Hao had learned the skill, Delegan then continued, I have countless skill books like this. Help me with a small task, and I will let you choose another one. Lin Hao cautiously replied, Helping with a small task is no problem, but I will not do anything that harms humanity. Rest assured, I will not only not harm humanity, but I can even help you deal with those who betrayed me in the Disaster Ruins world. So we actually share the same goal. If you are really worried, I can sign a contract with you. After Delegan finished speaking, he took out a scroll radiating a holy aura. This is the sacred contract scroll. Once the contract is signed, no one can go against it. Is it really that powerful? Lin Hao was somewhat surprised, but he certainly wouldn't sign it immediately. The content of the contract was not extensive, but Lin Hao read it over and over. Help Delagan reclaim his throne, during which he will provide corresponding rewards based on your contributions, and neither party can harm the other, and Delagan will not do anything detrimental to humanity. Seeing that the contract truly had no issues, Lin Hao signed it. Delagan smiled. Once you help me bring back the Void Magic Stone, I can tell you a secret about the Disaster Ruins world. You must also want to know why the Disaster Ruins world merged with your world, right? At this moment, Lin Hao was not very interested in the two worlds. Instead, he asked, the matter you mentioned about letting me choose a skill book still counts, right? That is natural. Delagan nodded decisively. Seeing this, Lin Hao thought for a moment and asked, do you have one that can use mana to negate damage? Lin Hao casually asked, and if there really was one, it would be too overpowered. His current mana was over 200,000, and if he could have such a skill, his survival capability would instantly increase significantly. However, Delagan smiled faintly and replied, of course I have one. The passive skill Mana Shield meets your requirements. Every 1 point of mana can negate 10 points of damage. Are you satisfied? Really? Lin Hao was shocked. In his impression, there was no such skill in Blue Star. He had just casually asked because he had played too many online games, and he never expected Delagan to actually have one. 1 point of mana negating 10 points of damage may not seem like much, but Lin Hao could level it up. Once I level up Mana Shield, 1 point of mana could negate 100 or even 1,000 points of damage. If I boost my mana further, I would be the tankiest mage in the world. Stacking up mana should not be too difficult thanks to the Forbidden Mage talent, which allows him to gain 10 times the maximum mana. Lin Hao thought about it and almost couldn't help but laugh out loud. Although the shield skill is also very powerful, the problem is that this world has true damage skills. True damage can ignore shields and defenses, dealing damage to the target. However, true damage skills are exceedingly rare, and even ordinary strong ones at level 70 or 80 might not master one. But even if the skills are rare, there are still some people who can master them. Therefore, he must get the Mana Shield passive. Delagan, where is the Void Magic Stone? I will bring it to you as quickly as possible. I don't know. Delagan shook his head. I don't know much about your world. You'll have to figure it out yourself. Lin Hao nodded helplessly, hoping Lian knew the whereabouts of the Magic Stone. Before leaving, Delagan gave Lin Hao a positioning stone. With this positioning stone, he could directly use the teleportation stone to return here, no longer needing to climb the mountain. After returning from the special space, Lin Hao looked at the time. In half an hour, the National College entrance examination would begin. He then looked again at the group chat for the Yulong team. After such a long time, someone finally offered him an equivalent trade. I will save everything. Are you still there? I will exchange my Mage acceleration skill Phantom Step with you. Sure. Lin Hao nodded and added, it's best to set the trading location at the Linyuan examination site. I will save everything. No problem, I will send someone to wait for you. After arriving at the examination site, Lin Hao quickly met a middle-aged man dressed in a butler's outfit. After confirming identities, the two smoothly completed the trade. Phantom Step quality legendary learning requirements. Mage effect consumes 1,000 mana points to increase movement speed by 100 for 10 seconds, cooldown of 600 seconds. A skill that increases movement speed is indeed very necessary. Being able to fight and escape is the first standard for survival. After mastering the skill, Lin Hao saw a familiar figure outside the examination hall. From a distance, Principal Lu of Linyuan No. 1 High School let out a long sigh of relief upon seeing Lin Hao approach. Lin Hao, you finally made it. Principal Lu exclaimed. I called you so many times, and you never answered. I was almost going to ask Vice Commander Li for help in finding you. Lin Hao replied, sorry, Principal. I was stuck in a dungeon and couldn't take any calls. Principal Lu looked quite surprised. You really are dedicated. With the college entrance exam coming up, you're working so hard. Principal Lu scrutinized Lin Hao carefully. Not bad. You're already level 21. For those from prominent families, this wasn't anything remarkable. After all, they have powerful leaders guiding them, and even private dungeons for leveling up, making their progress incredibly fast. Lin Hao, on the other hand, truly relied on himself to reach this point. Good lad. I knew I didn't misjudge you. Not only do you possess talent, but you also work so hard. Your future achievements will surely be boundless. It would be even better if you could secure the top spot in the national exam this year. Before Lin Hao could respond, the principals of No. 2 and No. 3 high schools walked over. The principal of No. 2 shook his head. Old Lu, don't put so much pressure on the students. Getting the top score in the college entrance exam is probably impossible. Aiming for the top 5 is the best result we can hope for. Principal Lu frowned, but ultimately nodded. Yes, Lin Hao, just do your best. Lin Hao chuckled. Don't you all have any confidence in me? Principal Lu sighed. In previous years, with your strength, becoming the top scorer wouldn't have been difficult, but this year is truly a bit special. I only learned not long ago that the youngest son of the Wu family has also awakened an SS-level combat profession. Principal Liu explained the Wu family is the largest family in the Dragon Kingdom. They have numerous dungeons at their disposal. If they fully assist him in leveling up, he's probably already at level 25. As for legendary equipment, that goes without saying. He must be wearing top-tier legendary gear at level 20, which has attributes double those of typical legendary equipment. The other two SS-level transmuters also come from relatively wealthy backgrounds. Even if you lose to them, don't be disheartened, they just had better luck in their birth. The principle of no. 2 side yes, just do your best, and don't leave any regrets. The principle of no. 3 said I've always felt that the current examination format is a bit unfair to students from less affluent backgrounds. After all, they can't access legendary equipment, let alone top-tier legendary gear. The principle of no. 2 retorted, is there absolute fairness in this world? There's only relative fairness. Do you think it's fair to have gray professions and SS gray professions take the same exam? Moreover, equipment is inherently a part of a transmuter's strength. Some professions are closely tied to their equipment, allowing them to stack attributes from multiple sets onto one. You can't deny them the use of their talents, can you? Before the discussion could continue, it quickly reached the time for the official college entrance exam. The format of the exam is a trial dungeon where all candidates enter and undergo tests in batches. It is said that many years ago the exam required candidates to enter a special artificial dungeon to kill monsters and earn points. However, monsters from the disaster zone somehow invaded the dungeon. This led to severe casualties among that year's students, nearly resulting in a complete shutdown, with even an SS-level transmuter dying inside. This incident also implicated countless powerful figures, leading to their imprisonment. Since then, the format of the college entrance exam has shifted to a much safer trial dungeon. The assessments for output professions and support professions are different and do not take place in the same examination hall, with vastly different content being assessed. When Lin Hao formally entered the examination hall, the dungeon was instantly activated. In the blink of an eye, Lin Hao found himself in a futuristic-looking room. Besides him, there was only a mechanical doll capable of recording damage. The first round of assessment tests the output capability of the transmuter. Within 3 minutes, dealing 10 million damage to the doll would earn an S rating. 20 million would be SS, and 40 million damage is required for an SSS rating. The reason the SSS rating is set at 40 million rather than 50 million is that level 20 disaster bosses generally have around this health pool. This means that to achieve an SSS rating, one must defeat a level 20 disaster boss alone within 3 minutes. The difficulty is evident. In past college entrance exams, no more than 5 students have ever managed this feat. The mechanical doll in front of Lin Hao remained inactive, clearly waiting for his turn to take the exam. In the monitoring room of the examination hall, the invigilating teachers looked very serious as they gazed at the monitoring screens. This time, our Dragon Kingdom has produced quite a few talents. There are a total of 4 SS-level transmuters, just right, 2 output and 2 support. Old Zhang, which of these 4 candidates do you think will win the top score in this year's college entrance exam? Isn't that obvious? It's definitely Wu Linsong, the youngest son of the Wu family. With his family's help, he not only leads in levels, but also has all top-tier equipment. He probably has several legendary skills too. Another invigilating teacher nodded and said that kid Lin Hao is actually quite good too. He's the only hidden profession at SSS level. He might just be a dark horse. And that Zhang Chuan, the psionic obliterator, is also quite impressive and might make it into the top 10. Just as the discussion continued, the door to the monitoring room suddenly opened. The invigilating teachers were taken aback, for the newcomer was none other than the Dragon Kingdom's recognized strongest war god Wang Jinyue. Don't mind me, continue. Wang Jinyue spoke with indifference. However, the invigilating teachers, hearing this, still dared not engage in casual conversation. Before this renowned war god, they felt as timid as a child just starting school. At that moment, Zhang Chuan initiated the trial. His damage output was quite impressive, inflicting over 200,000 damage with each attack. More importantly, his damage sustained over time was very strong. After 3 minutes, he reached a total damage of over 28 million, successfully securing an S-level rating. The teachers nodded. An S-level magic output. Achieving this was already quite impressive. If he had some strong teammates, he wouldn't have any issues against disaster bosses of the same level. Such talent is needed for disaster dungeons. Next up was everyone's most anticipated genius from the Wu family, Wu Linsong. He was an SS-level berserker profession, the master of battle. While this profession is not uniquely hidden, only 5 individuals in the entire Blue Star possess it. The public talent of this profession is when facing a single enemy, all damage dealt by the user is doubled, while damage taken is reduced by 50. This is an extremely powerful solo talent. The 2 other undisclosed talents are surely not weak either, and everyone eagerly anticipates Wu Linsong's performance. Soon Wu Linsong began his onslaught. Although he was a berserker, his attack speed was astonishingly swift, his giant sword creating afterimages as he swung it. More importantly, each of his basic attacks dealt a terrifying damage of over 600,000. Such horrifying damage meant that even if he didn't use any skills within these 3 minutes and only relied on his basic attacks, he could easily inflict over 40 million damage and achieve an SSS rating. This is truly terrifying. If I'm not mistaken, this giant sword should be the Shadow Giant Sword ranked first on the level 20 legendary giant sword list. Truly impressive. The Wu family has deep roots. Wu Linsong is quite formidable. He has been attacking for so long without even a hint of fatigue. Clearly, he is trained diligently. At that moment, Wu Linsong unleashed a series of legendary skills. 353, 2760, 353, 2760, 706, 5520. Watching the string of damage numbers appear on the screen, the teachers couldn't help but swallow hard. Incredible. Truly incredible. No wonder he is the SS-level overlord of battle. His ability to solo is simply unparalleled. Indeed, he could deal 7 million damage even at the 2nd tier. It's downright frightening. If he were a great profession, he might not even reach that damage at the 8th tier. In just 1 minute, Wu Linsong had successfully dealt over 40 million damage, earning an SSS rating. However, he aspired for more. He wanted to break the record for the highest damage ever in the National College Entrance Examination, a score set by the second demigod of the Dragon Kingdom, the president of the Transcendence Association. He had achieved a total score of 190 million. Wu Linsong continued to attack the puppet with all his might, yet after 3 minutes his damage still fell short. Nevertheless, the supervising teachers were immensely excited. Because Wu Linsong's strength completely exceeded their expectations, he had dealt over 90 million damage. As a fellow warrior, this damage was only slightly less than that of the former district head Wang. Doesn't this imply that given time the Dragon Kingdom could produce another war god? The crowd immediately shook their heads. District head Wang's profession was also a unique hidden one, and it was the kind that was weak in the early stages but extremely powerful later on. Once District head Wang was overshadowed in terms of output by the president of the Transcendence Association. Now he was already recognized as the best. Not only recognized as the best in the Dragon Kingdom, but also acknowledged globally. When the semi-divine powerhouses from the island nation and the beautiful nation bore ill will toward the Dragon Kingdom, Wang Jinhua went alone. He left in the morning, and they were subdued by the afternoon. Not bad at all. Of this year has produced another promising candidate, Wang Jinhua said with a calm smile. Haha, yes, I believe that within a few years our Dragon Kingdom will again have another demigod. Several teachers were equally delighted. Soon it was time for Lin Hao's trial. The only hidden profession rated SSS surely won't be too weak. Achieving an SSS rating should be no problem, right? Of course. After all, it's an SS level output. It would be ridiculous if he couldn't reach 40 million damage. I also believe Lin Hao will definitely achieve an SSS rating, but I wonder if his damage can surpass Wu Linsong's. I think that's unlikely. I guess his final damage might be around 70 to 80 million. Before long, Lin Hao began his attack. He held nothing back. He didn't enjoy playing weak to appear strong, and from the outset, he was in full offensive mode. Fireball after fireball formed a straight line, continuously slamming into the puppet. The damage numbers that erupted made everyone question if their eyes were deceiving them. 806, 8000, 806, 8000, 806, 8000. After his magic power increased to 40,340 points, the level 2000 fireball spell could deal a terrifying damage of over 8 million each time. With just 5 fireballs, Lin Hao's total damage smoothly surpassed 40 million, earning him an SSS rating, taking less than 5 seconds. My goodness, what kind of outrageous damage is this? It's simply terrifying. Wu Linsong's highest damage was only 7 million, boosted by a double damage talent, and more importantly, his legendary skills had a cooldown of 600 seconds. How is it that Lin Hao's skills are coming one after another? Yes, Lin Hao cheating. Such powerful skills without cooldown. Does that make sense? Could it be that the talent of the Forbidden Mage allows for casting without cooldown? But how can such high damage be explained? The crowd was completely bewildered, only able to watch the continuous stream of damage numbers, gasping in astonishment. Having been supervising for so many years, they had seen many anomalies, but this was the first time encountering such an outrageous one. In less than 10 seconds, Lin Hao's damage had officially exceeded 100 million. Even more terrifying was that Lin Hao's fireballs continued to shoot out, as if this skill had neither cooldown nor mana cost. In fact, it was quite similar. The level 2000 fireball spell only consumed 2000 mana per cast. Lin Hao, with his level 500 mana recovery, could restore 50,000 mana per second. To call him a cheat would be an understatement. Watching the incessant barrage of fireballs, everyone had a bold guess: would Lin Hao truly break the record set by the president of the Transcendence Association? That suspense didn't last long, as just a few seconds later Lin Hao's damage broke 200 million. And it didn't stop there. After a few dozen seconds, Lin Hao's damage officially reached 1 billion before finally ceasing. The reason it stopped was that the mechanical puppet had been completely destroyed. 1 billion was its damage threshold. The supervising teachers could hardly believe their eyes. This is terrifying. The puppet has been destroyed. Lin Hao is only at level 21. I can't even imagine what damage he will deal when he reaches level 100. Indeed, with such terrifying output, even if Lin Hao can only attain a D rating in the next 2 tests, he is still worth full investment. That's right. I will personally recommend him to Kyoto University. Such a prodigy must not be overlooked. Lin Hao's output truly shocked everyone. Even Wang Jinyue behind him was deeply astonished. In the past century, no one had ever achieved such output at the 2nd tier like Lin Hao. Give him a powerful shield warrior and support, and throw him into any disaster dungeon, he would surely be like a bulldozer. Not to mention tier 2 or 3 disaster bosses. Even at levels 50 or 60, they would be smashed to pieces. Now it's time to see how Lin Hao performs in terms of survival ability and reflexes. The second round of the test assesses the survival abilities of the job changers. In the second stage, 100 monsters with 1 million health and 100 attack power appear every 10 seconds. Surviving for 1 minute against these monsters earns an SS level rating. 2 minutes earns an SS level, and only those who endure for 5 minutes can achieve an SSS level. Zhang Chuan was naturally the first to accept the challenge. Although he was a short-legged mage, his speed was not slow at all, and he had learned a skill to increase his movement speed, allowing him to endure for a full minute and achieve an SS level rating. The supervising teachers nodded in agreement. For a short-legged mage to possess such survival ability was already quite impressive. In a real dungeon, his teammates wouldn't be helpless either. A minute's time would be sufficient for defense. Next, it was Wu Linsong's turn to take the stage. As a berserker, his health was inherently high, far beyond that of a fragile mage. Moreover, he possessed a life-stealing skill that restored 10 of the damage dealt with each attack. Coupled with his shield skill and high damage reduction, he managed to withstand the 5 minutes. No one was surprised, as the survival ability of the warrior class was always commendable, especially for an SS level berserker. This was a primary output position in the front line. If there was no toughness, how was it different from an assassin? Finally, it was Lin Hao's turn to take the stage, and everyone's curiosity was immediately piqued. Guess how long this forbidden mage can last under the onslaught of numerous monsters. I guess he should be better than Zhang Chuan, maybe lasting a minute and a half. I have the same prediction. Lin Hao's profession has explosive output capability, so his survival will inevitably be somewhat weaker. They speculated that the forbidden mage class had a potent damage-increasing talent. For instance, all skills he casts could have their damage multiplier increased by 50-100. The second talent allowed all skills he casts to reduce a certain amount of cooldown. Of course, this was merely their conjecture based on Lin Hao's previous performances. Nevertheless, Lin Hao's talents were undoubtedly related to output. Without survival talents to assist his survival ability was bound to be concerning. At that moment, Lin Hao officially began his trial. Facing 100 level 20 monsters, Lin Hao did not panic and flee like Zhang Chuan, but instead waved his staff once more. A massive tornado with a diameter of 150 meters formed, instantly sweeping forward. All the monsters had nowhere to hide and were engulfed within. 201-7000, 201-7000, 201-7000. All the monsters caught in the vortex were instantaneously killed. The supervising teachers were somewhat stunned. In their long lives, they had seen countless skills, but this was the first time they had witnessed such a gigantic tornado. With a diameter of 150 meters, this entire experimental realm could barely contain it. What an expansive area skill. Did Lin Hao perhaps obtain some opportunity to elevate a legendary skill to max level? This tornado looks quite familiar. The more I look at it, the more it resembles the skill Howling Storm. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Howling Storm is only a purple grade skill, not even an epic skill. Even if you max it out to level 10, it can't possibly have a diameter of 150 meters, right? You make a good point. So what exactly is this skill? The crowd fell into silence, unable to recognize it given their knowledge, because they had outright dismissed the correct answer at first. Finally, a teacher spoke up. Regardless of what skill it is, the stronger the skill, the longer the cooldown. Lin Hao's timing and skill release is a bit lacking. Indeed, the survival test of the second stage is not merely about killing 100 monsters. Monsters appear every 10 seconds. If I were him, I would definitely wait for the second wave of monsters to appear and take them out along with the first wave at the same time. I think that's not necessarily true. Perhaps Lin Hao has other means. If this was said by someone else, they would surely refute it, but since it was Wang Jinyue who said it, everyone began to look forward to it. Did Lin Hao really have other means? Soon it reached the 10th second, and another 100 monsters surged forth. Just as everyone wondered how Lin Hao would respond, he waved his staff lightly, and another massive tornado swept out. Immediately, the 3rd, 4th, and 5th tornadoes appeared in succession, annihilating all 5 waves of monsters without even brushing against the hem of Lin Hao's clothes. My goodness, such a terrifyingly large area attack skill doesn't even have a cooldown. I think that's impossible, or perhaps this tornado's cooldown is precisely 10 seconds. So Lin Hao used the skill as soon as the monsters appeared to cool it down early. Hiss, that makes a lot of sense. But having such a powerful skill with only a 10-second cooldown is a bit too outrageous. The supervising teachers exchanged glances. This round was meant to test survival ability, but Lin Hao had presented them with a different answer sheet showcasing his terrifying group output capability. What to do? Is this considered cheating? Cheating. Isn't this Lin Hao's own strength? If he can take out all the monsters, then naturally he is safe. His survival ability is off the charts. Not to mention surviving for 5 minutes, even an hour would pose no problem. While that may be true, I still feel something is off. Opinions began to diverge, and everyone unconsciously looked at Wang Jinyue. Wang Jinyue pondered for a moment and said, without a doubt Lin Hao deserves full marks. However, I also want to see just how strong his survival ability is. Let's add a trait to the monsters that they are immune to all damage below 3 million. The monsters appearing in the trial are not real monsters, but simulated ones. Since Wang Jinyue had spoken, the supervising teachers naturally would not refute it. 30 seconds later, the enhanced monsters officially made their appearance. Lin Hao instantly sensed the peculiar nature of these monsters. The tornado that had previously been so effective did not break through their defenses. The damage read uniformly 0, 0, 0. Looks like they've increased the difficulty for me. Lin Hao showed no signs of panic. He simply stood there. The supervising teachers were somewhat disappointed. Had his only method failed, leaving him to wait for death in place? Just as the monsters were about to reach Lin Hao, he moved and instantly unleashed a level 2000 wind barrier. Looking at the shield value on the screen, which reached a staggering 8068 points, the invigilators couldn't help but widen their mouths in astonishment. What the heck? Is this the shield that a 2nd-tier class changer can have? This is outrageous. Lin Hao couldn't have obtained a legendary shield skill and leveled up to max, could he? But that's not right. Even a max-level shield skill only has a multiplier of 5000. Could it be that Lin Hao's magical power has reached 16000? As the teachers pondered further, they were increasingly shocked. Lin Hao's strength exceeded everyone's expectations. Wang Jinyue also felt deeply astonished, and no wonder Lin Hao could defeat the Disaster District Steward at level 20. With such formidable damage and a terrifying shield, the steward who ambushed Lin Hao must have been terrified out of his wits. With SS-level survivability, Lin Hao truly deserves it. All the invigilators agreed. Next, they arrived at the final test of this college entrance examination: reaction ability. Class changers must avoid arrows shot from all directions in a confined space. If they get hit by only 20 arrows within 3 minutes, they will receive an S-grade evaluation. Getting hit 10 times earns an S-grade, and 5 or fewer arrows result in an SS grade. For the vast majority of class changers, this was the most challenging test. Many professions' abilities simply couldn't be utilized effectively in terms of reaction speed. The arrows here weren't simply launched one by one, they were shot in volleys from different angles. As time progressed, the speed of the arrows increased, and their numbers grew. The first to take the stage, Zhang Chuan, was hit by 30 arrows in just a minute, almost turning him into a pincushion. After 3 minutes, he only received a grade evaluation. With this performance, he would no longer make it into the top 10. The invigilators felt it was a bit of a pity. A grade evaluation was merely average among all mage professions. Next up was Wu Linsong. As a frontline damage dealer, dodging enemy attacks was a fundamental skill. His performance was decent, but unfortunately, he was still hit by 12 arrows, exceeding the limit by 2, and only received an S-grade evaluation. This was the consequence of relying too heavily on his attributes. He didn't dodge when faced with attacks, and chose to take the hits. If he had practiced dodging more in regular battles, obtaining an S-grade evaluation wouldn't have been difficult. Sure enough, Wu Daosong's face was dark at this moment. He initially aimed for first place nationally, but now whether he could make it into the top 3 depended on luck. Finally, it was Lin Hao's turn to take the stage. The teachers didn't have high expectations for him. They thought Lin Hao would perform better than Zhang Chuan, but couldn't surpass Wu Linsong, expecting only a grade, or at most a grade rating. However, Lin Hao's performance surprised everyone. It was as if he had eyes on his back. No matter how cleverly the arrows were shot, Lin Hao could predict their trajectory in advance and dodge. If it were once or twice, it could be chalked up to luck, but a minute later the arrows were flying so fast they left afterimages, yet Lin Hao continued to evade them effortlessly. This was true strength. As 2 minutes, and then 3 minutes passed, Lin Hao still hadn't been hit by a single arrow. His terrifying reaction ability was completely beyond everyone's expectations. The invigilators were at a loss for words to describe their shock, and even Wang Jinyue couldn't help but applaud. Our long country has truly produced a peerless genius. If you ask why Lin Hao possesses such terrifying reaction ability, it is naturally due to his level 50 combat intuition playing a role. Those arrows feel as slow as snails under his perception. It would be hard for him to get hit. Soon the other groups of candidates also completed their tests. The results of the evaluations began to be released. Outside the examination room, Principal Liu was so anxious he could hardly breathe. He directly skipped the first 100 names and looked at the top 10, from the 10th to the 9th and 8th. All the way to the 5th, Lin Hao's name was nowhere to be found, and Principal Liu's breathing quickened. Could it be that Lin Hao failed to make the cut, not even making it into the top 10? As he continued to look upward, he finally saw Wu Linsong's name at second place. Not even Wu Linsong could be the top scorer. Who could the first place be? A deep yearning suddenly surged within Principal Liu. However, when he finally saw that name, he nearly fainted from excitement. Yes, our student is the national top scorer. Outside the examination venue, Principal Liu's laughter echoed freely. The principal of No. 2 High School sighed upon seeing Lin Hao's score. Congratulations. Your No. 1 High School has indeed struck gold. A genius like Lin Hao has emerged. A rating of 9S hasn't appeared in many years. The principal of No. 2 High School felt quite envious, wondering why Lin Hao wasn't a student of their school. Although He Jianyuan also performed well, making it into the top 100, he was still far behind Lin Hao. However, while some rejoiced, others were disheartened. Zhang Chuan looked at Lin Hao's name at the top, feeling as though he had been struck by lightning. Reflecting on his previous remarks outside the dungeon, he now felt like a clown. As soon as the college entrance examination ended, Lin Hao had not yet left the examination room when he saw an old acquaintance. Brotherly, what are you doing here? Of course I came here for you, our national top scorer. Lian smiled, then explained his purpose. In previous years, the top scorer in the college entrance examination would receive rewards from the battle zone, and this time is no exception. You really brought glory to our 10th battle zone this time. In nearly 100 years, our 10th battle zone has finally produced a national top scorer. You can look forward to the rewards from Director Wang. Wait, isn't Director Wang of our 10th battle zone the strongest war god of Long Country? Didn't he previously not get the top score? Lin Hao asked curiously. Yes, Lian nodded. Director Wang's profession is a late-game class. While he's not weak in the early stages, he's not absurdly strong either, and then he was overshadowed by the president of the Class Changers Association. Lian didn't mention the specifics of Director Wang's profession and effects, nor did Lin Hao inquire. After activating the unique teleportation stone of the battle zone, Lian led Lin Hao to the headquarters of the 10th battle zone. The security at headquarters was extremely tight, with patrolling soldiers everywhere, all at least level 50. Lin Hao even suspected that if his brotherly stayed in the headquarters instead of being in Linyuan City, he would probably just be a patrolling soldier. Seemingly guessing what Lin Hao was thinking, Lian coughed lightly, saying, I'm different. Do I have merit to my name? I bled for the battle zone. As Lian spoke, he led the way ahead. Soon the two arrived at the conference room where the district chief was located. Just as they opened the conference room door, Lian suddenly smiled slyly and quickly hid to the side. In the next instant, a long spear radiating golden lightning shot toward Lin Hao with the force to split the heavens. The long spear shot forth suddenly. Not even a 2nd-tier transmigrator could evade it, let alone a 5th-tier transmigrator. Yet Lin Hao was far from an ordinary person. With the enhancement of his level 50 battle instincts, Lin Hao narrowly dodged it. The spear collided straight against the wall behind, producing a thunderous boom before it completely disintegrated. It turned out to be a spear formed from condensed energy, not a solid object. Upon seeing Lin Hao evade the spear, Lian's expression was akin to seeing a ghost. Could it be that someone really managed to evade the attack of District Chief Wang? Although District Chief Wang certainly did not use his full strength, Lin Hao was still only at the 2nd tier. Wang Jinyue in the conference room was also quite surprised. He had originally intended to give Lin Hao a show of strength. His aim was naturally to prevent Lin Hao from becoming arrogant just because he had achieved the national top score. That spear just now was no ordinary attack. This skill inflicted true damage that ignored shields. To that end, he had even specially added the effect of Show Mercy, ensuring that the struck target would retain 1 point of life and not die. However, it now seemed that all of this was unnecessary. Lin Hao's reaction ability far exceeded his expectations. Wang Jinyue, it has been a long time since I've seen such an impressive young person. The future truly belongs to you. Lin Hao, somewhat dissatisfied, replied, District Chief, Wang, you almost scared my heart out of me just now. Is that so? I thought you were quite calm in your performance. Wang Jinyue chuckled and quickly got to the point. Lin Hao, congratulations on becoming the top scorer in this year's college entrance examination. As the head of the 10th Battle District, I naturally have to express something. Saying this, Wang Jinyue directly handed over a medal. Lin Hao felt no excitement as he did not know the effects of this medal. Meanwhile, Lin, upon seeing the medal bearing the image of a yellow dragon, was completely dumbfounded. My God, District Chief, this is the War Dragon medal. You have unbound the War Dragon medal. Wang Jinyue waved his hand, signaling Lin to stop speaking. At this moment, Lin Hao had already taken the medal and looked at its effects. War Dragon medal quality. Unique. Activation conditions successfully complete, at least 3 dungeons. Effect after binding to the user permanently increases the user's maximum health by 3,000. Each completed dungeon grants an additional 1,000 maximum health with no upper limit on growth. Wow, what a terrifying effect. From Lian's earlier expression, Lin Hao already knew this would be a treasure, but after reading the effects, he was still profoundly shocked. Activating it grants 3 million maximum health. Keep in mind, he currently only has just over 7,000 health. Not to mention, this medal can continually enhance attributes. Calling it invaluable is not an exaggeration at all. District Chief Wang, are you really giving me something so precious? Of course, Wang Jinyue nodded solemnly. I said the future belongs to you young people. Do you think I was just saying it for fun? Although this War Dragon medal still has value for me, giving it to you will maximize its worth. Lin Hao, while your shield is very thick and your reaction ability is excellent, you must remember that the means of the disaster ruins are exceedingly insidious. Without sufficient health, you could suddenly drop dead one day. I understand. Thank you, District Chief Wang. After accepting the medal, Lin Hao inquired, District Chief Wang, do you know about the Void Demon Stone? Of course I know, Wang Jinyue nodded. The Void Demon Stone is a special material used for forging weapons and equipment. You can only obtain it by killing void monsters with a very low probability. Wang Jinyue did not ask Lin Hao why he needed the Void Demon Stone, but directly told him how to obtain it. You can go to the Void Erosion Wilderness and enter the Void Erosion dungeon there, but the difficulty of the dungeons there is not low. It's best to wait until you reach the 3rd tier before challenging them. Lin Hao nodded, but he planned to set out immediately. Seemingly guessing what Lin Hao was about to do, Wang Jinyue helplessly took out a gem. If you must take the risk, then take this with you. The people from the Disaster Ruins Church are quite earnest towards you now. Crystal of Return quality, one-time teleportation item. Effect after binding to the user, it will convert into a passive effect. When the bound user receives a fatal injury, the Crystal of Return will nullify this damage and immediately teleport you back to the city you were previously in. Another legendary life-saving item. Whether from the battle district or the school, there was deep-seated concern for his early demise, but Lin Hao felt he wasn't that unlucky, was he? He hadn't even used the substitute puppet yet. The effect of this Crystal of Return was clearly stronger. If he truly encountered monsters that Lin Hao couldn't deal with, then the 10 million shield from the substitute puppet would be utterly irrelevant. After accepting the Crystal of Return, Lin Hao once again expressed his gratitude and left the conference room. Lin followed him out. Lin said enviously, you really have a high starting point. The War Dragon medal is a treasure that all low-tier transmigrators dream of. As far as I know, many big shots are willing to pay exorbitant prices to acquire it, and then gift it to their offspring, yet District Chief Wang refused them all. I never expected he would give it to you directly today. Lin Hao, this indicates that in our District Chief's view, my potential is stronger than those people. That is indeed the case. Lin nodded. Your potential is the highest I've seen among everyone. At level 20, you could kill the agents of the Disaster Ruins. The War Dragon medal will only be truly valued in your hands. After bidding farewell to Lin Hao left the military district. Just as he stepped out of the military district's gates, he encountered a man from the Transmigrated Association who wore the insignia of the president on his chest. The president of the Linyuan City Transmigrated Association. What does he want in the battle district? Lin Hao was curious, but had no intention of getting involved. However, just as he was about to leave, he was called by the man. Young brother Lin Hao, I've been waiting for a long time. You were waiting for me. The man nodded with a smile. You are now a prominent figure in Linyuan City, but it's not me who is looking for you, it's our Grand President. The Grand President of the Transmigrated Association, you mean the second demigod of our Dragon Kingdom. That's right, the President highly appreciates you. Would you like to come with me? After saying this, the man waved his hand, creating a teleportation portal, and then stepped inside. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Hao followed him inside. The moment he entered the portal, he found himself in a strange hall. Seeing Lin Hao following him, the man smiled and said, The President is in the room ahead, please follow me. Soon the two arrived at a room deep within the hall. The man opened the door but did not enter. Instead, he looked at Lin Hao and said, From here on you will walk alone. Just a heads up, what awaits you ahead may not be the president. Lin Hao was taken aback by this statement. If it wasn't the president, what could it be? Could it possibly be a monster? Upon entering the room, Lin Hao realized that it was extraordinarily large, stretching endlessly before him. After walking for quite a while, Lin Hao finally reached the end. However, what awaited him at the end was indeed not the president of the Association of Transmuters, nor could it be said to be human, but a gigantic black bear with a human head. Chu Mingqing, Disaster Overseer, level 60 health, 120 million attack, 3 physical defense, 2 magic resistance, 2 skills, Bloodthirst Berserk. A level 60 Disaster Overseer. Lin Hao's eyes lit up. Instead of feeling any fear, he was filled with excitement. Could this possibly be a greeting gift from the president? What I need most right now is energy points. Without hesitation, Lin Hao unleashed a barrage of fireballs. 783-8000. 783-8000. 783-8000. Even with the bear man's magic resistance at 2-3-0, Lin Hao was still able to deal over 7 million damage. Just a few fireballs landed and the boss's health bar instantly dropped a bit. However, this creature was not to be underestimated, but speed was astonishing. In just a few breaths, it crossed over 100 meters and appeared right in front of Lin Hao. A massive bear paw came crashing down towards Lin Hao's head. The skill Bloodthirst is a very powerful passive for sustaining health. When it deals damage, it restores the health equivalent to the damage dealt. However, this skill posed no threat to Lin Hao. The prerequisite for activating the Bloodthirst effect is that the damage dealt must be effective. It cannot trigger when hitting a shield. Coincidentally, Lin Hao's shield was unimaginably high. The level 2000 wind barrier was activated in an instant, enveloping Lin Hao with a shield value of 8068000 points. 300000. 300000. 300000. The bear man's attacks against Lin Hao's shield felt no different than a mere scratch. With absolute safety assured, Lin Hao once again unleashed a furious barrage of fireballs. 783-8000. 783-8000. 783-8000. Lin Hao's damage was terrifyingly high. In just a few seconds, he dealt over 80 million points of damage. The boss had already entered a berserk state, and after exerting tremendous effort, finally shattered Lin Hao's shield. However, before it could rejoice, another shield with a value of 80680 points appeared once more. There was no helping it. The level 2000 wind barrier was just that formidable. With a cooldown time of only 10 seconds, it could start cooling down while being cast. The bear man couldn't even shatter this second shield before being completely obliterated by Lin Hao's fireballs. A level 60 Disaster Overseer. Nothing more than that. Killed level 60 Disaster Overseer, gained 4 million experience points. Extra 15. 6 million experience points for defeating it at level 39 or higher. Killed level 60 Disaster Overseer, congratulations, you successfully absorbed 6 million energy points. Extra 23. For million energy points for defeating it at level 39 or higher. Killed level 60 Disaster Overseer, congratulations, you triggered absolute luck. You received Bear King Armor, Bear King Boots, and Bear King Ring. In an instant, Lin Hao gained a total of 6 million experience points. In a flash, he leveled up twice, jumping directly from level 21 to level 23. But this was not the main point. The main point was that Lin Hao obtained a whopping 29 for million energy points. It was truly exhilarating to defeat a monster of a higher level. Coupled with the previous 3 for million energy points left, Lin Hao now had a total of 8 million energy points. At that moment, an elderly man with slightly graying hair and a somewhat aged appearance suddenly appeared ahead. He wore a robe covered in ancient runes. Those runes seemed to come alive, constantly shining with golden light, clearly indicating that it was no ordinary garment. The old man looked at Lin Hao, his face filled with a kind smile. Little one, you must be Lin Hao, right? Your strength is indeed extraordinary. That brute Wang Zhengyue told me earlier that someone dealt 1 billion damage in a minute. Ew, I thought he was just messing with me. Elder, are you the second demigod of our dragon kingdom, the president of the Association of Transmuters? The old man nodded. Indeed, I am the president of the Association of Transmuters, and also the second demigod of the Dragon Kingdom, Mu Tianxian. Lin Hao was somewhat surprised upon hearing this, not because the old man's demeanor didn't match, but because he felt his age was a bit off. Wang Zhengyue and this old man were clearly figures from the same era. The former was muscular without a single white hair, while the latter's hair was completely white. How is that reasonable? Even if someone had white hair at a young age, their face wouldn't be so aged. The old man seemingly guessed what Lin Hao was thinking and sighed. My talent requires the expenditure of my own lifespan to activate. Lin Hao was taken aback upon hearing this. There was actually such a bizarre talent. It must be incredibly powerful, or else it would be a tremendous loss. The old man did not continue on that topic. Instead, he took out a crystal radiating a sacred aura. That guy specifically called to tell me about you, presumably to try to swindle this crystal from me. Well, this crystal is indeed of little use to me anymore, so I shall gift it to you. The old man's figure began to slowly dissipate. Little one, remember, no matter what you encounter in the future, us old fellows who haven't yet returned to the earth will always be your strongest support. Go for it, young man. That brute was right. The future surely belongs to you. After the old man finished speaking, his figure completely vanished, leaving only a crystal floating in midair. Lin Hao took a deep breath and received the crystal with both hands. Aurora crystal quality. Unique effect: traverse space, instantaneously arrive between light and shadow. You can instantly travel to any location in this world with a cooldown of 12 hours. Wow, what an incredible effect. This is simply an unlimited distance teleportation skill. With this item, even if surrounded by thousands of disaster overseers, he wouldn't be afraid. With just a thought, he could instantly escape. Any so-called life-saving artifact pales in comparison to this item. The only drawback is that the cooldown time is absurdly long. It can only be used twice a day. Lin Hao was quite satisfied with the effect of the Aurora Crystal. Previously, he was worried about how to travel to the Void Wasteland. This place was in the 8th battle zone, quite far from his current location. If he were to traverse the wasteland on foot, it would take at least 5 or 6 days. However, now it was very simple. With the Aurora Crystal, he could teleport directly there with just a thought. Lin Hao was about to activate the crystal when a phone call came in. Looking at the caller ID, it was Principal Lu from No. 1 High School. Once the call was connected, he heard the principal's excited yet anxious voice. Lin Hao, where are you? I've been waiting for so long, yet I don't see you coming out of the exam room. Lin Hao felt a bit embarrassed, nearly forgetting that Principal Lu was still waiting outside. Principal, it's a long story. First, I was taken to the military district by Deputy Commander Lee, and then the president of the Class Transition Association brought me to the association. Principal Lu was taken aback by this. Are you saying that you met 2 demigods from our dragon country, and they even sent someone to find you? That's right, Lin Hao nodded. Principal Lu laughed heartily. No wonder you're the top scorer from our school. Though I haven't even met these 2 big shots. Alright, let's put that aside. Lin Hao, where are you now? Someone insists on seeing you. Insists on seeing me. Lin Hao was curious about who it could be and hung up the phone to return to the exam room. About 5 minutes later, when Lin Hao arrived before Principal Lu could speak, an elderly man beside him looked at Lin Hao with excitement. You must be Lin Hao, right? Let me introduce myself. I am the current president of Lin Yuan University. The principal of your Lin Yuan No. 1 High School was once my student. I never expected that the most mischievous student in the class would become the principal years later. Life is truly unpredictable. Hello, principal. What brings you to find me? The elderly man nodded and got straight to the point. Lin Hao, I won't beat around the bush. I hope you can come study at Lin Yuan University. Our local university indeed cannot compare to those famous ones, and we are no match for Kyoto University or Magic City University at all. But I assure you the school will provide you with the highest benefits, doing everything possible to nurture you, and during this process, we won't let you encounter even a hint of danger. If you wish to go outdoors, all the teachers can act as your bodyguards. If you go to Kyoto or Magic City University, there are countless geniuses there, and the resources you receive might not exceed what we offer at Lin Yuan University. More importantly, those prestigious schools also bear the task of tackling dungeons, and they have casualty quotas. Many people die every year. Their philosophy is that a greenhouse can only cultivate flowers for appreciation, not towering trees. Even if you are an SS-level transitioner, all benefits will still depend on your own efforts. Although the old principal was not wrong, Principal Lu still frowned. If Lin Hao really stayed at Lin Yuan University, he might never encounter any risks during his growth, as he would have protection wherever he went. But what kind of achievements could someone like that achieve in the future? Lin Yuan University could only guarantee Lin Hao's lower limit, but not his upper limit. Not to mention the number of secret realms and dungeons controlled by Kyoto University is dozens of times greater than that of Lin Yuan University. Principal Lu naturally hoped Lin Hao would attend those renowned universities. Although the resources there had to be fought for, he believed that with Lin Hao's strength, acquiring the very best resources would not be difficult. If it weren't for Lin Hao accepting the Hell Mode advancement task back then and seeking this old man's help, although ultimately it didn't work out, he still owed a favor. Otherwise, no matter what was said, he wouldn't agree to let this guy come to meet Lin Hao. Fortunately, Lin Hao's determination was strong enough. He had no interest in temporary stability and directly refused, saying, "Thank you for your kindness, Principal, but I still want to explore further places." The elderly man nodded in disappointment, but then smiled with understanding. I was too abrupt. Young people should have such a fighting spirit. Lin Hao, regardless of whether you are a student at Lin Yuan University, you are a person from Lin Yuan City. Take this item with you. The elderly man handed over a legendary level item. Protection Amulet Quality One-Time Teleportation Item. Effect once activated, it grants an immediate 10 million shield lasting 60 seconds. And while the shield remains unbroken, the user will not take any damage. Another life-saving item. Lin Hao was somewhat numb today. He had received 3 high-quality life-saving items in just one day. The effect of this item was also quite impressive. As long as the shield wasn't broken, it could be considered an invincible item. Principle: this item is a bit too valuable. Lin Hao was somewhat reluctant to accept it because he hadn't done anything to deserve it. Although Wang Jinyue and Mu Tianxian had given him even more valuable items, Lin Hao knew he had also taken on a heavy burden from them and would eventually have to shoulder some responsibility. Their relationship was more like a kind of inheritance. This couldn't be considered a freebie. Just take it, Principal Lu said with a smile. This treasure is of no use in the hands of that old man. The elderly man glared. Who are you calling an old man? You brat really is like a kid who hasn't been beaten for 3 days. Principal Lu scratched his head, realizing he had spoken too quickly, and cleared his throat to change the subject. Lin Hao, this is the heartfelt intention of our university president. Please accept it. The elderly man also nodded. Lin Hao, you need not feel indebted. As long as you can grow steadily and eliminate more monsters from the disaster ruins, it would be equivalent to me contributing something to humanity. The elderly man waved his hand and then turned to leave. Lin Hao could only accept the item, letting out a helpless sigh. Do I really look that easy to die? Why is everyone sending me life-saving items as if they fear I might perish before I grow up? Principal Lu chimed in at that moment, continuing to emphasize, Lin Hao, I still say the same thing, it's vital to stay alive. Never let momentary impulses cost you your life. Lin Hao spread his hands in resignation, saying, Principal, I have a 9th level rating and my survival ability is also SS level, not an ordinary fragile mage. Lin Hao did not expect to feel such a strong affection from these strangers, given that he was an orphan in both of his lives. If he were the protagonist of a novel, then the script must have been wrong. Shouldn't the protagonist be mocked and targeted by various characters wherever they went? How did everything turn around for him? After bidding farewell to the 2 principals, Lin Hao did not rush to the Void Erosion Wilderness, but instead began to organize his attributes. Having leveled from 21 to 23, he received a total of 200 points in free attributes. This time he did not invest in intelligence, but added it to his mana. The legendary passive skill, the Shield of Law Source, was something he was determined to acquire, and naturally the higher the mana the better. After allocating the 200 free attribute points, Lin Hao's maximum mana instantly increased by 200 points, reaching a total of 253100 points. Next, Lin Hao looked at his skills again. With 32.8 million energy points, it was time to enhance the level of his mana amplification. Spending 10 million energy, the mana amplification was upgraded by another 500 levels, now reaching level 2000. Mana Amplification LV 2000. Your spell attack power is permanently increased by 20100 points. After upgrading to level 2000, Lin Hao's spell power increased by another 500 points, changing from 40340 points to 45340 points. Finally, Lin Hao's gaze shifted to the acceleration skill. He had previously obtained Phantom Quickstep. This skill definitely needed to be upgraded. As long as his speed overwhelmed the enemy combined with his long reach, most people would be unable to approach within 10 meters of him and would be killed unilaterally. It was an essential choice for defeating powerful monsters. If he had this skill back when facing the disaster servant named Lu Long, he could have easily kite him to death. The cost to level this skill was also 200 energy points per level. Lin Hao thought for a moment and directly spent 9800 energy, leveling it up to 50 to see the effect. Phantom Quickstep LV 50 consumes 500 mana points to increase the user's movement speed by 500 for 30 seconds, with a cooldown of 600 seconds. As terrifying as ever. With my current agility attribute, a movement speed increase of 500, even an average tier 6 class changer wouldn't be faster than me. Finally, Lin Hao looked at the legendary control-breaking skill Absolute Freedom and also spent 9800 energy to level it up to 50. Absolute Freedom LV 50 consumes 500 mana points to immediately remove all control effects on oneself and become immune to all control effects for 50 seconds. This skill can be used while under control with a cooldown of 600 seconds. Wow! Immunity to all control effects for 50 seconds. Lin Hao was very satisfied with this effect. In the future, he wouldn't have to worry about annoying effects like stun petrification or freezing anymore. By now, Lin Hao had consumed a total of 11960 energy points and had 20840 energy points remaining. Should I upgrade the effect of Absolute Luck as well? Lin Hao hesitated. This skill was indeed very powerful, but the problem was that the cost to upgrade was outrageous. After reaching level 50, every level increase required a full 500 energy points, which was simply terrifying. Then there was the Shield of Law Source, which also required a significant amount of energy to upgrade. Forget it, I won't upgrade for now. He'll head to the Void Erosion Wilderness to hunt. Hopefully the bosses in that dungeon won't be too scarce. Meanwhile, in a little-known wilderness, a man dressed in a black robe was staring at the mission sent by the church, lost in thought. Lin Hao, the top scholar in the nation, is my next target. The man was a top assassin specially trained by the Disaster Church with the aim of eliminating class changers who posed potential risks to the church. The man sneered coldly. How interesting. A mere tier 2 class changer, is it really necessary to deploy me a tier 5 hunter? His previous missions had always involved hunting peers, or even tier 6 geniuses. The sudden emergence of a mere tier 2 guy made it hard for him to maintain his composure. Why use a sledgehammer to crack a nut? Although the man felt somewhat dissatisfied, he was well versed in the self-discipline of an assassin. Even though he didn't take Lin Hao's situation to heart, he still seriously read through all the information sent by the church about Lin Hao. However, the more he read, the more alarmed he felt. How interesting. A mere tier 2 class changer could actually cause Lu Long to stumble in the gutter. Even more outrageous is that during the battle with Lu Long, he summoned a shield of over 7 million. Did the Chuch's staff really not add an extra 0? For the first time, the man began to doubt the Chuch's operational capabilities. Mainly because that shield of over 7 million was rather hard to believe. Even an ordinary tier 5 shield warrior wouldn't be this outrageous, let alone a tier 2 mage. In the end, the man still accepted this fact. No wonder the church sent me a tier 5 hunter. Ordinary assassins truly couldn't handle this guy. To be this strong at tier 2, he absolutely cannot be allowed to grow. Otherwise, he could become another Mu Tianxian. The man sneered coldly and vanished into the shadows. Sorry, little guy, but I've set my sights on you before you've even grown up. I've killed many tier 5 class changers, dying at my hands would be an honor for you. The man was very confident in his own strength because his profession had a true damage effect, although each attack could only deal an additional 10 true damage. But against a mere tier 2 fragile mage wasn't that an easy task. After activating the Aurora Crystal, Lin Hao successfully arrived at the Void Erosion Wilderness. There were indeed plenty of class changers farming monsters here. A glance revealed nearly a sea of shadows. However, unlike Lingyuan City, the class changers farming monsters here were overwhelmingly high level, with the lowest being tier 4, and many had even reached tier 5. The monsters here were also fierce. Any wild beast that popped up was at least tier 4 or 5. Ordinary low-tier class changers who dared to come here alone were simply courting death. However, for Lin Hao, the danger here was close to 0. Not long after starting his journey, Lin Hao encountered the first monster of the Void Erosion Wilderness. Void Erosion Spirit, level 50 health, 3900 magic power, 2100 physical defense, 14300 magic resistance, 17800. Lin Hao casually glanced at the attributes and then cast a fireball. 9050200. After further enhancing his spell power, Lin Hao could now deal over 9 million terrifying damage with a seemingly ordinary fireball. The Void Erosion Spirit was instantly obliterated. The experience points gained from defeating a higher-level monster were quite considerable. Just defeating a small monster netted him around 700 to 800 experience points. After continuing deeper into the area for a while, the presence of other class changers became increasingly scarce, as the monsters here were far more ferocious. Those lacking confidence in their abilities dared not take the risk. However, after proceeding a bit further, a small party of class changers suddenly blocked Lin Hao's path. The man at the forefront clearly harbored ill intentions, his gaze fixed on Lin Hao with undisguised greed. A mere second-tier class changer daring to venture here alone. Quite bold of you, boy. Lin Hao couldn't be bothered with them. What do you want? He asked coldly. Hey, kid, watch your tone. We're from the Stormwind Guild, and our leader is a top-tier 5th-tier expert. Lin Hao found it utterly baffling. So, hand over your legendary gear now, or today will be your last. Lin Hao let out a cold laugh. I shouldn't have bothered listening to your nonsense. He had previously met many kind strangers in the Tianyuan Mountains, which had made him more patient with others. But as they say, a large forest has all kinds of birds. Some worry for strangers' safety, while others only seek to kill and plunder, coveting his legendary equipment. Lin Hao would show no mercy to such people. Seeing that Lin Hao seemed ready to resist, the group couldn't help but sneer. A mere second-tier class changer daring to resist them. Did he not know how to spell death? Just as they prepared to strike, Lin Hao made the first move. A tornado 150 meters in diameter materialized in an instant and surged forward. The once menacing class changer party was utterly dumbfounded at the sight. Holy crap, what kind of skill is this? This tornado is ridiculously huge. Run, this kid's no ordinary mage. The group, previously so arrogant, now fled in utter disarray. However, no matter how fast they ran, they couldn't outpace Lin Hao's tornado. In the next moment, they were all swept up. 221, 3786. 223, 5786. 221, 5480. Initially, they dismissed Lin Hao's damage, thinking that even with high-skill multipliers, low spell power couldn't produce devastating numbers. But seeing the over 2 million damage points above their heads, they were all stunned. Many of the frail ones perished instantly under that single attack. "Kid, you dare to kill?" Lin Hao gave no reply, merely waving his staff to summon another tornado. The survivors from before were turned into corpses this time. While Lin Hao's damage seemed terrifying to others, he himself was not satisfied. Storm Howl is only at level 500 now, dealing just 5,000 damage. It's easy to one-shot class changers of the same tier, but against 4th or 5th tier ones the damage falls short. Lin Hao pondered and decided to level up further. Spending 2.5 million energy, he raised Storm Howl by another 500 levels, bringing it straight to level 1000. Storm Howl LV 1000 consumes 100 mana to summon a 300-meter diameter tornado that surges forward 600 meters, dealing 10,000 spell attack damage to targets hit. No cooldown. A 300-meter diameter sweeping 600 meters. This skill's range is utterly insane. 10,000 damage is sufficient for now. It can one-shot those class changers from earlier with ease. After spending 2.5 million energy, Lin Hao still had 33 million energy remaining, a veritable fortune. After slaying all the ill-intentioned individuals, Lin Hao disdainfully stripped them of their gear. Though these people were already at the 4th or 5th tier, all their legendary equipment combined amounted to only 6 pieces, not even one per person. This was perfectly normal, as field bosses had an extremely low drop rate. Not everyone shared Lin Hao's absolute luck. It would be far too much to expect these cowards to enter dungeons and slay calamity bosses. After tossing the equipment into his storage ring, Lin Hao pressed on. About 10 minutes later, Lin Hao was fortunate enough to encounter his first field boss. It was a level 50 Black Bear King. Beside the Black Bear King, a party of class changers was furiously attacking it. However, the Black Bear King possessed the Bloodthirst passive, allowing it to restore health with each hit, and it quickly began thinning the party's numbers. This Bloodthirst effect posed no threat to Lin Hao, but against a group of weaker class changers, it was a devastating weapon of sustained combat. The Black Bear King fought like a war god, causing the entire party to scatter. The leader couldn't help but curse, "You useless lot. Can't you dodge attacks? Standing there like idiots feeding the boss health." "Boss, it's not that we don't want to dodge. Its basic attacks are all area effect. We can't evade them." "Useless excuses. I've had the worst luck with you underlings." The man barked orders for everyone to retreat. Seeing his heavy casualties, the man's face darkened. They had gained nothing and lost several members. Just as he was pondering how to recoup his losses, he spotted Lin Hao alone and clad in legendary gear. "Which fool's young master is this, wandering into the wilds unaware of the danger?" The man sneered, and Lin Hao did the same. What a coincidence. It turned out this man was the guild leader of the very group Lin Hao had just slain. Guilds like Stormwind, which delighted in killing for loot, were not uncommon. After all, killing a boss only gave a chance at equipment, but killing players was a guaranteed drop. In the wild, with no surveillance, as long as you weren't caught by Warzone authorities, you could still be a law-abiding citizen. Even if discovered, they had a fallback. They could join the Calamity Church and perhaps fare even better. As the saying goes, like member, like leader. The man's eyes practically lit up at the sight of Lin Hao. "Kid, hand over all your legendary gear, and he'll be merciful enough to spare your life." With a shout, the man rallied his group and charged straight at Lin Hao. Lin Hao, without a hint of pretense, charged right back at them. "You want my gear? Let's see if you have what it takes." Feigning aggression to retreat. "Do you think I was born yesterday?" A mere second-tier class changer, thinking he could scare them off with a brave front and a charge. How naive. "I've eaten more salt than you've eaten rice." Both sides had their own schemes, but their steps never halted. Soon the distance between them closed to 100 meters. The Stormwind Guild lacked such reach, but Lin Hao did not. However, when Lin Hao suddenly stopped, the man took it as a sign of cowardice. The man sneered, "Go on, kid. Why stop? Keep charging at me. Am I dealing with an idiot?" Lin Hao was speechless. "Since you're so eager to die, I'll grant your wish." Lin Hao lightly waved his staff, and a tornado 300 meters in diameter materialized in an instant. Gazing at the colossal tornado before them, every member of the Storm Guild stood utterly petrified. A wave of his hand conjured a 300-meter cyclone, and you dared to claim this was merely a second-tier class changer. Without a moment's hesitation, the crowd retreated even faster than they had arrived. Yet the level 1000 Tempest's roar, spanning an immense 600 meters, swiftly caught up to them all. 4522000. 4513000, 4492000, Damage exceeding 4 million was far beyond what these individuals could withstand. Except for the man at the forefront who survived thanks to a life-saving passive ability, everyone else was instantly slain upon the ground. Damn you, kid. The leading man roared, his eyes blazing with fury as he prepared to fight Lin Hao to the death, only to see another 300-meter cyclone hurtling toward him. Whoa, spare me, mighty one. The man's attitude did a complete 180. He likely never dreamed that such a terrifying skill would have no cooldown whatsoever. Yet the cyclone paid no heed to his pleas, swiftly claiming him as well. Gazing at the corpses strewn across the ground, Lin Hao sighed, why must it come to this? If only you'd acted with integrity, you wouldn't have hit such an immovable obstacle today. Killing these people stirred no guilt in Lin Hao. Those who sought to take lives must be prepared to lose their own. After stowing their equipment into his storage ring, Lin Hao finally turned his gaze toward the distant boss. Once out of combat, the field boss regenerated health at an astonishing rate, 10 of its maximum HP per second. In mere moments, its health bar was fully restored. This was precisely what Lin Hao wanted. If its HP had dropped even a sliver, he wouldn't count as having slain it solo, forfeiting the energy points. Before the battle, Lin Hao habitually inspected the monster's information. Void Erosion Black Bear King, level 50, HP 1-0 attack, 2-0 physical defense, 1-0 magic resistance, 1-0 skills, Bloodlust, Frenzy, Vicious Bite. This creature's stats are much like the glutton I encountered before, far stronger than typical level 50 bosses. The level 50 boss Lin Hao had seen in the Tianyue Mountains had a mere 20 million HP, not even in the same league. No wonder this monster had stymied so many 5th-tier class changers from the Storm Guild. It truly had some tricks up its sleeve. Yet to Lin Hao it posed no threat whatsoever. From 300 meters away, Lin Hao hurled a fireball. 8888000. Struck suddenly, the boss flew into a rage, roaring as it spotted Lin Hao in the distance, only to be met by a barrage of fireballs. 8888000. 8888000. 8888000. The level 50 boss moved at a considerable speed. Thus Lin Hao activated his level 50 Phantom Swift Step, boosting his velocity by 5000. He maintained a distance of over 300 meters, kiting the boss like a dog on a leash. Outpaced and outranged, the boss's fate was sealed. When he faced the glutton earlier, Lin Hao had to put in some effort. But now against a foe of similar strength, he dispatched it in just 10 seconds. Slaying level 50 Void Erosion Black Bear King, you gain 1-0 experience points. Bonus for 27 level gap, 2-7-0 experience points. Slaying level 50 BOSS, congratulations. You successfully absorb 2-0 energy points. Bonus for 27 level gap, 5-4-0 energy points. Slaying Void Erosion Black Bear King, absolute luck, passive triggered. Congratulations. You obtain Void Erosion Greatsword, Void Erosion War Armor, Void Erosion War Boots. Not bad. The base experience and energy are the same as the glutton in the Secret Realm. In the blink of an eye, Lin Hao gained another 7-4-0-0 energy points, bringing his total to 3-7-7-0-0-0. Lin Hao marveled. How was his energy only increasing? The points spent upgrading Tempest's Roar had been fully recouped with plenty to spare. After gathering the equipment, Lin Hao continued toward the Void Erosion dungeon. About 10 minutes later, he spotted a group of men in military uniforms. Seeing an intruder, one man approached with a stern expression. Young man, I'm Sun Jifei, commander of the 8th War Zone. Sun Jifei first presented his credentials for Lin Hao to verify his identity. Then he continued, it's extremely dangerous ahead. This is no place for you. Turn back immediately. Lin Hao had no intention of retreating obediently. He cut to the chase. Commander Sun, what's really happening up ahead? In the national champion of this year's college entrance exam, I have the strength to protect myself. Sun Jifei was taken aback. Forbidden Mage, so you're that Lin Hao with the 9S rating. Yet surprise aside, Sun Jifei shook his head firmly. Precisely because you're the champion, you can't go in. If anything happens to you in there, how would I answer to District Chief Wang? Commander Sun, what exactly is happening ahead? Seeing Lin Hao's relentless determination, Sun Jifei sighed helplessly and explained the Void Erosion dungeon is malfunctioning. Its fusion rate has suddenly skyrocketed to 100 and countless monsters are pouring out. Lin Hao's expression grew serious. With the fusion rate at 100, monsters outside the dungeon retained 10 times their maximum HP. A level 50 boss would likely have a billion HP. No wonder the Warzone commander was on such high alert. If these monsters charged into the city, countless lives would be lost. The weight on Sun Jifei's shoulders was immense. Just then a scout class changer returned, shouting frantically, Commander Sun, a massive wave of monsters is charging toward us. Sun Jifei's expression darkened. Damn it, the worst has come to pass. Not all monsters emerged from the dungeon with such aggressive intent, but these Void Erosion creatures were exceptionally hostile. Form ranks. Prepare to engage. Though no fortifications had been built due to time constraints, Sun Zifei's commands remained steady and commanding. At his order, Shield Warrior class changers instantly positioned themselves at the front. Their sole purpose was to halt the monster tide, creating an optimal firing line for their comrades behind. Thus, none wielded weapons. Instead, they bore shields taller than a man. They needed no offense. Their entire gear was stacked with health and defense stats. Even the weakest among them boasted over 5 million HP. With such a vanguard, their teammates felt an overwhelming sense of security. The second line consisted of mages and archers, followed closely by healing priests. As the formation solidified, a tsunami of monsters surged forward. Yet the frontline shield warriors held them at bay while a torrent of energy orbs and arrows rained down. One volley decimated the fastest charging minions. Priests then stepped in, casting sacred healing magic to restore the shield warriors' health to full. This coordinated strike was flawless. No matter how numerous the monsters, they were utterly powerless. As expected of the military personnel, they are truly reliable. The monstrous tide, like a tsunami, seemed almost commonplace to them. This place was utterly impregnable, unbreachable. A massive wave of monsters was completely annihilated after several rounds of assault, without even causing a ripple. However, the real battle was only just beginning. Seeing that Lin Hao had yet to leave, Sun Zifei frowned slightly. "Lin Hao, I don't have time to look after you now. Go to a safe place immediately." Lin Hao shook his head. "Commander Sun, I can help too." Before Sun Zifei could reply, another urgent shout came from ahead. "Commander Sun." At 12 o'clock ahead, 2 level 50 Cataclysm bosses are suspected to have appeared. Sun Zifei was startled by this news. He looked up and indeed saw 2 colossal figures. "Flying Dragon Squad. It's your turn." "Understood." The captain of the Flying Dragon Squad immediately organized their elite members and charged toward one of the bosses. They possessed exceptional mobility, and each member had strength that could overwhelm a professional of the same rank. Their mission was clear: a decapitation strike to eliminate the boss. At the very least, they had to hold the boss back, preventing it from disrupting their formation. Sun Zifei cracked his knuckles, his gaze fixed on the other boss. "It's been a while since I last fought. I hope you can give me a good time." But just then, another colossal silhouette emerged from the east. Seeing the sudden appearance of the third Cataclysm boss, even Sun Zifei's face showed a flicker of panic, but he quickly composed himself. Dealing with 2 level 50 Cataclysm bosses simultaneously was indeed challenging, but it wasn't impossible for him. However, at that moment, Lin Hao volunteered. "Commander Sun, leave the third boss to me." "You..." It wasn't that Sun Zifei looked down on Lin Hao. He knew that as this year's top scholar in the college entrance exams, Lin Hao must possess some extraordinary talent. But what appeared here weren't ordinary bosses. They were level 50 Cataclysm bosses with 1 billion health points. What could a mere tier 2 professional possibly do? It would be good enough if he didn't cause trouble. Before Sun Zifei could respond, Lin Hao began to display his prowess. A seemingly ordinary fireball streaked across over 500 meters, striking the boss directly and producing an astonishing damage number. 8868,000. Sun Zifei nodded at the damage. "Impressive range and damage, but in this battle we need sustained output, not burst damage." Before Sun Zifei could finish, Lin Hao's fireballs were already launching one after another. 8868,000. 8868,000. 8868,000. In just a few seconds, the boss health plummeted by tens of millions. Witnessing this, Sun Zifei couldn't help but gasp. "Good lad, your damage is monstrous. No wonder you became the national top scholar." If he remembered correctly, even the second demigod of their Dragon Kingdom, when participating in the college entrance exams at level 20, didn't have such terrifying output, did they? Seeing the boss in the north about to attack, Sun Zifei no longer hesitated. "Lin Hao, I entrust the eastern boss to you. Remember, prioritize your own safety. Just hold that boss off as best you can. Our military isn't so desperate as to let a high school student play the savior." Lin Hao nodded solemnly. "Don't worry, Commander Sun. I have plenty of life-saving items on me." Hearing this, Sun Zifei was finally reassured and immediately accelerated toward the northern boss. Lin Hao didn't waste any time either and charged toward the east. Although he could attack from over 500 meters away, he couldn't lead this creature back to the formation. He needed to change his angle of attack. Soon Lin Hao reached the boss location and examined its specific attributes. Void Corrosion Wolf King Cataclysm. Level 50. Health 1000000. Attack 230000. Physical Defense 22000. Magic Resistance 20000. The boss health was indeed terrifying, but aside from that, its other attributes were mediocre. Although it had some powerful skills, they posed no threat against Lin Hao's formidable shields. Fireball after fireball continued to fly forward as if they cost nothing. 8868,000. 8868,000. 8868,000. Such devastating damage completely drew the boss aggro. Originally, it intended to charge toward the more populated camp, but now it had only one thought to kill Lin Hao. And that was precisely Lin Hao's goal. Monsters are just monsters, utterly brainless. The Wolf King's speed was extreme. In the blink of an eye, it was before Lin Hao, its sharp claws swiping at his neck. This seemingly ordinary strike was actually a legendary skill with a 500 multiplier. Lin Hao, however, remained utterly calm and activated the level 2000 wind barrier. Instantly, a shield with a value of 9068000 points enveloped Lin Hao. 115000. The boss damage was still considerable, though any other Tier 2 professional wouldn't even survive a single blow. But this million-plus damage against Lin Hao's shield was barely significant. With the shield activated, Lin Hao entered a damage-trading mode with the boss. No techniques were needed, it was a straightforward slugfest. 886800. 115000. 886800. 230000. The boss' legendary skills were clearly limited. After using them, it could only resort to basic attacks. But its attack speed was extremely fast, and by the 8th second it managed to shatter Lin Hao's shield. Yet Lin Hao remained unflustered, activating the level 100 endless barrier. The moment the previous shield shattered, another shield with a value of 2267000 points immediately took its place. By the time this shield dissipated, the wind barrier's cooldown would be ready again, allowing for seamless transitions. Adding the level 50 Phantom Dash, which could buy another 30 seconds, the wind barrier's cooldown would then be fully refreshed. After several such cycles, the boss' health was quickly whittled down to below 10 million. Lin Hao didn't choose to kill the boss immediately. Instead, he turned his attention to the legendary passive skill Absolute Luck. He currently had a total of 37.7 million energy points. Even if he raised this skill to level 100, he would still have a considerable surplus. It was time to level up again. Thinking of this, Lin Hao directly spent 2.5 million energy points raising his Absolute Luck to level 100. Having expended such a large amount of energy, the effects of Absolute Luck did not disappoint Lin Hao. Absolute Luck LV 100. Your luck is significantly better than before. When you open treasure chests, you will definitely obtain the most valuable item within. Each time you defeat a boss, you will inevitably receive special fruits that permanently enhance your attributes. Special items that permanently increase attributes are extremely rare and can be said to be available at a price, but not for sale. Yet with the boost from Absolute Luck, he would definitely obtain one every time he defeated a boss. This skill was truly worth it. Looking at the boss before him, which had already begun to show signs of fear, Lin Hao showed no mercy and unleashed a flame strike. 11135000. Over 10 million in damage instantly killed the boss. You have gained 3 million experience points for defeating the level 50 Void Erosion Wolf King. For defeating a level 50 Cataclysm boss, congratulations, you successfully absorbed 5 million energy points. For defeating a level 50 Cataclysm boss, you also received an additional 13.5 million energy points. Upon defeating the Void Erosion Wolf King, you triggered the passive effect of Absolute Luck. Congratulations, you obtained the Wolf Dagger, Wolf Armor, Wolf Necklace, and Intelligence Fruit Medium. The rewards from Cataclysm bosses never disappoint. In a mere instant, Lin Hao received 11.1 million experience points along with 18.5 million energy points. With this experience combined with what Lin Hao had previously accumulated, he instantly broke through to level 24. However, Lin Hao was not particularly happy, as this meant that his subsequent rewards for defeating level 50 bosses would be reduced by 10. While other job changers complained about their slow leveling speed, Lin Hao felt the opposite. He did not want to level up so quickly. With the 100 points of free attributes gained, Lin Hao continued to allocate them to his mana, increasing his maximum mana by another 100 points, bringing it to 26310 points. Then Lin Hao glanced at his energy points. The consumption from Absolute Luck had already returned to a large extent, and now he had 31.2 million energy points. Finally, Lin Hao stored the legendary equipment. The gear dropped by the Cataclysm boss was naturally of high quality. However, the problem was that Lin Hao could not use any of it. One was due to insufficient level, and the other was due to incompatible class. After placing these legendary items into his storage ring, Lin Hao looked at the special fruit. Intelligence Fruit Medium Quality, one-time special item effect. Consuming it instantly and permanently increases your intelligence attribute by 200 points. Not bad. An increase of 200 intelligence points is equivalent to leveling up twice for me. After consuming the fruit, Lin Hao's intelligence attribute instantly rose from 4120 points to 4320 points. His spell attack power increased by 400 points, bringing it to 45740 points. After completing all this, Lin Hao began to return to the camp. As expected, Sun Jifei and the Flying Dragon team had not yet returned. The deputy commander stationed at the position seeing Lin Hao return so early thought that Lin Hao must have been defeated by the boss and fled in embarrassment. There was not a hint of blame in the deputy commander's eyes. For a second-tier job changer to achieve this was already quite remarkable. He nodded to Lin Hao and said, "Well done. Leave the subsequent work to us." With a surge of battle spirit in his eyes, the deputy commander was about to lead the well-prepared elite members to confront the boss in a life-or-death struggle when Lin Hao suddenly said, "Deputy commander, you don't need to go. That boss is already dead." What? Hearing this, everyone doubted if they had misheard. What did Lin Hao just say? The level 5 Cataclysm boss is dead. How is that possible? It had a total of 1 billion hit points. Even if it just stood there for you to attack, it couldn't be killed so quickly, right? To be aware their commander's son had yet to return. Seeing this, Lin Hao helplessly repeated, "Deputy commander, you really don't need to go. I have already killed that boss." Everyone was astonished upon hearing this, and at this moment, they also noticed something was off. The BOSS, which had been quite large, now had not even a shadow left. It seemed to have truly been defeated. Everyone gasped, finally accepting this fact. My God, is the world already this magical? A second-tier job changer has reached such a level. A boss with 1 billion hit points, and considering the time Lin Hao took to travel back and forth, it was less than 5 minutes. This is outrageous. At that moment, Sun Jifei also rushed back. He was extremely fast as he intended to immediately support Lin Hao, not daring to waste a second. But upon passing the camp, he was stunned. "Lin Hao, what are you doing here?" The moment he spoke, he immediately realized that Lin Hao must have retreated after being unable to defeat the boss. "Lin Hao, you did very well. Leave the following matters to me." As a second-tier job changer, being able to hold off a level 5 Cataclysm boss for so long and retreat unscathed is already something to be proud of. Just as he finished speaking, the deputy commander interjected, "Commander Sun, you are mistaken. Lin Hao did not retreat. He has killed the boss in such a short time." What? Now it was Sun Zifei's turn to doubt if his ears were malfunctioning. A second-tier Lin Hao killed a boss with 1 billion hit points faster than himself in such a short time. Has the current top scorer of the college entrance examination become this strong? Approximately 3 minutes later, all members of the Flying Dragon team also rushed back. Upon hearing Lin Hao's deeds, the captain of the Flying Dragon team enthusiastically wanted to recruit Lin Hao into their team, but Lin Hao declined. "Commander Sun, I believe I have already demonstrated my strength. I have the ability to protect myself, and now I can continue to advance, right?" Sun Jifei was extremely surprised upon hearing this. This was their battalion's task. "Lin Hao, you have done very well. Leave the instance raid to us soldiers of the battalion." No, Lin Hao shook his head. "I have something I must acquire in the instance. The raid is actually just secondary. If I can clear it, that's great. If not, I won't force it. Moreover, I have plenty of survival items. There will definitely be no problems." After a moment of hesitation, Sun Jifei ultimately nodded. The merged instances would all become solo instances. Since Lin Hao could single-handedly kill a level 5 Cataclysm BOSS, his strength was not inferior to his own, and his level had already surpassed level 50, making him unable to enter. Originally, he planned to send the deputy commander or the captain of the Flying Dragon team to explore the situation. Since Lin Hao insisted on going, and allowing him to be the first one in was also acceptable. "All right then, we'll cover you as you rush in." After Sun Jifei finished speaking, he instructed the members of the Flying Dragon team to clear the path ahead. After Sun Jifei finished speaking, he instructed the members of the Flying Dragon team to clear the path ahead. Soon the group arrived at the Void Erosion instance. As expected, hordes of monsters were gathered before the instance gate. Looking out, the area was densely packed with them, and a massive number were still surging out from within. "It seems we'll need to spend some time clearing these monsters," Sun Jifei said, his expression grave. As an S-rank brawler, his single-target combat prowess was formidable, but area effect attacks were his weakness. Even if he could kill each monster with a single punch, taking them down one by one would take until sunset. Although the Flying Dragon squad included a mage with large-scale attack capabilities, relying on that one person alone would still be a monumental task. Lin Hao, however, chuckled and said, "Captain Sun, leave these monsters to me. If any of them can survive my assault for 2.5 minutes, they'll have earned my respect." Everyone looked at Lin Hao in astonishment. His ability to single-handedly slay a 5th-tier Cataclysm boss demonstrated terrifying single-target damage output and impressive survivability. Could it be that the Forbidden Mage class truly had no weaknesses, excelling even in group combat? Meanwhile, Lin Hao had already launched his attack. He lightly waved his staff, and a tornado stretching 300 meters in diameter materialized before the crowd. Staring at the colossal vortex that pierced the clouds, everyone's jaws nearly dropped in shock. Holy crap! What skill is that? Isn't this tornado a bit too exaggerated? The Flying Dragon squad's captain was thoroughly shaken, and he was a man of considerable experience. He had witnessed many maxed-out large-scale legendary skills, but even those weren't this absurdly powerful. The Flying Dragon Squad's mage was even more horrified as the skill looked increasingly familiar. Could this be Tempest Roar? But then he shook his head. It probably just looked similar. He had already maxed Tempest Roar to level 10, and its diameter was only 10 meters. 10 meters was already impressive, but it was on an entirely different level from this 300-meter tornado. While the group was still in shock, the tornado surged forward. All monsters in its path were swept into the vortex. A long string of damage numbers appeared above their heads: 455200, 452900, 452800. Even though the health of these minor monsters had been multiplied tenfold, over 4.5 million points of damage was still beyond their capacity to endure. Hundreds of monsters were instantly slain on the spot. The Flying Dragon Squad members gazed at Lin Hao in utter horror. The damage from this skill far exceeded their expectations. Conventionally, the damage multiplier for area effect skills was only half that of single-target skills. If he could deal over 4 million damage with this, just how powerful was his single-target output? Sun Jifei, however, was unfazed. After all, Lin Hao had already demonstrated his prowess earlier. A fireball dealing over 9 million damage, exactly twice this amount. Sun Jifei raised his hand to signal the squad to charge, believing that the cooldown for such a skill must be absurdly long, and it was almost time for them to act. But at that moment, another 300-meter tornado appeared, followed by a second, a third. The skill seemed to have no cooldown at all. As the first tornado just formed, the next ones followed close behind. However, Lin Hao adjusted their positions to avoid a straight line, maximizing the damage output. Countless monsters were annihilated almost simultaneously. Looking around, there were no monsters in sight anymore. Only equipment of varying quality littering the ground. Even Sun Jifei was deeply shaken. Lin Hao, you little rascal, you're practically a human artillery platform. As for the Flying Dragon Squad members, especially the Soul Mage, envy practically dripped from his mouth. What kind of skill was this? Its power was off the charts. If he had such a skill, the entire warzone would treasure him as a precious asset. And wasn't this drop rate a bit too absurdly high? After all the monsters were slain, the experience from nearly 1,000 creatures instantly caused Lin Hao to level up again. As usual, he allocated the 100 free attribute points gained from reaching level 25 to his mana pool. Then he sold all the equipment on the ground to the warzone. These items, none of which reached legendary quality, were of no use to him. The equipment sold for over 10 million Dragon Kingdom dollars. Even though Lin Hao was far from short on money, he couldn't help but marvel at how effortlessly wealth came. A few skills cast, and over 10 million was his. Indeed, for the capable, money was just a number. Before Lin Hao stepped into the instance, Sun Jifei cautioned him with some concern. Lin Hao, in an unconquered instance, all sorts of unexpected incidents can occur. The rules inside may change, and everything is unknown. No matter what happens, remember, survival comes first. This instance had only 50% fusion before, but it suddenly spiked to 100% in a single day. There might be lunatics from the ruined church causing trouble inside. Lin Hao nodded. Don't worry, Captain Sun. I value my life dearly. If something goes wrong, I can run fast. He smiled and stepped directly into the instance. He had killed lunatics from the ruined church before. As Lin Hao entered the instance, in a dark corner outside, a man dressed as an assassin curled his lips into a faint smile. I couldn't find a chance to ambush you on the way, but you're walking right into your death. The deacon inside was far stronger than he was. Moreover, his class skills were perfectly designed to counter Lin Hao. Truly, there are paths in heaven you refuse to take and gates to hell you willingly crash open. Upon entering the instance, Lin Hao immediately checked the instance rules. For unconquered instances, the most terrifying aspect wasn't the monsters with tenfold health, but the bizarre and unpredictable rules. Rule 1: this instance can only be entered solo. Rule 2: no means of restoring health are permitted within this instance. Rule 3: all skills cast within this instance consume double the mana. Not bad, just 3 rules. Rules 2 and 3 are fatal blows for most magic classes. But for me, Rule 2 is irrelevant, and Rule 3, while somewhat impactful, isn't a major issue. With mana regeneration at level 500 recovering 50,000 mana points per second, I have nothing to fear. Once the dungeon fusion reached 100%, the number of monsters within this dungeon was several times greater than before. Lin Hao had only taken a few steps when he encountered a large group of minor monsters gathering. Lin Hao originally had no intention of getting involved. After all, every level gained would result in a 10 drop in the overlevel reward. However, these minor monsters lunged at him like cats sensing blood. With no choice, Lin Hao unleashed a tornado. Immediately, he saw a series of kill notifications, and his experience bar surged by 20. Looking at the equipment scattered on the ground, Lin Hao shrugged, saying, why bother? Isn't living better? Why force me to take action? Finally, after cutting through the monsters, he arrived before the first boss. His experience bar had already reached 80. Didn't the teachers always say that leveling up becomes more difficult as you progress in school? I've only taken a lap, and how am I about to level up again? Lin Hao sighed as he looked at the boss before him. Void Erosion Demon King Cataclysm. Level 50. Health 730 million. Magic Power 240,000. Physical Defense 180000. Magic Resistance 20000. It's surprisingly a relatively rare magic-type BOSS, but it still poses no threat to me. The creature was not particularly large, so Lin Hao closed the distance to 200 meters before starting his attack. Fireballs rained down one after another upon the boss. 8948,000. 8948,000. 8948,000. The movement speed of the magic-type boss was not fast, and by the time it closed the distance to 100 meters it had already taken over 10 fireballs from Lin Hao, losing a significant portion of its health. Meanwhile, all its attacks were blocked by Lin Hao's shield. After a few rounds, this boss was easily slain by Lin Hao. After defeating the level 50 Void Erosion Demon King, you gained 3 million experience points. Killing above level 25 grants an additional 5 million experience points. Upon defeating the level 50 Cataclysm BOSS, congratulations. You successfully absorbed 5 million energy points. Killing above level 25 grants an additional 25 million energy points. After killing the Void Erosion Demon King, you triggered the passive ability of Absolute Luck. Congratulations. You received the Demon Spirit Staff, Demon Spirit Robe, Demon Spirit Ring, Void Magic Stone, and Mana Fruit Medium. As expected of Absolute Luck, at level 100 the drop rate of the Void Magic Stone is extremely low, yet it dropped so easily. Moreover, Lin Hao also gained a substantial amount of experience, instantly leveling up to level 26. In addition, he received another 5 million energy points. At this moment, Lin Hao possessed a staggering 7 million energy points. For other class changers, the Cataclysm Dungeon was a place to avoid, but for Lin Hao it was simply a land of fortune. With the 100 free attribute points gained from leveling up, Lin Hao continued to allocate them to mana. The mana fruit he obtained had a quite remarkable effect, increasing his maximum mana by 2,000 points. With the enhancement of his talents, it instantly became 2,000 points. Thus, Lin Hao's maximum mana successfully broke through 3,000, reaching 3,310 points. A typical 5th-tier mage equipped with full 5th-tier legendary gear would have mana around this level. Next, Lin Hao turned his attention to the 3 pieces of legendary equipment. The attributes of the gear were quite impressive, especially that staff. Demon Spirit Staff. Quality Legendary. Equipment requirement level 50. Equipment class Mage. Spell attack power 3,000. Although it had no other effects, its astonishing magic power was 2,200 points higher than his current 20th level mana staff. What a pity I'm not high enough level to equip it. Lin Hao shook his head regretfully. This was the biggest downside to leveling up to fight monsters. No matter how strong the equipment obtained, one would temporarily be unable to equip it due to level restrictions. If only I could obtain powerful equipment that didn't require a level to wear. Lin Hao merely thought this, in terms of rarity, legendary equipment that ignored level restrictions was even rarer than legendary skill books. Logically speaking, Lin Hao should have been able to leave the dungeon after obtaining the Void Magic Stone. However, he did not intend to do so. He still had at least 2 Cataclysm bosses to defeat, which meant a vast amount of energy points. Not to mention the substantial rewards from completing the dungeon. How could he just return like this? Outside the dungeon. Looking at the drastically decreased dungeon fusion rate, Sun Jifei let out a long sigh of relief, and a smile reappeared on his face. As expected of this year's college entrance examination champion, his strength is simply extraordinary. Perhaps he can really clear this 5th-tier dungeon at the 2nd tier. The captain of the Flying Dragon team shook his head. Commander Sun, you are mistaken. Previous champions were not as formidable as Lin Hao. I feel his potential might even rival that of a demigod. Sun Jifei nodded in agreement. I think so too. Once Lin Hao grows, our dragon nation will surely welcome a new demigod. After relaxing, the topics of conversation among them became much lighter. However, at that moment, Sun Zifei's communication device rang. It was a call from the vice commander, and Sun Zifei's expression suddenly turned serious. Upon answering the call, an extremely urgent voice came through. Commander Sun, bad news. The monsters in the Void Erosion Wilderness seem to have gone berserk due to the dungeon fusion. They are currently charging toward Void Erosion City from all directions, and there are even multiple wild bosses among them. We need support. The soldiers arriving in the Void Erosion Wilderness were all elite from the war zone, but most of their classes were shield warriors, mages, and archers. Stationing them in one place would create an impregnable defense. They could kill as many monsters as came. However, if those monsters didn't engage, it would be somewhat difficult for them to pursue enemies with their movement speed. The most mobile among them was Sun Jifei, whose agility attributes ranked among the best in the entire 8th War Zone. Following him was the Flying Dragon team. Not only were they quick in movement, but there was also a bard among them who could enhance the agility of the entire team. After hanging up, Sun Jifei glanced deeply at the dungeon and had no choice but to turn back. The primary duty of the war zone was to protect the Dragon Nation and the lives of its people. He could not stand by and watch as monsters attacked the city. With Lin Hao's terrifying strength and various life-saving items, he surely wouldn't encounter any mishaps. Watching the departing figures of Sun Jifei and the others, the man in the shadows couldn't help but reveal a cold smile. Sun Jifei is gone. This truly is heaven helping me. That kid Lin Hao, even if he miraculously survives the dungeon, what awaits him is my deadly strike. Meanwhile, Lin Hao had successfully slain the second disaster boss, once again gaining a substantial amount of experience points and 17 million energy points. At this point, Lin Hao had a total of 7 million energy points. He had never been this affluent before. However, his luck was not too great this time. The attribute fruit he received was the life fruit small, which only increased his maximum health by 1000 points. It could only be described as better than nothing. After proceeding for a while, Lin Hao indeed encountered another lunatic from the disaster church. The man seemed quite surprised to see Lin Hao, a second-tier job changer. Who gave you the guts to come in here? Wait, a forbidden mage. Haha, you really are throwing yourself into the net. What are you babbling about all by yourself? Lin Hao couldn't be bothered to waste words with this guy and directly unleashed a tornado. Staring at the tornado with a diameter of 300 meters before him, the man widened his eyes. What skill is this? It's absurd. Not to mention, he was only a 5th-tier steward of the disaster church. Even an 8th-tier elder wouldn't have mastered such a terrifying skill. However, he didn't become a steward for nothing. He suddenly waved his staff and a transparent wall of light instantly formed 10 meters ahead. The initially menacing tornado dissipated without a trace as it collided with the light wall. Is this a skill that can block all flying objects? Lin Hao felt a bit of a headache. This guy was somewhat countering him as all his skills were ranged. But it wasn't a big problem since this light wall was a legendary skill with a cooldown of 600 seconds, and even at max level it could only last for 10 seconds. Lin Hao initially thought this guy would launch a frenzied attack while the light wall was up. To his surprise, the man chuckled leisurely. Lin Hao, the church values talents like you highly. Are you sure you don't want to join us? Lin Hao put on a hesitant expression. What benefits do I get from joining you? There are plenty of benefits. By joining us, you will gain greater power to witness a new world rather than dying early and becoming a corpse. How about, I think it over again. Huh, kid, do you really think I'm a fool? You want to stall for time until the light wall's duration ends, right? Let me tell you, the gap in strength between us is far greater than you imagine, and my patience has reached its limit. After finishing his words, the man waved his staff once more, and a bloody energy instantly locked onto Lin Hao. This was the unique disaster skill of their church, sheep transformation. It could transform any target below 10 levels of himself into a harmless sheep. The transformed target would be unable to attack, use any skills, and all attributes would be lasting for 3 seconds. 3 seconds might not seem long, but killing a defenseless mage who couldn't use any skills was still quite easy. The man showed no mercy and aimed at the sheep before him, unleashing a legendary quality and max-level dark impact. However, Lin Hao remained unfazed. He still had 3 legendary life-saving items on him. The sheep transformation only prevented him from using skills, not items. But Lin Hao had no intention of using the items as he possessed the absolute freedom. This skill could still be used even when he was controlled. After transforming into a sheep, all of Lin Hao's skills turned gray and unusable, but absolute freedom was unaffected. Without any hesitation, Lin Hao activated absolute freedom, instantly breaking free from the effects of sheep transformation. At the same time, Lin Hao immediately invoked the 2000 level wind barrier, enveloping himself in a shield with a whopping 914,800 shield points. In the next instant, the black shockwave struck the shield. 86,000. Such terrifying damage startled Lin Hao. It seemed that although both were stewards of the disaster church, the gap in their strengths was enormous. Seeing that his full force attack didn't eliminate Lin Hao, the man frowned. He had never encountered such a troublesome second-tier job changer, but fortunately this shield was about to shatter. The man waved his staff again and summoned a massive meteorite to smash down on Lin Hao. This was the LV-8 legendary skill, Meteorite Fall. Now let's see if you live or die. You might be disappointed. Lin Hao smiled, slightly activating the 100-level endless barrier, in an instant enveloping himself in a shield worth 228,700. In the next moment, the meteorite struck the shield. 53,000. This damage was still quite terrifying, but Lin Hao's shield remained sturdy. The man was genuinely shocked this time. A shield of over 20 million. You call this a second-tier job changer. Even as a fifth-tier mage, he didn't possess such a terrifying shield skill. It seems your turn is over. Now it's time for my counterattack. Gazing at the completely dissipated light wall, Lin Hao waved his staff, and a tornado with a diameter of 300 meters re-emerged. Seeing the storm rushing toward him, the man perhaps knew there was no escape and directly gave up resisting. Soon after, the second, third, and fourth storms struck, quickly completely depleting his health bar, yet a strange smile remained on the man's face. Lin Hao, don't think this is the end. The battle has just begun. Let me show you the true power of disaster. With a roar as the blood mist fully dissipated, he transformed into a skeleton monster, holding a staff. He Haishan Disaster Steward, level 50 health, 150 magic power, 0 physical defense, 140 magic resistance, 180 skills, disaster magic shield, dark impact, LV 10 meteorite, fall, LV 8. Fireball, LV 10. Unlike those werewolves and bear men, the man transformed into a skeleton monster still retained a great deal of rationality and carried over the previous two legendary skills, perhaps even refreshing the cooldown of those skills. Before this guy could attack, Lin Hao launched a fireball first. Surprisingly, the skeleton monster did not evade and simply took the hit. However, the damage numbers produced left Lin Hao dumbfounded. 0. Lin Hao, somewhat in disbelief, fired a few more fireballs. 0. 0. 0. What the hell? What's going on? Lin Hao was certain this guy had 1800 magic resistance. How could he not deal any damage? Could it be the passive effect of the disaster magic shield? Lin Hao was a bit uncertain as he had never encountered this skill before. Meanwhile, he Haishan, now a skeleton monster, smugly proclaimed, "Are you shocked, kid? My disaster magic shield can immunize all magical damage below 20 million. Right now, I am your greatest nemesis." The man generously revealed the effects of his skill, because damage that couldn't be achieved simply couldn't be achieved. Lin Hao's output capabilities were indeed formidable, but only around 9 million damage. He was completely countered. But Lin Hao looked at his whopping 65.7 million in energy points and smiled. Perhaps my current damage can't reach that, but that doesn't mean I won't reach it later. He Haishan felt utterly bewildered upon hearing this. Previously, his damage was only about 9 million. Even if given a few more minutes, could he suddenly become 2 million? Huh, what a pretentious act. Go ahead and show me what you've got. He Haishan chose not to attack as Lin Hao's shield was still intact. He estimated his own damage and sadly realized that even if he used two legendary skills, he still couldn't break Lin Hao's shield. Rather than launching skills at the shield and putting his abilities into a 600-second cooldown, he might as well wait for the shield to dissipate on its own. The more he Haishan thought about it, the more frustrated he became. Over 20 million shield points. This kid must be cheating. Meanwhile, Lin Hao had already begun investing his points. If there was one skill he possessed that had the strongest single target burst, it had to be the instant flame strike. After reaching level 50, this skill required 100 energy points for every level upgrade. Previously, this number made Lin Hao feel immense pain, but now, though it still stung a bit, he could accept it. By consuming 5 million energy points, Lin Hao instantly upgraded it to level 100. The attribute effects after the upgrade made Lin Hao extremely satisfied. Instant Flame Strike LV 100 consumes 500 mana points to deal damage equal to 500 of one spell attack power to a single enemy within 600 meters at an extremely fast speed. If the enemy's health is full, an additional 500 damage is dealt, cooldown 600 seconds. Upon reaching level 100, this skill unexpectedly added an extra effect which Lin Hao had not anticipated. This meant that he could now deal damage to full health enemies with a multiplier of 1000. This was simply outrageous. His current spell power had already reached 45740 points. With a 500 multiplier, the damage would be over 22 million. At this moment, he Haishan still had no idea that disaster was looming over him, still sneering. "What's wrong, kid? Are you planning to beg for mercy?" "It's too late to beg for mercy now, but I could grant you a moment of mercy to hear your last words." Hearing this, Lin Hao couldn't help but laugh. "Well, you're quite generous. Unfortunately, I have no desire to hear your last words." As soon as Lin Hao finished speaking, the level 100 instant flame strike struck down in an instant. He Haishan didn't even have time to react before he took the hit. 2287000. 2287000. Without even having the chance to scream, this so-called nemesis of mages, the 5th-tier disaster steward, instantly perished. Slaying a level 50 disaster steward grants 3 million experience points. Extra 2 million experience points for slaying over 24 levels. Slaying a level 50 disaster steward grants you 5 million energy points. Extra 12 million energy points for slaying over 24 levels. Slaying a level 50 disaster steward triggers absolute luck, awarding you a skeleton staff, skeleton robe, skeleton boots, and a medium agility fruit. With 2 million experience points earned along with the experience gained previously, Lin Hao leveled up again to become level 27. Lin Hao sighed helplessly. Is my leveling speed a bit too fast? I remember I was only level 23 earlier. With the 100 free attribute points from leveling up, I continue to invest them in mana, increasing my mana by another 100 points to 313100 points. After consuming the agility fruit, Lin Hao's agility attribute also increased by 200 points, reaching 1810 points. Then Lin Hao checked his energy points. The 17 million energy points he gained not only replenished all previous consumption, but also added an extra 12 million, bringing his current energy points to a staggering 7 million. It seems this isn't just my illusion, the energy points really are increasing more the more I use them. Finally, Lin Hao picked up the 3 pieces of legendary equipment. The attributes of the equipment were quite good, but unfortunately, they were all level 50 items and could not be equipped. Meanwhile, the dungeon, now fully cleared, began to slowly dissipate, and Lin Hao received another dungeon reward. Ding! Congratulations on successfully clearing the dungeon. You have received the Staff of Burning Heaven, the skill book of 10,000 Thunder Calamity, and 5 mana fruits. Huh, just 3 rewards. Lin Hao was somewhat surprised it hadn't been like this when he had cleared the dungeon before. And now my absolute luck has reached level 100, so why have the rewards decreased? Could it be that the quality of this staff and skill book is very high? Lin Hao first looked at the attributes of the Staff of Burning Heaven. Not only did he not expect it, but upon seeing it, he was almost shocked. Staff of Burning Heaven quality legendary equipment requirements intelligence attribute must reach 4000 points. Equipment class Mage. Spell attack power 40000. Effect: you can trigger the Wrath of Burning Heaven effect, increasing the damage multiplier of your next fire attribute skill by an additional 1000. Cooldown 600 seconds. Setting aside the staff's additional effects, just this 400 spell power alone is enough to leave anyone dazzled. It's worth noting that the level 50 Spirit Mage staff he obtained earlier only had 300 spell power and no effects at all. Most importantly, Lin Hao's intelligence attribute at this moment was 4120 points. This meant he could equip this staff, right now greatly enhancing his power. Without any hesitation, Lin Hao directly removed the level 20 mana staff from his possession. After removing it, the effects of the mana set also disappeared, resulting in a total drop of 1200 spell power. However, that didn't matter because after equipping the Staff of Burning Heaven, Lin Hao's total spell power increased by 200 points compared to before. At that moment, Lin Hao's total spell power soared from the original 45740 points to now 73740 points. With this, even a fireball spell with a 200 multiplier could deal over 14 million terrifying damage. In terms of output power, he had reached an entirely new height. Not only that, but with a significant boost in spell power, his shield skill also became thicker, further enhancing his survival capabilities. The value of this legendary equipment to Lin Hao was far greater than dozens of level 50 legendary items. Absolute luck had indeed not let me down, or it had truly made my fortune better. Finally, Lin Hao looked at the legendary skill book of 10,000 Thunder Calamity. Just hearing the name of this skill felt incredibly powerful, and its effects did not disappoint Lin Hao either. 10,000 Thunder Calamity quality legendary learning requirements. Spell-based profession effect consumes 100 mana points, dealing 500 of your spell attack power to all enemies within 20 meters of yourself. Each enemy killed reduces the cooldown by 1 second. Cooldown 3,600 seconds. Wow, what a terrifying multiplier. The initial multiplier of a group skill is often only half that of a single target skill. But this legendary skill not only has an initial range of 20 meters, but its multiplier is also as high as that of single target skills. This skill was far superior to Lin Hao's Howling Storm. After learning the skill, Lin Hao immediately began investing points into it. Again, he spent 980 energy points to upgrade it to level 50 to see the effects. 10,000 Thunder Calamity V50 consumes 500 mana points to deal damage equal to 2500 of your spell attack power to all enemies within 200 meters of yourself. Each enemy killed reduces the cooldown by 50 seconds. Cooldown 3,600 seconds. This multiplier is truly frightening. It's worth noting that the level 100 Howling Storm only has a 100 multiplier, making it incomparable. Although the cooldown time had not shortened and remained an extended 3,600 seconds, the cooldown time reduced per enemy kill had increased from 1 second to 50 seconds. This means that with one cast of the skill, if he kills 72 enemies, he can use it as a skill with no cooldown at all. This is an ultimate group skill. This means that with one cast of the skill, if he kills 72 enemies, he can use it as a skill with no cooldown at all. This is an ultimate group skill. Now Lin Hao held over 70 million energy points in his hands, no longer having to be as frugal as before. He waved his hand and consumed another 5 million energy points to elevate the Thunder Tribulation to level 100. Thunder Tribulation LV 100 consumes 100 mana points, centered on oneself, deals 500 of one's spell attack damage to all enemies within a 400-meter radius. Each enemy killed reduces the cooldown by 60 seconds. Cooldown 3,600 seconds. Wow. A 400-meter range dealing 500 damage to all. Is this not cheating? It's a pity that the cooldown reduction per kill only increases by 10 seconds. It seems 60 seconds is the limit. Overall, Lin Hao was quite satisfied with the skill's effect. It could easily serve as a superior alternative to Storm Howl provided the number of enemies exceeded 60. Glancing at his energy points, he still had 66. 72 million left, which was still a considerable sum. Then Lin Hao consumed all 5 mana fruits. These mana fruits were of medium quality, each increasing 2,000 mana points. After consuming them, all his maximum mana value surged by 1,000 points, thanks to his talents. At this moment, Lin Hao's mana points had reached an impressive 413100. Finally, he took out the Dragon Battle Medal given to him by Wang Jinyue. With the completion of this dungeon, Lin Hao had now cleared a total of 3 dungeons, and he could finally activate it. Upon activating the medal, Lin Hao's maximum health instantly skyrocketed by 3 million, jumping from 78100 to 307810. Lin Hao nodded, feeling immensely satisfied with his current attributes. I've also obtained the Void Magic Stone. It's time to pay a visit to the former king of the Disaster Ruins. Outside the dungeon, the assassin watched in shock as the dungeon gradually dissipated. His initial assumption was that Lin Hao had managed to escape with a life-saving item, and surviving was already impressive. To his surprise, Lin Hao had actually cleared the dungeon. Mind you, the steward inside was known as a Mage killer. His passive ability could nullify all spell damage below 20 million, and ordinary 5th or even 6th tier spellcasters were completely suppressed by him. How could he possibly die at the hands of Lin Hao, who was only at 2nd tier? The man couldn't fathom how Lin Hao had achieved this. Could he have already dealt 20 million damage at tier 2? The man shook his head, dismissing that thought. How could that be possible? Even a demigod like Mu Tianxian wouldn't have such terrifying spell damage at tier 2. That brat Lin Hao must have obtained some rare legendary skill that allows him to temporarily convert his spell damage into physical damage. What a lucky kid, but your luck is about to run out. After the dungeon formally dissipated, Lin Hao was teleported out. As soon as Lin Hao appeared, before he could even take a look around, the man immediately launched his strongest attack, a max-level Shadow Strike. The man was very confident in this sneak attack. In such a sudden situation, let alone Lin Hao, who was merely a 2nd-tier mage, even 8th or 9th-tier class changers would not be able to react in time and would have to take the hit. However, to his horror, Lin Hao made an incredibly correct decision in that instant, dodging to the right, and his thrust missed completely. How is this possible? The man was greatly alarmed, as if he had seen a ghost. He could confidently assure that Lin Hao had not noticed his hidden state the moment he emerged from the dungeon. In such a situation, how did he detect the sneak attack and make the correct dodging direction in such a short time? Is he even human? Lin Hao was also a bit startled. He had just emerged from the dungeon, not even having had a chance to glance outside, when he noticed that time around him suddenly slowed down. Lin Hao instantly realized that an assassin was attacking him, triggering his battle instinct. He narrowly dodged the dagger's sneak attack, thanks to his instincts. That damned old cunning fox. Lin Hao cursed fiercely, almost falling into the trap. The timing of the sneak attack was so precise that it was clear his opponent was an expert assassin. And indeed, after missing his first strike, the man entered his hidden state again. Even though his best sneak attack had failed, he was not planning to give up, for he had a trump card. After applying an ultra-rare guaranteed hit buff on himself, a dagger shot towards Lin Hao's forehead. In an instant, a LV8 legendary skill Shadow Blade. The man sneered coldly, having added a buff that guaranteed his next attack would hit. No matter how strange you are, you won't be able to dodge it. At this moment, Lin Hao triggered his battle instinct again and easily dodged the dagger, but to his astonishment, the dagger actually curved and shot back towards his forehead. Is this the guaranteed hit effect? Lin Hao instantly considered this possibility. Without further ado, he activated a level 2000 wind barrier. A shield with a value of 1474800 immediately enveloped him. Seeing the string of numbers on the shield, the man's jaw almost dropped in shock. At first, he thought it was over 1 million, which seemed fine, but he quickly realized he had miscounted a zero. A 2nd-tier class changer could casually summon a shield exceeding 10 million. Is that reasonable? But then the man's surprise turned into a cold smile. No matter how thick the shield is, can you withstand the true damage brought by my talents? In the next moment, the dagger struck Lin Hao's shield. 3860000. 3860000. The first damage was from the skill itself hitting Lin Hao's shield without even causing a ripple. However, the second damage was the true damage dealt by the Hunter class, which pierced through Lin Hao's shield and struck him directly. Ha ha ha. The man was extremely excited, feeling an overwhelming sense of achievement from eliminating a genius with the potential to become a demigod. In his eyes, Lin Hao was doomed. A mere level 20 fragile mage could not possibly have 3-0 health. But soon the man was left dumbfounded. Lin Hao indeed took damage, yet he did not die. He was still alive with his health bar only slightly lowered. What the hell? Even having learned that Lin Hao had killed Haishin, the man had never been this shocked. Taking nearly 4-0 damage only reduced Lin Hao's health by a small fraction. Does that mean this second-tier mage has over 3 million health? Is this really reasonable? At this moment, Lin Hao also felt quite surprised. This assassin actually possessed the true injury talent. Director Wang was indeed not mistaken. The members of the Disaster Ruins Church had methods that were anything but ordinary. If it weren't for the Battle Dragon medal, which granted him an additional 3 million health points, he would currently have only over 7-0 health and would inevitably lose a life-saving item. I really can't underestimate you. The man was now completely frightened, lacking the courage to continue fighting. He had never witnessed such a monstrous mage. However, as the man tried to escape, Lin Hao would not give him that opportunity. You think you can just run after finishing a combo? Did you get my permission? Lin Hao snorted coldly, and the level 100 thunderstorm catastrophe was unleashed in an instant. The man in stealth moved at an incredibly fast speed. Lin Hao had no idea which direction he had darted off to in such a short time, but that was of no importance. The casting range of the thunderstorm catastrophe was a 400-meter circular area with no blind spots. Unlike the howling storm, it could damage enemies in all directions. If you can escape within 1 second in a 400-meter radius, then I'll concede. However, the man's speed was evidently not that outrageous. He had only just sprinted a few dozen meters when the purple lightning struck him. 3670000. An overwhelming damage of over 36 million instantly drained a man's health bar. As expected, he did not die immediately. After a roar of fury, the man transformed into a werewolf. Wu Tianlai Disaster Ruins, Steward level 50 health, 180 attack power, 0 physical defense, 180 magic resistance, 170 skills, catastrophic blood claw, frenzy. His skills were identical to those of Lu Long, whom I faced earlier. However, this fellow's original form was an assassin, and his attack speed was much faster than Lu Long's. But Lin Hao was no longer the same as before. Not to mention anything else, just the shield value. He still had 0 shield points left. After transforming into a werewolf, Wu Tianlai's class talent had completely disappeared, and he could no longer deal true damage. Lin Hao couldn't even be bothered to dodge and began to exchange damage. 2000000. 2000000. Meanwhile, Lin Hao's fireball also struck the werewolf. 1457800. 1457800. After a significant enhancement in spell power, Lin Hao's damage had reached an outrageous level. With just 2 fireballs, the werewolf was instantly killed. The catastrophic state was quite troublesome for other class changers because it was a numerical suppression, but for Lin Hao, such a brainless monster that couldn't even dodge skills was simply serving him up on a platter. Competing with me on stats. Sorry buddy, you're way off. Killed the level 50 Disaster Ruins Steward, gaining 3 million experience points. Extra 6. 9 million experience points for killing above level 23. Killed the level 50 Disaster Ruins Steward. Congratulations. You have successfully absorbed 5 million energy points. Extra 11. 5 million energy points for killing above level 23. Killed the level 50 Disaster Ruins Steward. Congratulations. You triggered absolute luck and received the Greedy Wolf Dagger, Greedy Wolf Battle Armor, Greedy Wolf Battle Ring, Fruit of Strength Medium. Not too lucky, I got a Fruit of Strength. Am not a physical class. Oh, what's the use of strength? Forget it, I won't eat it. They'll save it for later. When I get to the university, I should be able to exchange it with others. The 9 million experience points he gained didn't level him up, but Lin Hao saw it as a good thing. Continuing to gain 5 million energy points, Lin Hao now possessed a total of 22 million energy. The Disaster Ruins Church really are good people. What does it mean to burn oneself to benefit others? This is the benchmark. Lin Hao then noticed a problem. Where did Commander Sun and the others go? Why is there not a single person here? Did they get killed by the madmen from the Disaster Ruins Church? But there are no corpses here. Just as Lin Hao was worried, in the distance, Sun Jifei was rushing over madly. Lin Hao, are you okay? After leading the team to drive away the monsters threatening the city, he returned to see a large area of attack magic from afar. That purple lightning made him feel alarmed even from a distance. Such a terrifying skill could it be that even the elders of the Disaster Ruins Church had mobilized. Fortunately, the worst did not happen to Lin Hao was still alive. So what was that purple lightning all about? Sun Jifei approached with a puzzled expression and was astonished to find that the once large dungeon had vanished without a trace. More importantly, he discovered the residual energy from the madmen of the Disaster Ruins Church after their deaths. Based on the level of this energy, it seemed that a steward of the Disaster Ruins had also died here. Sun Jifei instantly connected this to a possibility and looked at Lin Hao in horror. Lin Hao, you not only cleared the dungeon, but also killed a steward of the Disaster Ruins. Lin Hao shook his head. To be precise, it was 2 stewards. Sun Jifei, you kid, this strength is simply inhuman. That purple lightning, just now, it couldn't have been released by you, right? Lin Hao nodded. If you are referring to the thunderstorm catastrophe, then it was indeed released by me. Hiss. Your luck is simply against the heavens. You must have obtained that skill as a reward from the dungeon, right? This skill can be said to be the high-damage area effect skill that all mages dream of. As Sun Jifei spoke, he felt a bit strange. He had previously had the fortune to see a high-level mage use the thunderstorm catastrophe, but its power seemed not as great as Lin Hao's. At this moment, Lin Hao said, Commander Sun, if there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. I need to report to the university soon. Sun Jifei nodded. You're heading to Kyoto University, right? That place is a bit far. Do you need me to send someone with you? Thank you, Commander Sun, but no need. I have my own way to get there. After Lin Hao finished speaking and was about to leave, he was called back by Sun Jifei. Lin Hao, wait a moment. You helped us in the 8th battle zone deal with such a significant threat, and I haven't properly thanked you yet. Since you're in a hurry to leave, let's skip the celebration banquet. Just take these with you. Sun Jifei said, taking out a large number of paper-like talismans. These items are called insight talismans, which can check the specific effects of any skill on the enemy. Knowing yourself and your enemy enables you to win every battle. Take all 100 of these talismans with you. Lin Hao nodded, not being polite. After thanking him, he took all the talismans. The members of the Disaster Ruins Church always had some quirky skills. If it weren't for He Haishan being overly arrogant and revealing the skill effects, Lin Hao would have had to spend some time figuring it out and put in some effort to kill him. But he couldn't expect that all future enemies would be so foolish. So it really was necessary to prepare some insight talismans. After bidding farewell to Sun Jifei and the others, Lin Hao crushed the teleportation stone and successfully arrived at the special space where Delagun was located. Upon seeing Lin Hao's arrival, Delagun was somewhat surprised. Did you obtain the void magic stone so quickly? Lin Hao nodded. Without wasting words, he directly took out the void magic stone. Not bad, it is indeed the void magic stone. Delagun smiled, and after receiving the void magic stone, handed Lin Hao a legendary skill book as agreed. Shield of Laws, Origin, Passive Skill Quality, Legendary Learning Conditions, Magic Profession Effect. After learning this skill, any damage you receive will be absorbed by your mana. Every 1 point of mana can negate 10 points of damage. Finally got it. Lin Hao felt a surge of joy in his heart. His current mana was as high as 413100 points, which meant he could withstand over 4 million damage in total. In reality, the number was far beyond that, because Lin Hao had a mana recovery of level 500, recovering 500 points of mana every second. This meant that if the enemy's damage per second did not exceed 500, then attacking him would neither reduce health nor mana. It seems it's time to level up the mana recovery passive too. However, there was no rush right now. Lin Hao decided to first upgrade the Shield of Laws Origin and see the effects. After completing the skill learning, Lin Hao spent 9 million mana points to upgrade it to level 50. Shield of Laws Origin LV50. Any damage you receive will be absorbed by your mana. Every 1 point of mana can negate 35 points of damage. An increase of 25 points, which means each level raises it by about 0.5. Lin Hao was slightly dissatisfied with this increase, but the effect was indeed powerful. After reaching level 50, Lin Hao's current mana could already withstand over 10 million damage. Not to mention second-tier mages, even an ordinary 5th-tier shield warrior could not compare to his toughness. Looking at the remaining mana, which was still at 32 million, he hesitated no longer and continued to upgrade. Spending 25 million mana points, Lin Hao upgraded it to level 100. Unexpectedly, the level 100 Shield of Laws Origin received a tremendous boost in effectiveness. Shield of Laws Origin LV100. Any damage you receive will be absorbed by your mana. Every 1 point of mana can negate 100 points of damage. Not bad, not bad. This is the effect I wanted. 1 point of mana can negate 100 points of damage, which means Lin Hao's mana can now withstand over 40 million damage. In the entire world, there surely wouldn't be another second-tier mage as tough as him. This 9 million mana spent was truly worth it. The level 100 Shield of Laws Origin was already sufficient. Upgrading further would require 1 million mana points per level, so he decided to wait until there was a need. Then Lin Hao turned his attention to the mana recovery passive. The white passive skill required only 2,000 mana points for each upgrade after reaching level 500, which was astonishingly low compared to those skills that cost tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of mana points. Lin Hao waved his hand, spending 1 million mana points to directly elevate it to level 1000. Mana recovery LV 1000 recovers 1,000 points of mana per second. Indeed, the effect has doubled. In the future, if the damage per second is below 10 million, I can recover in just 1 second. It's almost like cheating. If Lin Hao had these two skills back when he encountered the Disaster Ruin Assassin, who ambushed him, even if he stood there and let them hit him for 100 years, he wouldn't lose any health. Lin Hao felt extremely satisfied with his current strength. Looking at the remaining mana now at 32 million, Lin Hao was planning to upgrade some other skills when Delagun beside him seemed to be getting impatient. Have you seen enough of the skill effects? Let's get to the main topic. Upon hearing this, Lin Hao could only temporarily set aside his desire to continue leveling up. Main topic. Are you going to tell me the secrets of the Disaster Ruin world? Delagun nodded. Exactly. Being able to acquire the Void Magic Stone in such a short time, you have already demonstrated your strength to me, so you are qualified to know some things. The Disaster Ruin world where I am located and your world merged because someone used a world key to open the doors between the two worlds. World key. World door. Lin Hao seemed to understand vaguely. Senior, when the person you mentioned wouldn't be that traitor known as the Dark Knight King, would he? Clever. Delagun smiled and nodded. The world key was originally in the hands of our Disaster Ruin royal court, passed down by generations of Disaster Ruin kings. But that damn guy ambushed me, took the key, and opened the doors to both worlds. Although I ultimately succeeded in reclaiming the key and escaped to your world, the doors that were opened cannot be sealed again. My goal is to kill that traitor and reclaim everything that belongs to me, and you humans should also want to resolve the threat of monsters once and for all, right? Lin Hao understood at this point that the reason the Disaster Ruin King was telling him so much was to indicate that they were now comrades fighting side by side and should trust each other. Lin Hao was indifferent to this as long as reasonable compensation was provided. It didn't matter how it was done. If no compensation was offered and he was expected to help for free, he might as well forget about it. Senior Gwen, feel free to speak your mind. What do you need my help with next? Delagun smiled. I like talking to straightforward people. I was ambushed by that traitor. Although I narrowly escaped with my life, I am under multiple curses with my maximum attributes permanently reduced by over 50. I need you to help me find some purification items that can dispel supreme level curses. Supreme level. Lin Hao was quite puzzled. What level is that? I've never heard of it before. You are only a second tier now, so it's normal not to have heard of it, because this is an existence even rarer and more powerful than legendary level items. The detection effects possessed by your human professions can only see a bunch of question marks. Upon hearing this, Lin Hao immediately thought of the Dragon Battle Medal and the Aurora Crystal. He never expected them to be supreme level items. No wonder their effects were so formidable. Delagun continued. As long as you can bring the dispelling items, I can give you an even more powerful supreme level item and additionally let you choose a legendary skill book. Lin Hao nodded upon hearing the reward. The King of Disaster Ruins was rather generous. He pondered and asked, Senior Gwen, do you have a passive skill that permanently increases the maximum mana value? Dragon nodded at this remark, but thought for a moment and advised, are you planning to use this passive skill in conjunction with the Shield of Law? Then I advise you to give up on that idea as soon as possible. Even a legendary level passive skill can only increase your mana value by at most 1,000 points. Instead of exchanging for this passive skill, you would be better off trading for another survival skill, which would be more cost-effective. Dragon's well-meaning advice stemmed from not wanting Lin Hao to feel cheated later, because Lin Hao could still live quite freely without him. But for him to wait for the next person to enter this place could take an eternity. To be honest, he still couldn't understand how Lin Hao managed to get in. This space was created by the world key, and the key made from spatial shards must be of supreme grade. He still couldn't comprehend how Lin Hao obtained the key. All he knew was that the secrets this young man possessed were greater than he could imagine. Lin Hao completely ignored Dragon's advice as his mind was filled with thoughts of the 1,000 points of mana. This was not a temporary boost from equipment attributes. It was a permanent enhancement, allowing him to benefit from the tenfold amplification effect brought by the Forbidden Mage's talent. This meant a maximum mana value of 1,000. It could offset 100 million worth of damage. And this was just a level 1 skill. If it were to reach level 100, the increase in mana value would be unimaginable. Suppressing his excitement, Lin Hao took a deep breath and said, I want this passive. Do you have any leads on the decryption tool, Senior Gwen? Dragon shook his head. As I mentioned before, I know very little about your world. It will depend on you to figure it out. I see. Lin Hao sighed upon hearing this. Although he had anticipated it, he couldn't help but feel a bit disappointed. Finding a supreme grade tool would likely take some effort. After bidding farewell to Dragon, Lin Hao continued to enhance his skills. He thought for a moment and decided to increase the level of the passive skill combat intuition as well. This passive skill was unparalleled when facing any single target attack. It was certain to be upgraded in the future, so it was better to do it sooner rather than later. Spending 25 million energy points, Lin Hao upgraded it to level 100 in one go. Combat Intuition LV 100. All enemy attacks appear to slow down by 20 times in your eyes. When facing danger, your movement speed will increase by an additional 100 points for an instant. I can truly feel what it means to spend money like water now. With 27300 energy points remaining, Lin Hao decided to level up Fireball next. After level 2000, each upgrade of Fireball required 400 energy points. This energy consumption was already considerable, but compared to the consumption of legendary level passive skills, it was negligible. Upgrading from level 2000 to level 3000 only required 4 million energy points. Fireball LV 3000 consumes 300 mana points to deal 300 of your spell attack power as damage to a single target within 300 meters. No cooldown. With Fireball leveled up, the wind barrier naturally couldn't fall behind. Continuing to spend 4 million energy points, Lin Hao also upgraded it to level 3000. Wind barrier LV 3000 consumes 300 mana points to immediately grant a shield equivalent to 300 of your spell attack power lasting for 30 seconds. Cooldown 10 seconds. Looking at his energy points, he still had 193,200 left. He'll save these energy points for now and use them in case of emergencies. After making his decision, Lin Hao left this special space. To his surprise, he found himself back at the place he was before using the teleportation stone. He remembered that this special space was located in the Tianyue Mountains of Lin Yuan City. Now he had returned to the Void Erosion Wilderness. But that was fine, he had the Aurora Crystal, so it was all just a matter of thought. Before heading to Kyoto University, Lin Hao first sent a message to Wang Jinyue inquiring about the Supreme Grade decryption tools. This was the contact information he obtained after the college entrance examination. Lin Hao thought that someone as busy as the God of War of Long Country would surely take a long time to reply. Surprisingly, as soon as he sent the message, he received a response immediately. I don't know, but you can ask Mu Tianxian, he knows a lot about these things. Lin Hao was very happy. Although he didn't get an immediate answer, at least he now had a target. Now let's go to Kyoto University first. After activating the Aurora Crystal, Lin Hao instantly arrived outside the gate of Kyoto University, where the number of students at the registration office was more than he had imagined. Logically speaking, Kyoto University's admission requirements were extremely high, requiring at least 3 level scores to enter, so there shouldn't be this many people. But there were always some students who thought outside the box, hoping to get in through other means. What if they didn't recruit enough people this year, and those who barely missed the mark could get in? As it turned out, there were indeed quite a few people with this mindset. Teacher, I didn't perform well in my college entrance exam. I am in S-level profession and I almost got a 3's rating this time. Oh, just let me in. I have always dreamed of attending Kyoto University. Teacher, I really didn't do well. I am an S-level berserker, and I was ambushed by an arrow in the final round, turning me into a hedgehog and lowering my score. Otherwise, I would have also gotten a 3's rating. Sigh. The admissions teacher sighed. Ooh, every year at this time, some underqualified students came to try their luck. But Kyoto University would not lower its standards because of this. Everyone please go back. The enrollment quota for Kyoto University has just been filled. Hearing this, everyone was immediately despondent and could only leave in dissatisfaction. Lin Hao also planned to leave. The enrollment for Kyoto University ended a bit early this year, so the other Magic Capital University probably hadn't filled its spots yet. For him, it didn't matter which of the 2 universities he went to. After all, they both had a wealth of secret realms and dungeons, and their resources were quite similar. However, just as Lin Hao turned around, the admissions teacher spotted him and quickly approached him. Student, are you also here to apply to Kyoto University? Lin Hao nodded. Yes, but unfortunately you've already filled your quota. No worries. The admissions teacher smiled. In principle, we have indeed filled our quota, but your strength is an exception. What the hell? This is a conspiracy. Before Lin Hao could speak, a student exclaimed, this is definitely a conspiracy. You have already filled your spots, why can you go in? The admissions teacher rolled his eyes. Every day it's conspiracy this, conspiracy that. If you could get a 9's level rating on the entrance exam, Kyoto University would welcome you anytime. What the hell? A 9's level rating? Everyone looked at Lin Hao in extreme surprise. Wow. Top scorer, can you sign my name? I want to keep it as a family heirloom. Damn it, not only is he so strong, but he's also so handsome. How can anyone live with this? Everyone felt a mix of emotions, but no one dared to say it was a conspiracy anymore. A strength was the ultimate truth, and who would dare to dispute a 9th level rating? Everyone felt a mix of emotions, but no one dared to say it was a conspiracy anymore. A strength was the ultimate truth, and who would dare to dispute a 9th level rating? After entering the school with the enrollment teacher, the teacher smiled and said, "Lin Hao, let me introduce myself first. My name is Fong Rongwang, and you can call me Teacher Fong. I am not only responsible for this enrollment, but also your guidance teacher for this cohort. If you have any questions, feel free to come to me. Next, let me explain the rules of Kyoto University, so pay close attention." Lin Hao nodded and Fong Rongwang continued, "As you should know, everything at Kyoto University must be earned through your own strength. Every student receives 1000 credits upon enrollment, and these credits serve many purposes. The most important use is to choose a dormitory for cultivation." "Can dormitories also be used for cultivation?" Lin Hao asked curiously. Indeed, the dormitories at Kyoto University are actually small cultivation rooms with various effects such as increasing maximum health, mana attack power, and spell power. All sorts of effects are available. Fong Rongwang continued explaining with a hint of pride. For example, the worst class dormitory can increase your maximum mana by 10 points after staying for an hour, which totals 240 points in a day. Over time, this adds up to a significant amount. Lin Hao nodded in agreement, understanding that little by little it accumulates. So what about the highest level cultivation dormitory? Fong Rongwang had anticipated Lin Hao's question and replied directly, "It's 10 times the effect of a class dormitory." What an exaggerated effect. Lin Hao gasped, realizing that it meant 100 points of maximum mana in an hour, totaling 240 points a day. Moreover, my talent could amplify it tenfold, meaning if I stay there, I could gain 240 points of mana in just one day. Fong Rongwang responded, "Of course the effects are exaggerated, but the costs are equally staggering. A class dormitory only requires 100 credits for a day's stay, whereas the highest class dormitory requires 1000 credits. If your credits run out, you'll have to move out. Additionally, each semester lasts 3 months, and after 3 months, the school will automatically deduct 100 credits. If you don't have enough credits, you'll need to earn them frantically before the semester starts, or else you will be eliminated by the school." Lin Hao sighed. "These rules are quite strict. How can I earn credits?" "Good question." Fong Rongwang smiled. "Earning credits is not complicated. You just need to clear the school's dungeons and complete tasks to gain them. Once you accumulate enough credits, you can use them to enter secret realms and obtain rewards. Now that's about the main rules settled. What dormitory do you plan to go to?" Without a second thought, Lin Hao replied, "I want to go to this class dormitory." Fong Rongwang was not surprised by this response, as students who come to Kyoto University are all ambitious, wanting only the best of everything. "As your teacher, I must advise you to act within your means. The school's credits are not easy to obtain." Lin Hao thought for a moment, feeling that the teacher's words made sense. Since it wasn't dark yet, he decided to first explore a dungeon. "Teacher Fong, what dungeons does our school have?" Fong Rongwang replied, "Currently, there should be 236 dungeons. New dungeons appear periodically, and soon it will likely exceed 240. Fong Rongwang knew why Lin Hao was asking this, but he did not recommend Lin Hao go into a dungeon right away. "The difficulty of our school's dungeons is far beyond what you can find outside. This school gathers numerous geniuses, and if they cannot clear these dungeons, you can imagine the difficulty. Therefore, I suggest you stabilize yourself, first find suitable teammates, get familiar with each other, and then tackle the dungeons together rather than going on a solo adventure unprepared." Fong Rongwang's suggestion was clearly sound, but Lin Hao was evidently not inclined to listen. "Teacher Fong, I am confident in my abilities. You geniuses, each and every one of you, are overly confident in your own strength." Fong Rongwang sighed. "Well, since you insist on going into a dungeon, now it'll take you to the school's dungeon hall first." After Fong Rongwang finished speaking, he began to lead the way. Soon the two arrived at the school's dungeon hall. The hall was crowded, yet not noisy. The students here generally had fixed teams, with only a few still seeking partners. Upon entering the hall, Fong Rongwang brought Lin Hao to the front desk. The front desk was not manned by a beautiful young lady, but by a middle-aged teacher wearing glasses. "Teacher Su, are you on duty today?" "Yes." Teacher Su nodded and curiously asked, "Aren't you supposed to be enrolling students? What are you doing here?" "I have completed the enrollment, and now I am bringing students to experience the school's dungeons." Upon hearing this, Teacher Su finally noticed a new face in the dungeon hall. A forbidden mage. Teacher Su was quite shocked. "Isn't this the genius rated S9? No wonder you dare to come to a dungeon on the first day. It turns out you are a powerhouse. However, if you don't have teammates, it might be a bit dangerous. Teacher Fong, why don't you advise him?" Fong Rongwang shrugged helplessly. "Who says I didn't advise him? He just wouldn't listen. To what can I do? You should compile a list of the dungeons accessible to level 20 players and show it to him." Teacher Su could only nod at this, and then turned to Lin Hao. "For dungeons of levels 20 to 30, our school has a total of 28. Of these, the schedules for 27 dungeons are already booked for 3 days from now. There are schedules for entering dungeons. Lin Hao was quite puzzled. Of course, Teacher Su explained. Only one team can enter a dungeon at a time. If that team doesn't come out, others cannot enter. To prevent others from just waiting outside the dungeon, naturally, there is a schedule. There is one dungeon that doesn't have a schedule, but its difficulty might be a bit much for you new level 2 or 3 transferees. This dungeon appeared 10 years ago, and to this day, no one has managed to clear it under level 30. 10 years, and no one has succeeded. Lin Hao thought realizing the difficulty indeed seemed considerable. However, he was not discouraged. Instead, he smiled slightly. I am quite eager to experience it. Seeing Lin Hao's expression, the two teachers realized they could no longer persuade him. Sigh, well, I suppose you still have some life-saving tools on you, right? Lin Hao nodded. The two teachers were relieved. Had Lin Hao carried no means of protection, they would never have allowed him to venture in alone. All right, since that's the case, let me explain the rules of this dungeon to you. There are 3 rules in this dungeon. The first rule, the monster's health points are doubled, and this increase can stack with any disaster effects, meaning the monster's health will be 20 times their original amount. The second rule, monsters are permanently immune to all damage below 5 million. The third rule, all monster attacks have a bloodthirst effect. Lin Hao said, these rules are indeed quite troublesome. With 20 times the health immunity to damage below 5 million and the bloodthirst effect, their survival ability is almost maxed out. No wonder no one has been able to conquer this dungeon in the past 10 years. For a 3rd-tier class changer, those capable of dealing 5 million damage are few and far between. Moreover, they must use legendary skills to achieve that damage. Skills have cooldowns, and during that time, if anyone is hit by the BOSS, the bloodthirst effect will sustain the BOSS, making it exceedingly troublesome. However, for Lin Hao, the second rule was merely a formality. Even a single cast of his fireball spell exceeded 10 million damage, rendering the immunity ineffective. Feng Rongwang had no idea what Lin Hao was thinking and chuckled. Now you know that we weren't just scaring you with what we said earlier, right? You've already seen the difficulty of the dungeon. Let's head back and come back when you're better prepared. Feng Rongwang offered Lin Hao a way out, but unexpectedly Lin Hao had no intention of backing down. Teachers, I want to challenge it. The two teachers exchanged glances, surprised to encounter such a headstrong student for the first time. Finally, Teacher Su sighed. Since you insist on going, then follow me. Teacher Su walked ahead while handing Lin Hao a key. This is the positioning key. Once you enter our school's teleportation array, it will directly transport you to the dungeon. Lin Hao took the key and walked into the teleportation array without hesitation. Seeing him so relaxed, it was as if he was not about to face a bitter battle, but rather going for a stroll in the backyard. The two teachers were left dumbfounded. Do you think Lin Hao might actually have some sort of trump card that could conquer this dungeon? Feng Rongwang shot him a look. Teacher Su, you can't be getting old and confused, right? This dungeon has seen countless S-class class changers team up to challenge it, yet none came away unscathed. Lin Hao is alone, and no matter how powerful he is, he can't conquer it. You have a point. The 3 rules of this dungeon are exceedingly tricky. Even a 5th-tier class changer might struggle, let alone Lin Hao, who is only 2nd tier. Inside the dungeon, Lin Hao did not pause his steps and headed straight for the deepest part of the dungeon. While others worried about encountering the boss too early and even tried to avoid it, Lin Hao hoped to face 3 bosses at once. Unfortunately, though he wanted to avoid grinding monsters, small minions kept coming to their doom. Flamehound Disaster level 30 health, 500 attack, 1880 physical defense, 1630 magical resistance, 14600. Truly deserving of 20 times the health increase. Even at level 30, its stats exceed those of most level 50 disaster monsters. However, for Lin Hao, it was all the same. A single fireball could settle this. Before the Flamehound could attack, Lin Hao's fireball had already struck it squarely on the forehead. 22107400. Lin Hao's damage at this moment was terrifying, as if he were cheating. The immunity to damage below 5 million was nothing but a joke before him. After easily killing this unfortunate creature, Lin Hao continued onward. About 5 minutes later, he encountered the first boss of this dungeon. Flame Hellhound Disaster level 30 health, 1050 attack, 1880 physical defense, 1880 magical resistance, 1880. This creature's health was so exaggeratedly high. Not to mention ordinary 3rd-tier class changers, even those of average strength among 5th-tier class changers would have to turn and flee. Adding to the effects of damage, immunity, and bloodthirst, it's clear why no one could conquer this dungeon. However, for Lin Hao, it was still not a big issue. From over 100 meters away, Lin Hao began to unleash a torrent of attacks. Fireballs rained down upon the boss. Within 200 meters was the comfortable range for Fireball. 80% of the fireballs hit successfully, with only a few evaded by sheer luck. 219-42000. 219-42000. 219-42000. The boss had not yet reached Lin Hao when it was struck by a dozen fireballs, causing its health to drop significantly. When the boss finally closed the distance to attack range, Lin Hao activated Phantom Sprint. This creature's health value was exaggerated, but its other attributes remained largely unchanged. In terms of speed, it was completely outmatched by Lin Hao, and even at full speed it could barely keep up. At the same time, Lin Hao's fireballs continued to rain down. The BOSS with over 1 billion health points was swiftly kited to death by Lin Hao, never once touching him even in its dying moments. Defeated the level 30 Flame Hellhound, you gained 2 million experience points. Defeated it 3 levels higher, you receive an additional 600 experience points. Defeated the level 30 Disaster BOSS, congratulations. You successfully absorbed 3 million energy points. Defeated it 3 levels higher, you receive an additional 900 energy points. Defeated the Flame Hellhound, you triggered the Absolute Luck passive, congratulations. You received the Flame Staff, Flame Robe, Flame Necklace, and Intelligence Fruit Medium. Level 30 boss is such a pushover. The experience and energy points given here can't compare to a 5th tier boss. The main reason was that the rewards for defeating higher level enemies were simply too low. With the addition of these 9 million energy points, Lin Hao now possessed a total of 22 million energy points. However, the benefit of grinding a level 30 boss is that the dropped equipment can be put to good use quickly, as Lin Hao was already level 27. After exiting this dungeon, he would definitely reach level 28. Moreover, the attributes of these 3 pieces of equipment were actually quite decent. The Flame Staff naturally couldn't compare to the Flame of the Sky Staff, but the other 2 legendary pieces were far superior to what he currently had. After collecting all 3 pieces of equipment, Lin Hao swallowed the Intelligence Fruit, increasing his intelligence attribute by 200 points to 4320. His spell attack power increased by 400 points, rising to 74140. Meanwhile, in the school's dungeon hall, 2 deans approached. Fong Rongguang and Teacher Su. Upon seeing these 2 deans, both felt quite surprised. Kyoto University has a total of 6 colleges, with the strongest being the Shunlong Academy and the Huofeng Academy. These 2 individuals are the deans of these 2 academies. After Lu Zhen entered the hall, he quickly glanced around, but did not see the target he wished to meet, and only then did he turn his attention to the 2 teachers. Teacher Fong, Teacher Su, where is Lin Hao? Shui Jingling beside him also looked at the 2 teachers, clearly here for Lin Hao. Fong Rongguang sighed to himself, as expected of a genius of the 9th rank. These 2 top academies require students to complete difficult trials to join, and there's no guarantee they will be accepted. However, for Lin Hao, these 2 deans actually came in person. Teacher Su beside him replied, Lin Hao just entered the dungeon. He just enrolled and has already entered the dungeon. Lu Zhen was a bit surprised. Which dungeon did he enter? It's the Liuhua dungeon. Teacher Su scratched his head in a bit of panic in front of the dean. He felt like a child who had done something wrong. After all, he was the duty teacher today, and if Lin Hao encountered any accidents inside, he would certainly bear the responsibility. As expected, after hearing this, Lu Zhen immediately scolded, Teacher Su, this is a bit unreasonable. The Liuhua dungeon has not been cleared by any team for 10 years. You let Lin Hao go in alone. I didn't want that either, Teacher Fong, and I tried to persuade him several times. Teacher Su said, somewhat aggrieved. Lin Hao refused to listen and insisted on going in. I had no choice. Besides, that kid must have quite a few life-saving items on him. He definitely won't die. Lu Zhen sighed upon hearing this. Well, young people have had it too easy, but it's not necessarily a good thing. A bit of a setback now would serve as a lesson for him. Shui Jingling beside him nodded. How long has Lin Hao been in? He should be coming out soon, right? Teacher Su looked up at the dungeon upon hearing this, but as soon as he did, he nearly got scared to death. Seeing Teacher Zu's eyes widen in shock and remained silent, the other 3 frowned and looked up at the dungeon. Soon all 3 were petrified. My goodness, how has the dungeon's integration rate dropped so much? Lu Zhen felt quite shocked. Due to its high difficulty, this dungeon had not been cleared for a long time, and the integration rate had always remained high. If he remembered correctly, the last integration rate for this dungeon was 76. How could it suddenly drop to 45? Could it be that Lin Hao has already killed a catastrophe boss? Truly worthy of being the only SS rank profession, this kid indeed has some skills. Lu Zhen and Shui Jingling quickly regained their composure from the shock, as they were unaware of the exact time Lin Hao had entered the dungeon. Fong Rongguang and Teacher Su at this moment both couldn't believe their eyes and remained in a state of shock. Su Jin spoke impatiently. Look at you all, you're teachers from Kyoto University, yet you act like you've never seen the world before. Shui Jingling also urged from the side. 2 teachers, please tell us when Lin Hao actually went in. Teacher Zu's expression was blank as he said, Just now? What does just now mean? Lu Zhen frowned. He never noticed that Teacher Su liked to speak in riddles. Fong Rongguang added, it means Lin Hao has been in for less than 10 minutes. What a less than 10 minutes. Lu Jun and Xue Jingling were both stunned to hear this. A Tier 3 catastrophe boss has 20 times the health, probably over 1 billion health points. Including travel time, does this mean Lin Hao killed the boss in less than a minute? Is this even human? Lu Jun asked incredulously, are you sure you didn't miscount the time? Absolutely certain. Both teachers nodded. Lu Jun and Xue Jingling exchanged glances. It seems Kyoto University has truly gained a prodigy. At that moment, an elderly man with gray hair entered the hall. What's going on that's so lively? Why didn't you call me? Principal. Everyone respectfully greeted him. This elderly man is the most respected figure in all of Kyoto University, having founded it himself. In an era when monsters ran rampant, he bore immense pressure, constantly fighting on the front lines, and trained countless talents for Long Nation. Even one of the demigods, Mu Tianxuan, was once his student. Principal, why are you here? Lu Jun was the first to ask. Of course I came to see our national champion. The old man smiled, and then looked at the dungeon's integration rate, his smile widening. Not bad, not bad, another promising talent that can become a demigod. Hearing such high praise, no one objected, as Lin Hao's potential indeed reached such a level. Xue Jingling asked, Principal, do you think Lin Hao can successfully clear this dungeon that has not been cleared for 10 years? The principal shook his head. That might be quite impossible. You probably don't know, but 3 years ago the integration rate of this Liuhua dungeon reached 90. At that time the team leader was Fang Deshuang along with 4 other rank professionals, yet they also failed, only killing 2 catastrophe bosses before retreating. What? Even Fang Deshuang failed. Everyone was quite astonished. Fang Deshuang, like Lin Hao, is an SS-strength damage-dealing profession, and he is also Kyoto University's strongest student at present. Even if his output couldn't match Lin Hao's at Tier 2, he had 4 teammates with him. If he failed, how strong could the final boss be? The principal responded to their doubts. The final boss's passive ability is not exaggerated, however, combined with the rules of this dungeon, it becomes a bit twisted. Its passive ability is a damage reduction of 5 million. Not only that, but it also has a race-specific recovery skill that can instantly restore all of its health. My goodness, so ridiculous. Everyone gasped. With a damage reduction of 5 million and dungeon rules that can immunize all damage below 5 million, this means that if the damage dealt doesn't exceed 10 million, it's all zero. 10 million damage is naturally nothing for someone at their level of profession, but for a Tier 3 professional, it's already quite absurd. To be able to deal 10 million damage at Tier 3, such professionals worldwide probably don't exceed 100. Yet the final boss has over 1 billion health points. How are they supposed to defeat it? Not to mention it has a skill that restores all health. No wonder no one has been able to clear this dungeon in the last 10 years, let alone 10 years. Even if it were another 10, 20, or even 50 years, this dungeon probably still wouldn't be cleared. Meanwhile, Lin Hao had successfully slain the second BOSS, gaining 2.6 million experience points and 3.9 million energy points, bringing his energy total to 27.12 million. In addition, he obtained 3 pieces of legendary equipment and a small agility fruit. After consuming the fruit, Lin Hao's agility attribute increased by 100 points, reaching 1910. Subsequently, Lin Hao arrived at the deepest part of the dungeon and encountered the final BOSS, a large black dog with 3 heads. Hellhound Cataclysm, level 30, health 1. 22 billion magic power, 2.0 physical defense, 1.8 magic resistance, 1.8 skills, Crimson Flame Rebirth, Demon Body, Triple Fireball. Lin Hao was somewhat surprised by the multitude of skills this boss possessed. The skill Crimson Flame Rebirth was something he never learned in school. It must be a particularly rare, unique skill. From the name, it seemed to be a highly likely healing skill. As for Demon Body, it was a commonly seen passive ability among demon-type monsters. However, common does not equate to weak. The Demon Body allows demon-type monsters to completely reduce damage taken by 5 million. Coupled with the effects of this dungeon, it was quite exaggerated. Nevertheless, for Lin Hao, it was still not a big issue, as his damage had long surpassed 10 million. Upon the first encounter, Lin Hao cast a fireball. 17062000. Even with the 5 million damage reduction, the fireball still dealt 17 million damage, which could not be mitigated. The Hellhound, struck by the attack, moved with incredible agility, closing the distance of over 200 meters in an instant. The fireballs Lin Hao shot along the way were all evaded by it. Such agile monsters were Lin Hao's least favorite to encounter. If it's a monster, it should obediently stand still and take my fireballs. Though the distance had closed, Lin Hao's face remained devoid of any panic. After all, he was no fragile mage. Meanwhile, the 3 heads of the Hellhound began to gather immense fireballs, while Lin Hao activated the 3000 level wind barrier, creating a shield with a staggering value of 224200. In the next moment, 3 fireballs struck the shield. 100000. 100000. 1,000,000. 3 million damage was already significant enough to obliterate the vast majority of second-tier professionals, yet against Lin Hao's shield, it couldn't even leave a crack. At the same time, Lin Hao unleashed his fireball spell countering the Hellhound's attack. 17062000. 17062000. 17062000. The Hellhound showed some intelligence, but not much. Despite the terrifying nature of Lin Hao's shield, it stubbornly scratched at it. 200000. 200000. 200000. Several attacks amounted to mere pinpricks. Lin Hao's damage was extremely lethal. A series of fireballs quickly reduced the Hellhound to critical health. Just then the Hellhound activated Crimson Flame Rebirth, restoring its health fully. Lin Hao was somewhat startled not by the effect of this healing skill, but by the fact that this creature had actually shown some intelligence. After restoring its health, it turned and fled without looking back. Now you choose to escape. It's too late. Lin Hao chuckled, coldly activating the 50-level Phantom Sprint, in an instant closely pursuing it, while continuously casting fireball spells. 17062000. 17062000. 17062000. Unable to fight back and unable to escape, the outcome for this creature was evident. Kill the 30-level Hellhound, you gain 2 million experience points. Killing it 3 levels higher grants an additional 6,000 experience points. Kill the 30-level Cataclysm BOSS, congratulations on successfully absorbing 3 million energy points. Killing it 3 levels higher grants an additional 9,000 energy. By slaying the Hellhound, you triggered the passive of Absolute Luck, congratulations on obtaining the Hell Staff, Hell Robe, Hell Necklace, and a medium mana fruit. With an additional 6 million experience points along with the experience gained throughout this journey, Lin Hao successfully leveled up to level 28. With the attribute points gained, Lin Hao continued to invest in his mana. The 5 mana fruits were excellent items. Consuming them increased his maximum mana by an additional 1,000 points. Now his mana reached a staggering 523,100 points. Additionally, he gained 9 million energy points, bringing his total energy to 31.02 million. The legendary equipment dropped by the Hellhound had attributes significantly stronger than those of the Fire Hellhound, and he would be able to equip it after leveling up twice more. As Lin Hao finished organizing his spoils, the dungeon began to slowly dissipate. Ding! Congratulations on successfully clearing the dungeon. You have received the Celestial Chain, the Truth Reversion Skill Book, and 5 life fruits. Again, only one piece of legendary equipment. Could this be another top-tier item that ignores level restrictions? Lin Hao was quite excited, eagerly checking the effects of the Celestial Chain. Celestial Chain quality legendary equipment requirement: maximum mana, must reach 2,000 points. Equipment class: Mage, mana 2,000 effect. You can trigger the mana barrier effect, consuming all your mana to immediately create a shield 10 times the amount consumed. The attributes of this necklace are somewhat outrageous. It actually increases mana by 2 million points. Lin Hao glanced at the Hell Necklace that had just dropped, which could only increase mana by 3,000 points. What a stark contrast. This is what I mean. The necklace Lin Hao was currently wearing was only a level 10 piece of garbage that could only increase his maximum mana by 5,000 points. When asked why he was still wearing such low-level equipment, it was naturally because the equipment that dropped along the way was too high-level for him to equip. This is the pain of slaying monsters beyond one's level. Although he could exchange it for other equipment, the constant swapping wasted so much time that it hardly seemed worth it. His current attributes made no difference whether he wore first-tier or second-tier equipment. He could kill the same monsters regardless. Those he couldn't kill wouldn't suddenly become killable just because he switched to second-tier equipment. After taking off the level 10 necklace, Lin Hao equipped the Celestial Chain, increasing his maximum mana by 1.95 million, raising it from 523,100 points to 247,310 points. His mana instantly surpassed 2 million. Each point of mana could resist 100 points of damage, meaning his current mana could withstand over 200 million damage. Mages are all fragile, but what does that have to do with me? Moreover, the effect of this equipment is quite remarkable. With 2 million mana points and a shield value multiplied by 10, that's at least 20 million in shield. For Lin Hao, the effect of this skill seems a bit lackluster, but for an ordinary second-tier mage, it's a life-saving artifact. Immediately, Lin Hao gazed at the legendary skill book, Truth Reversion. Truth Reversion. Quality legendary. Learning requirement: Mage class. Effect consumes 500 mana points to instantly recover 10 of maximum mana, and for the next 10 seconds, or recover 1 of maximum mana per second. Cooldown 600 seconds. Mana recovery skill. Although it is a precious percentage attribute, Lin Hao felt it wasn't essential right now, since he has a mana recovery of level 1000, regaining 1,000 mana points per second. However, active skills are not limited by the restrictions of passive skills, so having more is naturally better. Lin Hao would only exchange skills that he couldn't use himself as skills that he could utilize, of course, should be kept for himself, as one never knows when they might come in handy. After learning the skill, Lin Hao did not immediately upgrade it, as it wasn't needed at the moment. Leveling up a legendary skill requires a significant amount of energy points, so he planned to upgrade it when necessary. Finally, Lin Hao consumed 5 life fruits, and his maximum health instantly increased by 1,000 points. In the past, 1,000 points of health was quite substantial, but after obtaining the Battle Dragon Medal, Lin Hao found it somewhat unimpressive. After clearing this dungeon, the effect of the Battle Dragon Medal activated once again, increasing Lin Hao's maximum health by another 1 million. His maximum health now reached 4,081 points. In the dungeon hall, whether it was the teachers, the dean, or the principal, they all fell into a profound silence. The reason was simple. Just moments ago they had been praising the high difficulty of the dungeon, and in the next moment Lin Hao had cleared it. Seeing the 100 completion prompt for the dungeon, the principal couldn't help but be taken aback. At his age, he had seen all sorts of storms. Yet the level of talent that Lin Hao displayed still left him greatly shocked. With damage below 10 million, the boss was completely immune, and with 1.2 billion health, how did Lin Hao manage to defeat it in just a few minutes? He was only a second-tier mage. Had his damage truly reached such terrifying levels? As everyone looked at him, seemingly waiting for an explanation, the principal coughed awkwardly. This little guy Lin Hao has quite extraordinary strength. He quickly changed the topic. Just in time, our arcane academy is in need of such a genius. Everyone gasped at these words, and Lu Zhan was the first to respond. Principal, you can't be that confused, can you? 3 years ago, when you accepted Fang Deshuang, you said you were too tired to take in more students and close the academy. We even gave way to you back then and didn't compete for Fang Deshuang. Now to snatch Lin Hao would be a bit too much, don't you think? Su Jingling nodded in agreement. Fang Rongwang and teacher Su began to enjoy the spectacle. The rivalry between the two deans and the principal was a rare treat. The principal looked at the two deans and replied impatiently, so what if the academy is closed? Can't I just reopen it after closing it? One must be adaptable in life, not like those old fossils who are rigid and unable to change. Lu Zhan stiffened at these words, clenching his fists. If it weren't for the fact that this old principal was already quite aged with gray hair, and that he was someone who respected the elderly, he would have wanted to engage in a physical confrontation. Su Jingling was also infuriated by the principal's unreasonable behavior. Principal, what you're doing is quite inappropriate. At your age, it's already quite tiring to take in one Fang Deshuang. A lively young man like Lin Hao should be entrusted to our Fire Phoenix Academy. Lu Zhan shot her an unhappy glance. Haven't you Fire Phoenix Academy only accepted female students? Why are you trying to snatch Lin Hao? Su Jingling replied. The principal is right, don't be like those old fossils who fail to adapt. Besides, you aren't old yet. Just because Fire Phoenix Academy didn't accept male students in the past doesn't mean we want now. Lu Zhan clenched his fists again. Why were both of them treating the rules so lightly? Fang Rongwang and teacher Su found the whole situation entertaining. It was simply too exciting, and they thoroughly enjoyed the spectacle. At this moment, the principal sighed and played the emotional card. Pity me, having fought for the Dragon Kingdom and Kyoto University my entire life, yet I am now old and unmarried with no children. In my lifetime, I have only accepted 9 students, 7 of whom have perished, leaving only 2. The other is also nearing the end, and I just wanted to take in Lin Hao to make it, and even 10. Are you all unwilling? Hearing this, the two deans sighed. Su Jingling was the first to soften. All right, principal, I won't compete with you, okay? Lu Zhan also sighed. I won't compete either, but ultimately whether Lin Hao follows who still depends on his own will. That's natural. Oh, I never force anyone. The principal concluded, and thus the intense competition ended happily with him emerging victorious. The two bystanders shouted in excitement. Just then Lin Hao returned to the dungeon hall. Teacher Fang, I have successfully cleared this dungeon. How many credits can I get? Before Fang Rongwang could respond, the principal quickly interjected. Lin, how about the credits? We can discuss that later. Would you like to join my arcane academy? Let me introduce myself first. I am the principal of Kyoto University, and the demigod Mu Tianxian was once my student. Lin Hao was taken aback upon hearing this. The principal of Kyoto University, the teacher of the demigod Mu Tianxian. Both of these identities were daunting in their own right. Lu Zhan, not to be outdone, said, let me introduce myself as well. I am the dean of the Divine Dragon Academy. This old principal here is aging and will soon retire, so I handle most of the routine affairs of Kyoto University. Therefore, I am the actual principal. The old principal shot him a glance. Well, so you're trying to undermine me, huh? I'm not stepping down yet. Su Jingling then smiled. Since you all have introduced yourselves, let me introduce myself as well. I am the Dean of Fire Phoenix Academy, which is filled with beautiful girls. If you join us, you will be the only boy here." Before Lin Hao could respond, Lu Zhen snorted disdainfully shallow. He would prefer Lin Hao to follow the old principal rather than join Fire Phoenix Academy. What era are we in still talking about romance and relationships? Fong Rongwang and teacher Su had no place to interject. They were simply enjoying the show, and after one round of entertainment, they moved on to another. Lin Hao did not hesitate at all and looked at the old principal. "Principal, I want to join the Arcane Academy." After this declaration, he would be a junior to the demigod Mu Tianxian. The old principal may indeed be aging, but the connections he built over the years as principal were substantial. Good, what a good child. The old principal beamed with joy. Both Lu Zhen and Su Jingling sighed. "Lin Hao, even if you aren't a student of my Divine Dragon Academy, you are always welcome. The same goes for us at Fire Phoenix Academy." After speaking, both of them left in succession. The principal watched the two, leaving, then said, "All right, Lin Hao, we should get going too. The sky is getting dark. Oh, let's arrange a place for you to stay." Originally, this matter should have been managed by Fong Rongwang, but since the principal intervened, he was more than happy to relax. Soon Lin Hao and the principal left the instance hall. On the way, the principal pondered and said, "You will temporarily stay in room 404 of this class dormitory. In the adjacent room lives my other student Fong Deswang. That child has a somewhat reclusive personality, but he has a warm heart and is a good kid." Lin Hao nodded and said, "By the way, principal, my credits haven't been calculated yet." "Don't worry, you won't be forgotten." The principal smiled kindly and said, "Generally speaking, for every 1 decrease in the instance's fusion rate, you can earn 100 credits, and since you successfully completed the instance, you will receive an additional 100 points. So altogether, that's 176,000 credits." Lin Hao smiled with satisfaction. It sounded quite substantial. You should know that even the Kyoto University deducts only 100 credits in a semester, which means he has already completed the semester's goal and can do whatever he wants afterward. However, Lin Hao would not stop there. With so many instances in the school, they represent a vast amount of rewards and energy values. How could he let them go? The two chatted as they walked, quickly arriving at this class dormitory. The principal first went to room 403 and knocked on the door. "Deshuang, hurry up and open the door. I want to introduce you to a genius." Soon the door opened, and a disheveled man with a scruffy beard stepped out. His appearance seemed rather disheartened, but his gaze was sharp. He curiously scrutinized Lin Hao, who could be called a genius by the principal, and was personally brought here, certainly not an ordinary person. The two examined each other silently. The principal slapped his forehead somewhat helplessly, saying, "You two, in a certain sense, seem quite compatible. Fong Deshuang, from now on you will be the senior, so please introduce yourself first." "Senior?" Fong Deshuang frowned slightly. "Principal, didn't you say that I am the last student of the Arcane Academy?" The principal cleared his throat. "Well, our academy's doors have indeed closed, but I just opened them again." Fong Deshuang was taken aback, unable to suppress a sigh. "Principal, this joke isn't funny at all." Although he complained verbally, he quickly accepted the fact. After all, he had no right to interfere with the principal's decision. However, he was even more curious about Lin Hao. Despite appearing unserious, the principal actually valued rules highly. If the principal broke the rules, how strong could this suddenly dropped junior before him be? Fong Deshuang asked directly, "Is my junior very strong?" Lin Hao smiled and said, "Not particularly strong. I just completed a level 30 instance that no one has managed to complete in 10 years. "You mean the Fiery Inferno instance?" Fong Deshuang was quite surprised. He had led a team to that instance 3 years ago, but the final boss was ridiculously powerful. He could only retreat in defeat. Lin Hao was still not yet level 30. How did he manage to complete it? Could it be that among his teammates, there was an extremely rare class that could amplify damage? Only with that could he deal over 10 million damage at level 28. Fong Deshuang said enviously, "You are very lucky to have found a rare damage-boosting class as a teammate." Damage-boosting class? Lin Hao was taken aback for a moment, then laughed. "I didn't have any teammates. I entered alone." "Huh? What?" Fong Deshuang, who had been calm, was suddenly startled by this statement. He looked to the principal for confirmation. The principal nodded affirmatively. What Lin Hao said is correct. He indeed entered alone, and his output is probably a bit exaggerated. Not just exaggerated, it's simply exaggerated to the extreme. When he was at level 30, he could barely deal over 10 million damage using legendary skills, but that was only once or twice. What use was that? If he remembered correctly, the boss had 1.2 billion HP. Thus, Lin Hao must consistently deal over 10 million damage to have any hope of defeating this boss. Doesn't that mean his regular damage is above 10 million? Is this even human? Are you telling me this is the output a second-tier mage can achieve? After being astonished, Fong Deshuang sighed. "I really have seen a lot. As long as one is alive, they can indeed witness countless unbelievable things." The principal tapped his head. "How old are you pretending to be wise? What you should say is that there are always greater talents out there. Fong Deswang pouted. He didn't think he was inferior to Lin Hao. After all, he was also an SS level class. Classes balanced each other out. A Lin Hao might excel in burst damage, but in terms of survival, he must be weaker than himself. Seemingly guessing what Fong Deswang was thinking, the principal calmly dropped a bombshell. During this time, you've been staying in your room, so you probably don't know that Lin Hao is the national champion of this year's college entrance examination. Moreover, whether it is output ability or survival and reaction capacity, he is all SS level. What? Does that mean he has a 9S rating in the entrance examination? Lin Hao nodded. Actually, the 9S rating isn't that hard to achieve. I didn't even exert my full strength. Fong Deswang fell into silence. Principal, I think I need some time to process this. Just as he was about to close the door, the principal stopped him, saying, "Wait a moment, I have one more thing to discuss with both of you." Seeing both of them look at him, the principal got straight to the point. "Tomorrow there will be a task for you. Please try not to wander around." Task. Lin Hao's expression turned troubled. "Principal, I plan to visit the Class Change Association tomorrow to find President Mu. You are looking for Mu Tianxian." The principal chuckled. "What a coincidence. The task I mentioned concerning you is related to Mu Tianxian. He will be coming over tomorrow morning, so you can conveniently discuss anything with him." Lin Hao was somewhat surprised by this. It indeed saved him the trouble of looking for someone. However, he wondered what business a demigod like Mu Tianxian had in Kyoto University. After a brief chat, the three soon ended their conversation. Lin Hao then made his way to room 404. The room was unexpectedly spacious, fully equipped with all necessities, even surpassing some high-end hotels. Lin Hao didn't care much about the living environment. He immediately summoned the intelligent housekeeping robot to study the cultivation effects. Xiaobu the butler. "Master, I am here. Show me the cultivation functions of this room." "All right, displaying now. Level life enhancement increases max HP by 100 per hour. Level mana enhancement increases max mana by 100 per hour. Level intelligence enhancement increases intelligence attribute by 10 per hour. So it really enhances all attributes. Without any hesitation, Lin Hao adjusted the room's cultivation mode to level mana enhancement. Then he checked his energy value, which currently stood at 31.02 million. I kind of miss those lunatics from the Calamity Church. They gave me so much energy. I wonder what they're up to now. The assassin they sent has been killed by me. Don't they have a next move? Meanwhile, in a dilapidated ruin. Damn it. He Haishan was killed by Lin Hao in the Void Erosion dungeon. Our plan has failed again. What? He Haishan failed. That guy claimed to be a mage's bane, immune to spell damage under 2 million. How did he fail? Who knows? Not only him, but Wu Tianlai with his true damage talent also failed. Hiss. This kid is so formidable. He's only at the 2nd rank, and 2 5th-rank stewards couldn't handle him. Everyone felt as if they were hearing a ghost story, finding it utterly absurd. Just then a man in a black robe snorted coldly and stepped out from the shadows. "A bunch of incompetents. Can't even deal with a 2nd-rank mage forcing me to step in." The stewards frowned at his words, but didn't argue, knowing the man had the right to say so. He was in class illusion-breaking assassin. His class talent made all his damage true damage. This talent far surpassed Wu Tianlai's. With him on the case, it should be a sure thing. But then the steward leader, who had remained silent, suddenly spoke. "Stop feeding yourselves to him one by one like fools." The assassin frowned displeased. "Leader, do you doubt my strength?" The leader shook his head. "It's not that I doubt you, it's that you all seem to underestimate Lin Hao's power. This kid has repeatedly killed our 5th-rank stewards. Against any one of them, you'd likely have no chance." The assassin scoffed while another steward mediated. "Leader will go with him. 2 5th-rank stewards acting together will be foolproof." The leader shook his head again. "Still not enough. Even a lion uses all its strength against a rabbit. This time we must not be careless. You, all of you, come with me to kill that kid." "What a..." All 5 of us stewards acting together. Everyone was stunned. They agreed Lin Hao deserved more caution, but wasn't this overkill? The assassin sneered. "Leader, are you a spy from the other side? A group this large will draw attention. If Wang Jinyue or Mu Tianxian catches us, we'll be wiped out instantly." "Do you think I haven't considered that?" the leader said coldly. "I've reported Lin Hao to the elders, who are taking this very seriously. They'll help divert attention. And Lin Hao is highly likely to enter the Evergreen dungeon. Our task is to go all out and kill him." Hearing this, everyone's expressions turned serious. Even the elders were mobilizing heavily. It seemed the higher-ups truly feared Lin Hao becoming another Mu Tianxian. 5 stewards acting together could make even an 8th or 9th-rank expert meet their end bitterly. And yet they were sent to kill Lin Hao, who was only at the 2nd rank. What terrible karma must he have accrued in his past life to face such a hopeless situation? He slept until dawn. Lin Hao spent a total of 10 hours in the room. His maximum mana increased by 1000 points. It went from 2473100 to 2483100. Estimating the time was about right. Lin Hao set off for the principal's office. To his surprise, Fong Deswang had shed his usual laziness and arrived early at the principal's office. After exchanging greetings, a spatial fluctuation suddenly rippled through the office, and an old man appeared before them. It was none other than the demigod Mu Tianxian. Having seen his dramatic entrance before Lin Hao and the principal were unsurprised. Fong Deshuang, seemingly meeting Mu Tianxian for the first time, appeared nervous. The principal looked at the aged figure and couldn't help but sigh. "Ah, Tianxuan, you're in your prime. Why do you look so old?" Mu Tianxian smiled nonchalantly. "Isn't this image good? Elegant and steady. I already have the edge over that brute in appearance. You're still so competitive. Your talent is a double-edged sword. Use it sparingly, or you might die before me." "I know," Mu Tianxian nodded dismissively. If he could avoid it, he would, but the current situation demanded his talent, or many more would die. Then he looked at Lin Hao. "Lin Hao, I'm glad to see you here instead of at Magic City University. Do you dislike Magic City University, President Mu?" "Not at all. We all contribute to Dragon Nation. It's just that Wang Jinyue was a student there, and we've been old rivals." "I see." It seemed the relationship between these two demigods was nuanced. Comrades in battle who could trust each other with their lives, but more like frenemies in daily life. Fong Deshuang, who had been a wallflower, took a deep breath and asked, "President Mu, did you come specifically to give us a mission today?" "Yes, it's time to get down to business." Mu Tianxian nodded. "I'm here about a dungeon. Recently, a calamity dungeon appeared in the Evergreen Forest. It contains something I need, but due to level restrictions I can't enter. I have to rely on you. If you can retrieve the item for me, name your reward." "Can we ask for anything?" Lin Hao and Fong Deshuang were both thrilled upon hearing this. Lin Hao directly inquired, "President Mu, do you know where we can find an item capable of lifting a supreme-level curse?" "Lifting a supreme-level curse?" Mu Tianxian said with some surprise. "It seems you harbor quite a secret." Mu Tianxian chuckled, not pressing further. "Who doesn't have their secrets? As for the item you mentioned, I do have some leads. If you can procure the Leaf of Shirong for me, I will personally go and retrieve that item for you. If not, I'll still share information about the curse-breaking item, but you'll have to find it on your own time." Lin Hao nodded. Either way, he seemed to come out ahead. Fong Deshuang, curious, asked, "President Mu, what is the Leaf of Shirong?" "I've never heard of it." Mu Tianxian replied, "It's normal you haven't heard of it. It's a supreme-level item." "What? Supreme level?" Fong Deshuang was astonished. The difficulty of a dungeon and its rewards were directly proportional. If a dungeon contained a supreme-level item, how hard must it be? "President Mu, what's the use of the Leaf of Shirong?" Compared to the dungeon's difficulty, Lin Hao was more interested in the supreme-level item. Its effect varies by person. For young folks like you, it's less valuable than a legendary skill book, but for an old man like me with 1 foot in the grave, it's a treasure. Its effect is straightforward. After consumption, it grants the user 50 additional years of life. After hearing this, Lin Hao lost all interest. He still had many years before facing old age. Fong Deshuang asked, "President Mu, how do we obtain it? It can't be easy to get a supreme-level item, right?" Naturally, Mu Tianxian nodded. "Based on my assessment, job changers entering the dungeon must conquer it to have a chance at receiving the Leaf of Shirong from the rewards. Also, each person can only enter once, and the monsters change each time, so I can't provide detailed intel. What I can tell you is this: no matter what, your own survival is always the most important thing. Before you, many strong members of our Job Changer Association entered, but all failed without exception. That's why I came to seek your help." Mu Tianxian said this deliberately, looking at Fong Deshuang. In his view, though Lin Hao was formidable, he hadn't had enough time to grow and was only at the 2nd tier. Fong Deshuang, on the other hand, was now level 48. Though he often seemed lazy, his strength was genuine. He was the strongest student at Kyoto University. Then Mu Tianxian turned to the silent principal. "Principal, the rats from the ruins of Calamity are stirring again. I need to deal with them. As for the dungeon, it'll trouble you to accompany them." The principal scolded with a smile. "You never come back, and when you do, you give me work. Fine, take care of yourself." Mu Tianxian smiled. The principal was always sharp-tongued but soft-hearted. "Don't worry, principal. Those rats in the gutter can only flee when they see me." With that, Mu Tianxian's figure dissipated again. After a moment of silence, the principal waved at the two. "All right, it's time we head to that dungeon." Outside the Evergreen Dungeon, a large crowd of job changers had gathered. "Our president has given his all for the association, and when we finally have a chance to help, we're so useless." A middle-aged job changer lamented. The Evergreen Dungeon before them was brutally difficult. Every monster inside had a passive health regeneration skill. Even normal mobs could heal, let alone the bosses. Each boss recovered 1 of its maximum health per second. That might not seem much, but with 1 billion HP. Even 1 per second meant 10 million HP. Any damage below 10 million DPS was practically useless against such a boss. Utterly insane. The other association job changers were all dejected. Our damage output is just too low. My strongest legendary skill only deals over 10 million, and that's my only one. The boss regans it all in 2 seconds. That auto-heal is disgusting. Some rare support classes have anti-heal skills, but this is a solo dungeon. We can't send a support in to fight the boss. We're truly stuck. Insufficient damage can't be fixed by skill. We can't force the output cap. Don't lose hope. I heard President Mu went to Kyoto University personally. Their job changers are unmatched at the same level. They'll find a way. Speak of the devil. Led by the principal, Lin Hao and Feng Deswang finally arrived at the Evergreen Dungeon. Even from a distance, the crowd instantly recognized the Kyoto University principal, joy spreading across their faces. Look, it's the principal of Kyoto University. President Mu truly has pulled to get him to lead the team. Yeah, the student behind him must be Feng Deswang, the current strongest at Kyoto U. Great. It's Feng Deswang. We're saved. But who's the other person behind the principal? Is he also a prodigy from Kyoto U? I don't recognize him. Wait. The Forbidden Mage. Isn't that this year's national top scorer with an SS rank hidden class? I heard he got a 9S rating. Excellent. The national top scorer is here. We're truly saved. The job changers enthusiastically welcomed them. The leading job changer said gratefully, "Principal, thank you so much for coming all this way for our president's matter." The principal waved his hand. "It's nothing. It's only right. Mu Tianxian is a student of Kyoto University, one I personally mentored. I had to help. Besides, the ones you should thank are these two behind me." At this, everyone turned to Feng Deswang and Lin Hao, bowing deeply. "Thank you, young sirs. This dungeon's difficulty is beyond us, so we must rely on you." Feng Deswang scratched his head awkwardly. He was usually a student and used to such situations. Lin Hao smiled. "No need for such formality. We came at President Mu's request, but he offered us fair compensation." After continuing their conversation for a while, everyone quickly returned to the front of the Changchun dungeon. The leading class changer said as he walked, "Let me introduce myself first. I am Ren Iching, president of the Class Changer Association of the 5th War Zone. I will explain the matters regarding this dungeon to you all." Once he finished speaking, the man looked towards the dungeon, his expression grave, and said, "The Changchun dungeon before us is quite unique. Each person can only enter once, and the monsters inside differ for each individual." Lin Hao curiously asked, "So even if someone kills the boss inside, the next class changer who enters might still face multiple bosses?" "Exactly." Ren Iching nodded. "We suspect that this Changchun dungeon is extraordinarily strange. Each time a class changer enters, they are randomly teleported to a different location, and despite so many entries, no one has ever arrived at the same place." Lin Hao remarked, "That indeed sounds vast." Ren Iching continued, "Moreover, the rules of this dungeon are not fixed. Each person entering will experience changes in the rules, so you too must be very careful. The only constant is that the types of monsters inside are quite similar. Most of them have abilities to regenerate health, and the boss can recover 10 million health points per second." While saying this, Ren Iching carefully observed the expressions of the two. To his surprise, Feng Deswang looked grave, as if facing a dire threat, finding it extremely challenging. In contrast, Lin Hao appeared completely calm, as if it were nothing significant. "Hey, aren't your expressions a bit reversed?" "Alright, that's about it for the rules. I will leave everything to you two." Feng Deswang nodded and stepped forward to enter the dungeon. The Changchun dungeon is a 5th-tier dungeon. Even though Lin Hao achieved a rating of 9 SS in his college entrance examination, he is still only at the 2nd tier. As a senior, he shouldn't let Lin Hao go in to scout ahead. The principal had no objections either. If Feng Deswang could clear this dungeon, that would naturally be the best outcome, and Lin Hao would not have to take the risk. Lin Hao, on the other hand, remained indifferent. After all, this Changchun dungeon is vast. Even if it is cleared, only a small portion would be conquered, and the dungeon's entrance would not disappear. Moreover, items that extend lifespan are naturally more beneficial for Mu Tianxian. So whether he enters early or late doesn't make much difference, and there's no need to rush. Soon Feng Deswang took a sub-crystal from the principal and entered the dungeon. The rules of the dungeon change at any time, so having more means of survival is certainly better. Everyone was eager to see what kind of performance this contemporary strongest student of Kyoto University would exhibit. About half an hour later, the dungeon's fusion degree, which was originally at 90, suddenly dropped to 60. It was evident that Feng Deswang had killed a disaster boss. The class changers were all filled with joy. As expected of a Kyoto University student, impressive. Indeed, to have killed a 5th-tier disaster boss in just half an hour is simply incredible. Wonderful. If he could kill one boss, then he can surely kill a second, and even a third. Perhaps he can really clear this dungeon. Ren Yiking's lips curled into a smile, finally seeing hope. Seeing his student being praised by so many, the principal couldn't help but puff out his chest. My student is indeed this strong. Only Lin Hao at this moment couldn't help but stifle a yawn. After half an hour, if it were him, he would have already come out. He didn't expect Feng Deshuang to have only killed one disaster boss. Wasn't he supposed to be the strongest of Kyoto University? This level of strength seemed rather unimpressive. Lin Hao thought carefully and felt he might have misjudged him. To be able to kill a same-tier boss alone is already a sign of strength, and being able to kill a same-tier disaster boss truly qualifies him as a prodigy. It's not that Feng Deshuang is too weak, but rather that he himself is too strong. Soon another half hour passed, and Feng Deshuang lived up to expectations, killing yet another disaster boss. A wave of cheerful cheers erupted from the crowd. The dungeon's fusion degree dropped to 28. If nothing unexpected occurs, there should be only one boss left. The principal, through the subcrystal, continuously observed Feng Deshuang's condition. His health was still full at this point. The principal couldn't help but smile, as if seeing a new dawn rising. After growing older, his greatest joy now lies in watching these young people grow stronger step by step. Soon another half hour passed. However, the dungeon's fusion degree showed no sign of decreasing. Everyone turned to the principal in unison, who also furrowed his brow. This was because the subcrystal displayed that Feng Deshuang's health was critically low, with less than 20 remaining. He was very clear about how high Feng Deshuang's survivability was. If even he had reached such a critical state, how strong could this last boss be? At that moment, Feng Deshuang's health bar suddenly dropped to the bottom, leaving less than 1. Clearly, a life-saving item had activated, immunizing him from fatal damage, leaving him with just 1 health point. Without a moment's hesitation, the principal activated the subcrystal. He wouldn't gamble his student's life on whether he could turn the tables. After activating the subcrystal, he quickly received a response. In the next moment, Feng Deshuang was teleported back. At this point, his complexion was pale, and he seemed completely disoriented. The principal let out a deep sigh of relief and scolded, "That was too close. You were too reckless, almost perishing inside. Haven't I taught you many times before? When fighting monsters, always understand their information first. If you know your odds of winning are low, don't take risks." Feng Deshuang, with a face full of gratitude, said, "Thanks to the principal's foresight, if it weren't for the subcrystal, I really might not have made it back." Ren Yiqing expressed with an apologetic tone, "I'm sorry, it's all our fault for letting you tackle the dungeon that you encountered such danger." The other class changers also looked apologetic. This individual is an SS-level class changer and a prodigy of Kyoto University. If he were to die inside, it would be a disaster for the entire Kyoto University and a significant loss for Long Country as well. Seeing that Feng Deshuang had rested enough, Lin Hao finally curiously asked, "How strong is the last boss actually?" The principal and the crowd were filled with curiosity upon hearing this. Especially the principal, who was the only one present aware of Feng Deshuang's dual-class talent. Feng Deshuang is an SS-level job changer demon monarch. One of his talents allows the first damage he receives after 3 seconds to convert into an equivalent amount of demon barrier value, which can negate all damage, including true damage. The demon barrier value lasts for 3 seconds, but can be activated again after that, essentially allowing for infinite refreshes. With this talent, his survival ability can be considered off the charts. The only thing he fears are the damage-immune monsters in the fire dungeon. If the damage dealt to them is immune, he won't gain any shields. Apart from that, this class is practically fearless. Could that final boss also have damage immunity? Feng Deshuang took a deep breath and slowly said, "That final boss is indeed a formidable challenge. While it lacks damage immunity, it possesses even more troublesome skills. Firstly, it has a skill called 100 Shadow Fission, allowing it to split into 100 parts." Lin Hao, hearing this, curiously asked, "I've heard of splitting skills. The monsters that split have their health divided too. Doesn't that weaken them?" "You're right. For us mages who excel in area attacks, it's a reduction, but the issue is that its health is quite exaggerated. It doesn't have a passive that automatically restores health. Instead, it has a passive called Source of Power that increases its maximum health to 10 times the original plus 10 times from disaster, resulting in a health pool of 10 billion. How much? 10 billion. Ren Yiqing was somewhat shocked. That health pool seemed excessively exaggerated. Even if split into 100 parts, each split boss would still have 100 million health. If the first wave of boss isn't dealt with promptly, they will face a counterattack from 100 bosses. Their health may be divided, but their other attributes and skills remain unchanged. A simultaneous attack from 100 bosses is something even a 5th-tier job changer cannot withstand. No wonder even Feng Deshuang failed. This boss has reached an incredible level of strength. Lin Hao took a deep breath upon hearing this. A health pool of 10 billion is truly excessive, but this boss is plant-based, and as everyone knows, plants have no legs. And my range exceeds 1,000 meters. The benefits of a long reach are evident here. no matter how large the boss's attack range is, can it reach 200 meters. Even if we assume its attack range is indeed 200 meters, can it reach 500 meters? I can stand 500 meters away and point. No matter how strong this boss is, it can't hit me, and without legs, what's the point of its high health? It can only wait helplessly to meet its demise. With this thought, Lin Hao couldn't help but smile. After defeating so many bosses, he's finally encountered one that he can counter. The last one he countered was the snail in the abyss of Lin Yuan. After hearing about the boss's skills, the principal sighed deeply and then looked at Ren Yiqing. I'm sorry, President Run, but it seems we cannot assist in this dungeon. Ren Yiqing nodded with a bitter expression. He knew that the final boss in this dungeon would be very strong, but he never expected it to be to such an outrageous extent. No wonder this dungeon drops supreme-level items. The rewards are indeed proportional to the difficulty. For a job changer capable of defeating 100 bosses each with 100 million health, he could only think of 3 individuals. Those are the 3 demigods of their dragon kingdom. Only they could likely possess such strength at the 5th tier. The principal sighed again. Mu Tianxian is his student, and he naturally wishes for him to survive longer. But experience from countless battles taught him that when faced with the impossible, one must not force the issue, or it will only lead to worse consequences. The principal had already begun to consider retreating, but Lin Hao suddenly said, "Next, it's my turn to go in right." As he spoke, he walked towards the dungeon, only to be swiftly grabbed by the principal. "Nonsense. You heard how strong this boss is. You're only at the 2nd tier now, so focus on leveling up steadily." Ren Yiqing and the others nodded in agreement. They certainly didn't want this national champion with a 9S rating to encounter any accidents and perish in the dungeon. The difficulty of this dungeon was exceedingly high beyond imagination. Even if the boss changes each time, being the final boss of the dungeon, its strength likely won't differ much, but it's better not to take risks. Lin Hao felt somewhat helpless, but didn't want to reveal his talent, so he could only fabricate an excuse saying, "Principal, I have confidence in my strength, mainly my talent counters that boss." Everyone was taken aback by this statement. What kind of talent could counter a boss with 10 billion health? Seeing everyone looking at him, Lin Hao calmly replied, "My range is exceptionally long, with a maximum range of 500 meters, and every skill has the same range." Lin Hao tried to downplay it, but upon hearing the 500-meter range, everyone couldn't help but gasp. The most astonished was Fang Deshuang. "My goodness. 500 meters. I could only dream of having such a range. Or rather, this is the dream of all ranged classes." The mages present were also envious to the point of their eyes turning red. The reason why ranged classes are called ranged classes is precisely because of their long range. A range of 500 meters is practically artillery. The principal fell into deep thought and then looked at Fang Deshuang. "Deshuang, what is the attack range of that boss?" Fang Deshuang pondered for a moment and replied, "Its skill has a maximum range of about 300 meters. And its basic attack uses the branches on its body, reaching a range of 100 meters. As he spoke, Fang Deshuang looked at Lin Hao with increasing envy. For an immobile boss like this, it is utterly countered by Lin Hao's long reach. Ren Yiqing was also excited upon hearing this. Does it mean that this boss could easily be handled by Lin Hao? But he wondered if Lin Hao's mana would be sufficient. With this thought, Ren Yiqing immediately took out 100 bottles of top-tier mana potions. Each potion can restore 1 million mana points. Lin Hao, little brother, take these potions. Don't hold back, and you don't need to return any excess to us. Lin Hao thought for a moment and accepted them, even though he didn't lack mana, but he figured it would give them peace of mind. The principal no longer tried to stop him. If anyone could defeat that boss, it would undoubtedly be Lin Hao. Like Fang Deshuang, Lin Hao officially stepped into the dungeon after receiving a crystal from the principal. Inside the dungeon, the familiar blood moon still hung in the sky, but this time he arrived not in a vast plain, but in a peach orchard blooming with pink flowers. The scenery here could be described as extraordinarily beautiful, completely unlike a world of disaster. If it were in reality, it would surely be a must-visit spot for couples. However, Lin Hao had no mood to admire the scenery, instead focusing on the rules of the dungeon. Rule 1: You cannot use any means to restore health within this dungeon. Rule 2: The mana cost of all active skills you use is doubled. Rule 3: Your attack speed is reduced by 50. He had encountered the first 2 rules in previous dungeons. These 2 rules would have a significant impact on ordinary mages, but for Lin Hao they were completely ignorable. As for the 3rd rule, it posed a great threat to archers and professions related to attack speed, but it still had no effect on Lin Hao as he did not rely on basic attacks for damage. In summary, all 3 rules could be ignored. It seems my luck is quite good. After confirming the rules, Lin Hao continued onward. Not long after he started walking, Lin Hao was ambushed by a peach blossom demon. This creature blended in with the peach trees, looking just like an ordinary tree when not attacking, making it easy to fall for its ambush. A massive branch swung heavily towards him. Lin Hao reacted instantly and activated the wind barrier. A shield with a staggering value of 2224200 points materialized in an instant. The next moment, the branch struck the shield. 72000. Damn, what the hell is this? You startled me. Lin Hao was left speechless by this pathetic damage. With his current survivability, even if he stood there and let it ambush him for 100 years, he wouldn't lose a single point of mana or health. He casually cast a detection spell. Common Spring Peach Blossom Demon. Level 50 Calamity. Health 480000. Attack Power 36000. Physical Defense 30000. Magic Resistance 30000. Skills Auto Heal Whip Strike. 48000 health isn't too little. However, Lin Hao still didn't take it to heart, casually casting a fireball spell. 22212000. Over 20 million damage instantly turned the Peach Blossom Demon to ashes. Following that, Lin Hao continued forward. These Peach Blossom Demons pose a significant threat to ordinary class changers. After all, they excel at hiding and can be quite bothersome when they strike unexpectedly. In this dungeon, no means to recover health can be used, and one must always be wary of monster ambushes, which adds considerable psychological pressure. If one is a fragile class, every step would be taken with anxiety. But for Lin Hao, this place was like a backyard. Even if ambushed, it didn't matter. With the meager damage they dealt after being blocked by his level 100 magic source shield, he only lost 720 mana, which would be restored the next second. With this carefree attitude, he advanced in a straight line, and after about 5 minutes, Lin Hao encountered the first Calamity BOSS, a much larger Peach Blossom Demon. Common Spring Peach Blossom King Calamity. Level 50. Health 1 billion. Attack Power 22000. Physical Defense 20000. Magic Resistance 20000. Skills Auto Heal Whip Strike Fruit Toss. This Peach Blossom Demon had no means of hiding, or rather it couldn't hide, even if it wanted to. The surrounding peach trees were only about 20 meters tall, while it had grown over 50 meters tall, making it impossible to conceal. From a considerable distance away, Lin Hao spotted its presence. Standing over 300 meters away, he raised his hand and launched a fireball toward it. 22042000. Over 20 million damage made the boss scream in agony. The nearly 100-meter-long branches flailed wildly, striking the ground. However, this was merely a futile rage kicking up clouds of dust, but unable to reach Lin Hao, who was still 300 meters away. Meanwhile, one fireball after another continued to rain down. 22042000. 22042000. 22042000. This boss had maxed out survivability, recovering 10 million health per second, but still could not withstand Lin Hao's damage. In a short period, the boss's health was reduced to below half. The boss continued its final desperate struggle, its branches waving more violently, but unfortunately, it had no effect. The nearly linear barrage of fireballs quickly brought down the Common Spring Peach Blossom King. I've fought quite a few Tier 5 Calamity BOSSES, and this one is definitely the easiest. This creature was thoroughly dominated by Lin Hao. Its death, far too suffocating. Killing the 50-level Common Spring Peach Blossom King, you gain 3 million experience points. Killing it at level 22 or above grants an additional 6 million experience points. Killing the 50-level Calamity BOSS, congratulations on successfully absorbing 5 million energy points. Killing it at level 22 or above grants an additional 11 million energy points. By defeating the Common Spring Peach Blossom King, you triggered the passive ability of Absolute Luck. Congratulations on receiving the Peach Blossom Staff, Peach Blossom Robe, Peach Blossom Ring, and Spirit Fruit Medium. It's truly rewarding to kill a Tier 5 Calamity boss. In just a moment, I gained 16 million energy points. At this moment, Lin Hao had a total of 47.02 million energy points. It's a pity that this Spirit Fruit is of no use to me. The Spirit attribute is related to a class changer's magic defense, with 1 point of Spirit attribute equivalent to 10 points of magic defense. Aside from certain classes with special talents, typically no one would intentionally invest in Spirit attribute. Its benefits usually do not compare favorably to increasing health. As for Lin Hao's magic source shield, its priority level for judgment is even higher than his own dual resistance attributes. When attacked, it directly mitigates damage with mana, rendering high resistance ineffective. I might as well keep it for now and see if I can trade it later. After putting away all the equipment, Lin Hao continued forward. Meanwhile, outside the dungeon, Ren Yiqing and the others had rather grim expressions. They realized that Lin Hao had entered a new dungeon instead of following behind Feng Deshuang. The fusion degree of this dungeon was still over 90, indicating that everything had to start over. How big is this damned dungeon anyway? Why are so many people not teleported to the same place? Ren Yiqing couldn't help but curse. The principal remained somewhat calm as Lin Hao could solo the Blaze dungeon An ordinary calamity boss would surely be no challenge for him, just taking a bit more time. Fong Deswang had a complex expression, wondering if there really were people who could solo a 1 billion health calamity boss at the second tier. Even hearing it directly from the principal, he still found it somewhat unrealistic because he couldn't have done it at the second tier. As a Demon Lord class, he was among the top-tier SS level magic damage classes, but was there really such a significant gap between him and Lin Hao the Forbidden Mage? As each person harbored their own thoughts, a job changer suddenly exclaimed, "Look at the instance." Instance? What's wrong with it? Ren Yiqing was the first to look up at the instance's fusion rate, and his eyes widened instantly. My god. Just a moment ago it was over 90, and now it's dropped to just over 60. The most stunned of all was Fong Deswang. He could hardly believe his own eyes. There was only one possibility for such a sudden drop. Lin Hao had already slain a Cataclysm boss. But the crucial issue was that Lin Hao had been inside the instance for less than 10 minutes in total. He himself had spent 10 minutes just traveling, and another 20 minutes fighting the boss, totaling 30 minutes. And Lin Hao had done it in under 10. Before he had even laid eyes on the boss, Lin Hao had already annihilated it. Ren Yiqing and the principal both gasped in shock. Ren Yiqing's face was filled with sheer horror. To slay a Cataclysm boss in such a short time, Lin Hao's damage must have reached 20 million. Otherwise, if it were just over 10 million, with the boss regenerating 10 million health per second, it would take forever. He had already prepared to wait half a day for Lin Hao to kill the Cataclysm boss, thinking that even if it was slow, Lin Hao's long range would ensure steady progress. But he never expected that Lin Hao's attack range was not only absurdly far, but his damage was also explosive. Calling you an anti-aircraft gun before was just a metaphor, but you actually took it literally. The principal took a deep breath, his face once again brimming with smiles. As expected of the student I had my eye on, his strength is outrageously formidable. The only question was how long Lin Hao's explosive output could last. Would he be this fast against the second boss? After their astonishment, the crowd thought this was Lin Hao's limit. But in less than 3 minutes, the instant's fusion rate plummeted to just over 30. Needless to say, Lin Hao had slain another Cataclysm boss. Everyone exchanged bewildered glances. What kind of freak was this? Even the demigod Mu Tianxian wasn't this outrageous at the second tier. Meanwhile, after killing the second Cataclysm boss, Lin Hao gained another 9.6 million experience points. Adding that to his previous gains, Lin Hao leveled up instantly, reaching level 29. He thought about the 100 free attribute points and decided not to boost his mana, but instead continued adding to his intelligence. Intelligence increased by 100 points, rising from 4320 to 4420. His spell attack power went from 74140 to 74340. Additionally, he received another 16 million energy points, bringing his total energy to a staggering 63.02 million. This time luck was on his side. The boss dropped an agility fruit medium. After consuming it, his agility increased by 200 points, reaching 2,110. Finally, Lin Hao tossed all 3 legendary items dropped by the boss into his storage ring and continued onward. About 5 minutes later, he spotted a massive peach tree over 100 meters tall in the distance. It took no genius to figure out that this was the instance's final boss. As Lin Hao advanced toward the boss, unaware in a hidden corner, 5 Cataclysm Ruins executors were watching his every move intently. Finally, he's here. Yes, I've been waiting so long. That guy Fong Deswang earlier. Good thing we held back and didn't make a move. If they had attacked together just now, they could have easily killed him. But then killing Lin Hao would have become impossible. Though Fong Deswang was a significant threat to their Cataclysm Ruins church, compared to Lin Hao he was negligible. At least Fong Deswang wasn't as monstrous at the second tier as Lin Hao, who could single-handedly kill several of their executors. So Fong Deswang could wait, but Lin Hao had to die. The 5 Cataclysm Ruins executors had a balanced class composition: 2 mages, 1 assassin, 1 support, and 1 warrior. The mage class executor looked at the assassin. "And Fong, when do you plan to strike?" The assassin, named In Fong, rolled his eyes. "It's too early now. Do you know when people are most likely to let their guard down?" "When?" "It's right after an arduous battle ends, when they're excitedly collecting their spoils. After intense tension, people tend to relax unconsciously. Striking then gives a 99 success rate." "Brilliant. As expected of an assassin so cunning." The mage executor nodded with a smile, but then added, "Still, I think 5 executors against a mere second-tier jaw changer doesn't require such caution, right? If we all rush in together, 1 skill each, we could kill him several times over." Dai Yugui, the leader of the executors, shook his head, rejecting this idea. "Even a lion uses its full strength against a rabbit. This kid probably has quite a few life-saving items. Let the Cataclysm boss wear him down." Since the leader had spoken, the others had to comply. Meanwhile, as he closed the distance, Lin Hao used an inspection skill to check the boss stats. Evergreen Peach Blossom King Cataclysm. Level 50. Health 10 billion. Attack 220000. Physical defense 20000. Magic defense 20000. Skills root power whip lash fruit, throw 100 shadow fission. The effect of root power is truly exaggerated. It's the same evergreen peach blossom king, but this one has 10 billion health. Still it poses no threat to me. Lin Hao smiled faintly standing 500 meters away and began launching attacks relentlessly. If this creature could move, hitting it from this distance would be tricky. It could dodge the fireballs with a couple of steps. But unfortunately, it was rooted in place, forced to endure silently. Fireball after fireball slammed into the massive tree demon. 22102000. 22102000. 22102000. After just a few fireballs, the boss health had dropped by over 100 million. Under the fierce assault, the colossal tree demon's crimson eyes glared at Lin Hao, but there was nothing it could do. No matter how frantically it swung its branches, it couldn't so much as touch him. The 5 executors spying from the shadows were utterly dumbfounded. You could fight a boss like this? Was this for real? 500 meters. Could he really hit a target from that far? They never imagined that the boss who had tortured Feng Deshuang so mercilessly would be reduced to a punching bag against Lin Hao. What do we do? This boss is just a sitting duck. Even if it had 100 billion or 1 trillion health, it wouldn't matter. This is indeed tricky. The kid's range is way too far. As they spoke, they all turned to look at their leader. Dai Yugui said nothing but silently took out a blood-colored crystal. Meanwhile, Lin Hao's output continued unabated. After consuming several fireballs, this boss was indeed pushed to its limits, and despite the lack of any effect, it still initiated a split. In the blink of an eye, its size began to shrink dramatically. Next to it appeared 99 split forms. Lin Hao glanced at the attributes of the split forms. Changchun Peach Blossom King Split Form. Level 50. Health 100 million. Attack power 22000. Physical defense 20000. Magical resistance 20000. Indeed, apart from the health points, all other attributes were identical. However, this was merely futile struggling. Lin Hao smiled, faintly brandishing his staff to summon a tornado with a diameter of 300 meters. The Howling Storm, although not as powerful as the Fireball spell, could still sweep forward for 600 meters, which was more than sufficient. One tornado after another swept forth as if there was no cooldown at all. All the monsters caught in the vortex suffered one after another over 7 million points of damage. The stewards of the disaster zone were even more dumbfounded upon witnessing this scene. A skill covering such a vast area dealing such high damage was still on cooldown. Is there any justice in this? At the same time, they were even more resolute in their decision to spare no effort to eliminate Lin Hao here. Once this kid grows, he could pose an even greater threat than the demigod Mu Tianxian. At that moment, the leading steward suddenly crushed a blood-colored crystal. In the next instant, the previously passive Peach Blossom King sprang into action. Its roots thrashed wildly on the ground, running at a speed that could be considered top-tier among 5th-tier bosses. Lin Hao was momentarily stunned at this scene. What the hell? The plant just broke through the ground by itself, using its roots as legs to run. With so many absurdities, Lin Hao didn't know how to express his disbelief. If an ordinary 5th-tier class changer saw 100 bosses charging at him, they would probably have their souls scared out of them. After all, even the strongest of modern-day Kyoto University, Feng Deshuang, almost met his end here. Yet Lin Hao remained unfazed, methodically unleashing the Howling Storm to whittle down the monster's health. He then looked at the skill Thunder Tribulation. The level 100 damage was currently not enough to instantly kill these monsters, but it didn't matter as he was quite wealthy now. Lin Hao currently possessed 63.02 million energy points. With a wave of his hand, he consumed 10 million energy points to upgrade it to level 150. Thunder Tribulation LV-150 consumes 150 mana points centered on oneself, causing 75,000 of one's spell attack power and damage to all enemies within 600 meters, reducing cooldown by 60 seconds for each enemy killed. Cooldown 3,600 seconds. A 75,000 damage multiplier was already quite exaggerated, but Lin Hao was still not satisfied. Currently leveling up requires 4,000 points of energy. Though it was a bit painful, this skill would eventually need to be upgraded, so it was better to do it sooner rather than later. After expending another 20 million energy points, Lin Hao pushed it straight to level 200. Thunder Tribulation LV-200 consumes 2,000 mana points centered on oneself, causing 100,000 of one's spell attack power and damage to all enemies within 800 meters, reducing cooldown by 60 seconds for each enemy killed. Cooldown 3,600 seconds. What the hell? 1,000,000 damage. Even though he had mentally prepared himself, Lin Hao was still startled by this exaggerated multiplier. At that moment, the 100 bosses had entered a range of 400 meters. Yet Lin Hao suddenly stopped his attack, showing no intention of fleeing. While the 5 stewards of the disaster zone were at a loss, Lin Hao moved again. He lightly waved his staff, and all space within 800 meters around him was tinged with purple. Dai Yugui's expression changed drastically, and he immediately activated a spatial item to lead the other stewards out of the area. In the next instant, a massive amount of purple thunderbolt struck down from above, dealing an extremely terrifying amount of damage to all the bosses. 7414000 7414000 7414000. Over 70 million damage instantly annihilated these split forms and the boss itself, which had already been reduced to half health. Witnessing such a terrifying skill range and exaggerated damage, the 5 stewards swallowed hard. A being this terrifying couldn't really be a second-tier mage, could it? If it weren't for the leader's quick reflexes, just now their passives would have surely activated. Boss, what skill is this? It's too terrifying. And Foam was somewhat rattled. If he had rushed in to ambush Lin Hao, he would definitely have activated his passive. With Lin Hao's terrifying damage, even if he transformed, he would probably still meet his end. I don't know, but it looks a bit like the all-phenomenon Thunder, yet this legendary skill shouldn't have such exaggerated range and damage even at max level. Dai Yugue shook his head in horror. He originally thought he had given Lin Hao enough attention, but it turned out he had still underestimated him. Fortunately, he was quite well prepared this time. He then turned to Infong, his meaning clear: it was time for you to act. Meanwhile, after killing the BOSS, Lin Hao received 3 notifications. You have killed the 50-level Changchun Peach Blossom King, earning 3 million experience points. Killing beyond level 21 grants an extra 3 million experience points. You have killed the 50-level Disaster BOSS. Congratulations on successfully absorbing 5 million energy points. Killing beyond level 21 grants an extra 5 million energy. After defeating the Changchun Peach Blossom King, you triggered the passive Absolute Luck. Congratulations on obtaining the Peach Demon Staff, Peach Demon Robe, Peach Demon Ring, and Life Fruit Medium. Leveling up too fast isn't necessarily a good thing. The energy points gained were 50 million less than before. However, the process of gaining was still quite easy. Even without the level 200 Thunder Tribulation, Lin Hao could use the level 50 Phantom Sprint to create distance coupled with the Howling Storm for output. In any case, this boss posed no threat to him. Or rather, there probably wasn't a 5th-tier boss in the entire world that could threaten him. Previously, he had spent 30 million energy points on upgrading skills, and then earned 5 million, leaving him with 52 million energy points. Lin Hao then looked at the items dropped by the BOSS, just about to bend down to pick them up, when he suddenly noticed that the flow of time around him had become incredibly slow. Without a doubt, an old schemer was attempting to ambush him, triggering his level 100 combat instinct. Even though he was mentally prepared, and Foam was still shocked by the string of shield values. But no matter how thick your shield is, so what? Am not that useless Wu Tian Lai. My damage is 100 true damage, completely ignoring shields. And Foam could even imagine the terror on Lin Hao's face as his damage pierced through the shield and struck him. In the next moment, the true damage dealt by the dagger indeed penetrated the shield and hit Lin Hao on the head, followed by an exaggerated damage number. 482000. Over 4 million damage. Theoretically, it should easily kill a second-tier fragile mage. However, a shocking scene unfolded. Despite enduring such an exaggerated amount of damage, Lin Hao not only survived, but didn't even lose a sliver of health. If this were a dream, it would surely be the most terrifying nightmare of his life. You seem quite surprised. Lin Hao replied with a faint smile. The over 4 million damage was indeed quite exaggerated, but under the effect of the level 100 Law Source Shield, it only consumed 48200 mana. With his mana recovery reaching 100 levels, he could restore 100 mana per second. This amount could be recovered in just 1 second with some despair. Though shocked by the scene before him, and Foam's reflexes were still quite impressive, yet, just as he entered stealth, Lin Hao's counterattack arrived. A massive fireball formed almost instantaneously and then struck him. 33170000. 33170000. The level 100 instant flame strike instantly emptied the man's health bar. This skill had a cooldown of 600 seconds, so Lin Hao had never used it during battles against monsters waiting for this moment. As expected, the man did not die, but entered a transformation state, becoming a werewolf. In Foam Cataclysm, Steward level 50 health, 200 attack, 200 physical defense, 200 magic resistance, 200 skills, combat, intuition, Cataclysmic Claw, Berserk Bloodthirst. Cataclysmic Claw. Another skill he had never seen before, but from the name alone he could tell it was an attack skill, which was of no concern. I can recover 100 mana per second and withstand 10 million damage. I fear no skill. Lin Hao swung his staff again, unleashing fireballs at a frantic pace. But this guy was indeed a 5th-tier assassin who, after transforming into a werewolf, he had the added benefit of combat intuition, causing all of Lin Hao's fireballs to miss. At the same time the werewolf's attack struck Lin Hao's shield, Lin Hao realized the effect of Cataclysmic Claw. It was indeed true damage. In the past this would have posed quite a threat to him, but now it was completely inconsequential. 200,000, 200,000, 200,000. No matter how swift the werewolf's attacks were, it was impossible to deal out 10 million damage in 1 second. In the next second, Lin Hao's mana was completely restored. The few stewards watching the battle from a distance were all stunned by this scene. What is happening? Why is it that such high damage dealt to Lin Hao does not decrease his health at all? A typical 2nd-tier mage would have around 500 to 600 health. Even with all legendary equipment stacked for health, 200 would be the absolute maximum. How much damage has Lin Hao already absorbed? Why does he seem completely unaffected? What is truly frightening is not how powerful the target is, but the complete ignorance of his means. Dai Yugue thought for a moment and said, "It must be that this kid possesses some extremely precious item that can negate a large amount of damage. However, even if this item is powerful, the damage it can negate must be limited. Now it's our turn to strike." Meanwhile, Lin Hao was starting to grow tired of this werewolf. "You think you can evade all my attacks? Let's see you dodge this 300-meter diameter tornado." Lin Hao waved his staff, and a gigantic tornado was instantly created. The werewolf's face flashed with horror. There was nowhere to hide, and he was soon swept into it. 7234000. Over 7 million damage, and it still wasn't enough to kill this guy. But that was fine. If one tornado's damage wasn't sufficient, I could just summon more as my skills weren't on cooldown. One tornado after another crashed into the werewolf, quickly reducing it to low health. Just then a black chain appeared out of nowhere, instantly binding Lin Hao. The chain vanished in an instant, but Lin Hao found himself unable to use any skills. Checking his status, he discovered he had fallen into a silent state that lasted a full 30 seconds. The silent state is similar to states like poison, bleeding, or slowing. They all belong to abnormal conditions rather than control effects. And absolute freedom can only remove control effects, not this abnormal state. Lin Hao was somewhat surprised. I didn't expect the Cataclysm Church to have studied my skills so thoroughly. Meanwhile, the werewolf continued to attack him frantically. But that was fine, he just couldn't actively release skills, but the passive effects remained intact. After fighting for so long, Lin Hao still hadn't lost a single point of health. At that moment, 4 more figures appeared before him, and Lin Hao was genuinely shocked. Are all the stewards of the Cataclysm Church so idle? You actually send out 5 stewards to deal with me, a mere 2nd-tier mage. Dai Yugue chuckled. For a genius like you, we can never be too careful. I've never seen the prowess of the 3 demigods in their youth. But your performance, Lin Hao, makes me quite certain that if you survive, your future achievements will undoubtedly rival theirs. Lin Hao smiled lightly. I appreciate your compliment, but as for joining, you don't even think about it. Oh, what a shame that is. Dai Yugue sighed regretfully, then his expression turned cold. Since you are unwilling to join us, we can only ask you to die here. As Dai Yugue spoke, he hesitantly took out a Cataclysm Bloodstone. Upon activating the Cataclysm Bloodstone, a new rule was added to the Changchun dungeon. Rule for all beings cannot use any items for 1 hour and cannot leave this dungeon by any means. At the same time, the onlookers outside the dungeon suddenly realized that the effect of the Mother Crystal was nullified. Damn it. There are madmen from the Calamity Church in this dungeon. Lin Hao is in danger. Reniching was extremely anxious. Fonda was no better off than him. He had encountered members of the Calamity Church multiple times, and their methods were incredibly diverse and sinister. Especially that deacon named He Haishan, who could be immune to spell damage below 20 million. He had nearly fallen victim to him during their encounter at the 3rd tier. This guy might not pose a direct threat to Lin Hao, but since they chose to attack Lin Hao at this moment, they must have considerable confidence that there are even more troublesome individuals present. The principal's expression was grave as he took out a gem radiating a sacred aura. This was a supreme grade item, the anti-magic gem. Once used, it could nullify all rules within any dungeon. This item was extremely precious. There was only one in the entire Kyoto University, and globally, there were definitely no more than 10. However, for Lin Hao's safety, the principal did not hesitate and planned to activate it. Just then, a figure suddenly stepped out from the space. The members of the Class Transfer Association exclaimed joyfully, "President." Mu Tianxian nodded, and then looked at the principal. "Principal, there's no need to use the item. Lin Hao will be fine." The principal frowned upon hearing this. "You brat, are you using your talent again?" One of Mu Tianxian's talents was Destiny Divination. By consuming lifespan, one could foresee everything. The greater the foresight, the more lifespan consumed. For instance, if he used this talent to predict the future of humanity, Mu Tianxian would exhaust all his lifespan without achieving a result. However, if one simply sought to predict whether a certain individual would encounter danger in the future, the backlash would be minimal. Mu Tianxian smiled carelessly. It only cost me a month of lifespan. That is nothing compared to the value of the anti-magic gem. The principal nodded at this, for it was indeed the case. If used properly, the anti-magic gem could bring unimaginable benefits to the entire Dragon Kingdom. After Mu Tianxian finished speaking, his figure immediately dissipated. It turned out this was merely a projection, while his real self was dealing with the group of rats from the Calamity Church. The principal was momentarily stunned, his expression somewhat dazed. This kid's projection appeared so timely. He couldn't have predicted Lin Hao before setting out this morning, could he? No matter if it's serious or not, he must have divined something in advance. If your lifespan is enough, that would be eerie. The principal sighed, but this also fully illustrated Mu Tianxian's regard for Lin Hao, and the potential he displayed was indeed worthy of such attention. Meanwhile, the 5 deacons from the Calamity Church also launched their assault simultaneously. They held nothing back and unleashed their strongest legendary skills from the outset. Various max-level legendary skills bombarded Lin Hao simultaneously. 12680000, 886000, 793000, 842000, 20000. The damage from the first 4 attacks was terrifying, making the wolf's 200 damage seem like a joke. In the blink of an eye, Lin Hao had taken over 38 million in horrifying damage. Logically speaking, such a terrifying amount of damage would easily suffice to kill a 6th-tier shield warrior. However, the members of the Calamity Church were horrified to discover that Lin Hao's health bar hadn't dropped even a tiny bit. How is this possible? Even the calmest Dai Yuguai couldn't help but exclaim in shock. He had never seen such an abnormal mage. A Sharpie deacon shouted, "Look! This kid's mana value only dropped a tiny bit when attacked." Everyone focused and indeed saw that Lin Hao's mana was recovering rapidly, filling back up in just a few seconds. The crowd was horrified. What kind of heaven-defying skill was this? How could his mana withstand over 38 million in damage and then recover fully in a matter of seconds? How could they even fight against that? Lin Hao couldn't help but laugh. So this is what the deacons of the Calamity Church are like. Your attacks are merely tickling me. Indeed, 38 million in damage is terrifying, but with my level 100 mana shield, it only consumed 3800 mana. And his total mana now reached an astonishing 2483100 points. He could also recover 1000 mana per second. If they could maintain this output, Lin Hao might actually be worn down by them. But unfortunately, they didn't have unlimited hanging power. Skills had cooldowns. After using their strongest skills, their output dropped sharply. Some of them, still unconvinced and believing that brute force could achieve miracles, continued to attack Lin Hao. 86382000, 746000, 633000, 582000, 20000. After another round of output, all their skills fell into cooldown. Meanwhile, Lin Hao's mana still remained over half and was continuously recovering. What does it mean to become more desperate the more you fight? This is what it looks like. After all skills went into cooldown, they could only rely on basic attacks, which no longer posed any threat to Lin Hao. Previously, they thought that those deacons who couldn't defeat Lin Hao were simply too weak, but now they realized they were wrong. Lin Hao was simply an invincible being. The 5 of them had no way to deal with him at all. Even more terrifying was that Lin Hao was only at tier 2. What would happen when he reached level 100? But at this moment, they couldn't think about that anymore. The priority was to ensure their lives were safe. The effect of the silence was about to wear off. The few of them began to scatter and flee, while Lin Hao's face turned cold. A few 5th or even 6th-tier deacons think they can surround and kill a 2nd-tier mage, and after a round they think they can run away. Do they think I'm made of mud? After killing 100 bosses, although 99 were just clones, the Thunder Tribulation did not differentiate between clones or summons. Killing one enemy reduced the cooldown by 60 seconds. Thus, the Thunder Tribulation was already off cooldown. The level 200 Thunder Tribulation was unleashed in an instant, catching the fleeing deacons of the Calamity Church off guard. Exaggerated numbers of damage floated above their heads. 74140000, 74180000, 74170000. Over 70 million in terrifying damage instantly wiped out all their health bars. And Feng, who had already transformed into a werewolf, was instantly killed. The other 4 deacons also fell into a state of disaster, one after another. The strongest among them was Dai Yuguai, whose attributes were absurdly exaggerated. Dai Yuguai Calamity Deacon, level 60, health 1.02 billion, attack power 4.0, physical defense 3.0, magical resistance 3.0, skills Bloodthirst, Berserk, Calamity's Blood Body. Calamity's Blood Body. This sounds like a passive ability likely related to maximum health. Previously, Lin Hao had also killed a 6th-tier deacon who did not possess such terrifying health. The attributes of the other 3 deacons from the Calamity Church were relatively ordinary, and their skills were all ones he had seen before. For Lin Hao, these guys in a state of disaster were actually easier to deal with, because in this state they retained very little rationality. Clearly they had been fleeing in a panic before, and now they were recklessly rushing back. Lin Hao was quite pleased with this, saving him the trouble of chasing them down. Once I kill all of you, my energy value will surely reach a new height. Faced with the attacks of 4 disaster overseers, Lin Hao casually activated the level 3000 wind barrier. A shield with a staggering value of 223,000 points enveloped him once again. 400,000, 200,000, 200,000. While blocking the attacks, Lin Hao wielded his staff, unleashing massive tornadoes that swept forward. 723,400, 723,400, 711,400. After several rounds of attacks, the 3 disaster overseers with the lowest health instantly perished. Only Dai Yuguai, the disaster bear man, remained struggling to hold on. However, this fellow's only advantage was his tough skin and thick flesh. The bloodthirst effect couldn't heal him when it hit Lin Hao's shield, and he was firmly held down by Lin Hao. With rounds of fireballs raining down, Dai Yuguai soon met his end. Thus, this encirclement operation against Lin Hao officially concluded with the total annihilation of all 5 disaster overseers. Only then did Lin Hao have the time to look at the kill notification. Killed a level 60 disaster overseer, gained 4 million experience points. Kill 31 levels higher, gained an additional 4 million experience points. Killed a level 60 disaster overseer, congratulations on successfully absorbing 6 million energy points. Kill 31 levels higher, gained an additional 6 million energy points. Killed a level 60 disaster overseer, congratulations on triggering absolute luck. You received the Bear King's battle armor, Bear King's boots, Bear King's ring, and a medium intelligence fruit. There were a total of 15 such notifications. The other 4 5th-level overseers provided slightly less energy points, but each gave 5 million energy points. Altogether, these 5 disaster overseers provided him with a total of 6 million energy points. Undoubtedly, this was a remarkably astonishing number. The disaster church truly is generous. Lin Hao's energy points broke the 100 million mark for the first time, totaling 1,000 energy points. Over 13 million, what an exaggeration. Immediately afterward, Lin Hao picked up all the legendary equipment. He now possessed nearly 100 pieces of legendary gear. In addition, Lin Hao received 5 attribute fruits, making a total of 6, including those obtained from defeating the boss. These 6 were 2 medium intelligence fruits, 1 small life fruit, 1 medium life fruit, 1 medium mana fruit, and 1 medium constitution fruit. Only the constitution fruit was of no use to him. 1 point of constitution increases physical defense by 10 points, similar to the effect of mental attributes. After setting aside the constitution fruit, Lin Hao consumed all 5 other fruits. His intelligence attribute instantly increased by 400 points, rising to 4820 points, while his spell attack power increased by 800 points, reaching 75140 points. His life attribute increased by 3000 points, bringing it to 409110 points. His maximum mana increased by 200 points, reaching 250310 points. Lin Hao felt somewhat puzzled. Were the drop rates for large fruits this low? Why did he keep receiving only medium and small ones? Medium-sized fruits accounted for 90%, small-sized fruits made up the remaining 10%, while he hadn't encountered any large fruits. At that moment, the dungeon began to slowly dissipate, and Lin Hao also received a dungeon reward. Ding! Congratulations on successfully clearing the dungeon. You received the Leaf of Earthly Clay, the Ring of Annihilation, the skill book for the skill Raging Sea Fury, and 5 mana fruits. Great! The Leaf of Earthly Clay is in hand. Immediately afterward, Lin Hao looked at the legendary item, the Ring of Annihilation. Ring of Annihilation quality, legendary equipment requirements, intelligence attribute must reach 200 points. Profession, Mage, spell attack power, 100 effect. You can trigger the Annihilation Echo effect, increasing the damage multiplier of your next dark attribute skill by 100 with a cooldown of 600 seconds. What a good item. Another rare piece of equipment that ignores level restrictions. Even more pleasing to Lin Hao was that this ring increased spell power, unlike most rings that merely boosted mana. The ring Lin Hao wore was still a level 20 mana ring, which could only increase his maximum mana by 100 points and spell power by 100 points. 100 points of maximum mana was inconsequential to Lin Hao at this point. After removing the mana ring, his maximum mana decreased by 100 points, dropping to 2493100 points. His spell attack power, however, rose by 900 points, soaring from 75140 points to 84140 points. Lin Hao's growth in attributes was not yet over. After successfully clearing this dungeon, the effect of the Battle Dragon Medal activated again, increasing his maximum health by another 1 million. From the previous 409110 points, it became 509110 points. Finally, Lin Hao looked at the legendary skill book emitting golden light. Raging Sea Fury quality legendary learning conditions Mage profession effect consumes 100 mana points to summon a 20-meter diameter wave, dealing 500 of your spell attack power as damage to all enemies within 20 meters ahead, cooldown of 600 seconds. Not bad. Another legendary area attack skill. Although its effects are somewhat inferior to the Thunderstorm Tribulation proactive skills, especially attack skills are naturally better in abundance. After learning the skill, Lin Hao had not yet consumed the mana fruits when he noticed that the dungeon had completely dissipated. Meanwhile, watching Lin Hao successfully exit the dungeon, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. The principal exclaimed happily, "Good boy. To actually defeat the Disaster Overseer is truly commendable." Feng Desuang curiously asked, "Lin Hao, who was the Disaster Overseer inside? Was he strong?" Lin Hao pondered for a moment and replied, "There were quite a few Disaster Overseers inside. Which one are you referring to?" "Huh? What?" Feng Desuang was instantly confused upon hearing this. "Are you saying there was more than one Disaster Overseer in that dungeon?" "Indeed." Lin Hao nodded. "There were 5 Disaster Overseers in total. The strongest one was called Dai Yuguai, it seems." "Dai Yuguai?" Rin Yiqing exclaimed in shock. "That seems to be a 6th level Overseer. Wow. 4 5th level Overseers and 1 6th level Overseer set an ambush for Lin Hao, and they still failed." Everyone was utterly astonished. Even the principal, who had seen many storms, was somewhat dumbfounded. Such terrifying strength Mu Tianxian couldn't reach even at the 2nd level. After the shock, the principal laughed heartily. "Our school's students possess the potential to become gods." Lin Hao couldn't help but roll his eyes at this. "Principal, you really shouldn't say such things." Feng Desuang, on the other hand, was still in shock. He could accept that Lin Hao was stronger than himself, but he couldn't accept that Lin Hao was already stronger than himself at the 4th level when he was at the 2nd level. Facing 5 Disaster Overseers at once, if it were him, he'd be eliminated in the first round. Those Disaster Overseers all had at least one fully leveled legendary attack skill. If they all focused fire, he would be annihilated without a trace. How did Lin Hao manage to counterattack? Lin Hao, however, did not continue on this topic, but took out the leaf of earthly clay. Seeing the leaf of earthly clay, everyone wore delighted expressions. Rin Yiqing said excitedly, "Little brother Lin Hao, on behalf of our Transmutation Association, I express our highest gratitude to you. If there's ever a need for us, please don't hesitate to speak. Even if it means going through fire and water, we won't frown." Other members of the Transmutation Association nodded in agreement. Lin Hao waved his hand. "There's no need to be so polite. After all, this item isn't given for free. President Mu will also provide me with supreme level items, so this is merely a normal transaction. However, President Mu's prestige in your hearts is higher than I imagined." "That's for sure," Rin Yiqing affirmed. "If it weren't for President Mu sacrificing his lifespan to save us, we would have been dead long ago." Once the items were in hand, there was no longer any reason to stay here. Soon the 3 of them returned to Kyoto University. On the way, the principal contacted Mu Tianxian to inform him that the leaf of Shi Rang had been obtained. Mu Tianxian also assured that he would acquire the items needed by Lin Hao within 3 days. From then on, Lin Hao had nothing to do but wait. However, Lin Hao did not want to do nothing and waste time. Being stuck at level 30 was not acceptable. He needed to find a way to obtain another advancement stone. After some thought, Lin Hao decided to continue sorting out his attributes. After reaching level 30, he was now able to equip level 30 legendary gear. Currently, the only usable equipment was a hell robe, which was dropped from the Flamefire dungeon. Although that dungeon also provided a staff and a necklace, neither could compare to the non-ranked gear Lin Hao possessed. The attributes of the hell robe were only barely passable. Wearing it increased his maximum health by 100 points, and his maximum mana by 100 points. It was only 600 points higher than the Mage's robe. After equipping the gear, Lin Hao's maximum health became 515110 points, and his mana became 255310 points. With the 100 free attribute points gained from leveling up to 30, Lin Hao decided to allocate them to his intelligence attribute. If his intelligence attribute was not high enough, he would only be able to drool over the powerful gear that required intelligence to equip in the future, so intelligence was quite important. With the increase of 100 points in intelligence, it became 4520 points, and his spell attack power increased by 200 points, reaching 84340 points. Finally, Lin Hao took out the mana fruit obtained from clearing the Changchun dungeon. To his delight, this mana fruit was finally not a small one. Mana fruit large, using it will immediately increase maximum mana by 5000 points. This is a great item. The effect is 5 times that of the small fruit. No wonder the drop rate is so low. After consuming 5 fruits, Lin Hao's maximum mana instantly increased by 25000 points. Lin Hao hadn't checked his attribute panel in a while. Name: Lin Hao. Class: Forbidden Mage. Level 30. Health: 51510 mana, 2803 strength, 1510 constitution, 1510 spirit, 1520 intelligence, 4520 agility, 2110 spell attack, 84340. My attributes are truly terrifying. After confirming his attributes, Lin Hao thought for a moment and went to the school's credit exchange center. Here he could use his credits to exchange for what he wanted. Lin Hao looked at the duty teacher at the counter, whose name tag read Dugu Outyin. Lin Hao was quite surprised by this name. It sounds so arrogant. Teacher Dugu, do you have any top-tier advancement stones here? The gray-haired Dugu Outyin put down his newspaper and glanced at Lin Hao. We do have them, but they are very expensive, requiring 500 credits. 500 credits is indeed quite a lot. Lin Hao said, somewhat embarrassed. Teacher Dugu, can I exchange legendary equipment for credits? You must be a new student, right? Dugu Outyin patiently explained, credits at Kyoto University can only be obtained through school dungeons and school tasks, not through other means. Seeing Dugu Outyin being so gentle with Lin Hao surprised all the students. Normally this old man was quite impatient when answering their questions. Why had he suddenly changed today? As everyone got closer, they realized that Lin Hao was a forbidden mage, which made it understandable. In this era of rampant monsters, everyone's tolerance for geniuses was particularly high. At this moment, Lin Hao felt somewhat helpless. The maximum credits obtainable from a school dungeon was only 200, meaning he would have to clear 2 more dungeons to gather 500 credits. However, the schedule for level 20-30 dungeons was already full, and although he hadn't checked the level 30-40 dungeons, it was likely similar since there were the most students at level 3040. Just then, Dugu Outyin seemed to remember something and suddenly said, Forbidden Mage. You seem to be a student just enrolled by the principal, right? Yes, what's up? Lin Hao replied with a puzzled look. Oh, then it's no problem. You can take this top-tier advancement stone directly. Lin Hao exclaimed. What does this mean? Can the principal's student get it for free? Seemingly guessing that Lin Hao was misunderstanding, Dugu Outyin explained, it's not what you think. This top-tier advancement stone was already paid for by the principal, and I'm just passing it on to you. Hearing this, Lin Hao was instantly delighted. Joining the Arcane Academy was indeed a very correct decision. What was promised about not giving special treatment to students turned out to be broken by the creator of the school first. Indeed, excellent people have privileges wherever they go. Lin Hao was curious. Does the principal also have to spend credits to buy things? Of course, Dugu Outyin nodded as if it were natural. Teachers and the principal teach students here not for free. They can also exchange credits for resources. As for whether they use the resources for themselves or for others after exchanging, that's their freedom. Lin Hao understood what turned out the principal had used his personal funds, and even the principal didn't have the right to get things for free. Since it was a gift from the principal, Lin Hao naturally would not be polite and accepted the top-tier advancement stone. He then took out the strength fruit, constitution fruit, and spirit fruit, 3 fruits he had no use for. The school's exchange center offered a swapping service. By storing items here, he could barter with other students. Teacher Dugu, I want to exchange these 3 fruits for intelligence fruits. No problem. Dugu Outyin took the fruits and added, each item stored will incur a fee of 1000 credits. Lin Hao nodded and generously paid 3000 credits. Using 3000 credits to save the time of searching for someone to trade with was simply too worthwhile. The top-tier advancement stone has been obtained. However, Lin Hao hesitated, pondering whether to use it immediately. If his level increased too quickly, each level up would reduce the over-leveling reward by 10, making him feel it was a bit of a loss. Yet if he didn't use it, he wouldn't be able to enter certain level-restricted dungeons. Glancing at his energy value exceeding 100 million, Lin Hao decided to proceed with the advancement. Once his level increased, he would gain access to higher-level dungeons to farm bosses, and the higher-level bosses would provide significantly more base energy. After activating the top-tier advancement stone, Lin Hao saw 3 options. Normal task: kill 3 level 60 bosses solo within 10 days. Reward: maximum health increases by 200 points, maximum mana increases by 200 points, other panel attributes increase by 500 points, and immediately gain 500 free attribute points. Has this reward increased significantly? I remember the previous normal tasks only increased maximum health and mana by 200 points, and other rewards seem to be much less. However, the difficulty of this normal task seems quite high. It's supposed to be a normal task, yet it requires killing level 60 bosses solo, and 3 of them at that. Although this task was easy for him, the difficulty of advancement tasks had visibly skyrocketed with his level. It appeared that after so many years there were very few level 100 class changers. Besides the difficulty in gaining experience, it was also significantly related to the advancement tasks. Next, Lin Hao looked at the hard task. Hard task: kill 1 level 60 catastrophe boss solo within 5 days. Reward: maximum health increases by 400 points, maximum mana increases by 400 points, other panel attributes increase by 100 points, and immediately gain 100 free attribute points. Good heavens, is this for real? Can there even be a class changer at level 30 who can solo a 6th-tier catastrophe boss? Are there even 100 worldwide? Or is it that the difficulty of advancement tasks is completely random? Was I just unlucky this time getting 3 harder tasks randomly? Lin Hao was somewhat perplexed and turned to the final hell task. Hell task: kill 3 level 60 catastrophe bosses solo within 3 days. Reward: maximum health increases by 100 points, maximum mana increases by 100 points, other panel attributes increase by 300 points, and immediately gain 300 free attribute points, plus an additional 3 passive skill slots. Regardless of the task difficulty, this reward is quite enticing. My current panel attributes, apart from intelligence reaching 4520 points, are all under 3000 points. Completing this task would be equivalent to doubling all my attributes. Without any hesitation, Lin Hao accepted the hell task. Though he didn't yet know where to find a 6th-tier catastrophe boss, he still had 3 days and possessed the Aurora Crystal, allowing him to reach any location with a thought. Lin Hao considered going to the school's dungeon for a stroke of luck. If there happened to be a 6th-tier dungeon accessible at level 30, he could complete this advancement task directly. With this thought, Lin Hao arrived at the school's dungeon hall. The duty teacher this time was an old acquaintance of his. Teacher Fong, you're on duty today. Yes, Fong Rongwang nodded, somewhat surprised. Lin Hao, are you here to challenge a dungeon? Aren't you being a bit too diligent? Shouldn't you enjoy your college life more? I am enjoying my college life right now, Lin Hao replied with a smile. Fighting. Continuous fighting. This is how I enjoy my college life and youth. Upon hearing this, Fong Rongwang was taken aback, his heart skipping a beat, feeling a surge of passion. Youth. Blood. Being young is wonderful. Clearing his throat, Fong Rongwang got straight to the point. So what dungeon do you plan to challenge today? I need to check the schedule, of course. Lin Hao, I want to challenge a level 60 dungeon. What? Level 60? Fong Rongwang could hardly believe his ears. 6th-tier monsters are roughly 3 times stronger than 5th-tier monsters. The health of catastrophe bosses generally exceeds 3 billion. Lin Hao said with some disappointment, is that not possible? Indeed, it's not possible. Fong Rongwang shook his head. A 6th-tier dungeon requires at least level 50 to enter. Even if your strength is sufficient, your level is too low to gain access. I figured as much. Lin Hao sighed. It seems I have to find the principal for a solution. If that doesn't work, I'll have to try my luck in the wilderness. Although he couldn't enter the 6th-tier dungeon, once the dungeon's fusion reached 100%, the catastrophe bosses inside would come out on their own. He could simply wait in front of the Suntobe-fused dungeon, catching them by surprise. Fong Rongwang continued, although you can't enter the 6th-tier dungeon, there is a 4th-tier dungeon available with no scheduled times. Do you want to go in? Lin Hao shook his head. The dungeon would still be here and wouldn't run away. His immediate priority was to complete the advancement task. After all, this task had a time limit. After leaving the dungeon hall, Lin Hao went to the principal's office. The principal was currently enjoying tea, and upon seeing Lin Hao arrive, he poured him a cup as well, then kindly asked, is there something you need from me? After sitting down, Lin Hao took a gentle sip from the cup and said, Principal, I've obtained the top-tier advancement stone you gave me. After activating it, I took on a hell difficulty task requiring me to kill 3 level 60 catastrophe bosses within 3 days, but I currently can't enter the 6th-tier dungeon. Do you have any good suggestions? Upon hearing this, the principal furrowed his brows. You're only at the 3rd tier now, and even for a hell difficulty task, it shouldn't be this difficult. However, the higher the task difficulty, the better the rewards. What are your rewards? Lin Hao organized his thoughts and explained the details of his rewards. That's quite an exaggerated reward. To increase all attributes by 300 points is incredible. I don't know whether to say you're lucky or unlucky. However, the 6th-tier catastrophe bosses are not actually hard to find. Upon hearing this, Lin Hao's heart felt more assured. The principal then asked, do you know about the Abyss? I've never heard of it. Lin Hao shook his head. Are there 6th-tier catastrophe bosses in the Abyss? The principal nodded. Let me first explain the origins of the Abyss to you. The so-called Abyss is actually a large concentration of dungeons that cannot be cleared in a short time, with an endless stream of monsters emerging from within. The number of monsters is so vast that it feels unfathomable, like an abyss. The monsters there come in various levels. You can encounter 3 or 4-tier monsters, as well as 6 and even 7-tier monsters, and they are all catastrophe monsters. Upon hearing this, Lin Hao immediately confirmed where he would go next. Principal, how do I get to the Abyss? The principal chuckled lightly, taking a sip of tea, and said at a leisurely pace, Our Dragon Nation has 4 great abysses, and I recommend you head to the Abyss of Shadow in the 6th War Zone. The Abyss of Shadow is the least dangerous among the 4 abysses. The monsters there have a strong territorial awareness, with the weaker monsters staying closer to the outer edges. Unlike the other 3 abysses, encountering monsters of several tiers here is purely a matter of luck. Lin Hao nodded. He didn't mind where he went as long as he could hunt some bosses. Before setting off, Lin Hao thought for a moment, took out the Leaf of Shirong, and handed it to the principal for safekeeping. Once Mu Tianxian obtained the supreme-level dispelling artifact, he would definitely come to Kyoto University, and at that point the exchange could be completed, allowing Lin Hao to get it upon his return. After completing all this, Lin Hao activated the Aurora Crystal and in an instant arrived at the Abyss City of the 6th War Zone. The overall atmosphere of Abyss City felt particularly heavy and oppressive. In front of the city was a massive wall towering 100 feet high. This sturdy wall bore the responsibility of defending against monsters. Beyond the city wall lay the Abyss of Shadow, teeming with countless monsters. According to the principal, monster sieges frequently occurred here, so most of the top combatants of the 6th War Zone were gathered in this location. Staying in the city held no meaning for Lin Hao, so he directly approached the massive city wall. Meanwhile, 3 elders of the disaster ruins were fleeing back to their safe haven in a rather disheveled state. Those damn useless fools from Daiyugui. We risked our lives to hold the front against Mu Tianxuan, and these guys are sending heads for a 2nd-tier mage. It's like during a team battle when our side holds back the opponent's top combatants, allowing our teammates to push for the crystal only for the teammates to be backstabbed by it. When the 3 elders received this news, they were almost fuming with anger. Another elder, looking perplexed, said, "I just don't understand. 4 5th-tier stewards and 1 6th-tier steward couldn't handle a mere 2nd-tier mage. Those useless fools can die, but it causes us to suffer as well. If this gets reported, our colleagues might just laugh at us." After venting their frustrations, the 3 fell into silence. Lin Hao's strength had indeed reached an astonishing level. At the 2nd tier, he could actually kill 5 stewards, something they could never have imagined. If this continued, would they have to take action themselves? Just then, one of the stewards suddenly came forward to report, "Elders, we have discovered Lin Hao's latest whereabouts. He is currently in Abyss City, seemingly planning to head to the Abyss of Shadow to hunt monsters." The 3 elders exchanged glances at this revelation. Just as they were about to take action, Lin Hao was heading to the Abyss of Shadow. Was this a coincidence? The Abyss of Shadow could be considered a forbidden ground for humans, as it was filled with monsters. Out in the wild, they could unleash their full strength without being restricted by dungeon-level caps. If they wanted to kill Lin Hao, it would be incredibly easy. But because it was so easy, it seemed suspicious everywhere. Mu Tianxian possessed the ability to teleport to any location at any time. Could this be a trap? When they finally appeared, before they even made a move against Lin Hao, Mu Tianxian would be right behind them, which was even scarier than a horror story. The 3 remained silent, clearly unwilling to risk their lives to test whether it was a trap. Finally, the youngest elder, Zhujian, thought for a moment and said, "Lin Hao's potential is too terrifying. He must not be allowed to grow. But the demigods of Dragon Nation are paying close attention to him, so making a move in the wild would be unwise." The other 2 elders nodded in agreement, waiting for him to continue. Zhujian continued, "I will apply for the limit-breaking bloodstone from above and personally slay that kid in the dungeon. The effect of the limit-breaking bloodstone is stronger than that of the disaster bloodstone. It is a truly supreme artifact. Once used, it can ignore all dungeon rules. With it, even in a level 10 dungeon, he would not be constrained by level restrictions." The other 2 elders completely supported this decision, but whether they could actually apply for the limit-breaking bloodstone was uncertain. Supreme artifacts were scarce even within their entire disaster ruins church. Meanwhile, Lin Hao had already arrived at the massive city gate. To Lin Hao's surprise, although it was still broad daylight, the city gate was tightly closed and numerous soldiers from the war zone were stationed here, clearly in a state of wartime readiness. Before Lin Hao could ask, as soon as he approached the city gate, a war zone commander walked over. "Young brother, I am Commander Yu Zhiliang of the 5th War Zone. Are you planning to leave the city?" Lin Hao nodded. "Commander Yu, is it not possible to go out now?" Upon hearing this, Yu Zhiliang immediately deduced Lin Hao's identity. "Young brother, you must not be from our 6th War Zone, right? It is currently the Monster Hunting Festival, which is ongoing." Monster Hunting Festival. Lin Hao felt confused. What does that have to do with him not being able to leave the city? Yu Zhiliang guessed what Lin Hao was thinking and explained, "There are many monsters in the Abyss of Shadow that cannot be left unchecked, so every few months we allocate 7 days for powerful transmuters to go out and hunt monsters. This not only reduces the overall strength of the monsters, but also allows transmuters to gain a wealth of experience. The more monsters they kill, the stronger they become, and they can also receive rewards from the war zone." However, the disaster monsters have a strong sense of aggression, and when attacked they can go berserk and assault the city. Therefore, during this time Abyss City is in lockdown and no one can go outside. So that's how it is. Lin Hao nodded in understanding, but he was pressed for time and did not want to wait around, so he asked, "Can I participate in this monster hunting festival now?" Yu Zhiliang scrutinized Lin Hao closely and was taken aback. "Forbidden Mage. You are this year's top scorer in the college entrance examination." Lin Hao nodded calmly. "No wonder," Yu Zhiliang exclaimed. "I saw you from a distance earlier and felt that your aura was somewhat special, radiating an unparalleled confidence. So you are the top scorer with a 9S rating. No wonder it is so. However, your current level is still a bit low. Although everyone can participate in the monster hunting festival, there are still requirements for strength. After all, the aim of the war zone in holding the monster hunting festival is to reduce the strength of the monsters, not to let transmuters go out and deliver food. Today is already the last day of the monster hunting festival, and the city gates will reopen tomorrow. Why not wait a bit longer?" Lin Hao shook his head. "Commander, my time is very tight. I can't wait. Besides, level does not represent strength. Even though I am only level 30 now, my strength is not inferior to those 6th-tier transmuters. Not inferior to a 6th-tier job changer." Yu Zhiliang clearly did not believe it. The gap between 3rd tier and 6th tier is not something to be taken lightly. Unless Lin Hao's comparison target is an ordinary free player who can't even afford legendary equipment. But being stronger than such 6th-tier job changers is pointless, as they would have no means of self-protection against disaster monsters. "Lin, how are you in such a hurry to leave the city because of something important?" "I just happen to have time now, so I don't mind accompanying you on a trip." "Thank you for your kindness, Commander Yu, but the matter I encountered can only be resolved by myself." Lin Hao spoke about the advanced task. Yu Zhiliang was left dumbfounded, staring at Lin Hao in disbelief. To kill 3 6th-tier disaster bosses within 3 days, was he insane? Is the president of Kyoto University really just watching his student act recklessly? Or could it be Lin Hao truly has this kind of strength? As this thought emerged, Yu Zhiliang quickly dismissed it. A level 60 disaster boss with a health pool of 3 billion. How could a level 30 job changer possibly defeat it? He didn't know what the president of Kyoto University was thinking, but he certainly didn't want Lin Hao to perish here. However, seeing Lin Hao's serious expression, Yu Zhiliang understood that if he didn't let him try, Lin Hao would never be satisfied. With that thought, Yu Zhiliang sighed. "All right, let me witness the strength of this year's top scorer in the college entrance examination. Let me make it clear up front, if you cannot pass the test, I can only ask you to obediently go back. As for the job change task, you don't need to worry about it. For 3 6th-tier disaster BOSSs, as long as your president speaks, your senior brother Semi-Divine Mu Tianchuan can easily bring them to you. He likely sent you here just to let you train a bit, but unfortunately, I am currently hosting a demon hunting tournament. If you do not return in 2 days, your president should call you back." Lin Hao shook his head, not agreeing with this notion. Semi-Divine Mu Tianxian is currently overwhelmed with work. The president's trust in him, coming alone, naturally comes from believing in his strength. Yu Zhiliang did not say more, but led the way ahead. Lin Hao initially thought that the so-called test would take place in an open area where they would have an unknown battle. Unexpectedly, as they walked, they arrived at a teleportation array. Upon entering, he found himself in a technologically advanced trial realm where a familiar mechanical puppet awaited. Are they testing damage again in this way? Though this is quite straightforward. Lin Hao did not attack immediately, but instead checked his energy value. It was time to give Commander Yu a little shock. The Fireball spell, after reaching level 3000, requires 8000 energy points for each upgrade. For Lin Hao, who possesses over 100 million energy points, this consumption is negligible. Lin Hao directly spent 8 million energy points to upgrade it to level 4000. Fireball LV 4000 consumes 4000 mana points, dealing 40,000 of one spell attack power as spell damage to a single target within 4000 meters. No cooldown. 40,000 damage is already considerable, but Lin Hao is not short on energy points at this moment and can continue to upgrade. After level 4000, each upgrade requires 16,000 energy points, which is still within an acceptable range. Spending 16 million energy points, Lin Hao upgraded it to level 5000. Fireball LV 5000 consumes 5000 mana points, dealing 50,000 of one spell attack power as spell damage to a single target within 5000 meters. No cooldown. Next, Lin Hao looked at his energy points, which still stood at 106100, a truly terrifying number. Since that's the case, it's time to level up the wind barrier as well. Once again, spending 24 million energy points, Lin Hao upgraded the wind barrier from level 3000 to level 5000. Wind barrier LV 5000 consumes 50,000 mana points, granting a shield equivalent to 50,000 of one spell attack power for 30 seconds. Cooldown of 10 seconds. Lin Hao glanced at his energy points, which remained at 82100. Meanwhile, Yu Liang and the other two deputy commanders were intently watching the monitoring screen. They were quite curious about the strength of the 9th-tier college entrance examination top scorer. Yu Liang smiled and asked, "What do you think, how much damage can Lin Hao inflict in these 3 minutes?" Standing to his left, Wang Zhongda thought seriously for a moment, then replied, "I don't know how strong Lin Hao is, but 3 years ago, I saw Feng Des Huang at level 20. In 3 minutes, he dealt over 70 million damage. Lin Hao should be comparable to him, at most around 80 million. And now Lin Hao is already level 30. A 50 increase in damage should be no problem. I guess the final damage should be around 120 million. A well-reasoned deduction." Ding Zai on the right nodded. "However, I think you are slightly underestimating the growth potential of these SS-tier professions. At level 30, Lin Hao's output might have already doubled, so I believe his final damage should be around 200 million. After the two made their deductions, they looked at Yu Liang. Wang Zhongda was the first to ask, "Commander, what's your prediction?" "Me?" Yu Liang smiled. "My estimate is similar to Ding's, as Lin Hao should be able to deal around 200 million damage. At level 30, being able to deal this damage in just 3 minutes is already quite exaggerated. Even some ordinary 6th-tier job changers cannot achieve that. However, if that's all there is to it, he still won't pass the assessment. To venture alone into the abyss of shadow, he must deal at least 500 million damage." Meanwhile, Lin Hao began his performance. Fireballs rained down continuously on the mechanical puppet, dealing extraordinarily exaggerated damage numbers. 42170000. 42170000. 42170000. In less than 3 seconds, Lin Hao's output had already broken 100 million. The three in the monitoring room rubbed their eyes simultaneously. "My God, what did I just see? Over 42 million damage. And not just once." Wang Zhongda was nearly dumbfounded. What legendary skill is this? Having over 40 million damage is one thing, but how can there be no cooldown time? Ding Zai was nearly shocked, speechless by the series of damage numbers. Yu Liang's astonishment was no less than theirs. He originally thought he had overestimated Lin Hao, but it turned out he had greatly underestimated him. Such terrifying damage, even the war god Mu Tianxian couldn't achieve that at level 30, could he? This can be said to be an unprecedented output with no future equals. And this was still far from Lin Hao's limit. The immensely powerful fireballs continued to soar out uncontrollably. In less than a minute, the puppet capable of withstanding 5 billion damage was shattered by Lin Hao retiring from the field. The three individuals in the monitoring room simultaneously gasped in astonishment. "This kid's output is truly monstrous," Yu Liang remarked with emotion. The other two vice commanders nodded in agreement. Ding Zai pondered for a moment and said, "Lin Hao's output is clearly sufficient, but he is a fragile mage. Should we add a survival assessment?" Yu Liang found this perspective quite reasonable. Lin Hao's potential is immense, and he cannot perish here. Otherwise, let alone the distant implications, just consider the immediate consequences. How would they explain to the demigod Zhen Yu of the 10th Battle District and the demigod Mu Tianxian of Kyoto University? It's worrying to think about it. Lin Hao's backing is indeed terrifyingly substantial. If the Sword Saint from Kyoto University were still at his peak, wouldn't Lin Hao's backing mean he stands behind the 3 most powerful demigods of the Dragon Kingdom? Ultimately, Yu Liang nodded. "Let's arrange another survival assessment." No sooner had he finished speaking than Lin Hao in the footage seemed to have guessed their thoughts. He raised his hand and instantly activated a level 5000 wind barrier. A shield with a staggering value of 421700 immediately enveloped him. Watching the series of numbers on the shield, the three in the monitoring room fell silent once more. What kind of monster is this? He is really only level 30 and hasn't even advanced. No way. Even if he is already at tier 3, it shouldn't be this outrageous. Ding Zai and Wang Zhongda had completely begun to doubt their lives, looking towards Yu Liang. Ding Zai asked, "Commander, should we still conduct the survival test?" Yu Liang's mouth twitched at this remark. "What are we going to test? A shield of over 40 million. This is even tougher than a tier 6 shield warrior." Soon Lin Hao emerged from the trial's secret realm, and at the same time the three exited the monitoring room. Lin Hao smiled and asked, "Commander, did I pass this test?" Yu Liang gave him a thumbs up, saying, "Lin Hao, it is no exaggeration to say that you are the strongest prodigy I have ever seen. If you can't pass, then no one can pass." As Yu Liang spoke, he took out a blue crystal. This crystal will record your scores for killing monsters. The higher the monster's level, the more points you earn. However, there is only 1 day left. It's probably unrealistic to overtake, so just treat it as an experience. Lin Hao shook his head, not agreeing with this. If he only had a fireball spell without any area attack skills, overtaking would indeed be hopeless, but the issue is that he currently possesses a level 200 Thunder Tribulation. Commander Yu, what rewards are there for the first place in the Demon Hunting Conference? Yu Zhiliang smiled and said, the first place in the Demon Hunting Conference can receive a complete set of Tier 6 legendary equipment. If you don't want the equipment, you can choose one from 10 legendary skill books. That prize is quite generous. Lin Hao instantly became interested. Legendary equipment is whatever, but he must obtain at least one of the legendary skill books. Seeing Lin Hao so motivated, Yu Zhiliang did not want to dampen his spirits. The points from disaster bosses are quite high. If Lin Hao can kill multiple disaster bosses within a day, it is indeed possible to overtake, but that is obviously unrealistic. As he stepped out of the city gates, Lin Hao officially entered the Shadow Abyss. There were not many job changers on the outskirts of the Shadow Abyss. The disaster monsters here generally range from level 30 to 40, and their numbers are significantly high. Lin Hao had not taken a few steps before encountering 3 disaster monsters. However, Lin Hao couldn't even be bothered to look at them. He raised his hand and fired 3 fireballs, instantly killing them. Killing a level 30 monster gave me 300 points, while a level 40 monster gave me 400 points. So, the score for killing monsters is 10 times their level. Lin Hao did not think too much, he just needed to know that the more monsters he killed, the more points he earned. The monsters on the outskirts were still a bit low in level, and Lin Hao had no interest here. After casually resolving a few monsters looking for death, he continued to advance towards the inner area. The monsters inside are significantly stronger, mostly ranging from level 50 to 60. This area also has the most job changers, but everyone appears in teams cooperating with each other in battle. Looking around, Lin Hao was the only lone wolf, naturally attracting everyone's attention. A burly man curiously asked, "Little brother, are you also a participant in the Demon Hunting Conference?" Lin Hao nodded and directly took out the blue crystal. Upon seeing the crystal, everyone was momentarily stunned. How did a level 30 job changer pass the assessment alone? They were well aware of how strict the people in the battle district were. If one could not pass, then there was no way to pass. There would be no leniency, which was naturally for their own safety. But doesn't this mean that this level 30 mage before them is even stronger than the tier 6 mage in their team, able to output 500 million all by himself? And the reason he was alone was easily explained. His teammates were of lower strength and could not keep up with his pace, so they could not participate in the Demon Hunting Conference, leading him to come alone. Thinking of this, the burly man warmly invited, "Little brother, I am Wang Yong, the president of the Divine Shield Guild. You managed to come here alone. Your strength must be formidable. Would you like to join us? Our team's output is a bit insufficient, but everyone has particularly high durability. With us here, you won't have to worry about monster attacks and can focus entirely on output. Thank you for your kindness, but I still prefer to be alone." Lin Hao replied and walked towards the unoccupied area on the eastern side. Seeing Lin Hao's figure moving farther away, Wang Yong became anxious. "Little brother, wait. That area has not been conquered yet. It's filled with disaster monsters. With so many monsters here, they naturally wouldn't rush in all at once. Instead, they adopted a method of sticking together, gradually advancing inside. Even if they encountered danger, they would have mutual support." However, the direction Lin Hao was heading had not a single job changer. Once he encounters danger, no one would be able to help him in time. Yet Lin Hao waved his hand dismissively and remarked, "Indeed, guilds like the Wind and Cloud Guild that rob and kill are the minority. Most people are quite friendly." As he ventured deeper, the shadows of people around began to dwindle, while the frequency of monster appearances increased. After moving further in, Lin Hao was astonished to find himself surrounded. A pack of disaster wolves approached him from all directions, numbering nearly 100. Interesting, the intelligence of tier 6 monsters has indeed increased. If it were an ordinary level 30 fragile mage, he would probably be waiting to die at this moment, but there was not a trace of panic on Lin Hao's face. With his 100 level magic source, shield 1000 level mana recovery, and over 2 million mana, he could stand here and let them hit him for 100 years without his status dropping even slightly. In the eyes of outsiders, Lin Hao's situation was extremely perilous. "Oh no, the worst has happened." Wang Yong's expression turned anxious as he rushed towards Lin Hao without a second thought. He definitely did not want to witness such a young man die before his eyes. His teammates also followed suit almost instinctively. Apart from them, more than half of the other job changers chose to provide immediate support. At that moment, the wild wolves that were closing in on Lin Hao suddenly launched an attack on him. Wang Yong and the others could only silently pray that Lin Hao was equipped with life-saving items. Otherwise, if each wild wolf bit him, even a 6th tier shield warrior wouldn't be able to withstand it. But as they ran, they suddenly noticed something was off. The sky ahead had unexpectedly taken on a shade of purple. Before the crowd could figure out what was happening, countless bolts of lightning tore through the sky, and thousands of pillars of lightning descended from above. The thunder intertwined to form a massive electric net so large that it covered a full 800 meters. The disaster wild wolves caught within the electric net all suffered an incredibly terrifying amount of damage. 841-40000, 841-30000, 841-30000. Over 80 million damage instantly killed all the nearly 100 wild wolves on the ground. Even the disaster wild rabbits and disaster wild boars 300 meters away who did not participate in the ambush were also killed without exception. Seeing those extremely terrifying damage numbers, the crowd who originally intended to rescue Lin Hao collectively halted in their tracks. If Lin Hao had not still been standing there, they would have doubted whether everything they had just witnessed was an illusion. My God, that's outrageous. What level of skill is this to have such a wide range and damage? The group of fragile mages and archers instinctively took a few steps back. Even though they were already at 5th or 6th tier, over 80 million damage was still too much for them to endure. At this moment, Wang Yong finally understood why Lin Hao chose to act alone and kept such a distance from them. Because reality is not a game, skill damage does not distinguish between friend and foe. All targets except for oneself are considered enemies. In an 800-meter circular area, if Lin Hao had just activated this skill among the crowd, at least half of them would have died. The disaster church would be astonished to witness such power. Everyone exchanged glances, and the shock in their eyes was unmistakable. They knew that the lone wolf daring enough to act alone must possess considerable strength. But they never expected Lin Hao to be this formidable. Such terrifying area damage was something none of the many 6th-tier mages present dared to boast about achieving. Moreover, what was even more outrageous was that generally the stronger the skill, the longer the cooldown. Yet Lin Hao was able to unleash this wide-ranging skill repeatedly. Groups of monsters were being harvested like wheat, one after another. Someone roughly calculated that within a mere 10 minutes Lin Hao had killed over 1,000 6th-tier disaster monsters, and more than 9 minutes of that was spent searching for targets. Leveling up against monsters was easier than drinking water. Are today's young people really this fierce? Meanwhile, Yu Zhiliang and the others were intently focused on the screen, watching the score rankings of the participants. The president of the Demon Slayer Guild is quite strong. He has gained 386 million points, which is equivalent to killing over 6,000 6th-tier disaster monsters. Indeed, the Demon Slayer Guild is the strongest guild in our Magic Shadow City. Not only is the president powerful, but 5 other members of their guild are also in the top 10 ranks. It seems that unless something unexpected happens, the first place in this demon hunting tournament has already been determined. The three suddenly thought of Lin Hao. Ding Zhe was the first to speak. Do you think Lin Hao has a chance to make it into the top 10 on this last day? I think that's rather unlikely. Wang Zhongda shook his head. Although Lin Hao's damage is extremely high, being able to kill a 6th-tier disaster monster with a single fireball, the job changers participating in the demon hunting tournament are no weaklings. There are actually quite a few who can achieve that. Unless Lin Hao can kill 3 level 60 disaster bosses today, there might still be a chance. A level 60 disaster boss gives 600 points. Each 3 of them would yield 1.8 million, while the current 10th place has 1.58 million points. Yu Zhiliang nodded. I think Lin Hao's limit should be within the top 100. It's a bit of a pity. If he had participated on the first day, first place would definitely have been his. Though the president of the Demon Slayer Guild is strong, Lin Hao's continuous output ability far surpasses his. Just then Ding Zhe suddenly exclaimed, "Look at the 20th place." 20th? What's wrong with the 20th place? What the heck? Lin Hao, Yu Zhiliang, and Wang Zhongdao were both stunned. How much time had passed? How did Lin Hao suddenly surge to over 600 points and break into the top 20? Could it be that he just killed a 6th-tier disaster boss? But soon they realized they were mistaken. Lin Hao's points were still climbing crazily. Almost every 0.1 seconds, Lin Hao's score increased by 600 points. There was only one possibility for this. Lin Hao was using a wide area attack skill to rapidly kill monsters in droves. Upon reaching this conclusion, all 3 of them gasped in astonishment. Over 600 points meant that Lin Hao had already killed more than 1,000 6th-tier disaster monsters. That's just too monstrous. Does your skill not have any cooldown at all? If he continues at this pace, Lin Hao might really achieve a comeback. About half an hour later, Lin Hao's score had surpassed 2.6 million, instantly placing him in the top 5. At that moment, he encountered his first disaster boss, a massive wolf king. It seemed that after killing too many of its minions, this creature was now glaring at Lin Hao with blood-red eyes, continuously emitting low growls filled with threat. Lin Hao, seeing this, felt no fear at all on his face, though instead, he was filled with excitement. Finally, I've caught a disaster boss. Lin Hao cast a detection skill. Shadow Phantom Wolf King, disaster level 60 health, 3 billion attack power, 600 physical defense, 600 magic resistance, 500 skills, bite LV5, intimidating howl LV5, frenzied claw strike LV5, These attributes are a bit exaggerated, far surpassing 5th-tier bosses. Most importantly, the skills of a 6th-tier boss have also been upgraded. I have to say this creature has indeed made Lin Hao feel a slight sense of challenge. But it was merely a slight challenge. With a level 100 shield of law protecting him, he was already in an invincible position. The battle was about to erupt. After confirming the boss's attributes, Lin Hao was the first to launch an attack, casting a fireball towards it. 41670000. An astounding damage of over 40 million. However, compared to the boss's 3 billion health points, it seemed rather average. In the next instant, the boss let out a furious roar and dashed in front of Lin Hao with a burst of speed. The LV5 Frenzied Claw Strike came crashing down towards Lin Hao's head. Lin Hao had no intention of taking the hit. The 5000 level wind barrier activated in an instant, enveloping him with a shield worth 421700. In the next moment, the boss's successive attacks struck the shield, producing 3 damage numbers that surprised even Lin Hao. 600000. 600000. 600000. The LV5 Frenzied Claw Strike dealt a staggering 18 million damage to Lin Hao. The indestructible wind barrier had several cracks appearing as a result. As expected of a 6th-tier disaster boss, it truly has some power. Lin Hao smiled slightly. However, it still poses no threat to me. The boss had only 2 damage skills after which it could only auto-attack, so Lin Hao directly entered a stance of relentless assault, too lazy to dodge. Fireballs continuously struck the boss. 41670000. 41670000. 41670000. In just a few seconds, the boss's health had dropped significantly. The approaching job changers rushing in for assistance were all stunned by this scene. What the heck? That shield value, that damage output, this is just too overpowered. Originally, they planned to rescue Lin Hao, but now it seemed entirely unnecessary. A 6th-tier disaster boss was being overwhelmed by a level 30 mage. If they went over now, it would not be to help, it would be to steal the kill. They didn't have the audacity for that. Just then a surprise shout came from behind. Look behind, another boss is coming. The crowd turned around and indeed saw a massive wild boar charging towards them. Magic Shadow Wild Boar King, disaster, level 60 health, 3 billion attack power, 6 physical defense, 1 magic resistance, 5 skills, anger charge LV5, frenzied tread LV5, thick skin. A 6th-tier disaster boss is not something ordinary people can handle. However, all the job changers present were not ordinary people. Wang Yong was not boasting in front of Lin Hao. His survival ability as a tank was indeed terrifyingly high. He was an S-level job changer shield warrior. First talent effect: while holding a shield, all damage taken is permanently reduced by 50. Second talent effect: every time his dual resistances increase permanently, the increase is multiplied by 10. With these 2 talents, he could confidently say that among all 6th-tier shield warriors, his toughness would definitely rank in the top 10. He charged forward, protecting the squishies behind him. The wild boar boss felt provoked and instantly accelerated, using LV5 anger charge to slam into Wang Yong. 640000. Thanks to the 50 damage reduction and high defense, what would have dealt 18 million damage only inflicted a little over 6 million on him. With Wang Yong's health already boosted to over 15 million due to his level 60 legendary equipment, the downside was that his stacking health and dual resistance made his damage output a bit lacking. However, this was completely inconsequential as his role was not to deal damage, and behind him stood a group of reliable teammates. Several beams of gentle white light descended from above, instantly restoring Wang Yong's health to full. At the same time, spells and arrows struck the boss. Several sorcerers simultaneously unleashed their powers, applying various negative effects to the boss, including slow defense reduction, attack reduction, and poison. The battle was completely one-sided, and it wouldn't be long before this disaster boss was slain. Lin Hao also withdrew his gaze after witnessing this. One could only say that, as expected of the highest combat power outside the battle zone in Shadow City, the strength of these job changers was not to be underestimated. The Magic Shadow Wolf King's health had already been reduced to a critical level by Lin Hao. The once ferocious boss visibly became more timid. Its tactics shifted from a confident damage exchange to a more cautious approach. Then it unleashed LV5 terrifying roar, immobilizing Lin Hao before turning to flee. Lin Hao coldly laughed. Only now does it think to run when it's at a critical health level. Where was it before? The terrifying roar would put the target into a state of fear. The fear effect is similar to the freeze and petrification effects, rendering the target unable to move, attack, or use any active skills. This is a control effect. Lin Hao directly activated Absolute Freedom, dispelling the control, and then focused on the legendary acceleration skill Phantom Dash. Phantom Dash had been leveled up to 50 by Lin Hao, allowing for a 500 increase in movement speed. However, Lin Hao's agility stat was not comparable to the 6th tier disaster boss. His agility was only 2110 points. Even with the speed boost, he couldn't catch up. It was time to level up. Lin Hao directly consumed 35 million energy points, instantly leveling up to 200. Phantom Dash LV 200 consumes 200 mana points to increase movement speed by 200 for 30 seconds, cooldown of 600 seconds. A 200 speed increase is incredibly exaggerated. Even though Lin Hao's agility stat was not high under this effect, he could still catch up to the level 60 disaster boss. Seeing Lin Hao catch up to the boss in the blink of an eye, Wang Yong couldn't help but be stunned. Wasn't it said that mages had short legs? How could he run so fast? Thinking of this, he instinctively glanced at his own mage. The mage's face suddenly turned somewhat awkward. Boss, don't compare me to him. He's just a freak. A 6th tier disaster boss, and if you let a 6th tier assassin sprint after it, he probably wouldn't be able to catch up either. Wang Yong nodded in agreement, feeling that Lin Hao's speed was somewhat exaggerated, completely breaking his perception of mages. You say mages are squishy. Lin Hao can easily summon a shield with over 40 million shield value. You say mages have short legs. A boss that a 6th tier assassin couldn't catch up to, he could. As for damage output, there was even less to discuss. A 6th tier disaster boss with 3 billion health was being sent flying by him. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he would never have believed that a mage could be this outrageous. Meanwhile, Lin Hao's final fireball struck the boss fiercely, slaying it completely. The energy value he gained left Lin Hao slightly astonished. Kill the level 60 Magic Shadow Wolf King and gain 6 million experience points. Kill above level 30 for an additional 18 million experience points. Congratulations on successfully absorbing 10 million energy points from killing the level 60 disaster boss. Kill above level 30 for an additional 30 million energy points. Congratulations on triggering absolute luck from killing the level 60 Magic Shadow Wolf King. You have obtained Magic Shadow Armor, Magic Shadow Boots, Magic Shadow Pants, and an Agile Fruit Medium. My god, 10 million base energy points. Lin Hao was astonished, having initially believed that slaying a 6th tier Cataclysm boss would yield at most 6 million base energy points. The reason for this assumption was that killing a 6th tier Cataclysm Steward had previously granted 6 million energy points. He never expected the Cataclysm boss to offer so much more. With the additional reward for surpassing levels, Lin Hao instantly obtained 40 million energy points. Not only did he recover the energy spent on upgrading Phantom Dash, but he also gained an extra 5 million. He glanced at his energy points, now totaling 87. 12 million. Then he picked up the legendary equipment and swallowed the agility fruit. His agility attribute immediately increased by 200 points, rising from 2110 to 2310. Meanwhile, the Shadow Boar King that the Class Changers were besieging had its health reduced to below half. As everyone fought with all their might in the final push, a member of the Divine Shield Guild suddenly exclaimed, "Guild leader, look to the west." The west? What's wrong with the west? Wang Yong looked westward with confusion. To his astonishment, 2 more Cataclysm bosses were charging straight at them. The other Class Changers also caught sight of this scene and were greatly startled. Hell, did we stir up a nest of Cataclysm bosses? How are they coming one after another? Haha, fantastic. Could today be our lucky day? 2 more walking rewards. Among the crowd there were cries of surprise, but none of terror. The threat of 2 6th tier Cataclysm bosses was indeed significant, but they were the elite combatants of Shadow City. Handling 2 more was still within their means. The most threatening aspect of the bosses was merely a handful of skills, but once those were used they entered cooldown, leaving only basic attacks. In other words, as long as they could withstand the initial explosive damage, victory was assured. And with an S-grade Divine Shield Warrior among them, enduring the first wave of attacks was a breeze. However, as the distance closed, and everyone got a clear look at the 2 bosses, the smiles on their faces vanished without a trace. Damn, it's the Abyssal Priest. The Abyssal Priest was among the top 10 most formidable 6th tier bosses. Though its health was merely 1 billion, its skills were exceedingly troublesome. Its unique passive skill, Tribulation Incarnation, doubled its magic power. With a staggering 1 million magic power, who wouldn't be daunted? Moreover, it possessed a max-level large-scale area effect skill that dealt 500 of its magic attack power to all enemies within 200 meters. A single skill would rain down 50 million damage. How many Class Changers present could withstand that? Additionally, it had a passive shield called Thunder Barrier, which had a permanent duration. This shield could nullify all damage below 100 million, and only a hit dealing over 100 million could break it. While the shield was active, the Abyssal Priest was also immune to all lightning-type damage. With such terrifying skills, it practically had cheater written all over its face. Even Wang Yong felt a twinge of hesitation upon seeing this boss. Even have the 50 million damage would still be 25 million. Activating his legendary shield skill and leveraging his own formidable attributes, he could barely survive. But even if he survived, others would not. Engaging in battle would inevitably lead to casualties, even if they eventually took down both bosses. As for who would die, it depended on where the boss dropped its area effect skill. Gazing at the Shadow Boar King, now critically wounded before him, Wang Yong gritted his teeth. Forget it. Everyone retreat. Living is what matters. Though reluctant, the others nodded. Compared to the rewards of a cataclysm boss, their lives were far more precious. If they delayed their escape, and the Abyssal Priest caught up, they would be finished. Just as everyone prepared to flee, they were horrified to see a single figure charging toward the two bosses. He moved with such speed that it seemed he feared they might steal the bosses. Wang Yong was stunned, and upon confirming it was Lin Hao, he grew even more anxious. Young friend, don't be impulsive. That's the Abyssal Priest. But Lin Hao waved his hand and said with utmost calm, don't worry. Leave it to me. Everyone was taken aback. Though Lin Hao's damage was impressive, it couldn't possibly reach 100 million, could it? Without breaking the Abyssal Priest's shield, all damage would be nullified. What should we do? Should we help? Lin Hao seems like a student. He might not know the effects of the Abyssal Priest's skills. I think it's unnecessary. Lin Hao is so young, yet possesses such terrifying strength. He must be backed by many powerhouses. He definitely has life-saving items. I agree. Even if we go to help, we should wait until the boss uses its large-scale attack skill. Otherwise, what's the point? To go and die. I don't have any rare life-saving items. Wang Yong nodded. Let's finish off this boss first, then we'll all go help. Meanwhile, Lin Hao arrived before the Abyssal Priest and examined its attributes. Abyssal Priest Cataclysm, level 60 HP, 1 billion magic power, physical defense, magic resistance, 500 skills, Thunder Barrier, Tribulation, Incarnation, Thunder Orb, LV10, Abyssal Wrath, LV10. The 1 million magic power was indeed intimidating, but Lin Hao was undaunted. However, the Thunder Barrier skill was troublesome. It required a single hit of over 100 million damage to break the shield. Lin Hao's current damage was still lacking, but that was not a major issue given his abundant energy points. His Blazing Flash skill had been stuck at level 100 for quite some time. It was time to upgrade it. With a grand gesture, Lin Hao spent 70 million energy points to raise it to level 300 in one go. He felt a pang of reluctance. The consumption of legendary skills was simply enormous. But the upgraded effect was undeniably impressive. Blazing Flash LV 300 consumes 1500 mana points to deal 1500 of the caster's magic attack damage to a single enemy within 1800 meters at extreme speed. If the target's health is full, an additional 1500 damage is dealt, cooldown 600 seconds. With such a terrifying multiplier at level 300, it was worth all the energy spent. After upgrading the skill, Lin Hao aimed it at the Abyssal Priest and unleashed it. 12651000. 12601000. The first strike shattered the Abyssal Priest's shield, while the second struck the boss itself. The devastating damage instantly reduced its health by a noticeable chunk. Those who had been keeping a close watch on Lin Hao were startled by such terrifying damage. Holy crap! Over 200 million damage from a single skill. Does the Forbidden Mage also have a unique skill? Having a unique skill from the start of a class was not necessarily a good thing, as such a skill, though powerful, occupied a talent slot. An SS grade class originally had 3 class effects. If it carried a unique skill, it would be reduced to 2 class effects. Meanwhile, the attacked boss retaliated without hesitation, unleashing its LV10 Abyssal Wrath. Within a 200-meter radius, the entire space turned a shade of violet. Everyone was curious about how Lin Hao would withstand the damage of 50 million. Lin Hao's next move, however, was beyond everyone's expectations. He didn't even bother to activate his shield, allowing a massive bolt of lightning to strike him. Wang Yong couldn't help but sigh. It seems Lin Hao intends to use a life-saving item to withstand this blow. That's a bit of a loss. Indeed, life-saving items are extremely rare and also consumable. Using one means losing one. The disaster boss can kill at any time, and these items aren't something you can always obtain. Everyone felt a bit regretful. In the next moment, a damage number of 50 million appeared above Lin Hao's head. However, Lin Hao's health remained completely full. No one was surprised by this, as life-saving items have various miraculous effects. For instance, when receiving lethal damage, they can become immune to it and restore their health to 100. They've heard of such life-saving items before. Only Lin Hao knew that he hadn't used any life-saving items at all. Was 50 million damage high? It only took away 50000 of his mana. With such a small cost, he could replenish it in 5 seconds. Meanwhile, Lin Hao had already launched a counterattack, unleashing fireballs that continuously struck the boss. 416-70000. 416-70000. 416-70000. The intelligence of this boss was indeed a bit low. Facing Lin Hao's terrifying damage, it actually chose to engage in a melee, recklessly casting lightning balls and starting to exchange blows with him. The final outcome was predictable. In less than 10 seconds, the boss was instantaneously defeated by Lin Hao's no-cooldown fireball. During this time, Lin Hao also took a few hits from the lightning balls, but they were inconsequential. After the battle, not only was his health full, but his mana was also still full. Lin Hao couldn't help but chuckle. I just love monsters that compete with me in stats. They are so much cuter than those that run away at the slightest provocation. Defeated the 60-level Thunder Abyss Priest, gained 6 million experience points. Defeated the 60-level Disaster BOSS, congratulations on successfully absorbing 10 million energy points. Defeated the 60-level Thunder Abyss Priest, congratulations on triggering absolute luck. You have obtained the Thunder Abyss Staff, Thunder Abyss Robe, Thunder Abyss Boots, and Life Fruit Medium. In just a moment, Lin Hao gained another 40 million energy points. Half of the cost for upgrading the Instant Flame Strike was replenished. At this time, he still had 57 million energy points left. Seeing Lin Hao so easily defeat the boss they had been avoiding, Wang Yong and the others were filled with astonishment. A level 30 mage could actually be this strong, isn't that cheating? Meanwhile, Lin Hao had already picked up all the gear dropped by the boss and swallowed the life fruit. His maximum health increased by 2,000 points, reaching 5153100 points. It was only at this moment that another disaster boss arrived late. It was a gigantic stone man wrapped in lightning. Thunder Abyss Stone King, disaster, level 60 health, 3 billion attack power, 5 physical defense, 5 magic resistance, 4 skills, absolute, thunder body, giant fist strike, LV, 10 berserk rock split clone. It seems this boss should have come from the same disaster dungeon as that Thunder Abyss Priest. The absolute thunder body skill is a bit troublesome. Monsters with this passive skill are immune to all lightning attribute attacks. And this guy also has a splitting skill. The 10,000 Thunder Calamity is unusable, but that's not a big problem, because Lin Hao still has a water attribute legendary attack skill, Fury of the Sea. Without the slightest hesitation, Lin Hao immediately began to invest in upgrading. First, he spent 98000 energy points to raise it to level 50. Then he spent 5 million energy points to raise it to level 100. And that wasn't enough. Lin Hao spent another 30 million energy points in one go, boosting it to level 200. A total of 35980 energy points were spent, which was indeed a bit painful, but it was no big deal, because this energy would come back soon. At level 200, the Fury of the Sea had undergone a tremendous transformation. Fury of the Sea LV 200 consumes 2 mana points to summon a tidal wave with a diameter of 800 meters, dealing 1 of your spell attack power as damage to all enemies within 800 meters in front. Cooldown 600 seconds. After finishing the skill upgrade, Lin Hao did not immediately use the skill. Instead, he continued to cast fireballs, depleting the boss's health. At the same time, the boss retaliated, throwing punch after punch at Lin Hao's head, and in the end it even used the LV-10 Giant Fist Strike. 5000000. 5000000. 250000. This series of damage numbers looked quite frightening. Lin Hao didn't even bother to activate his shield skill. He just tanked it with his body, and the mana cost was even less than 500. Seeing that his attacks were ineffective against Lin Hao, the Thunder Abyss Stone King immediately activated its Rock Split clone, splitting into 99 smaller Stone Kings. Each of them had 30 million health and possessed all the skills of the original. The splitting skill is undoubtedly very troublesome for classes that only excel in single-target attacks. But for Lin Hao, who excels at area attacks, this was like having a meal delivered right to his door. The long-awaited Fury of the Sea was unleashed in an instant. A colossal wave with a diameter of 800 meters formed in an instant and surged down violently. All the monsters in front suffered an incredibly exaggerated amount of damage. 8394000. 8394000. 8394000. With over 80 million damage, it instantly annihilated the 99 split bodies along with the original body. The nearby class changers were left questioning their very existence upon witnessing this. Until now, despite their large numbers, they had been unable to defeat a single disaster BOSS, while Lin Hao had already taken down 3. Please don't do this, that makes us look like useless trash. The 6th-tier class changers never imagined that one day they would feel such an exaggerated gap compared to a level 30 mage. At this moment, Lin Hao looked at his gains. He had killed the level 60 Thunder Abyss Stone King and gained 6 million experience points. By defeating enemies 30 levels above him, he received an additional 18 million experience points. He also killed a level 60 cataclysmic boss and congratulated himself for successfully extracting 10 million energy points. By defeating enemies 30 levels above him, he gained an extra 30 million energy points. He killed the level 60 Thunder Abyss Stone King and triggered absolute luck, earning the Thunder Abyss Armored Gauntlets, Thunder Abyss Battle Armor, Thunder Abyss Boots, and a medium mana fruit. Not bad. Another 40 million energy points in hand. Not only had the energy points for upgrading his Fury of the Sea returned, but he also gained an additional 4.02 million. Lin Hao looked at his total energy points, which now stood at 61.14 million. He accepted the 3 pieces of legendary equipment and then consumed the mana fruit. Lin Hao's maximum mana points surged by 2.0, increasing from 2.80310 to 2.82310. In addition, by continuously defeating 3 cataclysmic BOSSs, he successfully completed the Hell Level Advancement quest. His maximum health increased by 1.0, while his maximum mana points surged by 1 million due to the enhancement from the Forbidden Mage's talent. Moreover, his intelligence, agility, and other attributes all increased by 3.0 points, and he gained 3.0 free attribute points. Lin Hao looked at his attribute panel. Name: Lin Hao. Occupation: Forbidden Mage. Level 30. Health points: 525310. Mana points: 382310. Strength: 4510. Constitution: 4510. Spirit: 4520. Intelligence: 7520. Agility: 5310. Spell attack power: 90340. At this moment, Lin Hao's attributes had significantly increased. With over 700 points in intelligence, it was already quite impressive, but Lin Hao was not satisfied. He allocated all 300 free attribute points to intelligence. His intelligence attribute broke through 100, becoming 10520 points. His spell attack power increased by another 600 points, reaching 96340. Moreover, during this period of defeating monsters, he gained an unbelievable amount of experience points. The terrifying experience points allowed him to leap from level 30 to level 35, instantly jumping a full 5 levels. Who said leveling up is hard? I leveled up 5 times in a single day. Lin Hao didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He really didn't want to level up so quickly. After leveling up 5 times, Lin Hao received another 500 free attribute points. Without any hesitation, he continued to invest in intelligence. His intelligence attribute once again grew, becoming 1100 points, and his spell attack power also increased, reaching 97340. Meanwhile, just before Lin Hao killed the 3rd cataclysmic BOSS, the members of the Demon Slayer Guild were feeling exceptionally proud. Haha, in just 7 days, boss, you have already racked up 4 million points. This time the first place belongs to you. That's right, boss, is impressive. I saw our old rival, the president of the Shield Guild, Wang Yong, and his current points are still less than 3 million. Not only that, but their guild members' points are also far behind us. We occupy 6 of the top 10 spots. President Wan Xiangwu was also extremely pleased to hear this. Although the Demon Slayer Guild and the Shield Guild were not enemies and had a pretty good relationship, they were ultimately competitors in the same city. What could be more gratifying than suppressing a long-time rival? The Shield Guild achieving such results is already quite good, considering they are known for their high defense and health, but low damage. It's a bit of a challenge for them to compete with us in hunting monsters. Wan Xiangwu couldn't help but smile with pride as he casually opened the leaderboard, wanting to see how many points he was ahead of the 2nd place. However, to his shock, upon looking, he was nearly petrified. Who is this Lin Hao? How does he have 3.8 million points? Wan Xiangwu was dumbfounded. A few hours ago, he had checked the leaderboard and had seen the top 100. He was quite certain that Lin Hao's name was not among them. How much time had passed since then, and he had already racked up 3.8 million points. Lin Hao. His subordinates looked puzzled after hearing the name. Is there a master with that name among the well-known experts in Magic Shadow City? Someone speculated, could he be an expert from another city? The Demon Hunting Tournament is a competition open to everyone, as long as one has the strength, anyone can participate. However, generally speaking, transmuted individuals from other cities wouldn't have much leisure time, as each place has its own mess to deal with. Wan Xiangwu's expression turned solemn. Whoever he is, we only have 10 minutes left. We absolutely cannot let him overtake us. Everyone help me hunt monsters. As Wan Xiangwu was about to rally all members, his expression suddenly froze. He was horrified to discover that Lin Hao, who had been in 2nd place, had instantly increased his points by 600, taking the top position. What the hell? How is this possible? Wan Xiangwu was in shock. The 1st place that was almost within reach just flew away. Who exactly is Lin Hao? Such terrifying strength, he can't possibly be anonymous in another city, right? One of his subordinates pondered for a moment and suddenly said, boss, I have a bit of an impression of Lin Hao. My child is a student in this year's National College Entrance Examination, and he scored a commendable 180th place. Wan Xiangwu exclaimed, get to the point. Cough. The point is, Lin Hao is the national champion of this year's college entrance examination, and he received a 9th level evaluation. Oh, so he is the national champion? then it's no big deal. Wait, this is a bigger issue. Wan Xingwu began to question his life completely. No one doubts the strength of a national champion, but the question is how long has it been since the college entrance examination ended? Even if he practiced leveling up tirelessly, Lin Hao could only be at level 30 at most, right? How could he possibly be surpassed by someone who is only a level 30 transmuted individual? Moreover, it seemed he did it in just one day. This is simply inhuman. Meanwhile, the expressions of the three in the monitoring room were filled with shock. Lin Hao truly managed to surpass everyone in such a short time, standing above the strongest guild leader of Dragon Shadow City. It seems I really underestimated this national champion. Yu Zhiliang previously thought that Lin Hao would never be able to solo kill a level 6 cataclysmic boss. Who would have thought he not only achieved it, but also killed 3 of them? The other 2 vice leaders were filled with infinite emotions, as if they were witnessing a new demigod rising rapidly. It is a blessing for the Dragon Nation to have such a prodigy. Just then Lin Hao arrived at the monitoring room. 3 leaders, the demon hunting tournament has ended. Can I select my rewards now? Yu Zhiliang thought for a moment and said, according to the rules that wouldn't be possible, as there is still an award ceremony coming up. However, if you're in a hurry, we can grant it to you early. Upon hearing this, Lin Hao didn't hold back. Thank you, Commander Yu. Yu Zhiliang nodded. Do you want a complete set of level 6 legendary equipment, or would you prefer to choose one from 10 legendary skill books? Lin Hao replied without hesitation. I would like a legendary skill book. If there is a passive skill, that would be even better. Hearing this, the corners of the 3 men's mouths twitched slightly. They wanted passive skills as well. Yu Zhiliang sighed. Passive skills are too precious. Our Dragon Shadow City has no stock. These 10 legendary skill books were hard-earned to acquire. The ways to obtain legendary skill books are extremely limited, with the main route being through conquering cataclysmic dungeons. However, there are not many transmuted individuals that can achieve this, and the strong individuals who can do so generally do not trade their skill books. Not to mention Lin Hao himself, would he sell a legendary skill book if he obtained one? Obviously not. Lin Hao nodded. Although it was a bit disappointing not to get a passive skill book, obtaining an active skill book was still quite good. After all, even without this demon hunting tournament, he would still have to kill the monsters that needed to be killed, and getting a legendary skill book along the way was already quite impressive. These 10 legendary skill books cover all classes: warrior, mage, archer. Among them, only 3 are usable by mages. 2 of them are healing-related skills. Lin Hao immediately dismissed them. What use did he have for healing skills? He hadn't even upgraded his white quality healing spell yet, as it was completely useless. The last skill book was a wind element attack skill. Rending Wind Judgment quality legendary requirement magic class effect consumes 500 mana to deal 500 of the caster's magic attack damage to a single enemy within 50 meters. This damage penetrates shields. Cooldown 600 seconds. Not bad, a skill that can penetrate shields. Lin Hao was quite satisfied with this skill. Although he hadn't encountered monsters with exceptionally thick shields yet, that didn't mean he wouldn't in the future. This skill was definitely necessary. Commander Yu will take this Rending Wind Judgment. Yu Zhiliang nodded and handed the skill book to Lin Hao. Lin Hao accepted it, learned the skill, and bid farewell to the 3. Farewell, 3 commanders. My advancement quest is complete, so it's time for me to return. Farewell. May your future be bright, and may you soon become a pillar of our Dragon Kingdom. After parting ways, Lin Hao crushed the city return stone and teleported back to Kyoto University. Before he could even enter the principal's office, the principal's call came through first. Lin Hao, how's the advancement quest going? Lin Hao chuckled. Principal, I've already completed it. Not yet, comp. Huh, what? You completed it? The principal's tone shifted from calm to astonishment. How long has it been? Less than a day, and you've slain 3 cataclysm bosses. And 6th-tier cataclysm bosses at that. Lin Hao nodded again. Principal, you heard right. I've finished the advancement quest. But what were you about to say just now? Upon hearing the affirmative reply, the principal sharply inhaled a breath of cold air. Lin Hao's strength was simply absurd. Even Mu Tianxian back in the day wasn't as monstrous as Lin Hao is now. I was about to say that even if you hadn't completed the quest, it would be fine, because Mu Tianxian came by earlier. I had him capture 3 weaker bosses for you. But it seems you need them now. I need them. I do, Principal, Lin Hao said urgently. Although his quest was done, killing bosses still yielded energy points. How could he miss 3 6th-tier cataclysm bosses? Alright, I'll keep them for you. The principal nodded. Come to my office as soon as possible. They'll be waiting. After hanging up, Lin Hao felt a wave of emotion. Commander Yu of the Demon Shadow City hadn't been wrong. He didn't need to worry about the quest. Mu Tianxian had indeed captured bosses for him. Arriving at the principal's office, the principal scrutinized Lin Hao, a flicker of shock in his eyes. Good lad, you went to the Demon Shadow Abyss and leveled up 5 times in one go. Lin Hao scratched his head. Is that too little? If I had gone all out on grinding, I probably would have gained more levels. The principal was speechless. Did you hear that? Human words. As far as he could recall, Fong Des Huang had taken 3 whole months to go from level 30 to 35. You went in the morning, returned the same day, and covered the distance Fong Des Huang took 3 months to travel. Although Fong Des Huang was somewhat lazy and didn't grind all the time, Mu Tianxian was a dedicated grinder, and even his leveling speed wasn't this ridiculous. And now you're saying you didn't even go all out. The principal didn't dwell on the topic. Instead, he produced a gemstone radiating a sacred aura. Mu Tianxian already took the Shirong leaf. This is what you asked for. Lin Hao took the gem, a surge of joy washing over his face. As expected of the demigod Mu Tianxian, reliable in every way. He had obtained the item in such a short time, and even captured 3 bosses for him. Lin Hao examined the gem's information. Purity, cleansing, crystal quality. Effect, a single-use consumable. Upon activation, instantly removes all negative statuses, effects, and marks from the user. For the next 3 days, the user is immune to all negative statuses, effects, and marks. Such a brief description, yet its power was terrifying. After putting away the gem, Lin Hao looked at the principal again. Principal, where are the cataclysm bosses? I don't see them. The principal chuckled. Of course you don't see them. I can't exactly place 3 cataclysm bosses in my office, can I? Without further teasing, he produced a white, transparent key. This is a spatial key. Activate it in this office, and it will lead you to an independent space. That space was created by Mu Tianxuan, and inside are the bosses you want. Thank you, principal. Don't thank me. I didn't do anything. This was all Mu Tianxuan's doing. The sooner you grow strong, the sooner you can share his burden. For the future of the Dragon Kingdom, the 3 demigods have sacrificed too much. Lin Hao nodded. Within half a year at most, I should be invincible. Then the ruin of calamity will be nothing but a trifle. Having grown familiar with the principal, Lin Hao spoke more casually. The principal smiled non-committally. Let's hope so. Activating the key, Lin Hao instantly arrived in a peculiar space. Everything was a vast, empty white. No buildings, no plants, only 3 cataclysm bosses roaming about. What struck Lin Hao as odd was that these 3 bosses were somewhat smaller in size, nothing compared to those in the Demon Shadow Abyss. Driven by curiosity, Lin Hao cast a detection spell. Wild Wolf King Cataclysm. Level 60. Health 1 billion. Attack power 250000. Physical defense 200000. Magic resistance 200000. What the hell is this? A 6th-tier cataclysm boss with such low health. The attack and dual resistance are also rather low. Lin Hao felt quite puzzled, then turned to look at the second boss. To his surprise, this one was not an exception. The attributes of the second boss were not much different from the first, equally low on health. As for the third boss, it completely refreshed Lin Hao's understanding of 6th-tier cataclysm bosses. Wild Wind Erosion King. Level 60. Health 50 million. Magic power 250000. Physical defense 20000. Magic resistance 20000. Skills Born Shield Wind Sphere LV10, Storm Breath LV5. Truly hard work for President Mu. I wonder from which corner he caught these 3 low health monsters. The health of this third boss is absurdly low, only 50 million, meaning if it weren't for the cataclysm, its health would only be 5 million. However, this creature's Born Shield is quite impressive, capable of withstanding 1 billion damage. If its attributes were even slightly stronger, it would indeed be quite troublesome. Nevertheless, there aren't that many hypotheticals in this world. Lin Hao turned his gaze towards the legendary skill Split Wind Judgment and was surprised that it could be put to use so quickly. Lin Hao thought for a moment and directly spent 98 million energy points to upgrade it to level 200. Split Wind Judgment LV 200 consumes 1 mana points to deal 1 of 1 spell attack power as damage to a single enemy within 1200 meters. This damage can penetrate shields. Cooldown 600 seconds. These legendary skills are all financial black holes. After upgrading the skill, Lin Hao was left with only 16 million energy points. Fortunately, there were 3 supplies right in front of him. The 3 bosses had not immediately noticed Lin Hao, who seized the opportunity and fired a Split Wind Judgment from hundreds of meters away. The overwhelming energy transformed into a blade of wind carrying a sharp sound of slicing through the air and shot straight towards the Wild Wind Erosion King. Although not as fast as the instant flame strike, it was certainly far superior to a fireball spell. In the next moment, the blade of wind pierced the shield and struck the boss. 9714000. With over 90 million damage, it instantly defeated the Wild Wind Erosion King. This creature didn't even know how it died, having never seen its enemy. Defeated the 60-level Wild Wind Erosion King, gained 3 million experience points. Extra 5 million experience points for defeating a level 60 Cataclysm boss. Defeated the 60-level Wild Wind Erosion King. Congratulations on successfully absorbing 5 million energy points. Extra 12. 5 million energy points for defeating a level 60 Cataclysm boss. Defeated the 60-level Wild Wind Erosion King. Congratulations on triggering absolute luck. You received the Wild Wind Staff, Wild Wind Robe, Wild Wind Boots, and a medium Constitution Fruit. 5 million base energy points. Lin Hao couldn't help but complain. You sit at the same table as the Steward of Cataclysm. No, wait, the Steward of Cataclysm has 1 million more base energy than you. Lin Hao felt slightly disappointed, but in any case this was free energy points. It was only then that the other two bosses noticed the enemy attack and rushed towards Lin Hao in a frenzy. Seeing this scene, Lin Hao couldn't help but laugh. Not my buddy, seeing my terrifying strength you still consider me prey. If I were you, I'd turn around and run as fast as I could. The combined threat of the two bosses was not as great as that of a single boss from the Shadow Abyss. In less than 5 minutes, Lin Hao had slain both bosses. After the battle, he began to sort through his gains. The 3 bosses brought him a total of 31. 5 million experience points, and 52. 5 million energy points. The consumption from just upgrading the Split Wind Judgment was instantly returned, and even more. Lin Hao's energy points once again reached 77. 66 million. In addition, he received 9 pieces of legendary equipment and 3 attribute fruits. This time Lin Hao's luck wasn't too good. Out of the 3 attribute fruits, only one was useful for him, the intelligence fruit. After consuming it, it increased his intelligence attribute by 200 points, and his magic power also increased by 400 points, bringing it to 97740 points. The other 2 fruits were for Constitution and Spirit, which he would have to exchange later. Finally, Lin Hao exited the space and returned to the principal's office. The principal was quite surprised. You defeated those 3 bosses in less than 10 minutes. Lin Hao nodded. Those 3 Cataclysm bosses were the weakest 6th-tier bosses I've ever seen. They are even weaker than some 5th-tier Cataclysm bosses. The principal nodded. I was worried you wouldn't complete the task, so I had Mu Tianxian catch weaker ones for you. Who would have thought your output would be so explosive? Alright, you've completed the advanced task. I don't have any tasks for you at the moment, so when you have nothing to do, just try to grind dungeons. The rewards from dungeons are quite decent. Lin Hao nodded. He certainly wouldn't miss out on dungeons, but right now there were more important matters to handle. He had already obtained the supreme level Dispel item and needed to meet with the Cataclysm King. After leaving the principal's office, Lin Hao activated the return stone and returned to that special space. Upon seeing Lin Hao arrive, Delegorn was quite surprised. Back so soon. Have you obtained what I asked for? Lin Hao nodded without a hint of hesitation and directly took out the pure spirit crystal. Delegorn took the gem, a rare smile appearing on his face. Very good, this is indeed a supreme level Dispel item. Lin Hao, I truly did not misjudge you. You are even more reliable than I expected, able to obtain a supreme level item in such a short time. Elder Gun, let's skip the pleasantries. Where's my reward? Young people are always so impatient. Delegorn chuckled and then handed Lin Hao a fully blood-red gem. Lin Hao eagerly checked its effects. 10,000 Laws Annihilation Pearl. Quality. Effect. This item is a one-time consumable that can be used in any environment, instantly increasing one's spell attack power to 10 times the original for 600 seconds. After reading the introduction, Lin Hao felt slightly disappointed, not because he was dissatisfied with the effect, but because it was not a permanent item. Elder Gun, I want a kind of permanent supreme item, just like the Dragon Battle Medal and the Aurora Crystal, which can be used repeatedly. Delegorn nodded. I want that too. Permanent supreme items are worth at least 100 times more than consumable items. There are fewer than 10 such items in the entire Cataclysm Royal Court. I can't provide that for you. Alright then. Lin Hao sighed. It wasn't a loss. The Leaf of Breath, including that supreme level Dispel item, was also a one-time consumable, so it was a mutual exchange. However, for Lin Hao, the value of the 10,000 Laws Annihilation Pearl was indeed greater. In a critical situation, increasing his magic power by 10 times would allow him to challenge even 8th or 9th tier bosses. Lin Hao took the skill book and looked at its information. Endless Demon Source passive skill quality legendary learning requirement Mage effect. After learning, your maximum mana will permanently increase by 1000 points. After reading the effect, Lin Hao was very pleased. This was the effect he had always dreamed of. After learning the skill, Lin Hao's maximum mana indeed increased by 1000 points, reaching 482310 points. This could only be attributed to the talent effect of the Forbidden Mage, truly divine. Immediately, Lin Hao began his points allocation endeavor. Directly consuming 4900 mana points, Lin Hao upgraded it to level 50. Endless Demon Source, LV 50. Your maximum mana permanently increases by 6000 points. Not bad, every level up seems to add about 1000 points to my maximum mana. With the enhancement of his talent, Lin Hao's maximum mana increased by another 5,000 points. His current maximum mana had reached 9823100 points. Undoubtedly, this was an incredibly terrifying number. Not to mention 5th-tier mages, even 8th-tier or 9th-tier mages might not possess so much mana. The combination of Endless Demon Source with the talent of the Forbidden Mage along with the Shield of Mana Source was practically like having a cheat. Lin Hao's current mana could withstand over 900 million damage, so who else could compare? And this was not the end. The Endless Demon Source was only at level 50 now. Lin Hao continued to expend 250 mana points to upgrade it to level 100. Endless Demon Source LV 100. Your maximum mana permanently increases by 11000 points. With the enhancement of his talent, Lin Hao's maximum mana increased by another 5000 points. At this point, his mana had officially surpassed the 10 million mark, reaching 1482310. This series of numbers almost made Lin Hao burst into laughter. Now he had entered a new realm. 8th-tier warriors were brought to tears upon seeing him, while 9th-tier shield warriors fell silent. Level 100 Endless Demon Source was already sufficient, but after the significant increase in mana, the recovery speed of mana was somewhat lagging behind. However, it was not a big deal as the solution was quite simple. Lin Hao turned his attention to the mana recovery skill. He directly spent 400 mana points to upgrade it to level 200. Mana recovery LV 2000 recovers 200 mana points per second. 200 per second seems a bit low, but it should be enough in most situations. Then Lin Hao looked at his remaining mana. Currently, he still had 4376000 left. That's quite a lot, but I'd better save it for now to avoid being caught in a special situation without any mana. While Lin Hao was upgrading his skills, Dragwin activated the pure, cleansing crystal, removing all his cursed states. What a long-lost power. Dragwin couldn't help but burst into wild laughter. However, in reality, he had not fully recovered his strength. He had merely regained his attribute limits, but his body, severely injured by the artifact, could only slowly recover its values. Nevertheless, compared to the hopelessness before, this gradual return of power made him feel immensely intoxicated. At that moment, Lin Hao cleared his throat and asked Senior Gun, "Can you leave this space now?" Dragwin shook his head. "Although this space restricts me, it actually protects me as well. Once I go out, that brat Xin Ming will surely come after me at all costs. I am no match for him now. Oh, it's better to hide." Dragwin did not feel ashamed about avoiding confrontation, as the king of disasters, knowing when to be flexible was just a basic skill. Hearing this, Lin Hao also breathed a sigh of relief. This king of disasters was a treasure trove, and he had not yet fully made use of him. With that in mind, Lin Hao chuckled. "Senior Gun, is there any place you need my help?" Dragwin nodded. "My power is slowly recovering. It's time to summon my former subordinates. The disaster of falling stars Yuntia is the one most unlikely to betray me. I need you to help me find his whereabouts as soon as possible. It shouldn't be too much of a secret, and it won't be difficult. Once you find out his news, I will give you a random legendary skill book." A random skill? Lin Hao felt somewhat dissatisfied, but if it wasn't too difficult, he could accept it. Seeing Lin Hao agree, Dragwin took out a gem and a black robe. "These two items will also serve as your reward." Unexpectedly, there's a pleasant surprise. Lin Hao took the gem and black robe and began to check their effects. Blood Concealment Gem. Activating it allows you to possess the aura of disaster change. What is the aura of disaster change? I don't want to turn into a monster. It's not what you think. Dragwin shook his head. This aura of disaster change has no special effects. It merely causes those guys from the disaster cult to mistakenly think of you as one of their own. Take a look at the effect of the black robe and you'll understand. Lin Hao listened and looked at the black robe. Blood Concealment Black Robe. Once worn, your information cannot be detected. Putting aside the Blood Concealment Gem for now, this Blood Concealment Black Robe is indeed something special. With these two items combined, Senior Gun, are you planning for me to infiltrate the disaster cult? Dragwin nodded. This is the fastest way to obtain information, isn't it? Of course, if you have other methods, then forget what I said. Lin Hao shook his head. This is indeed the fastest method. I will give it a try. After returning from the special space, Lin Hao arrived at the point exchange station at Kyoto University. The 3 attribute fruits that were previously stored here had all been exchanged for intelligence fruits. Lin Hao then placed the mental and physical attribute fruits he had just received here for others to exchange. After consuming 3 intelligence fruits, Lin Hao's intelligence attribute instantly increased by 600 points, reaching 11820 points. His spell attack power also increased by 1200 points, reaching 98940 points. After completing all of this, Lin Hao arrived at the school's dungeon hall. Previously, Fong Rongguang had told him that there was a 4th-tier dungeon here that no one had challenged. Since there was no need to queue, he thought he might as well go and earn some energy points and rewards. Upon arriving at the dungeon hall, Lin Hao saw an old acquaintance at the front desk again. "Why are you on duty again, Teacher Fong?" Fong Rongwang sighed and briefly explained. While you were away, the school held a small meeting, and from now on we teachers will each take turns on duty for a semester. Oh, I see. Lin Hao nodded and Fong Rongwang inquired. You came here to tackle that 4th-tier dungeon, right? Yes, Teacher Fong, since I'm free, anyway I might as well give it a try. Fong Rongwang felt a headache coming on. How could a dungeon that seemed challenging to others appear to be a casual stroll for Lin Hao? Fong Rongwang thought for a moment and felt it necessary to explain the rules of the dungeon. Lin Hao, let me tell you about the rules of the dungeon in advance. This dungeon only has one rule, but it's quite troublesome. All monsters inside will reduce damage by 10 million when attacked. The reduction effect is different from immunity. If the immunity effect is to negate damage below 10 million, then dealing 11 million damage will still result in 11 million damage dealt. However, the reduction effect is much stronger. Even if you can deal 11 million damage, the monster will still reduce it by 10 million, resulting in only 1 million damage. Lin Hao nodded. This rule is indeed a bit tricky, but that's only for other classes. It doesn't concern me. Even 4th-tier class holders from Kyoto University, using legendary attack skills, would only manage to deal around 10 million damage. Basic attacks and weaker skills may not even break through defenses. No wonder no one goes in. Those who enter the dungeon are either there to complete it or to grind for experience. And grinding for experience here would yield minimal results, which is why no one enters. If you're confident, that's good, but it's best not to be overconfident. If you encounter danger, retreat immediately. After all, there is no time limit in this dungeon. Preserving your life is always the priority. All right, Teacher Fong. Lin Hao nodded. He had nearly become numb to hearing this advice, as almost everyone reminded him of it before he entered a dungeon. However, caring for the safety of students is the responsibility of a teacher, so it's likely that everyone would say something similar. After entering the teleportation array, Lin Hao quickly arrived at this 4th-tier dungeon. This dungeon was neither a plain nor a peach forest, but a ruined site surrounded by crumbling walls and the roars of monsters. After observing the surrounding environment, Lin Hao checked the dungeon rules just to be safe. It was indeed exactly as Teacher Fong had said, with no changes. Then Lin Hao began to stride confidently forward. Caution was not on his mind. With over 14 million mana points, he felt fearless. After advancing straight for a while, Lin Hao soon encountered a group of small monsters. Floating Ghost Cataclysm, level 40 health, 400 magic power, 200 physical defense, 1680 magic resistance, 2000. Having seen monsters with billions of health, Lin Hao couldn't help but chuckle upon seeing the 400 health. I really don't know who gave you the confidence to appear before me. Lin Hao raised his hand and unleashed a thunderstorm. As he activated the skill, the space around him instantly turned purple, and in the next moment, countless bolts of lightning tore through the sky, raining down thousands of lightning columns. The monsters caught in the storm immediately had exaggerated damage numbers appear above their heads. 88920000. 88920000. 88920000. Even with the 10 million damage reduction, Lin Hao still managed to deal over 80 million terrifying damage, instantly obliterating these small monsters. Continuing his advance, Lin Hao reached the first Cataclysm boss in just 2.5 minutes. Floating Ghost King Cataclysm, level 40 health, 630 million magic power, 100 physical defense, 0 magic resistance, 1200. A 4th-tier boss is really weak. This health is just too low. Before the boss got close, Lin Hao raised his hand and unleashed a series of fireballs. 39470000. 39470000. 39470000. This boss had a teleportation skill, and after taking 5 or 6 fireballs, it instantly appeared in front of Lin Hao. A massive energy ball was also hurled towards Lin Hao at the same time. Yet Lin Hao couldn't even be bothered to dodge, not even activating his shield. 120000. Is that all the damage? Lin Hao scoffed in disdain. The 2 million damage only cost him 1200 mana points, a trivial amount compared to casting a fireball spell. A level 5 fireball spell requires 500 mana points each time to cast. After exchanging blows like this for a while, the boss was soon defeated by Lin Hao. Defeated, the level 40 Floating Ghost King gained 2 million experience points. Gained an additional 1 million experience points for defeating a boss 5 levels higher. Defeated the level 40 Cataclysm BOSS. Congratulations, you successfully absorbed 4 million energy points. Gained an additional 2 million energy points for defeating a boss 5 levels higher. Defeated the level 40 Floating Ghost King. Congratulations, you triggered absolute luck. You obtained a floating staff, floating robe, floating ring, and mana fruit medium. Not bad, although 6 million energy points is a bit low. I didn't expend much effort. After consuming the mana fruit, Lin Hao's maximum mana increased by 200 points, reaching 1484310 points. Collecting the legendary equipment, Lin Hao continued deeper into the dungeon. The tremendous attribute advantage made him a dominating force within this dungeon. Even the 4th-tier Cataclysm boss appeared pitifully weak before him. In less than 5 minutes, Lin Hao defeated the last 2 bosses. What was an extremely difficult dungeon for other 4th-tier class holders was effortlessly conquered by Lin Hao. He also received another 6 million experience points and 12 million energy points. At this moment, Lin Hao's energy points had already reached 76 million. The 2 attribute fruits he received both increased his health attribute. After consuming them, Lin Hao's maximum health increased by 400 points, reaching 5257100 points. 400 points of health was really a bit too little for Lin Hao now. He even wondered if he should hoard any future health fruits to exchange instead. After conquering the dungeon, it began to slowly dissipate. Lin Hao received another reward from the dungeon. Ding! Congratulations on successfully clearing the dungeon. You have obtained Featherfall Boots, the skill book, Evernight Silence, and 5 life fruits. Lin Hao first examined the effects of the Featherfall Boots. Featherfall Boots. Quality legendary. Equipment requirement agility attribute reaching 3,000 points. Class restriction Mage. Movement speed increased by 35. Effects immunity to slow effects, immunity to ground-based poison effects, and upon receiving an attack, an additional 15 movement speed boost. Not bad. Another piece of equipment without level requirements. The absolute luck passive was nothing short of divine, granting him one levelless item after another. Replacing his level 10 boots, Lin Hao equipped the Featherfall Boots, and his movement speed surged dramatically. Next, he turned his attention to the legendary skill book, Evernight Silence. The name alone sounded incredibly formidable. Lin Hao initially thought it would be an offensive skill, but to his surprise it turned out to be a support ability. However, its effects were quite remarkable. Evernight Silence. Quality legendary. Learning condition Mage-type class. Effect consumes 500 mana points to lock onto a target within 50 meters, applying the silence effect for 3 seconds, rendering all of their passive effects completely inactive. Cooldown 600 seconds. This skill is incredibly powerful. Against enemies with life-saving passives, applying the silence effect first would allow him to eliminate them instantly. For instance, the Ruined Church. Those shape-shifting individuals likely relied on such transformation as a life-saving passive. Moreover, this skill even posed a certain threat to Lin Hao himself. Because his Mana Source Shield was also a passive effect. Once nullified, it could no longer block damage. More importantly, the silent state was not a control effect, but a negative status, which absolute freedom could not dispel. I actually obtained a skill that can counter myself ahead of time. Lin Hao's emotions were mixed. It seems I need to quickly find a skill that can remove all negative effects, otherwise I won't be able to sleep soundly. As for the 5 life fruits, Lin Hao did not consume them, but stored them away. Soon the dungeon completely dissipated and Lin Hao exited it. Watching Lin Hao's returning figure, Fong Rongwang was filled with awe. Good lad, your strength has improved significantly. A 4th-tier ruined dungeon, and you cleared it in less than 10 minutes. Just how terrifying is your damage output? Lin Hao replied calmly, my damage isn't that high. Under normal conditions, a single fireball deals around 40 to 50 million damage. 40 to 50 million. Fong Rongwang was so stunned his jaw nearly dropped. You must be joking, right? Believe it or not. Lin Hao shrugged, then asked, Teacher Fong, do you know where the members of the Ruined Church usually gather? Why do you ask? Nothing, just curious. Fong Rongwang frowned slightly, knowing it was Lin Hao's excuse, but he didn't press further. After pondering carefully, he said, those rats from the Ruined Church usually hide in places we rarely visit. For example, uninhabited wilderness or special dungeons. But most of the time it's the former. However, the wild is vast, so I'm not sure exactly where. You could ask the Warzone personnel, they might have intelligence. Lin Hao nodded. It seemed necessary to visit the Warzone. Fortunately, he had connections there. Crushing the teleportation stone, Lin Hao arrived at the outskirts of the 10th Warzone. Everyone, including the Warzone's own members, could not directly teleport inside without undergoing a thorough identity check. With a pass, entry was easy, but without one it would be quite troublesome. Although Lin Hao lacked a so-called pass, he was not worried at all, as he possessed something even more effective than the highest level pass. Approaching the 2 Warzone guards before they could speak, Lin Hao produced the War Dragon medal. The moment they saw it, their expressions were beyond astonished. After several seconds, they snapped out of their shock, and without asking a single question, allowed Lin Hao to enter. After all, the Supreme War Dragon medal, a top-tier artifact carried by District Chief Wang himself, had been given to Lin Hao. What need was there for a pass? Once inside the Warzone, Lin Hao intended to seek out Lian for information, but unexpectedly encountered the demigod Wang Jinhua. Lin Hao initially didn't want to bother him over such a trivial matter, but Wang Jinhua spotted him and walked straight over. Lin, how did you come to the Warzone? Because you're facing some trouble. Lin Hao nodded. Since Wang Jinyue was so enthusiastic, he decided not to stand on ceremony. District Chief Wang I'd like to know where the ruined church's gathering points are. Although Lin Hao could directly ask about the location of the Skyfall calamity, doing so would raise the question of how he knew that term. This would inevitably require revealing the existence of the ruined king. And Lin Hao was uncertain about the attitude of humanity's strongest demigod toward the former king of the ruin, so he saw no need to invite unnecessary complications. You want to know the ruined church's gathering point? Wang Jinyue was curious, but asked no further questions, directly producing a white crystal. This memory crystal contains the location of one of their gathering points. Activate it, and you'll know the exact coordinates. Lin Hao took the crystal and asked with curiosity, District Chief Wang, since we know so clearly where the ruined church is, why don't we just wipe them out? Simple. Because those are just small fry, no big fish there. Wang Jinyue chuckled, then asked, is there anything else? If not, I'll attend to other matters. Lin Hao shook his head, expressed his thanks, and watched the demigod depart. Then Lin Hao activated the memory crystal. In an instant, he saw the exact location of the gathering point. It was much farther than he had imagined. Actually, in the demonic spirit wilderness of the Third War Zone. Traveling on foot would take at least half a month, but that wasn't a problem as Lin Hao possessed the prismatic crystal. No matter how distant the place, it was just a thought away. However, Lin Hao did not immediately activate the Aurora crystal. Instead, he quickly left the battle zone. After confirming that no one was around, he first activated the blood concealment gem, then donned the blood concealment black cloak. He could not let anyone from the battle zone see this outfit, otherwise it would be quite troublesome to explain. The reason for putting it on in advance was that Lin Hao was worried that after activating the Aurora crystal, he would fly directly under the eyes of the Cataclysm Church. At that point, it would be too late to put it on. After preparing everything in advance, Lin Hao finally activated the Aurora crystal, traversed space, and flew over. In an instant, Lin Hao found himself in a desolate wilderness. There were plenty of monsters around, but not a single human figure. Lin Hao felt an overwhelming curiosity. Wait, where have I ended up? Isn't the location I pinpointed the gathering place of the Cataclysm Church? Could it be that this gathering place also has some sort of similar device as the battle zone, isolating the space and preventing people from crossing over? Lin Hao was somewhat surprised. It seemed this gathering place had a bit of depth. It appeared that he needed to be cautious in his upcoming actions. Lin Hao began to hasten towards the gathering place. Soon he discovered something strange. He had encountered quite a few monsters along the way, and those monsters had also noticed him, but none exhibited any aggression. Under normal circumstances, they would have pounced long ago. Could it be? This is the effect of the blood concealment gem. It has cloaked me in the aura of the cataclysm, causing the monsters to mistake me for one of their own. Lin Hao had a sudden revelation. He thought for a moment, casually conjured a fireball, and smashed it into one of the monsters. The monster instantly perished, and its companions looked on in shock before charging at Lin Hao. Just as I suspected. Lin Hao confirmed his suspicion. After activating the blood concealment gem, the monsters indeed would not take the initiative to attack him, but if he showed hostility, they would retaliate. Lin Hao casually conjured several fireballs, sending those who sought death straight to the afterlife. Just as he intended to move forward, a loud shout came from behind. Stop. Lin Hao frowned slightly and turned to look behind him. There were two level 40 Cataclysm Church followers. Are you talking about me? Lin Hao spoke indifferently. Who else could it be? The follower on the left said coldly, Kid, why did you kill the monsters? Lin Hao was taken aback by this. Can't the Cataclysm Church followers kill monsters? Why is that? Lin Hao naturally could not ask, or else his identity would be exposed. He coldly smiled, I do what I wanted, you have a say in it. Upon hearing this, the two were instantly enraged. Damn, kid, I was being nice to you. These monsters not only help us conceal the gathering place, but when that group from the battle zone comes, they also buy us time. Killing monsters doesn't give us experience points. Oh, why are you doing it? Lin Hao pondered upon hearing this. The Cataclysm Church followers don't gain experience from killing monsters. How then do they level up? To gain 10 times the health remaining stuck at one level, isn't that a huge loss? Lin Hao found it hard to understand. He felt there must be some reasoning behind it, but now was not the time to delve into it. Lin Hao did not feel like wasting words with these people. He unleashed a flame strike, hitting the follower on the left. 1484-10000. Over 200 million damage instantly cleared the man's health bar, knocking him out of the Cataclysm state. The other Cataclysm follower, seeing such terrifying damage, was immediately terrified and pleaded, spare me, senior. We shouldn't have offended you. As he spoke, the man took out hundreds of blood-red gems. This is all my wealth, please accept it, senior. Lin Hao accepted the gems and looked at the description. Cataclysmic crystal, after use, one can gain a large amount of Cataclysm experience points. Cataclysm experience points. Could this be what these Cataclysm beings use to level up? They can't gain experience through killing monsters, only through cataclysmic crystals. It seemed this cataclysm had a bit of interest after all. Initially, he intended to simply kill these two, but now he thought it would be better to have them as guides. Just then, the follower who was not in the cataclysm state took out a bottle of white potion and poured it over his companion, bringing him out of the cataclysm state. Lin Hao observed without showing his curiosity. The two followers nervously introduced themselves. Esteemed Senior, I am Wang Mingxin. I was rude earlier, thank you for sparing my life. Senior, I am Cui Xing. You seem a bit unfamiliar, you must be a newcomer to our third church. Lin Hao nodded and curiously asked, you guessed correctly, I just joined the Cataclysm Church not long ago. How did you figure that out? It's quite simple, Cui Xing laughed heartily. When we first joined the church we also killed monsters, but after realizing we really didn't gain experience we stopped killing them. So that's how it is, Lin Hao nodded. Wang Mingxin quickly added, since you just joined the church, let us help you familiarize yourself with it. There are quite a few unwritten rules in our church. I fell victim to them when I first came here. That sounds good. Lin Hao nodded, then I'll trouble you to lead the way. No, it's our duty. You're being too polite, Senior. Even after learning that Lin Hao had just joined the church, the two remained extremely respectful. This was the benefit of showing strength. Soon the three of them arrived at the depths of the wilderness where the Cataclysm Church was located. Lin Hao initially thought there would be checks for identification, but to his surprise there were none at all. But upon reflection, with his entire body shrouded in blood-red cataclysm, mist wasn't that proof of identity. Upon successfully entering the interior of the disaster church, Lin Hao carefully observed his surroundings. The previous fellow mentioned that this was the third church, and it seemed the disaster church had many branches, much like the Job Transition Association in Long Country. Lin Hao directly asked, hey, can I ask you a question? How large is our disaster church? Wang Mingxin smiled broadly and replied, Senior, our disaster church is similar to the battle zones in Long Country. There are a total of 13 battle zones in Long Country, and we have 13 churches with each battle zone having one church. However, we have only one leader while the other 12 are high priests. They can exercise the rights of the leader during branch activities. Lin Hao nodded and took a deep breath. The foundation of the disaster church was even greater than he had imagined. No wonder the battle zones had been unable to completely eradicate them for so long. Do you know who the strongest person in our subdivision is? On the other side, Cui Xing eagerly answered, Senior, our gathering place isn't very large. The strongest is just an 8th-tier elder. However, in this gathering place, he can exert even greater strength, rivaling that of 9th-tier experts. Why is that? Lin Hao asked curiously. Cui Xing, somewhat proud, replied, because our gathering place has a treasure bestowed by the 8 calamities. I don't know exactly what it is, but it's definitely powerful. The three chatted as they walked, and soon arrived at a bounty notice. Lin Hao was very interested, and stopped to observe it carefully. To his surprise, he saw Sun Zifei's name along with the leaders and vice-leaders of other battle zones, but he did not see the figures of the demigod Wang Jinyue and demigod Mu Tianxian. With 2 locals nearby, Lin Hao directly asked, why isn't there a name of a demigod from Long Country on this notice? Cui Xing laughed bitterly, and said, Senior, are you joking? Who would dare to post a bounty on a demigod from Long Country? Our third church's high priest once unfortunately encountered demigod Mu Tianxuan, and if he hadn't run fast enough, the position of high priest would have been vacant by now. Wang Mingxin nodded in agreement, saying, yes, those 2 demigods from Long Country are simply too terrifying. Not to mention the high priest. Even our leader, when faced with Wang Jinyue, was nearly beaten to death. Lin Hao was momentarily stunned upon hearing this. It seemed that the disaster church wasn't that strong after all. No wonder Mu Tianxian always referred to them as rats in the sewer. Apart from their large numbers, they really lacked any high-end combat power. Even the leader was beaten by Wang Jinyue. Lin Hao didn't know whether to say the leader was too weak or Wang Jinyue was too strong. By the way, why haven't I seen my most hated guy Lin Hao's name? Why is there no bounty on him? Lin Hao started to say, but quickly changed his tone. Senior, you're talking about Lin Hao. His name is naturally on here. Wang Mingxin said as he walked over to another bounty notice. Senior, look here, he ranks first. Wang Mingxin continued. I've heard this kid is quite fierce. He killed several deacons from the 10th church while being overleveled. At that time, he seemed to be only at level 20 or 30. Cui Xing also nodded. What you mentioned is old news. The latest update on Lin Hao is that he has killed 5 deacons while overleveled in a dungeon. All the high-ranking members of our church unanimously believe this guy poses a significant danger. If he continues to grow, he will surely become the next demigod Mu Tianxian. Lin Hao also arrived at the bounty notice, and sure enough, his name was ranked first, complete with a handsome photo. Bounty for Lin Hao, a student from the 10th Battle Zone, Kyoto University, 100 magic crystals. If he successfully joins the disaster church, the reward is 100 magic crystals. Lin Hao continued to look down and saw Feng Deshuang in the 10th position. Bounty for Feng Deshuang, a student from the 5th Battle Zone, Kyoto University, 100 magic crystals. If he successfully joins the Disaster Church, the reward is 1000 magic crystals. Lin Hao nodded in satisfaction after reading. The people of the Disaster Church aren't foolish. My bounty is 10 times that of Feng Des Wang. Although this isn't something to be thrilled about, Lin Hao felt inexplicably pleased. Cui Xing curiously asked, Senior, you just mentioned you are enemies with Lin Hao. Have you two ever fought? Of course. Lin Hao nodded. Lin Hao indeed possesses the potential of a demigod. He is the strongest opponent of the same tier I have ever encountered, and the only one who can fight me to a standstill among peers. What a... Cui Xing was greatly shocked. Senior, you're only at the 3rd tier right now. Although the probing effect couldn't determine specific human information, it was still possible to see the level and profession. However, Lin Hao was left utterly confused, unable to deduce anything. Knowing that this mysterious expert before him was only at the 3rd tier nearly dropped their jaws in disbelief. However, this senior indeed had that kind of strength. A single skill causing damage in the hundreds of millions. Wasn't that stronger than Lin Hao? Wang Mingxin immediately flattered, Senior, your prowess is unmatched. I believe the next time you encounter that Lin Hao, you'll definitely make him cry like a baby. Lin Hao shot him a glance, thinking, so you think you're mocking me? It's just a pity, Senior, you may not have that opportunity anymore. Wang Mingxin sighed. Lin Hao, upon hearing this, looked on with curiosity. Why do you say that? Wang Mingxin explained, because the 10th Church has repeatedly failed to deal with Lin Hao. I've heard that the elders over there are going to take matters into their own hands. That one is an 8th tier powerhouse. Crushing Lin Hao would be as easy as squashing an ant. Cui Xing also nodded, saying, yes, no matter how strong Lin Hao is, he is still only at the 3rd tier, and the gap between him and the 8th tier experts is like a chasm, completely incomparable. Lin Hao's expression became somewhat serious upon hearing this. An 8th tier elder was actually coming to deal with him, a mere 3rd tier newbie. Wasn't that a bit shameless? However, Lin Hao felt no fear whatsoever. He had the supreme level Wanfei Yinshin Pearl in his possession. If they were to clash, the outcome was still uncertain. That said, gathering information about the enemy was naturally always beneficial. Lin Hao directly asked, do you know the name of the elder who is going to deal with Lin Hao? Both of them shook their heads. They were merely disciples and could only know so much information. Cui Xing thought for a moment and said, Senior, if you're interested in that information, you can go to the everything shop and purchase it. As long as you have enough magic crystals, that greedy fellow will sell any information. Lin Hao immediately became interested upon hearing this. Anything could be sold. It seemed there was also a lead on the whereabouts of the celestial cataclysm. Soon the three arrived at the everything shop. Although it was called that, it was actually just a shabby stall with an elderly man with graying hair squatting in front, missing several teeth. Seeing customers arrive, the old man smiled broadly and said, Hee, 3 guests, what do you want to buy? I guarantee with my 10 years of credibility that the information I sell will be absolutely accurate. Lin Hao had no interest in the old man's matters. No matter what talent he possessed, it had nothing to do with him. He only wanted accurate information. Lin Hao went straight to the point and asked old man, do you know the name of the elder from the disaster ruins who is going to take action against Lin Hao, and what skills does he possess? Hearing Lin Hao's impolite address, the old man didn't seem to take it seriously at all. How many people from the disaster ruins had any manners? If Lin Hao were polite to him, he would find it suspicious. The old man didn't ask why Lin Hao was inquiring about the elder of the disaster ruins. He simply raised a finger. What do you mean? 10 magic crystals? Cui Xing asked first. The old man shook his head. Damn, old man, are you out of your mind? You're asking for 100 magic crystals for just one piece of information. Wang Mingxin couldn't help but curse. But the old man still shook his head, and now even Lin Hao was starting to feel restless. You can't be saying you want 1,000 magic crystals, can you? Though Lin Hao was not yet clear about the purchasing power of magic crystals, Cui Xing had just given up all his wealth to save his life, and it was only around 100 magic crystals. The old man finally nodded. Little one, 1,000 magic crystals are not expensive. You're looking for information about the elder of the disaster ruins, and if I do this, it will offend him. If it were someone else, no amount of money would get you that information. Lin Hao furrowed his brows slightly. This statement did seem reasonable. He then looked at Wang Mingxin beside him. Cui Xing had already given up all his possessions to save his life, but this brat was dishonest and hadn't given him a single cent. Wang Mingxin sighed and had no choice but to pull out all his savings. His savings were not much, either only around 120 magic crystals. This showed just how difficult it was to obtain magic crystals. The old man was clearly asking for an exorbitant price. Senior, let's go. This old man is just asking for too much. Wang Mingxin nodded in agreement. This damned old man, I think he must have been a starving ghost in his past life. Wang Mingxin, unable to confront Lin Hao, vented all his anger on the old man, wishing he could spray insults at him every second. The old man, however, was unfazed, chuckling, it's fine. If you don't have money now, I will always be here, and you are welcome to come back anytime. After leaving the information house, Wang Mingxin continued to curse under his breath. Lin Hao frowned. Do you guys know how to quickly obtain magic crystals? Oh, Senior, are you really planning to buy information? Lin Hao glanced at him coldly. Are you trying to teach me how to do my job? Wang Mingxin quickly shut his mouth, while Cui Xing smiled broadly and said, Senior, I know a place where you can obtain a large amount of magic crystals. In our gathering place, there is a merchant who is buying a large number of nightmare bones, which can be obtained with a small probability after killing nightmare monsters. One nightmare bone can be exchanged for 10 magic crystals, though the probability is a bit low. We might have to put in some effort. Low probability. Lin Hao smiled. Lead the way, or I want to see just how low that probability is. With absolute luck in hand, how could you talk to me about probability? Soon the three of them left the gathering place and walked towards the nearby nightmare cave. On the way, Lin Hao suddenly asked, have you two ever killed anyone before? Cui Xing was unsure why Lin Hao asked this and appeared somewhat cautious. Wang Mingxin, however, boasted, of course, Senior. I killed quite a few people before joining our disaster ruins. Killing and looting is much better than grinding monsters for equipment. He then looked at Cui Xing beside him. Senior, don't be fooled by his honest appearance. He has killed many more people than I have. Rest assured, Senior, we are ruthless in our work. Following us, you will never be embarrassed. Is that so? That's good. Lin Hao smiled lightly. He did not consider himself a particularly bloodthirsty person. While he had killed quite a few, those were all people who brought it upon themselves. These two had at least taken him part of the way. He originally intended to let them live, but now it seemed that he would have to eliminate them to prevent them from harming more people. After walking for a while longer, the three arrived at the nightmare cave. The cave was very dark, and Lin Hao felt regretful that he had not learned the illumination spell. Fortunately, Cui Xing had some usefulness. He actually knew a purple illumination spell. Although it was not high in level and had limited range, it was enough to see clearly. Continuing to feel their way forward for a while, the three quickly encountered a group of floating monsters dressed in black armor. Nightmare Warrior Spirit, level 50 health, 390 attack, 200 physical defense, 200 magic resistance, 200. With merely 390 health, Lin Hao couldn't help but laugh. The two beside him, however, were on high alert, stepping back simultaneously to protect Lin Hao. Lin Hao couldn't be bothered with their little actions and directly unleashed Storm Howl, summoning a tornado that surged forward. He hadn't upgraded this skill in a long time. However, using it against this group of small monsters was still very effective. Where the tornado passed, exaggerated damage numbers appeared over the heads of all the small monsters. 9892000, 9889000, 9888000. All the small monsters without exception were instantly killed. On the ground, a pile of equipment dropped along with the Loderprate nightmare bones. Cui Xing and Wang Mingxin were both stunned at this scene. They would take a long time to spawn a single nightmare warrior spirit, but this powerful senior could wipe out a whole group with just one move. The extremely Loderprate nightmare bones had dropped more than 10 pieces. Damn, I can't be dreaming, can I? Wang Mingxin said in admiration. Senior, you are simply the embodiment of the martial star and that lucky star. So many nightmare bones can be exchanged for about 100 magic crystals. Wang Mingxin was very excited, while Lin Hao felt nothing. The two of them sensibly helped Lin Hao collect all the dropped items, then handed them over to him as the three continued forward. With Lin Hao leading the way, the path ahead was smooth. The tornadoes he unleashed immediately cleared the way. The two behind were so busy picking up items and equipment that they were almost numb to it. Just then the three reached the deepest part of the cave. There lay a gigantic boss that was sound asleep. Lin Hao looked at its specific information. Nightmare Warrior King, level 50 health, 100 attack, 200 physical defense, 190 magic resistance, 18200. A boss without a disaster form is just pathetic with only 100 million health. Lin Hao didn't think much of this boss at all, but the two behind him were trembling slightly. At that moment, Lin Hao took the initiative to attack. A blast of instant flame strike landed directly on the boss's head. 148230000. 148230000. Over 200 million damage instantly turned the boss to dust. However, it died without a hint of pain as it was still asleep. Only this sleep would turn into an eternal slumber. You have killed the level 50 Nightmare Warrior King. You gain 100 experience points. For killing above level 15, you gain an extra 150 experience points. You have killed the level 50 boss. Congratulations, you successfully absorbed 200 energy points. For killing above level 15, you gain an extra 300 energy points. You have killed the Nightmare Warrior King. You triggered the passive Absolute Luck. Congratulations, you have received the Warrior Greatsword, Warrior Armor, Warrior Ring, and Life Fruit Medium. Still, disaster bosses are more rewarding. Grinding this ordinary boss for experience points or energy points is quite lacking. Seeing Lin Hao effortlessly defeat the boss with a single move, Cui Xing and Wang Mingxin couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. It was simply too ferocious. The 5th-tier boss was dispatched so casually. At that moment, Lin Hao began to gather his spoils. As Cui Xing looked at Lin Hao's back, a fierce expression suddenly flashed across his face. He gave Wang Mingxin a look, and without waiting for the other to understand, charged straight at Lin Hao. The staff emitted a faint blue glow as it struck heavily towards Lin Hao's back. But at that moment, it seemed as if Lin Hao's back had eyes. A shield with a staggering value of 49470 points instantly rose up. 150000. Such a low damage inflicted on Lin Hao's shield failed to even produce a single crack. Looking at the continuous shield values of Lin Hao, Cui Xing's face was filled with despair. Lin Hao, on the other hand, turned around and calmly applauded him. I didn't expect you to be a melee mage after all. You are quite clever and decisive, but unfortunately your strength is still a bit lacking. Wang Mingxin, confused, interjected, Cui Xing, are you out of your mind? Why are you attacking a senior? Idiot. Cui Xing couldn't help but scold. It's not the formidable opponent I'm afraid of, but a teammate as foolish as a pig. The senior you mentioned is Lin Hao. Huh? What? Wang Mingxin was horrified. If this senior was indeed Lin Hao, then he had just exposed both his and Cui Xing's secrets. Lin Hao responded with action. Without any mercy, he unleashed the level 300 skill 10,000 Thunder Catastrophe. As the skill was released, the depths of the cave were instantly bathed in purple. Before the two could react, thousands of lightning bolts descended from the sky. 9893000. 9892800. The damage exceeding 90 million completely drained both of their health bars. After the two entered a state of disaster, Lin Hao showed no mercy. He raised his hand, summoning an 800-meter towering wave. The wave surged downwards, dealing over 90 million damage, once more utterly obliterating the two. Killed a 40-level disaster cultist, gaining 1.5 million experience points. An additional 75000 experience points for killing above level 5. Killed a 40-level disaster cultist. Congratulations on successfully absorbing 3 million energy points. An additional 1.5 million energy points for killing above level 5. In total, the two contributed 4.5 million experience points and 9 million energy points to him. Lin Hao's energy points had now reached 7576000. In addition, he also obtained 6 legendary equipment pieces, as well as a mana fruit and a physique fruit. After consuming the mana fruit, Lin Hao's maximum mana increased by 200 points, reaching 1486310. As for the physique fruit and the life fruit dropped by the BOSS, Lin Hao stored them away again. After completing all this, he checked the quantity of nightmare bones. Having killed so many monsters, he had obtained a total of 523 bones. Converted to disaster crystals, it should yield 5230 crystals, far exceeding his previous expectations. Staying here was pointless, so Lin Hao directly returned to the gathering place. He had started with 3 people, but now he was the only one left. Indeed, the lone wolf was his best stance. Lin Hao first went to the materials merchant and exchanged all the nightmare bones he had obtained for disaster crystals. He now had a total of 5460 crystals. Then Lin Hao returned to the information merchant. Seeing Lin Hao arrive again, the old man immediately smiled and said, "Did you gather enough crystals so quickly? Where are your 2 companions? It's none of your business, so stop asking so many questions." Lin Hao replied coldly, taking out 100 crystals and casually handing them to the old man. "Now it's time for you to give me the information." The old man took all the crystals and his smile widened as he hurriedly said, "Of course, of course." The old man continued, closing his eyes. After about 2.5 minutes, he slowly said, "The elder from the 10th church who is to kill Lin Hao is called Zhu Jianan. However, he won't act immediately because there is a formidable figure behind Lin Hao. He only dares to act within the dungeon. So he needs to apply for a supreme grade item that can ignore dungeon rules, which should take some time. As for his skills, there are quite a few, like Fireball, Water Ball, Lightning Ball. There are so many basic skills that I can't even count them all." Lin Hao responded directly. "Then don't waste time on that, or just tell me about his legendary skills or any other special skills he possesses." "All right." The old man nodded and after a moment's thought said, "He has a total of 14 legendary skills. Among them 6 are level 10 attack skills. One of these skills can cause true damage, which requires special attention. The other 3 are shield skills with no particular distinctions, while 1 is a sealing passive skill. The remaining 2 are control and immunity skills, and the last 2 are mobility skills. So there really is a sealing passive skill." Lin Hao felt a bit melancholic. It seemed he needed to acquire a skill to remove negative statuses as soon as possible. A skill that deals true damage can penetrate his shield. If the Law Source shield is sealed, he would truly be unable to fight. It can only be said that the 8th tier elder is indeed not comparable to those servants from before, and the threat is quite significant. However, this old man before him certainly had some knowledge, as he knew so much about that elder. At that moment, the old man suddenly said, "Young man, you asked this question so suddenly, and clearly could you possibly be Lin Hao?" Lin Hao, however, showed no signs of panic upon hearing this, and simply smiled. "What do you think?" I can't guess. Your information has been obscured by someone stronger than me, making it impossible to foresee. But I have no interest in your matters, including those of the battle zone and the disaster church. I just want to quietly make money." The old man clearly sensed something, but seemed unwilling to get involved. Lin Hao couldn't be bothered with him. As long as he didn't interfere, he was fine with anything. "I have one more thing to ask you. Do you know the whereabouts of the celestial cataclysm's fallen iron? You want to know where the 8 disasters are?" The old man appeared somewhat startled, but didn't press further. Instead, he extended 5 fingers. Lin Hao's expression turned cold as he said, "You'd better be talking about 5,000 magic crystals, not 50,000. The old man chuckled. "Naturally, I'm not a swindler. You only want to know where the celestial cataclysm is. You don't need detailed information. 5,000 magic crystals will suffice." "That's more like it," Lin Hao nodded. The 8 disasters could be said to exist at the pinnacle of the disaster world. Even that guy who called himself the King of the Night came from the 8 disasters. To be able to find such a top-tier existence with just 5,000 magic crystals is quite a bargain. However, he currently didn't have enough magic crystals. He had previously spent 1,000 magic crystals and was left with only 4,230, still short by over 700. Lin Hao thought for a moment and took out a life fruit. "Take a look at this. Can it be exchanged for magic crystals?" "Life fruit? No problem." The old man licked his lips. "Attribute fruits are valuable things. Your medium-sized fruit can easily be exchanged for 1,000 magic crystals, no problem at all." 1,000 magic crystals? Lin Hao looked somewhat surprised. This was more valuable than he had imagined. Seeing Lin Hao suddenly question him, the old man thought Lin Hao was dissatisfied with the price. He helplessly spread his hands. "Young man, the price I'm offering is already very fair. No matter where you go to exchange, it's this price. If you have enough time, you can ask a few more places. Maybe someone will offer you a few more magic crystals." Lin Hao didn't respond and took out 5 more life fruits and 1 constitution fruit. "No need for so much talk. Help me exchange all these fruits for magic crystals." "All right." The old man took all 7 fruits and then handed Lin Hao 2,000 magic crystals. Lin Hao didn't mind, and after receiving the magic crystals, he looked at the old man. The old man didn't keep him guessing and said directly, "The celestial cataclysm should currently be in the Shadow Realm dungeon. Once you enter the dungeon, you should be able to see it deep inside. The Shadow Realm dungeon is in the 4th battle zone's Shadow Wilderness. It shouldn't be hard to find." Lin Hao nodded, his expression somewhat joyful, as he hadn't expected to learn the whereabouts of the celestial cataclysm so quickly and could go back to obtain the legendary skill book. However, since he had come all this way, he might as well take a look around before heading back. Soon Lin Hao began to leisurely stroll through the gathering place. To Lin Hao's surprise, he actually saw a stall selling legendary skill books. It was a skill book usable by swordsmen, priced so low it was somewhat shocking at only 20,000 magic crystals. For Lin Hao, that was equivalent to 20 attribute spirit fruits that he couldn't use. Or rather, it wasn't that the price was cheap, but the value of the spirit fruits was also quite high. Magic crystals are truly a valuable thing. They are worth much more than the paper money of various countries. If you try to use paper money to buy a legendary skill book, others would just think you are dreaming. After all, paper money itself is worthless. It is a currency backed by the national credit system and is influenced by various factors. When most people do not recognize its value, it is just a pile of worthless paper. For example, the currency issued by some weak countries is not recognized at all. Who knows if they will be destroyed by monsters the next day? Magic crystals, on the other hand, are different. Regardless of whether you acknowledge their value, they are a resource that can help you level up. Thus, their existence will never depreciate, and they do not require any organization to back them up. Lin Hao felt that the value between the two was somewhat akin to the spirit stones in the immortal cultivation world and gold and silver in the mundane world. However, disaster magic crystals cannot be used by ordinary people to gain experience. They can only be used for trading. While Lin Hao was contemplating this, the legendary skill book had already been bought by someone else. Lin Hao wasn't surprised by this and continued to browse through other stalls. To his astonishment, there were indeed quite a number of good items in this gathering place. He even saw all sorts of legendary grade items. One life-saving item was priced at a staggering 500,000 magic crystals, even more expensive than the legendary skill book. Indeed, no matter where you are, life is the most important. After browsing around, Lin Hao found his pockets empty and could only choose to look without buying. It seems that I really need to find a way to get some magic crystals in the future, otherwise I won't be able to buy good things even if I want to. After leaving the gathering place, Lin Hao crushed the city return stone and returned to the special space. Seeing Lin Hao return so quickly, Delagoon seemed to have gotten used to it and showed no surprise this time. You found out the whereabouts of the Celestial Cataclysm. Lin Hao nodded. The Celestial Cataclysm is currently in the Shadow Wilderness Shadow Realm Dungeon. Shadow Realm Dungeon. Delagoon was somewhat surprised. It's actually not in the disaster world. Is there a problem? Lin Hao asked curiously. There isn't a problem, but it means you'll need to make another trip. My means of contact must be specific to the other party's location and can only contact people in the disaster world. The existence of a dungeon is a junction of two worlds, so that's no good either. You want me to go? Lin Hao shook his head and firmly refused. I'm not going. Don't worry, it won't be without compensation. Delagoon smiled. This task has no difficulty either. It'll give you a random legendary skill book afterwards. Lin Hao continued to refuse. Forget it, I won't risk my life to bet on whether he has betrayed you or not. What if he did betray you? What would I go there for? To deliver food. What level of strength must the 8 disasters monsters possess? Perhaps even Mu Tianxian would have a hard time dealing with them. Delagoon was taken aback by this, then resolutely denied. Impossible, absolutely impossible. He could never betray me. Lin Hao spread his hands. Say what you want to, I don't want to pay for your naivety. You think a random legendary skill book is enough to make me take the risk? Dream on. Seeing that Lin Hao was unwilling to go no matter what, Delagoon sighed. This is a supreme level fate reversal stone. Carrying it will activate its effects. Delagoon explained its function. This item transcends the rules of the dungeon. Even if items cannot be used within the dungeon, it will still take effect. When the holder receives fatal damage, it will restore all your states and create a shield of up to 10 billion points. As long as the shield is not broken, you will not take any damage. The shield lasts for 60 minutes, during which you can also ignore spatial restrictions. With this item, even if the Celestial Cataclysm attacks you with full force, you can safely escape back. A supreme level item. Lin Hao exclaimed in delight as he immediately took it over. This is just a loan, you have to return it to me when you come back. Lin Hao couldn't help but retort, come on, aren't you being a bit stingy? As the king of the disaster ruins, can't you be a little more generous? Hearing this, Delagoon's mouth twitched slightly. Generous. This is a supreme level item. He barely had a few of those on him. In terms of value, this supreme level life-saving item is worth several legendary skill books. If it weren't for Lin Hao's refusal to go and his plan couldn't do without the celestial calamity, he wouldn't have brought out this item. Forget about the supreme level item. However, once the task is accomplished, I can let you choose a legendary skill book. While saying this, Delagoon took out a golden token. This token is something only the kings of the disaster ruins can possess. Once you encounter the celestial calamity, take out the token and it will understand everything. Lastly, I shall make him a promise: as long as he is willing to help me reclaim my throne, all the forging materials in the disaster ruins will be his. He can forge however he pleases. All right. Lin Hao sighed, reluctantly agreeing. But he secretly chuckled, thinking, does he really expect me to spit out what I've got? However, this celestial calamity seems a bit peculiar. Is he a forging fanatic only interested in metalwork? If that's the case, he might really not have betrayed Delagoon. If I were that king of the night, I would definitely purge those who are disloyal to me. But an 8th level forging fanatic is indeed a rare talent. Crafting legendary equipment would probably be a breeze for him. Such a talent, whether loyal or not, doesn't matter as long as he can forge. Lin Hao suddenly thought of something. Elder Gun, you haven't given me my random legendary skill book yet. Delagoon paused for a moment, then quickly realized and handed Lin Hao a legendary skill book that radiated golden light. Seeing Delagoon's expression, Lin Hao immediately knew he had forgotten and couldn't help but silently curse. This guy is a bit unreliable. Then Lin Hao looked at the effects of the legendary skill book. Soul Lock Seal Quality Legendary Learning Conditions Magic Class Effect consumes 500 mana points to apply the Soul Lock mark on a single enemy within 20 meters in front. For 3 seconds, all attacks made by the caster will definitely hit the target. Cooldown 600 seconds. This skill has a pretty good effect. With this skill, I no longer need to worry about missing my attacks. Ideally, I could level up and make it effective against enemies from 1,000 meters away. Then I could achieve a 100% hit rate from a distance of 1,000 meters. However, there's a problem. Even if there are no obstacles over 1,000 meters, it would still be hard to see the enemy. So this skill is still lacking a companion, like a skill similar to 1,000 Mile Eye. However, it can still be used alone, just not as effectively. After learning the skill, Lin Hao resumed his leveling journey. Spending 59800 mana points, he raised it to level 100. Soul Lock Seal LV 100 consumes 500 mana points to apply the Soul Lock mark on a single enemy within 100 meters in front. For 30 seconds, all attacks made by the caster will definitely hit the target. Cooldown 600 seconds. Lin Hao nodded in satisfaction after reviewing the effects. A range of 100 meters and a duration of 30 seconds is already sufficient. Lin Hao glanced at his mana points, which still stood at 69780, a number that provided a considerable sense of security. After emerging from the special space, Lin Hao activated the Aurora Crystal and arrived at the entrance of the Shadow Realm dungeon. However, he did not enter immediately, as this dungeon was not far from the Shadow City. The fact that this dungeon could remain safe here clearly indicated something special. Lin Hao took out his phone and began searching for information about the Shadow Realm dungeon. Sure enough, he easily found a relevant forum filled with information about the Shadow Realm dungeon. Many people in the forum had even attempted to conquer it, but all had failed. Lin Hao looked at the discussions below on the forum. Everyone, this dungeon is simply outrageous. The monsters inside are incredibly fast and I can't hit them at all. Isn't that the truth? As an archer, the moment I aim, it vanishes without a trace. As a mage, I'm no better off. My fireball spell was just starting to brew and it had already disappeared. Not only that, the boss here is even more troublesome. Besides being incredibly fast, it also has a damage cap effect. There's no way we can defeat it. My brothers and I spent an entire day inside only managing to take down a few small monsters, nearly driving me insane. Lin Hao skimmed through the forum and fell into deep thought. Incredibly fast, and it has a damage cap. That indeed sounds troublesome. Though he said that, Lin Hao still didn't take this dungeon to heart. Soon he officially stepped into the dungeon. This dungeon was filled with a vast white expanse. There were no flowers or trees around, just an open area with a layer of white mist on the ground. What kind of place is this? Without any reference points, how can I know where I am after walking for a while? Lin Hao observed his surroundings and decided to proceed straight ahead. During this time, he didn't forget to check the dungeon's rules. The rules were quite standard, consisting of 3 reduced attack speed, no health regeneration, and no shield skills allowed. No shield skills allowed. The third rule back in the day might have made me wary, but now with my Lost Source shield and over 10 million mana points, I really don't need any shields. Not long after he started walking, Lin Hao encountered several monsters gathered together. They were quite transparent in form and indeed moved at incredible speed. Even the most ordinary small monsters possessed multiple means of displacement. Ming Ying Yu Han Cataclysm, level 50 health, 300 magic power, 200 physical defense, 1600 magic resistance, 1800 skills, Soul Leap, Shadow Blink Energy Orb. Monsters with displacement skills and agile movements have always been Lin Hao's most despised foes. However, the small monsters were never among them, as their health was simply too low. After glancing at the monster's attributes, Lin Hao swiftly unleashed a tornado with a diameter of 300 meters. No matter how fast the small monsters moved or how many displacement skills they had, they could not escape this range and were instantly sucked in. 9714000, 9714000, 9714000. With just one skill, the battlefield was cleared in an instant. Lin Hao continued straight ahead and soon encountered the first Cataclysm boss. This fellow's skills were indeed something to behold. Ming Ying Yu Han Wang Cataclysm, level 50 health, 200 million magic power, 200 physical defense, 1600 magic resistance, 1800 skills, Soul Leap, Shadow Blink, Netherworld Transposition, LV5, Soul Barrier Energy Orb. This boss actually had over a dozen skills combined, which was quite excessive for a level 5 boss. However, to Lin Hao, these skills posed no threat at all except for the passive skill known as Soul Barrier. This passive skill limited the damage it could take. No matter how high the damage inflicted upon it, it would take at most 2 million damage. This passive was quite outrageous, requiring a full 100 attacks to defeat this guy. However, this boss only became this ridiculous after the Cataclysm. If its health had not increased tenfold with only 20 million health, it could have been resolved in 10 hits. But unfortunately, this was in a Cataclysm dungeon. The strength of this boss had directly multiplied tenfold. As Lin Hao observed this boss, it also noticed him and charged towards him at the first opportunity. Lin Hao chuckled. Another one coming to die? Is the damage limitation passive really that impressive? Let's see how you fare against my seal. Spending 59800 energy points in one go, Lin Hao upgraded the legendary skill Dark Knight, Eternal Silence to level 100. Dark Knight, Eternal Silence, LV 100, consumes 500 mana locks onto a target within 100 meters, applying the Eternal Silence effect for 30 seconds, rendering all its passive effects ineffective. Cooldown 600 seconds. The Ming Ying Yu Han Wang was still unaware that its death was imminent, still viewing Lin Hao as prey and charging furiously towards him. At that moment, Lin Hao lightly waved his staff and activated Dark Knight, Eternal Silence. As soon as the skill was activated, a fissure suddenly appeared in the air above the boss's head, and a chilling giant eye opened. Under its gaze, the boss immediately entered an abnormal state. In the next instant, Lin Hao, for safety's sake, activated the Soul Lock seal again, applying the Soul Lock effect, while a massive fireball shot straight ahead. Ming Ying Yuhan Wang was not foolish. It sensed a tremendous threat from this fireball and activated LV5 Netherworld Transposition, instantly displacing 100 meters. That's quite a long displacement, but unfortunately this is merely a blink of the grave. Lin Hao smiled nonchalantly. Sure enough, the massive fireball turned at the same time and slammed into the boss's forehead, exploding with two terrifying damage numbers. 1482300000. 1482300000. The level 300 instant flame strike easily dealt over 200 million damage, instantly killing this cataclysm boss. Upon killing the level 50 Ming Ying Yuhan Wang, you gained 3 million experience points. Killing it 15 levels higher grants an additional 5 million experience points. Upon killing the level 50 Cataclysm BOSS, congratulations on successfully absorbing 5 million energy points. Killing it 15 levels higher grants an additional 5 million energy points. Upon defeating Ming Ying Yuhan Wang, you triggered the Absolute Luck passive. Congratulations on obtaining the Ming Ying Staff, Ming Ying Robe, Ming Ying Transposition Skill Book, and Intelligence Fruit Small. Wow, did I just obtain a skill book? Lin Hao was quite surprised and delighted. He hurriedly picked up the skill book and was even more pleased to find it was indeed a legendary displacement skill book. Displacement skills are inherently rare. Lin Hao had acquired many attack skills, but had not gotten a single displacement skill. Unexpectedly today, he managed to obtain a legendary displacement skill for free. He truly had to give Absolute Luck a thumbs up. Ming Ying Transposition Quality Legendary Learning Requirement Magic Class Effect consumes 500 mana to displace 20 meters in any direction. Cooldown 600 seconds. A distance of 20 meters is actually quite considerable. At max level, it can displace 200 meters. Most legendary skills are roughly within this range, easily allowing one to evade damage. For Lin Hao, the value of this skill was even higher. After learning the skill, Lin Hao did not hesitate and immediately began to invest points. Once again, spending 59800 energy, he upgraded it to level 100. Ming Ying Transposition LV 100 consumes 500 mana to displace 1000 meters. Cooldown 600 seconds. Wow. A range of 1000 meters is an incredible tool, whether used to evade skills or chase enemies. Lin Hao felt very satisfied with this effect. He checked his energy, and after upgrading 2 skills, he had consumed a total of 119600 energy, while killing the boss replenished 12500 energy points. Thus, he not only did not consume any energy points, but he also had 5400 more than before. At this moment, Lin Hao had a total of 703200 energy. This energy was genuinely increasing, and the Cataclysm Dungeon was indeed a wondrous place. Following that, Lin Hao picked up 2 legendary pieces of equipment and consumed the Intelligence Fruit Small. His intelligence attribute increased by 100 points, becoming 11920 points, and his spell attack power increased by 200 points, reaching 99140 points. It really has been a long time since I've obtained a small attribute fruit. Could it be that my luck is conserved? Having gained such good things earlier, the later rewards end up being worse. Lin Hao was somewhat puzzled, but it did not matter. He just needed to know that the level of absolute luck was definitely better the higher it was. However, the energy required for this passive was a bit outrageous. To upgrade it to level 150, it would need a whopping 50 million energy. Moreover, Lin Hao could not guarantee whether upgrading this skill to level 150 would result in qualitative changes. So he decided to wait until he had more energy before attempting it. What Lin Hao could think of to quickly gain energy was not running dungeons, but rather going back to raid the gathering place of the Cataclysm cult and wipe it out. There were over 1,000 Cataclysm cultists and officials inside. If he were to kill them all, gaining over 1 billion energy would be exceedingly easy. But thinking about this now was a bit premature unless he had a way to figure out what effects the 8 Great Calamities treasures had. Moreover, there was also a level 8 elder there who would be quite troublesome. However, Lin Hao felt that day would not be too far off, as the speed at which his strength was growing was frightening even to himself. Lin Hao continued to advance deeper into the area. Strangely, the further he went, the fewer monsters he encountered. It's strange. Normally by this point, I should have encountered the second disaster boss. Where could such a large boss have gone? Could it be that I lost my way while hunting monsters and took a wrong turn? Lin Hao pondered, feeling somewhat confused, but instead of wandering aimlessly, he decided to press forward. After walking for several minutes, Lin Hao still had not seen a single trace of a monster, and he suddenly thought of a possibility. Could it be that the disaster of the Celestial Fall does not wish for anyone to disturb it, and has thus taken care of the monsters here? The more Lin Hao thought about it, the more plausible it seemed. Continuing onward for a while, Lin Hao confirmed this suspicion as he could now hear the crisp sound of metal being forged. The deeper he went, the clearer the sound became. Soon Lin Hao came across a giant man with 2 horns on his head, towering over 10 meters in height. From him, Lin Hao felt an overwhelming sense of pressure, This was a 6th-tier disaster BOSS, a pressure that was utterly incomparable. Little bug, where did you come from? The giant stopped his forging and shot a sharp gaze at Lin Hao. It seemed that a single wrong answer could lead to his demise. Lin Hao showed no fear and produced a golden token. This is the token of the disaster royal court. The giant was taken aback, saying, "It seems my former king is indeed still alive and has escaped to this world. Elder Yuntia, I have come precisely for this reason." Lin Hao continued, "Elder Gwen is still alive and needs your help to reclaim his throne. Once that is accomplished, he promised that all forging materials in the disaster world would belong to you, and you can forge however you wish." Yuntai shook his massive head, saying, "The Night King made me the same promise. All forging materials in the disaster world are rightfully mine, and I can already forge however I want. Why should I help a once-lost dog?" Lin Hao was left speechless, as Yuntai's reasoning was indeed quite sound. Ultimately, it was still that de la Gwen who was too naive. Lin Hao felt that he should be the rightful heir to the throne from the predecessor, and since the throne had not been occupied for long, it was understandable that he remained so naive. Lin Hao was prepared for the possibility that the giant might attack him, ready to use his energy to perform a shadow leap and escape at any moment. However, to his surprise, the giant merely gave Lin Hao a meaningful glance before resuming his forging. Seeing this, Lin Hao sighed in relief. He did not wish to waste his supreme-level life-saving artifact in a direct confrontation with the 8 great disasters. Without saying a word, Lin Hao turned to leave. He had already completed what de la Gwen had instructed him to do. Whether this fellow agreed to help or not was of no concern to him. But just then Yuntai suddenly called out to Lin Hao, "Hey kid, wait a moment. If de la Gwen can help me find the divine forging iron, I would consider helping him reclaim his throne." Divine forging iron? That sounds like something extraordinary. Moreover, from Yuntai's tone, it seemed that de la Gwen did not possess it either. Does this mean I can benefit from both sides? Thinking of this, Lin Hao smiled and said, "Elder Yuntia, if I can help you find this divine forging iron, what can you offer me?" Yuntai scrutinized Lin Hao carefully, then looked past him contemplating, and said, "You might actually have this capability. If you can help me find the divine forging iron, then the artifacts I forge afterwards will belong to you. Not only that, but I will also continue to assist with de la Gwen's matters." Yuntai clearly saw that Lin Hao wanted to benefit from both sides, but he did not mind. His focus was solely on forging artifacts, which was his lifelong pursuit, and everything else was secondary. Artifacts. Lin Hao was quite surprised that from the name it sounded like something even stronger than a supreme-level item. He had initially just been sweet-talking this giant, but unexpectedly he had painted himself a much bigger picture. "Elder Yuntia, that artifact is still too far from me. I probably won't be able to equip it even if it were right in front of me. As of now, I don't even have a single supreme-level weapon." Lin Hao's initial plan was to forge several powerful legendary items here. But if there were artifacts, surely there would also be supreme-level weapons, right? Sure enough, Yuntai laughed heartily, saying, "You may have a big appetite, but at least you have some self-awareness. The attributes required for an artifact are extremely exaggerated. Even a supreme-level weapon is not something you can equip right now. To equip a supreme-level staff, you need at least 100 intelligence points, and besides that, crafting this supreme-level gear requires at least 100 legendary items as materials. I can forge equipment for you for free, but you'll have to gather the materials yourself." Lin Hao couldn't help but take a deep breath upon hearing this. 1000 legendary items is no small number. Even with sheer luck, Lin Hao currently only had a little over 100 legendary items. Reaching 100 intelligence points is also not something that can be accomplished in a short time. Indeed, thinking of equipping a supreme weapon at the 3rd tier was a bit too ambitious. Lin Hao estimated that he would need to reach the 6th tier to meet both of these conditions. As for forging legendary weapons, Yuntai shook his head, repeatedly stating that he looked down on crafting legendary gear. Meanwhile, outside the dungeon, Wang Jinyue stood with his arms crossed, staring intently at the dungeon, with no one knowing what exactly he was fixated on. After a while, he finally exhaled, looking toward the empty space beside him. "No need to wait. That kid has already come out safely." That's good. That kid Lin Hao is really quite reckless for entering the dungeon where the 8 great disasters are alone. Fortunately, that person had no ill intent, otherwise we would have had quite a battle on our hands. Mu Tianxian chuckled, then the spatial fluctuations completely dissipated. Wang Jinyu's figure also moved, disappearing without a trace. After exiting the dungeon, Lin Hao crushed the teleportation stone and returned to the special space once again. Seeing Lin Hao return so quickly, Delagan joyfully asked, "So did the guy from the fallen iron betray me, or not?" Lin Hao nodded, then shook his head. "He seems to have betrayed." Delagan looked confused. "What does seems to have betrayed mean?" Lin Hao explained, "It means he seems to have defected, but also seems like he hasn't. He said that the things you promised him after he already has now, so he is too lazy to help you." If you want him to help you, there's one requirement: you must give him the divine forging iron. What? Delagan's face darkened, clearly not expecting such betrayal from his most trusted person. As for the other guys, there's no need to mention them. Is my life really walking on thin ice? Lin Hao shrugged. Actually, it's not a big deal. As long as we find the divine forging iron, it'll be fine. Delagan smiled bitterly. The divine forging iron is a divine level material, and there are probably fewer than 3 in the whole world. Whether we can obtain it depends on luck. Even I don't know where to find it. Hearing this, Lin Hao couldn't help but sigh. Divine artifacts are indeed not so easy to obtain for free, but if you mention luck, then my absolute fortune has something to say. Lin Hao smiled and said, Senior Gwen, leave the matter of the divine forging iron to me. As for the reward, it's quite simple. This supreme level life-saving item can serve as part of the payment for now. Once I find the divine forging iron, you can pay the remaining part. Delagan was taken aback, it seems. Well, that might not be impossible. Delagan was immediately swayed. Lin Hao was overjoyed internally, yet maintained a calm demeanor on the surface. Senior Gwen, about the legendary skill book you promised me, is that still valid? Of course. Delagan sighed. Go ahead, what skill do you want? Lin Hao replied directly, I need a legendary skill that can make me immune to all negative states. Delagan was somewhat surprised upon hearing this. I thought you were going to ask for a passive skill again. Oh, why didn't you choose something more valuable this time? Lin Hao shrugged. It's not urgent for passive skills. Right now I need this skill more. After all, that 8th tier elder might attack him at any moment. It's more reassuring to secure this skill. With this skill in hand along with 2 supreme level items, Lin Hao was 100% confident he could turn the tables on his opponent. He also wanted to test just what kind of power this 8th tier disaster elder possessed. Delagan did not continue to question and soon handed Lin Hao a legendary skill book. Lin Hao took the skill book and looked at its effects. Holy Will quality legendary learning conditions magic profession effect consumes 500 mana points to immediately purify all negative states and grants immunity to all negative states for 1 second. This skill also grants immunity to silence. Cooldown 600 seconds. That's a pretty good effect. This skill is no worse than absolute freedom. It can be activated even when other skills are silenced. Lin Hao thought for a moment, expending 98 million energy points to raise it to level 50. Holy Will LV50 consumes 500 mana points to immediately purify all negative states and grants immunity to all negative states for 50 seconds. This skill also grants immunity to silence. Cooldown 600 seconds. Level 50 is indeed enough. Lin Hao looked at his current energy points, which were still at 693400. Senior Gwen, the celestial calamity has indeed defected. Ooh, what are your plans next? Hearing this, Delagan frowned tightly, and after a moment of thought, he couldn't help but curse that damn guy. I've treated him well, yet he does this to me. Without this guy's help, I won't be able to proceed with my subsequent plans. For now, I'll wait and think of other countermeasures. Lin Hao nodded. It had been a while since he left school, and it was time to return and take a look. If he could also conquer a dungeon and earn some energy points, that would be even better. Soon Lin Hao left the special space and returned to Kyoto University, making his way straight to the dungeon hall. What puzzled Lin Hao was that the atmosphere in the dungeon hall was noticeably heavier than before. What happened? Did someone die? It's common for deaths to occur in disaster dungeons. Even the pride of Kyoto University doesn't have a death rate of 0. After all, no one could predict what kind of accidents would happen in disaster dungeons. Guessing here was pointless. Lin Hao went straight to the workbench and looked at Fong Rongguang. Teacher Fong, did anything happen while I was gone? Fong Rongguang was very pleased to see Lin Hao. Lin Hao, you came at just the right time. Something big has indeed happened while you were away. The dungeon that we at Kyoto University and Magic City University jointly guarded has encountered problems. A jointly guarded dungeon. Lin Hao was puzzled. He had never heard of such a dungeon at the school. It's normal that you don't know, because dungeons that require joint guarding by 2 schools have extremely high difficulty, all of which are supreme level. Therefore, the school never planned to conquer it from the beginning, but stationed people at the dungeon entrance so they wouldn't be affected by the rules and could also gain experience. However, good times didn't last long. With more and more dungeons appearing in reality in recent years, the school's manpower has also become increasingly insufficient. This time, 6 jointly guarded dungeons have unexpectedly gone into revolt at the same time. We must conquer one dungeon soon, or otherwise everyone will have nothing to do and will only be able to guard the dungeon entrance. So that's how it is. The school's manpower was already starting to run short, and it was likely that the war zone was not much better, maybe even worse. However, for Lin Hao, the increasing number of dungeons didn't seem to be a bad thing, especially supreme-level dungeons, where supreme-level items could be obtained. I understand now, Teacher Fong. Where are the principal and the others? It's my turn to take the stage next. Lin Hao's words were filled with confidence. With his current strength, even facing a 7th-tier boss would be steady. Fong Rongguang felt relieved upon hearing this, and smiled. With your words, I can rest easy. The principal and the others should still be in the Breaking Illusion dungeon. If you are ready, I can teleport you at any time. Lin Hao nodded and directly stepped into the teleportation array. In front of the gate of the Broken Illusion dungeon, the faces of the group were not looking good. It seems like there's really no way out. 3 SS-grade archers have failed, and 5 SS-grade shield warriors have also failed. This supreme-level dungeon is truly outrageous. The principal of Moda University couldn't help but sigh. At the same time, the principal of Kyoto University shook his head saying, "This dungeon is impossible to conquer. We can only hope for better performances from the students in other dungeons." At that moment, Lin Hao teleported over. He first glanced at the crowd and found it odd that he didn't see Feng Dishuang's shadow here. After all, he is currently the nominal strongest student of Kyoto University. How could they not bring him to tackle the supreme dungeon? Just then, the old principal noticed Lin Hao, a glimmer of joy flashing in his eyes, but it quickly dimmed. "Lin Hao, you finally came back. However, you're probably unable to conquer this dungeon. Oh, it's better to check out other places." Lin Hao merely smiled at this. "Principal, you know nothing about my current strength. Even if it's a 7th-tier dungeon, as long as I can enter, I can still conquer it for you to see." Oh, the principal of Moda University became interested upon hearing such arrogant words. "Little student, your personality is quite to my taste. How about coming to our Moda University? Old man, do you want to taste my iron fist?" The old principal glared. "You dare poach my student right in front of me?" "I was just joking. You're just like you were in your youth, with absolutely no sense of humor." As the two bantered, Lin Hao had already arrived at the dungeon gate. "Principals, is this dungeon really that difficult?" The old principal nodded. "The difficulty is not just high, it's astronomically high." "That's right." The principal of Kyoto University also nodded, explaining, "The monsters in this dungeon are actually not that powerful. They merely have exceptionally high damage, but all other attributes are quite average, especially their health, which is less than half of the same tier monsters. However, the rules of this dungeon are extremely troublesome." Lin Hao's interest was piqued at this, eager to see just how challenging the rules of this dungeon could be to have a group of SS-grade classes at a loss. The principal of Moda University did not keep them guessing and directly stated, "First, this dungeon can only be entered solo. The first rule is, in this dungeon, all living beings except for monsters cannot use any active skills, and passive skills cannot be nullified." What a... Even though Lin Hao had already prepared for absurd dungeon rules, he was still taken aback to hear that no active skills could be used. If we can't use active skills, how do we kill monsters? Are we supposed to rely on basic attacks? Lin Hao pondered. However, since the monsters inside don't have high health, a powerful archer should be able to get through, right? After all, archers rely on normal attacks for damage, and even without active skills, they can still unleash a significant portion of their strength. However, both principals shook their heads in unison. "We naturally thought of this solution, so we sent in 3 SS-grade archers one after another. And the result is, as you see now, total failure." The principal of Moda University continued, "Because the second rule of this dungeon is all living beings except for monsters have their attack speed and movement speed reduced by 50. Hiss, is it that outrageous? This rule basically renders archers useless." Lin Hao gasped, but he also thought of another possible strategy. "Can we send in a shield warrior to use passive reflection skills to rebound damage to the enemy?" "We've tried that method too." The old principal shook his head. 5 SS-grade shield warriors also failed completely. Because the third rule of this dungeon is no means can be used to restore health within the dungeon. Even if the shield warriors have high health, if they can't recover, how many monsters can they defeat? The furthest a shield warrior went didn't even see the dungeon's boss. Lin Hao was thoroughly stunned upon hearing this. It was the first time he encountered such an absurd dungeon. No wonder the two universities had given up on conquering it earlier and chose to stay outside the dungeon. It was a desperate measure. "All right, Lin Hao, let's give up on this dungeon for now and check out the other 5 dungeons. Perhaps there are some you can conquer." The old principal spoke. However, Lin Hao disagreed, saying, "Principal, I want to give it a try." The others looked at him with puzzled expressions. Having already heard the rules of this dungeon, was Lin Hao still so stubborn? The old principal naturally believed in Lin Hao's strength and asked, "How confident are you?" Lin Hao calmly replied, 100%. Upon hearing this, everyone could no longer sit still. A 100 success rate in such an outrageous dungeon. If it weren't for Lin Hao, the top student in the nation, they would have thought he was crazy. But even with Lin Hao, they couldn't comprehend how he planned to conquer it. Lin Hao was too lazy to explain so much. He looked at a white skill book in his storage ring. The skill book was named Damage Reflection. Lin Hao had almost forgotten when he obtained this skill book because it had been so long. The reason he didn't learn it back then was that he thought this trash skill wasn't worth wasting a passive skill slot on. He didn't need such a troublesome reflection skill when killing monsters. But now Lin Hao had changed his mind. There are no useless skills in this world, only skills that are not applied in the right place. After learning the skill, Lin Hao immediately began his leveling journey. First, he spent 980 energy points to level it up to level 50 to see the effect. Damage Reflection LV50. After receiving damage, it will reflect 5 of the damage back to the target. Holy moly! No wonder it's a white trash skill. This multiplier almost scared me to death. At level 50, it's only 5. So when an ordinary person levels up to level 10 max, doesn't it only come to 2, or even less? To call it a trash skill is an insult to the word trash. But it doesn't matter since I can level it up infinitely, and I have plenty of energy points. With less than 2,000 energy points spent, Lin Hao easily leveled it up to level 500. Although the white passive skill has a low multiplier, it also consumes very little. After reaching level 50, the effect of this white skill immediately became useful. Damage Reflection LV 500. After receiving damage, it will reflect 50 of the damage back to the target. With 50 reflection, this might even be stronger than legendary level reflection passives. Lin Hao glanced at his energy value, which still stood at over 17 million. What was there to hesitate about? He directly spent 1 million energy points to raise it to level 1000. Damage Reflection LV 1000. Upon taking damage, reflects 100 of the damage back to the target. Not bad. This is the reflection effect I wanted. After upgrading the skill, Lin Hao entered the dungeon under the expectant and anxious gazes of the crowd. Watching Lin Hao's figure disappear into the dungeon, everyone's expressions were somewhat complex. The principal of Moda University turned to the old principal beside him. Old man, Lin Hao is your student. Do you really think he can clear this Powong dungeon? It wasn't that he doubted the strength of the national champion, but this dungeon inherently countered mages, classes reliant on skill output. Could he rely on basic attacks for damage? But you're not a battle mage either. Or do you plan to rely on passives for reflection? With a mage's meager health, how many hits can you withstand? The principal couldn't answer immediately. He naturally believed in Lin Hao, but he couldn't imagine how a mage could possibly clear this dungeon. The reason he hadn't brought Fong Des Wang was because he knew the latter would only be stuck here, so he sent him to other dungeons instead. Although Lin Hao's output was even more explosive than Fong Dishuang's, without the ability to use active skills, there should be no difference between them in terms of damage and survivability. The group of SS rank professionals stared intently at the dungeon. All being SS rank, they couldn't help but feel a sense of rivalry. They wanted to see how Lin Hao, a mere mage, would manage to clear a dungeon where even they couldn't reach the boss. Meanwhile, Lin Hao had already stepped into the dungeon. This dungeon was not a plain, but a dim, ruined wasteland. After observing his surroundings, Lin Hao checked the dungeon's rules. As the principal had said, no active skills could be used here. Lin Hao sighed. Not being able to cast fireballs at will was indeed a bit inconvenient. He then began advancing deeper into the ruins. Before even half a minute had passed, he encountered a large group of minotaurs. Powong Minotaur level 50 Cataclysm HP 100 ATK 100 DF 100 MDF 1600. Their HP is pitifully low. A level 50 Cataclysm boss only has 1000 HP, but its attack power is quite high. Under normal circumstances, Lin Hao would have unleashed a storm howl and swept them away with a tornado. Now he simply ignored them and continued forward. The Minotaurs, however, were highly aggressive. Spotting an intruder, they charged with their massive horns aimed at Lin Hao. The Minotaurs' charge dealt 200 of their attack power as damage. Lin Hao paid them no mind, walking on as if these monsters were beneath his notice. Soon the monsters' attacks landed. One pair of horns after another rammed into Lin Hao. 200000. 200000. 200000. Almost simultaneously, Lin Hao was struck by several attacks. Yet his HP didn't change in the slightest. Instead, his maximum mana dropped by over 10,000 points, but this loss was replenished the very next second. This dungeon forbade any means of restoring HP. What did that have to do with his mana? At the same time, the Minotaurs suffered damage from the reflection. 182000. 182000. 182000. Struck by over 100,000 damage, the Minotaurs instantly perished. Yet the remaining Minotaurs, lacking any intelligence, continued to land attacks on Lin Hao, only to drop dead the next moment. Watching the numbers above the monsters' heads, Lin Hao drew a conclusion: the reflected damage retained its original nature. Physical damage remained physical and was partially mitigated by defense. After slaying all the monsters, Lin Hao picked up the equipment and pressed deeper into the ruins. Throughout the journey, he was constantly being rammed by bulls. The Minotaurs were exceedingly enthusiastic. After ramming him, they exploded, offering him experience and gear. Soon he encountered the first Cataclysm boss of the dungeon. He was also the only one among the professionals to have seen the boss, and achieving this feat cost him no effort at all. Drawing closer, Lin Hao examined the boss information. Powong Minotaur King Cataclysm, level 50 HP, 100 ATK, 500 DF, MDF 5000. 5000 attack power is a bit exaggerated. That's on par with some 6th tier bosses. But for Lin Hao, the higher the boss damage the better, it would save him time. Additionally, the boss possessed 2 legendary skills capable of dealing 500 damage to a target. However, Lin Hao felt this was still too slow. If the boss suddenly grew a brain and stopped attacking him, the reflection effect would be useless. With that thought, Lin Hao continued to level up damage reflection. After level 1000, this white passive required 400 energy points per level, a negligible cost for him now. Lin Hao spent 4 million energy points in one go, raising it by another 1000 levels. Damage reflection LV 2000. Upon taking damage, reflects 200 of the damage back to the target, ignoring all of the target's defense attributes. Not bad. Not only did the skill's effect double, but it also gained an extra effect. A 200 multiplier was already impressive, but Lin Hao was still unsatisfied. Since this passive skill occupied a slot, it should be utilized to its fullest potential. Lin Hao spent another 8 million energy points to raise it to level 3000, then 16 million to reach level 4000. Only then did he stop, as the energy consumption was starting to hurt even him. Checking his energy, he still had 17 million left. That was still a considerable amount, enough to feel secure. And the effect of damage reflection at level 4000 was truly impressive. Damage reflection LV 4000. Upon taking damage, reflects 400 of the damage back to the target, ignoring all of the target's defense attributes. Meanwhile, the boss had already activated its legendary skill. Its sharp horns rammed into Lin Hao in an instant. 250000. A damage of 5 million was no small matter, but on Lin Hao it only consumed 2500 mana points, a negligible cost. But for the boss, this damage was fatal. With the effect of level 4000 damage reflection, the Minotaur King instantly suffered 10 million damage, exactly equal to its total HP. In other words, the boss rammed Lin Hao, emerged unscathed, and killed itself in the process. A true clown. You have defeated the level 50 Breaking Void Bull King and gained 3 million experience points. An additional 5 million experience points for defeating it at level 15 or higher. Congratulations on successfully absorbing 5 million energy points after defeating the level 50 Cataclysm boss. An additional 5 million energy for defeating it at level 15 or higher. By defeating the Breaking Void Bull King, you triggered a passive ability of absolute luck. Congratulations on obtaining the Breaking Void Battle Axe, Breaking Void Battle Armor, Breaking Void Battle Ring, and a Strength Fruit Medium. The energy points consumed for upgrading skills have returned a bit, now totaling 67 million. Looking at the rapidly decreasing dungeon fusion rate, the faces of the crowd flashed with shock. Originally at 93, the fusion rate began to drop continuously at a rate of 0.1 per second after Lin Hao entered. This proves that after Lin Hao entered the dungeon, he began a rampage, defeating an average of 1 monster per second. The SS level class changers were puzzled by this. What's going on? Why is Lin Hao able to kill monsters so quickly? Aren't active skills disabled inside? I don't know, but isn't his monster slaying speed a bit outrageous? The fusion rate is dropping more because of him than all of us combined. Wait, I know. Lin Hao must be using a lot of damage items, otherwise he couldn't possibly kill monsters this fast. That makes a lot of sense. Everyone nodded in agreement. As fellow SS level class changers, they naturally didn't believe Lin Hao could be much stronger than themselves. He must be relying on external forces. Even the 2 university presidents thought the same. In a situation where active skills couldn't be used, it was clearly unrealistic to kill monsters so fiercely without using items. However, at that moment, the dungeon fusion rate, which had been slowly declining, suddenly dropped by 30. It was obvious that Lin Hao had defeated a Cataclysm boss. Everyone's eyes widened in disbelief. Lin Hao had gone in for less than 5 minutes and had already killed a Cataclysm boss. In just 5 minutes, these SS level class changers were still struggling to survive, and he had already defeated a boss. Someone weakly asked, do you think this is also due to damage items? The SS level class changers were left speechless. Even if the boss's health was low, it couldn't possibly be below 10 million. Could it be that Lin Hao had obtained an extremely rare legendary damage item? Everyone was uncertain, but the old principal's face was already beaming with joy. I knew that Lin Hao would never do something without confidence. If he says he can conquer it, then he definitely can. The principal of Magic City University also chuckled. It seems we underestimated this top scorer. He must have some significant hidden skills. As a principal, his vision was not ordinary, but he didn't believe that Lin Hao could acquire a legendary damage item. The probability of obtaining such an item was astonishingly low. There were only a handful of legendary damage items in the entire Long Kingdom, and they had all been used up. Otherwise, this dungeon would have been conquered long ago. There would be no need to wait until now. Thus, Lin Hao must possess an incredibly powerful passive skill beyond their imagination. The old principal nodded. I'm also very curious about what kind of passive skill Lin Hao has, but we old folks should refrain from prying into the privacy of the youth. The principal of Magic City University also nodded. He was just curious about what effect that passive skill would have. If it was a powerful reflection effect, then defeating a boss should be Lin Hao's limit. Meanwhile, Lin Hao had already arrived at the deepest part of the dungeon. To Lin Hao's surprise, the second Cataclysm boss he had not encountered on the way was actually with the third Cataclysm boss. Breaking Void Fierce Tiger King Cataclysm, level 50 health, 100 attack power, 500 physical defense, 500 magical resistance, 50000. This creature's attributes were roughly similar to the Bull King he had seen earlier, but the skills were slightly different, possessing 3 legendary attack skills. The other Cataclysm boss was a giant bear. Their attributes were also quite similar. One can only say this dungeon is indeed supreme level. The difficulty is outrageous. The difficulty of this dungeon was even more exaggerated for the vast majority of class changers than the Changchun dungeon Lin Hao had previously entered. After all, they didn't have the Shield of Law, nor did they have mana exceeding 10 million or any means to regenerate mana every second. For Lin Hao, this dungeon had been providing him with food from start to finish. Lin Hao confidently appeared before the two bosses. Almost simultaneously, the two bosses roared and launched their strongest attacks at Lin Hao. An ordinary mage would definitely avoid such an attack, but Lin Hao stood his ground and took it all. In the next moment, 2 damage numbers appeared above his head. 250000. 250000. Lin Hao's mana instantly dropped by 500, only to recover immediately in the next second. At the same time, above the heads of the two bosses, a damage number exceeding 10 million appeared, and they instantly fell to the ground. In the blink of an eye, Lin Hao had slain the two Cataclysm bosses, effortlessly conquering this supreme level dungeon that had left everyone else at a loss. Lin Hao checked his rewards. The experience gained from defeating the two Cataclysm bosses finally leveled him up to level 36. In addition, he also gained 25 million energy points. Lin Hao's energy points had now returned to 67 million, even more than before entering the dungeon. After collecting 6 pieces of legendary equipment, Lin Hao swallowed both intelligence fruits. His intelligence attribute instantly increased by 400 points, reaching 1320 points, while his spell attack power increased by 800 points, reaching 99940 points. With the additional 100 free attribute points, Lin Hao allocated them to his intelligence attribute, officially breaking through the 100 mark in spell attack power, reaching 10140 points. At this moment, the dungeon began to slowly dissipate, and Lin Hao simultaneously received another reward from the dungeon. Congratulations on successfully conquering the dungeon. You have received the Universe Sealing Lock, Primordial Robe, Eternal Daylight Skill Book, and 5 Agility Fruits. Universe Sealing Lock. This must be a supreme level item, right? It sounds pretty impressive. Lin Hao looked at the effects of this supreme grade item. Effect: this item is a one-time consumable that can be used in any environment. Once used, it seals all space within a radius of 100 meters for 24 hours, preventing anyone from entering or leaving by any means. Wow, a space lock of 100 meters. Lin Hao immediately thought of one of its uses. He must eliminate the gathering place of the disaster cult. However, how much energy value he could gain from it remained a question mark. Those guys aren't mindless like monsters. If they can't defeat him, they will definitely use all means to escape. But with this one Jiefeng Tian Sua, he no longer had to worry. Once used, it would seal a space of 100 meters, and not even a fly could escape. Eliminating that gathering place and killing all the members of the disaster cult would at least yield 10 billion energy points. Just thinking about it made Lin Hao excited. With his current strength, dealing with an 8th tier elder should not be a big problem. But before that, he should practice against that elder named Zhu Jinan. Lin Hao shook his head, no longer thinking too much, and turned his gaze to the Taichu robe. As expected, this piece of equipment had no level requirements. Taichu robe. Quality legendary. Equipment requirement: maximum mana must reach 1000 points. Equipment: profession mage. Maximum mana 100000. Effect: you can trigger the Taichu impact effect, consuming all your mana to deal double damage to the target based on the mana consumed, with a cooldown of 600 seconds. My goodness, this equipment actually increases my mana by 10 million after wearing it. Lin Hao was shocked by this effect. To be clear, his Hell Robe could only increase 100 points of mana and 100 points of health. The difference was truly like heaven and earth. Without any hesitation, Lin Hao took off the Hell Robe and equipped the Taichu robe. His maximum health decreased by 100 points to 615,710 points, but his mana increased by 9 million. His mana surged from the previous 14863,100 points to now 24763,100 points. Such terrifying mana left even Lin Hao in awe. With the effect of the Shield of Law, I feel terrifyingly strong now. After clearing this dungeon, Lin Hao's Dragon Knight medal activated again, increasing his maximum health by 1 million to 7157100 points. Then Lin Hao looked at the legendary skill book, Eternal Daylight. Oh, and sure enough, its effect matched its name. It was a lighting skill. Eternal Daylight. Quality legendary. Learning conditions Mage profession. Effect consumes 500 mana to illuminate a 50-meter radius around oneself like daylight for 60 seconds, with a cooldown of 600 seconds. Not a bad functional skill, I suppose. Lin Hao knew that a profession related to darkness could exert double power in dark environments, so this skill really countered that profession well. The guy called the King of Darkness from the Disaster Cult might have a similar passive, so this skill was truly necessary. After learning the skill, Lin Hao did not immediately upgrade. As always, he would upgrade only when needed. The order of upgrades was crucial. Wasting energy on skills that were temporarily useless was meaningless. After completing all this, Lin Hao ate 5 agility fruits. Each of these large fruits increased agility by 500 points. Once he had eaten all 5, Lin Hao's agility attribute surged by 2500 points. It went from 5310 points to 7810 points. At the same time, outside the dungeon, everyone watched as the massive dungeon slowly dissipated. Their shock beyond words. The president of Magic City University, having seen many storms, was the first to regain his composure, enviously saying, "You guys from Kyoto University have really struck gold this time." The old president chuckled and said, "As the saying goes, fortune's turn. You had Wang Jinyue from your Magic City University, now it's our turn. This year's freshman competition champion and the key to the reincarnation dungeon should rightfully belong to us." Seeing the old president comparing Lin Hao to the strongest demigod, the president of Magic City University did not refute. Because Lin Hao's potential was indeed terrifying. So many SSS-tier transmigrators couldn't even see the boss of the dungeon, yet Lin Hao cleared it in 10 minutes. It was hard to argue against that. However, some students from Magic City University expressed their dissent. Everyone was SSS-tier transmigrators. Without a real contest, it was impossible for them to admit they were inferior. Lin Hao clearing the dungeon so quickly must have been due to the item's help. Just wait, in half a month the freshman competition will reveal who can truly laugh till the end. Soon Lin Hao also exited the dungeon. The old president said with great satisfaction, "Lin Hao, your strength has increased quite a bit again. At this growth rate, if you can maintain it, it won't be long before a powerhouse on par with demigods appears in Dragon Country." Lin Hao smiled, not thinking that his endpoint was merely being a demigod. The president continued, "In half a month the freshman competition will take place, and I hope you can represent our Kyoto University. The first prize for winning will be not only a legendary skill book, but also a key to the reincarnation dungeon." Reincarnation dungeon? What is this dungeon? Why does it need a key? Lin Hao asked, puzzled. Does it have a nature similar to the secret treasure dungeon? The secret treasure dungeon is a great place. Lin Hao had obtained several skill books there. The president smiled and nodded. The reincarnation dungeon is a very special dungeon composed of 99 small dungeons. The difficulty increases as you progress. After level 90, you will face a 9th tier boss. Therefore, we generally recommend that transmigrators challenge it at the 9th tier. The keys to the reincarnation dungeon are also extremely rare, and this time the Ministry of Education offered it as a reward, which surprised us. The president glanced at everyone and then whispered, "Your Dragon Knight medal can benefit from the enhancements of all 99 small dungeons." What? Lin Hao was taken aback. Initially, he hadn't taken this reincarnation dungeon seriously, but now he realized it was indeed necessary to obtain it. Every time the Dragon Knight medal clears a dungeon, it can increase health by 1 million, and for 99 small dungeons, that totals 99 million health. This was something he absolutely couldn't miss. Just then, the president of Magic City University coughed lightly and said, "It's good to have confidence, but my students from Magic City University are no pushovers either. As for who will claim the championship this time, let's not jump to conclusions just yet." The old president remarked in surprise, "It seems that your Magic City University also has hidden cards, but I still believe the ultimate victor will be a student from my Kyoto University." After the Supreme Grade dungeon was cleared, both presidents felt much more relaxed. After chatting a bit more, they finally began to head back. However, Lin Hao didn't want to leave just yet and asked, "President, may I take a look at the other 5 Supreme Grade dungeons?" Supreme Grade dungeons mean Supreme Grade items. If I can get my hands on them, I certainly won't let them go to others. The old principal pondered for a moment and said, "If I remember correctly, 4 out of the other 5 dungeons require one to be at least 4th tier to enter. As for the last dungeon, it involves some tribulation masters, and you may not fare well even if you go there." Tribulation Masters? Lin Hao asked curiously, Principal, what are the specific rules? The principal thought for a moment and replied, that dungeon is called the Blood Prison Dungeon. The monsters inside all possess racial passives and have double the health. He continued, and the first rule of this dungeon is that no means of recovering mana can be used within it. My heavens! Lin Hao was greatly shocked as this dungeon hit him with a crushing blow right from the start. Not being able to use any means to recover mana truly makes it a Tribulation Master's challenge. If the health is too high, using counter damage skills wouldn't be effective, but grinding it down could still be feasible. However, the principal's next words instantly dispelled Lin Hao's thoughts. The second rule of the dungeon is that the monsters recover 10 of their maximum health every 10 seconds. Upon hearing this rule, Lin Hao couldn't help but gasp. No wonder it's the supreme level dungeon of the Tribulation Masters. This rule is indeed a bit over the top. Do you think this is exaggerated now? But it doesn't end there. The principal sighed and continued, the third rule of this dungeon is that the mana cost of skills released inside is multiplied by 5. Upon hearing this, Lin Hao immediately abandoned his plan to venture into the dungeon. This dungeon truly seemed outrageous, making it impossible for all mages to conquer it. With mana consumption increased to 5 times and no means to recover mana, how could one even fight back? Seeing Lin Hao's disappointed expression, the principal comforted him. You're only at the 3rd tier now. Oh, it's normal not to be able to clear this dungeon as it has been around for decades. When Mu Tianxian was at the 5th tier, he couldn't completely conquer this blood prison dungeon either. Lin Hao couldn't help but exclaim, I didn't expect this dungeon to be older than me. If I'm not mistaken, this dungeon should have other rules targeting other professions, right? Otherwise, if mages can't conquer it, they could just send other professions to do so. The principal nodded. The remaining rules pertain to physical professions. We don't need to delve into them. In summary, no supreme level dungeon can be easily conquered. Oh, by the way, the principal suddenly slapped his forehead. Getting older makes one forgetful. Ooh, I almost forgot to tell you something very important. Something very important? Lin Hao asked, puzzled. Exactly, the principal nodded. All job changers can undergo job awakening after reaching the 3rd tier. Upon successful awakening, the job changer will gain a unique skill. He added, generally speaking, the stronger the job changer's profession, the stronger the unique skill they obtain, but the difficulty of awakening also increases. When Lin Hao heard the words unique skill, he immediately became interested. Principal, how do I awaken? The principal explained, job awakening requires an awakening stone. Since you are an SS level profession, you naturally need an SS level awakening stone. However, such awakening stones are extremely rare, and it's even impossible to ensure that every SS level job changer possesses one. And for SS level job changers like you can awaken 3 times in total, making the remaining awakening stones even scarcer. However, our Kyoto University indeed has one, but it's not with me, it's with our country's 3rd demigod. The 3rd demigod. Lin Hao felt both familiar and unfamiliar with this title. Familiar because he often heard this title, unfamiliar because he still didn't know the name or profession of the 3rd demigod of the Dragon Kingdom. The principal clearly noticed Lin Hao's confusion and smiled. You have actually met our country's 3rd demigod before. Met before. Without waiting for Lin Hao to continue thinking, the principal revealed. That's right, you have met him, Teacher Dugong, at the Points Exchange Center. He is our country's 3rd demigod, and his profession is Blade Saint. However, to be precise, he is actually the 1st demigod. When he became a demigod, Wang Jinyue was still in high school. If he hadn't become a demigod first and turned the tide, our current situation would probably be even worse. Lin Hao asked, Teacher Dugong. Dugong Outyin. Lin Hao was slightly surprised, but upon further thought, he found it quite reasonable. After all, who would dare to bear such a name without some strength? Then Lin Hao curiously asked, why does our country's demigod stay at Kyoto University as a teacher? A person like a demigod could be considered a pillar of support. Staying at Kyoto University doesn't allow him to exert his capabilities. The principal sighed upon hearing this. You can ask me this question, but don't ask him, it would be too heart-wrenching. Dugong Aoshin's true strength during his peak should be no weaker than Wang Jinyue. Yet, because his threat level was too high and no one could help him share the burden at that time, he was ambushed by one of the 8 great disasters, the Plague Disaster. All his talents have been sealed away by godly artifacts. Without talents, an SS-level job changer is not much different from an ordinary job changer aside from having higher attributes. Moreover, Dugong Aoshin's profession relies heavily on talent effects and is not of the growth type, which led to him not only losing his talents, but also having low attributes. Lin Hao clicked his tongue upon hearing this. Although the principal had put it very tactfully, Lin Hao could still tell that this former demigod was now on the decline, probably unable to even defeat bosses of the same tier. This was indeed not a question to ask the person himself, it would be too heart-wrenching. After listening to the story of Dugu Aoyan, Lin Hao felt a sense of melancholy. The depth of the disaster ruins is truly astonishing, possessing a god-level item that can seal talents. However, fortunately god-level items are surely unique, otherwise Wang Jinyue and Mu Tianxian would have faced disaster long ago. Therefore Lin Hao need not worry about his talent being sealed. Otherwise, although his skills and attributes would not regress, their growth potential would be significantly diminished. The disaster ruins are indeed not to be underestimated. However, since Dugu Aoyan possesses the awakening stone, it saves him the trouble of searching everywhere. He just doesn't know what he needs to offer in exchange for this awakening stone. The success rate of getting it for free should not be higher. If it were possible, others would have already taken it, leaving him no chance. Soon Lin Hao returned to school and arrived at the points exchange office. At this time, Dugu Aoyan was casually sitting with his legs crossed, munching on sunflower seeds, while reading a newspaper, appearing quite relaxed, yet with a hint of despondency on his face. Seeing Lin Hao arrive, Dugu Aoyan put down the newspaper. "You came too early, kid. The 2 attribute fruits you stored here have not been successfully exchanged yet." Lin Hao shook his head, saying, "Teacher Dugu, I'm not here for that." He got straight to the point. "I want the SS level awakening stone you have." Upon hearing this, Dugu Aoyan showed no surprise on his face. In the past several decades before you, dozens, even hundreds of SS level profession changers have said the same to me, but they all failed. You are the ones chosen by those 2 little fellows. I believe their judgment should not be poor, but the necessary trials will still exist. Those 2 little fellows. Lin Hao was momentarily stunned, then realized he must be referring to Wang Jinyue and Mu Tianxian. When Dugu Aoyan became a demigod, they were just ordinary students. Calling them little fellows seems quite reasonable. However, did over 100 SS level profession changers really fail? Lin Hao was immediately filled with curiosity. He wanted to see what kind of trial could be so difficult. Seeing Lin Hao's fearless expression, Dugu Aoyan smiled. "Not bad. Having confidence in oneself is a good thing. My trial is actually not difficult. It just requires one to individually conquer 3 supreme level dungeons before reaching the 5th tier. Such difficulty I could easily accomplish back then. I never expected that after so many years the number of SS level profession changers would increase, but their average strength has decreased so drastically. The SS level awakening stones are now scarce, and we cannot afford to waste them on worthless individuals who merely possess strong professions." Lin Hao was somewhat surprised upon hearing this trial. He originally thought this demigod wanted help finding a way to lift the god level seal. Unexpectedly, the trial he set was not for himself, but still for the future of the Dragon Kingdom. No wonder the 3 demigods are consistently respected by the world. This is the fundamental reason. Lin Hao immediately agreed to the trial without hesitation. He had already conquered 2 of the 3 supreme level dungeons. One was the recently conquered Broken Illusion dungeon, and the other was the previously conquered Evergreen dungeon. Now he only needed to conquer the last supreme level dungeon. That Blood Prison dungeon somewhat counters him, so the best way is still to ascend to the 4th tier and challenge another dungeon. Just then Dugu Aoyan pondered, "You should have heard about the Blood Prison dungeon, right?" Seeing Lin Hao nod, Dugu Aoyan continued, "For the Blood Prison dungeon, you can ask Mu Tianxian. After his failure, he prepared a lot for this dungeon. Maybe he has a better strategy for conquering it." "I see." Lin Hao immediately became spirited. Conquering more supreme level dungeons is always beneficial. Next, Lin Hao retrieved the 2 fruits he had stored here. Waiting here for someone to come and exchange was too slow. It would be more cost-effective to exchange for magic crystals later. After finishing all this, Lin Hao left the points exchange office and headed to the principal's office. He originally intended to ask the principal where Mu Tianxian usually stayed. Unexpectedly, as soon as he entered, he saw the target. Mu Tianxian smiled kindly upon seeing Lin Hao, saying, "Lin Hao, are you planning to conquer the Blood Prison dungeon?" Lin Hao was bewildered. He had only mentioned this to Dugu Aoyan. How did Mu Tianxian know from so far away? Mu Tianxian saw Lin Hao's confusion and explained with a smile, "One of my talents is destiny divination, which allows me to foresee the future at the cost of my lifespan." Lin Hao was even more confused upon hearing this. If he wanted to know what to do next, couldn't he just ask directly instead of consuming his lifespan? Seeing Lin Hao's confusion deepened, Mu Tianxian sighed. "Well, let's talk while we walk." Saying this, he opened a space and directly walked in. Lin Hao looked at the principal next to him, saw him nod, and followed him in. Stepping out of the space, Lin Hao instantly arrived at the entrance of the Blood Prison dungeon. At this moment, aside from the 2 of them, there was no one else here. Clearly, the profession changers who came to conquer had all retreated. Mu Tianxian was not surprised by this. After all, this dungeon was the only one that had made him retreat in the past. Looking at the Blood Prison dungeon before him, he couldn't help but reminisce. "Back then, I was also a student at Kyoto University." At that time, Kyoto University had already cooperated with Magic Capital University. At that time, there were a total of 8 supreme-level joint dungeons. I conquered 3, and Wang Jinyue conquered 4. He leveled up first and couldn't enter this dungeon, while I failed back, then causing me to be overshadowed by him since. Mu Tianxian smiled, seemingly nostalgic about his university life. At that time, he was not yet the pillar of the nation. There were still people supporting him, but now there was no one left. He had to support the younger generation like those seniors did. Sigh, as one grows older, one tends to reminisce about the past. Mu Tianxian sighed and directly got to the point. The reason I went out of my way to consume my lifespan to divine your matters is that I discovered in a divination that you will die in the dungeon. I will die. Lin Hao was greatly astonished. What kind of dungeon could possibly kill him, who possessed tens of millions of mana points and a supreme-grade life-saving artifact? Lin Hao found it incomprehensible. Mu Tianxian then explained, you don't need to worry so much, because divination merely predicts the most likely outcome at the present moment. It doesn't mean events will unfold exactly as foretold. For instance, if I declared in front of everyone that you would encounter no mishap today, but that brute Wang Jinyue upon hearing my words refused to believe it and killed you on the road, then my divination would have failed. Lin Hao was covered in exasperation at this analogy. Just how deep was President Mu's grudge against District Chief Wang? However, the metaphor was indeed simple and easy to grasp. The result of a divination could change, especially when many people learned of the prediction the variables would become even greater. No wonder the diviners he remembered were all so enigmatic, refusing to reveal anything when asked. There was a reason for it. Mu Tianxian continued, I originally thought the dungeon that would put you in danger was the shadowy Abyss dungeon. You're far too bold, kid, venturing into a dungeon where the 8 calamities reside. My heart was in my throat at the time. I called Wang Jinyue and followed you in. Fortunately, that entity bore you no ill will, otherwise we would have faced a fierce battle. Lin Hao was taken aback by this revelation. He hadn't expected that both demigods had followed him back then. No wonder the calamity of Heavenly Fall had occasionally glanced behind him while speaking. Mu Tianxian continued, but afterward I discovered that the dungeon where you would meet your demise was not there. It was this blood prison dungeon. Lin Hao's heart tightened again. This fate divination was truly messing with his mind. Later I performed several more divinations for you, and each time the result began to shift. The most recent one even turned from danger to safety. So I surmised that you must have acquired some new opportunity during this period, right? Lin Hao fell into deep thought, gauging the timeline. The reason he would have died in the divination was likely because he hadn't obtained the sacred will, which could dispel all negative states, nor the supreme-grade life-saving artifact. The reason it had now turned to safety was undoubtedly because he had leveled up the sacred will to 50 and acquired the life-saving artifact. So what lay inside the blood prison dungeon was obvious even to a fool. Inside there must be that elder of the Calamity Ruins, Church Zhu Jian. Seeing Lin Hao's enlightened expression, Mu Tianxian smiled. It seems you already have an idea. Originally, I didn't plan to come since you could handle this matter yourself. But out of curiosity and for safety's sake, I decided to make the trip in person. After speaking, Mu Tianxian produced 3 gems. These 3 gems are legendary grade items, mana storage gems. Each gem contains 10 million mana points. Once activated for the next hour, all mana you consume will be drawn from these gems instead. Mu Tianxian then handed all 3 gems to Lin Hao. Thank you, President Mu. Lin Hao accepted them without hesitation. With these 3 gems, the dungeon's restrictions would become meaningless to him. Before entering the dungeon, Lin Hao asked his final question. President Mu, can those from the Calamity Ruins Church arbitrarily alter dungeon rules? Mu Tianxian shook his head. To alter dungeon rules, the Calamity Ruins Church requires rare calamity artifacts, and the changes are limited. For instance, they cannot impose a rule that would cause immediate death upon entry. Moreover, within the same dungeon, they can only modify the rules once. Lin Hao felt reassured upon hearing this. Only one rule change allowed. Then he was already invincible. Soon Lin Hao officially stepped into the dungeon. The blood prison dungeon returned to the familiar plains, still dominated by that blood-red moon. Lin Hao checked the dungeon's rules. They were exactly as the principal had described. The dungeon had a total of 7 rules, but only the first few affected mages. The rest could be completely ignored. Continuing onward for a while, Lin Hao soon encountered a group of minor monsters. Blood Prison Apostle Calamity, level 50, health 100, attack 2500, physical defense 0, magic resistance 2000. This health is indeed something. A random minor monster on the road has 1 million HP. But for me, it's no different from those monsters with only a few 100,000 HP. Lin Hao didn't attack immediately, as mana could not be restored within this dungeon. Every 100 spent meant 100 lost. So Lin Hao activated one of the mana storage gems, effectively stockpiling his mana. Then Lin Hao unleashed a level 1000 Tempest Roar, summoning a tornado 300 meters in diameter that swept toward the monsters ahead. The monsters, unable to dodge in time, were all caught in the vortex with astonishing damage numbers flashing above their heads. 9994000, 9994000, 9994000. Over 9 million damage instantly obliterated every monster on the spot. Restore 10 of max HP every 10 seconds. I wiped them out with one skill. Let's see you try to recover now. Tempest Roar was truly a godlike skill for clearing mobs. Every monster encountered along the way couldn't withstand a single tornado from Lin Hao. But the consumption in this dungeon was indeed significant. With 5 times the mana cost, each tornado drained 5,000 mana points. Plowing through relentlessly, Lin Hao spent roughly over 5 million mana before finally encountering the first Calamity boss in this dungeon. Blood Prison Devourer Calamity, level 50 health, 2 billion attack, 2 throw, physical defense, 180 magic resistance, 16000. 2 billion HP. Doesn't seem like much, honestly. Lin Hao smiled dismissively and began hurling fireballs relentlessly. 4991000, 4991000, 4991000. With his spell power dramatically enhanced, every casual fireball now dealt nearly 50 million devastating damage. The Blood Prison Devourer, a massive and slow-moving calamity boss, became nothing more than a stationary target for Lin Hao. Before it could even close the distance to its attack range, it took over 20 fireballs from Lin Hao and instantly perished. You have slain a level 50 Blood Prison Devourer, gaining 3,000 experience points. Slaying a monster 14 levels above you, you gain an additional 4,000 experience points. You have slain a level 50 boss, successfully extracting 5,000 energy points. Slaying a monster 14 levels above you, you gain an additional 7,000 energy points. Slaying the Blood Prison Devourer, your absolute luck passive, has been triggered. Congratulations, you have obtained the Blood Prison Greatsword, Blood Prison Battle Armor, Blood Prison War Boots, and a medium mana fruit. Not long ago, Lin Hao had to exert some effort to deal with a 1 billion HP Calamity boss, but now even a 2 billion HP one was this easy. The speed of his own power growth seemed almost absurd even to Lin Hao himself. With 12 million energy points in hand, Lin Hao now had a total of 67 million energy points. After consuming the mana fruit, Lin Hao's maximum mana increased by 2,000 points, reaching 2478310 points. Picking up all the legendary equipment, Lin Hao continued deeper into the dungeon. Meanwhile, outside the dungeon, Mu Tianxian was observing everything inside through some unknown means. When he saw Lin Hao casually dealing nearly 50 million damage, even he could hardly believe his eyes. Lin Hao was only at tier 3, yet his damage was already this outrageous. Back when he was at tier 3, his own damage hadn't even been half of Lin Hao's. If Lin Hao reached level 100, wouldn't his output be capable of destroying heaven and earth? After the initial shock, Mu Tianxian was overjoyed. The future truly belongs to these young ones. A Cataclysm boss with 2 billion health couldn't even hold out for 30 seconds against him. When he had entered this dungeon himself back then, he had endured a bitter struggle. However, in those days, he hadn't enjoyed the favorable conditions Lin Hao had. Now he had to be frugal with his mana. When fighting the final boss, he had run out of mana and was forced to retreat. Otherwise, this dungeon wouldn't have been able to stop him either. During this time, Lin Hao had bulldozed his way through, already slaying the second Cataclysm boss and advancing toward the deepest part. Mu Tianxian now watched the dungeon with even greater focus. As expected, deep within the dungeon, a madman from the ruined waste was indeed waiting for Lin Hao. Mu Tianxian's expression instantly hardened, for this fellow was actually an 8th tier elder of the ruined waste. The ruined waste has already begun to stop at nothing to deal with Lin Hao. Meanwhile, Lin Hao examined the rewards from slaying the second Cataclysm boss. By killing this boss, Lin Hao gained another 7.2 million experience points and 12 million energy points. His energy value once again exceeded 100 million, reaching 1026700 points. In addition, Lin Hao also obtained 3 pieces of legendary equipment and an intelligence fruit medium. After consuming the fruit, his intelligence attribute increased by 200 points, becoming 12620, and his spell attack power increased by 400 points, becoming 100540. Next, Lin Hao looked at the mana storage gem. The third gem had only a little over 4 million mana left. The mana consumption in this dungeon was simply terrifying. Lin Hao took a deep breath and continued deeper. If nothing unexpected happened, someone should already be waiting for him. Sure enough, in the depths of the dungeon, Lin Hao saw a man shrouded in a blood mist. "Are you Zhu Jian? You've heard of me." The man was puzzled. They should never have crossed paths before. Lin Hao smiled. "Because there's a mole among your ruined waste. No need to sow discord." The man laughed nonchalantly. "So what if you know my name?" "Lin Hao, You're still going to die here. Someone will indeed die here, but that person might not be me. Lin Hao sneered. Hearing this, Zhu Jian couldn't help but snicker. Kid, you've had it too easy along the way. You've probably forgotten what it means to fear the strong. I am an 8th tier elder of the Ruin Waste. Killing you is as easy as crushing an ant. After speaking, he directly activated the Cataclysm Bloodstone. A new rule appeared in the dungeon. Rule 8, all creatures cannot use any items for 1 hour and cannot leave this dungeon by any means. So kid, are you scared now? Lin Hao gave a contemptuous smile. He had anticipated this long ago and showed no panic. The mana storage gem could no longer be used, but it didn't matter. His own mana was still over 24 million more than enough to kill this guy. Still, this fellow was an 8th tier elder after all. To be safe, Lin Hao continued allocating points. The legendary passive Endless Mana Source required 1 million energy points per level after level 100. Lin Hao winced slightly at the cost. After spending 50 million energy points to raise it to level 150, he immediately stopped. Fortunately, despite the high cost, the effect of this passive was indeed impressive. Endless Mana Source LV 150 permanently increases your maximum mana by 1600 points. Compared to before, this was an increase of 5000 maximum mana. With the Forbidden Mage's talent boost, Lin Hao's maximum mana instantly surged by another 5 million, going from the previous 247,300 points to 297,310 points. With such terrifying mana, even a 5-fold consumption was still bearable. Next, Lin Hao looked at his life-saving items. All legendary life-saving items were covered in a layer of gray and could not be used. However, the Supreme Grade Fate Reversal Stone and the other 2 supreme items remained as dazzling as ever. The effect of being unable to use any items couldn't restrict them at all. A phrase came to Lin Hao's mind: my code is above yours. Meanwhile, Zhu Jian was equally brimming with confidence in his own strength. Kid'll give you one last chance. Join us or die here. Join you. What benefits can you give me? Let me be clear, I won't fall for empty promises. It has to be something you can give me right now, immediately. Lin Hao planned to swindle something out of him before making a move. Hearing this, Zhu Jian said coldly, I know you don't trust me, because I don't trust you either. If you truly want to join us, then kill Mu Tianxian. Lin Hao, are you out of your mind? I'm only tier 3 and you want me to kill a demigod. Why don't you just tell me to go die? Zhu Jian wasn't angered by this and instead laughed. Don't underestimate the depths of our Ruin Waste Church. Our church possesses supreme grade items that ignore all life-saving passives. Your damage is already extremely high. We'll give you a supreme grade item that amplifies damage tenfold paired with an item that guarantees true damage. If you strike by surprise, killing Mu Tianxian isn't impossible. After all, he trusts you so much that he would never expect you to betray him. Even if your ambush fails, it doesn't matter. We'll ensure you escape unscathed. After all, a genius like you is more valuable to us alive. Lin Hao was somewhat alarmed by these words. The Ruin Waste Church indeed had considerable resources. Feigning agreement, Lin Hao said, everything you said sounds fine. Just give me the supreme grade items. The supreme grade items aren't on me, and as I said, I don't trust you. Zhu Jian shook his head, then produced a scroll. This is an absolute contract scroll. Once you press your handprint on the content written here, no one can violate it. This way we can trust each other, right? After speaking, Zhu Jian tossed the scroll over. After confirming it was safe, Lin Hao picked it up. The content indeed instructed him to assassinate Mu Tianxuan, with the reward being 10 legendary skill books upon completion. 10 legendary skill books sound like quite a lot. However, if Lin Hao remembers correctly, the reward for persuading him to join the Disaster Ruins Church was supposedly 1 million magic crystals. The legendary skill books he saw last time at the gathering place were only 200 magic crystals each. For 10 books, it would probably just be 200 magic crystals. You're just going to casually swallow the remaining 800. Not only that, but you also want me to kill Mu Tianxian. All the danger is mine, while the benefits are all yours. Even the most unscrupulous middlemen are not as ruthless as you. What do you think, kid? Aren't you tempted? 10 legendary skill books is no small sum. Upon hearing this, Lin Hao could no longer hold back. He took a deep breath, barely suppressing the urge to blow this guy up immediately. I need a deposit and I need sincerity. You give me 5 legendary skill books first. Zhu Jian smiled. No problem, just sign the contract first. Upon hearing this, Lin Hao could no longer contain himself and directly tore the contract to shreds. These elders from the Disaster Ruins were indeed not as easy to deceive as depicted in low-IQ novels. Seeing Lin Hao tear the scroll apart, Zhu Jian's expression instantly turned cold. It seems you really want to court death, kid. It's you who is courting death. Lin Hao shouted and directly unleashed the 200-level thunderstorm tribulation. The space within an 800-meter radius instantly transformed into a sea of purple. In the next instant, countless bolts of lightning ripped through the sky and thousands of lightning pillars descended. Seeing the terrifying might of the thunderstorm tribulation, Zhu Jian was almost frightened. What kind of heaven-defying skill is this? It has such an exaggerated range. Zhu Jian felt an immense jealousy. Clearly he was an 8th tier mage while Lin Hao was only a 3rd tier. How could he possibly master such a powerful skill? Zhu Jian took a deep breath and directly activated his level 10 legendary shield skill. A shield worth a staggering 5625000 points immediately enveloped him. In the next moment, the lightning pillar struck the shield. 100540000. The terrifying damage instantly shattered his shield, and the remaining damage hit him directly. How is that possible? Zhu Jian was greatly alarmed. He had heard that Lin Hao's damage was very high, but he never expected it to be to such an extent. However, it was not over yet. The 200-level Fury of the Sea was also activated simultaneously. The towering waves of 800 meters high meant that even if Zhu Jian wanted to dodge, there was no place to hide. He could only activate another fully leveled shield. 100540000. The shield was instantly shattered and he once again suffered over 40 million in damage. The 2 consecutive attacks had instantly reduced his health to the brink. Even though he was an 8th tier reclassed individual, he was still just a fragile mage. Even with a 10-fold health bonus, 130 million was his limit. However, Lin Hao's consumption at that moment was evidently not small either. With a 5-fold mana consumption, using 2 skills had drained 2 million mana. Moreover, more importantly, after these 2 large-scale legendary skills went into cooldown, Lin Hao's attacking options became somewhat limited. Using Fireball to deal with consumption was difficult against an intelligent opponent. Therefore, wasting mana would be even more unwise. Seeing that Lin Hao no longer attacked, Zhu Jian couldn't help but chuckle. Kid, your burst was indeed impressive, but that's all there is to it. Next, let me show you what it means to be an 8th tier powerhouse. With the true blessing of the disaster ruins, I am far from a mere ant like you can look up to. After Zhu Jian finished speaking, he directly activated a skill that Lin Hao was very familiar with, the sealing passive legendary skill, Eternal Night Silence. Soon Lin Hao's passives were all sealed. Kid, I don't know where you got this skill that can use mana to resist damage, but now you're out of options, right? Lin Hao smiled slightly. Out of options? You underestimate me too much. Lin Hao directly activated the level 50 Holy Will, instantly purifying this negative effect and granting him immunity to negative effects for the next 50 seconds. Zhu Jian was stunned upon seeing this. According to the information he had gathered, Lin Hao did not possess this legendary skill at all. Why did Lin Hao suddenly learn a counter skill just as he was about to strike? Zhu Jian suddenly thought of what Lin Hao had said about the traitor. Could it be that there really was an insider in the Disaster Ruins Church? However, this was clearly not the time to think about that. He looked at Lin Hao and sneered. Even if the sealing passive effect wears off, so what? As an elder of the Disaster Ruins Church, having received the blessing of the Disaster Ruins Royal Court, my strength is far beyond those insignificant creatures outside. Next, let me show you my true power. Zhu Jian suddenly waved his staff, and a gigantic fireball with a diameter of 100 meters fell from the sky. It goes without saying that this was undoubtedly a level 10 large-scale legendary skill. As Lin Hao watched the massive fireball descend from the sky and crash towards him, his expression showed no sign of panic. Could this skill's maximum range even reach 300 meters? With my level 100 Shadow Leap, I can cover 1000 meters in an instant. Can you even hit me? However, Lin Hao did not plan to activate any skills because he wanted to see just how much damage this 8th tier Disaster Ruins Steward could inflict. After all, with a supreme grade life-saving item in hand, he definitely wouldn't die. Lin Hao thought for a moment and directly activated the level 100 Eternal Night Silence against Zhu Jian. In the next moment, the gigantic fireball struck Lin Hao directly. Zhu Jian felt an immense sense of satisfaction. Just now facing Lin Hao's large-scale attack, he could only endure it. Now, it was Lin Hao's turn. When the fireball hit Lin Hao, it indeed produced an outrageously high damage number. 216820000. Over 200 million in damage was indeed quite exaggerated. A typical 9th tier mage would likely perish from such an attack. However, Zhu Jian's expression was one of sheer horror, for after Lin Hao took this hit, he surprisingly did not die. This is impossible. Even if mana could mitigate damage, could Lin Hao's mana have exceeded 200 million? Is he even human? No, Lin Hao's mana did not even run out. It had only dropped a little. Is this TMD really a person? However, even more shocking was yet to come. He discovered that a more terrifying damage number had appeared above his head without him realizing. 867280000. Over 800 million in damage instantly emptied his health bar. Zhu Jian was astonished at Lin Hao had actually mastered such a terrifying counter damage passive. He actually reflected a full 4 times the damage back at him. Thankfully, he had received the blessing of the Disaster Ruins Royal Court and would not turn into a mindless monster. Only half of his body had turned into a skeleton, but his intellect remained intact. Moreover, he had gained even greater strength. Seeing Zhu Jian harmed by his own attack, Lin Hao couldn't help but chuckle. Is your so-called true power just killing yourself? Then, that is indeed impressive. Over 200 million damage is quite exaggerated, but against Lin Hao it only consumed a little over 2 million mana. This consumption wasn't due to Lin Hao actively releasing it, but rather a passive triggered effect, so it didn't turn into the original fivefold. A mere 2 million mana was nothing for Lin Hao. An 8th tier elder is nothing more than this. It was a pity that he had guessed wrong before. The catastrophe effect didn't seem to be passive, and Anya Yongji didn't activate. As for what this catastrophe effect truly was, Lin Hao planned to ask Delagan when he returned. After being mocked by Lin Hao, Zhu Jian immediately became furious. When had he ever felt such humiliation from a mere 3rd tier character? Lin Hao, don't get too smug. What follows is my true strength. Your 2 legendary skills still have hundreds of seconds of cooldown. During this time, it's enough for me to kill you dozens of times. Hearing such arrogant words, Lin Hao's expression hardened as he looked at his status. Zhu Jian Catastrophe Elder level 80 health 2. 3 billion magic power, 8 physical defense, 6 magic resistance, 0 skills, catastrophe, power catastrophe, shield rage meteor LV10, dark impact LV10. Wow, these attributes indeed give him the confidence to be arrogant. Lin Hao gasped, realizing that 8 magic power was already top tier for an 8th tier job changer. What was even more outrageous was that upon entering the catastrophe state, not only could the consumed health be restored to 10 times the original, but it could also be fully replenished, and additionally any previously used skills would also cool down. What kind of overpowered cheat is this? No wonder so many people are willing to transform into a half-human, half-ghost appearance just to undergo catastrophe transformation. Flesh is weak, catastrophe ascends. It seems that this is not just talk. Lin Hao felt a bit tempted after seeing this. Then Lin Hao took out 2 Rune of Insight and looked at the effects of Catastrophe Power and Catastrophe Shield. Catastrophe Power: based on your loyalty, the Catastrophe Royal Court will grant you unique power. After reading the skill's description, Lin Hao was still puzzled. Aren't there any specific values? What's the difference between reading this and not? Oh, there is some difference. At least I know this skill does not have reflective damage capability and is not a damage cap skill. Catastrophe Shield: immunity to all magical damage below 1 billion. My heavens, what kind of cheat is this? Lin Hao was greatly shocked. He originally wanted to save the supreme level Wanfa Anshin Pearl, but now it seemed a bit unrealistic. Meanwhile, after the dungeon rules were changed by Zhu Jian, Mu Tianxian could no longer see the situation in the dungeon through the insight gem. Although the previous divination result indicated that Lin Hao would turn peril into safety, after all, this was an 8th tier catastrophe elder, so Mu Tianxian still felt uneasy and continued to divinate. After consuming a month of lifespan, he quickly got a result. Lin Hao successfully killed Zhu Jian. Seeing this result, Mu Tianxian could hardly believe his eyes. A 3rd tier job changer killed an 8th tier catastrophe elder. Catastrophe elders are not like the rubbish of attendants and followers. They are job changers blessed by the Catastrophe Royal Court. Their attributes rank among the top among all 8th tier SS grade job changers. Not to mention that after undergoing catastrophe transformation, his attributes and skills would undergo a qualitative change. And Lin Hao actually managed to kill such a powerful figure at the 3rd tier. Mu Tianxian couldn't help but exclaim, "This truly is the new generation pushing the old generation." Meanwhile, Zhu Jian was laughing maniacally. "How's it going, Lin Hao? After seeing my skills, what are your thoughts? Can you deal out 1 billion damage? Huh, now I am already in an unbeatable position. Not only that, but in my catastrophe transformed state, I can also benefit from the bonuses in this dungeon, recovering 10 of my maximum health every 10 seconds, while your mana cannot recover. What will you use to fight me? You shouldn't be too happy just yet. Do you think I don't have a trump card?" Lin Hao sneered and directly activated the Wanfa Anshin Pearl. His spell attack power instantly surged from 100540 to 100540. As an 8th tier elder, Zhu Jian clearly had a discerning eye. He immediately recognized what item Lin Hao had just used. Without any hesitation, Zhu Jian activated a movement skill and bolted. Although the effect of the Wanfa Anshin Pearl was incredibly powerful, it only lasted for 600 seconds. And the rule that prevents leaving the dungeon lasts a full hour. I'll avoid your sharp edge for 10 minutes, and after 10 minutes, I will strike back. Zhu Jian thought beautifully while Lin Hao sighed. Monsters without brains are indeed more lovable. But do you think you can run away, eh? Lin Hao directly activated the level 100 Shadow Leap, instantly crossing 1,000 meters to block Zhu Jian's path. Zhu Jian was horrified, not having the courage to clash Hedon, and could only continue to turn and flee. But before he could take 2 steps, the level 300 instant flame impact struck him in an instant, dealing 2 extremely terrifying damage numbers. 1507300000. 1507300000. The total damage exceeded 3 billion in an instant, directly killing Zhu Jian, the 8th tier elder, on the spot. Kill the 80 level Catastrophe Elder, gain 10 million experience points. Kill the 80 level Catastrophe Elder. Congratulations, you have successfully absorbed 16 million energy points. Kill the 80 level Catastrophe Elder. Congratulations, you triggered absolute luck. You have obtained a skeleton staff, skeleton robe, skeleton boots, and agile fruit medium. As expected of an 8th tier elder, the experience and energy points are indeed exaggerated. In a short moment, Lin Hao gained 54 million experience points, and his level increased to 37. He allocated the 100 free attribute points to intelligence. With the intelligence attribute increasing by 100 points to 12720, Lin Hao's spell attack power also increased by 200 points, rising to 100740. And the biggest harvest was naturally the energy points, which surged by 86 per million in an instant. Adding to the remaining energy points, Lin Hao now had a total of 1390700 energy points. In the end, Lin Hao consumed the agility fruit, increasing his agility attribute by 200 points, bringing it to 8010. With such terrifying agility, not even a 5th tier assassin could match his speed. As the dungeon raid was successfully cleared, it began to slowly dissipate. Lin Hao also received another dungeon reward. Congratulations on successfully clearing the dungeon. You have obtained the Wanfa Anshan Pearl, Eternal Holy Radiance Robe, Unyielding, Will Skill Book, and 5 mana fruits. Lin Hao was very pleased how powerful this supreme level artifact was. He had just verified it. He didn't check the effects of the other 2 items as he was pressed for time. The Wanfa Anshan Pearl, once activated, lasts for 10 minutes, and only a few seconds had passed. He needed to go out, immediately activate the Aurora Crystal, and head to the Disaster Congregation site to give the Disaster Cultists and Overseers a big surprise. The time was extremely tight. After putting everything into his backpack, Lin Hao didn't even take the time to check the effects and directly exited the dungeon. Watching the dungeon slowly dissipate, Mu Tianxian was momentarily stunned. Lin Hao actually killed an 8th tier elder of the disaster at the 3rd tier. This level of strength and potential was even stronger than the 3 demigods. However, Lin Hao must have used some kind of supreme level artifact, otherwise Zhu Jian's passive after the disaster would severely counter mages. But no matter what, obtaining a supreme level artifact and using it to defeat the opponent was Lin Hao's own strength. Just then, Lin Hao exited the dungeon. His expression was extremely anxious, as if every second spent here was a waste of his life. Mu Tianxian felt puzzled. Oh, what could make him so frantic? Lin Hao, you did well to kill the elder of the disaster. I see you're in a hurry. Did something happen again? Lin Hao nodded, saying, President Mu, there's no time to explain. I need to head to the Disaster Cults Congregation site immediately and give them a big surprise. After finishing his sentence, Lin Hao took out the Aurora Crystal ready to activate it, but was stopped by Mu Tianxian. Upon closer inspection, he immediately noticed Lin Hao's state. It turned out he had activated the Wanfa Anshan Pearl. No wonder he was so anxious. This was akin to activating a time-limited double effect, as if he wanted to pull over anyone in his path to strike them down. Then Mu Tianxian cast a skill on Lin Hao, completely sealing his state. Seeing this, Lin Hao was momentarily stunned. His tenfold attack state was thus removed, but next to his attributes there was a note indicating it was sealed. Mu Tianxian explained, I used my unique skill to seal the effect of your tenfold attack. During the sealing period, your state won't diminish with time, and you can unseal it whenever you wish. Lin Hao was greatly astonished to hear such a powerful unique skill existed. If this was used before a major battle, allowing teammates to stack 100 buffs, and then unsealing at the moment of battle, wouldn't the enemy be obliterated? The reason everyone had to activate buff skills on the battlefield was that their duration was too short. With this unique skill, there would no longer be such worries. Seemingly guessing what Lin Hao was thinking, Mu Tianxian shook his head. My unique passive also has its limitations. Even at max level, I can only seal a maximum of 10 buffs on the same person at a time. That's already quite impressive. Lin Hao praised, if I could seal the effects of 10 supreme level artifacts, defeating opponents would be as easy as drinking water. Mu Tianxian couldn't help but laugh, saying, 10 supreme level artifacts, you really know how to dream. In my life, the supreme level artifacts I've obtained that significantly boost attributes are about this many, and I've already used most of them. Moreover, this skill cannot seal and unseal the same skill repeatedly. Once unsealed, it cannot be sealed again. Mu Tianxian continued, all right, Lin Hao, since you're safe now, I'll continue dealing with my matters. You don't need to be so anxious about the Disaster Congregation site. Prepare thoroughly before going. After Mu Tianxian finished speaking, his figure dissipated. Lin Hao was no longer surprised by this, since there was no need to hurry. He might as well check his loot. Lin Hao first looked at the Eternal Holy Radiance Robe, a legendary attributeless equipment. Eternal Holy Radiance Robe. Quality legendary. Equipment requirement maximum health must reach 100,000 points. Equipment class Mage. Maximum health value 100,000. Effect: you can trigger the Holy Radiance Shield effect, instantly gaining a shield equal to your maximum health with a cooldown of 600 seconds. After reading the effect of this equipment, Lin Hao felt slightly disappointed. The effect of this equipment was somewhat similar to that of his Tai Chi robe. One increased mana by 10 million, while the other increased health by 10 million. At present, mana was naturally more important to Lin Hao. He would switch to it whenever he needed health. Next, Lin Hao looked at the Unyielding Will skill book, which was also of legendary quality. Unyielding Will passive. Quality legendary. Learning conditions none. Effect: when receiving fatal damage, you are immune to that damage, retaining 1 point of health, while instantly gaining a shield equal to your maximum health. This passive can be triggered once every 24 hours. What good luck! It's an extremely rare life-saving passive. Lin Hao immediately learned it, and then turned his gaze to the 5 large mana fruits. After consuming them, all his maximum mana increased by 250 points, officially breaking through 30 million, directly reaching 303,310 points. After doing all this, Lin Hao crushed the teleportation stone, planning to return to Kyoto University to obtain the SS level awakening stone. Mu Tianxuan's unique skill was so powerful. His own forbidden mage shouldn't be weak either. Lin Hao felt immensely eager. After activating the return stone, Lin Hao was directly returned to Kyoto University and arrived at the school's points exchange area. Seeing Lin Hao suddenly return, Dugu Outyin was somewhat surprised. "Little fellow, why are you back again?" Lin Hao cut to the chase, saying, "Senior Dugu, I have completed your trial." "Huh? What?" Dugu Outyin was bewildered. He had completed 3 supreme-level dungeons just like that. How long had it been? Although he was puzzled, Dugu Outyin still handed the SS level class awakening stone to Lin Hao. He wasn't worried about Lin Hao cheating, as the activation condition for this awakening stone was it must be cleared by a single person through 3 supreme-level dungeons. Previously, someone had tried to deceive him into obtaining the awakening stone, and what awaited them was public disgrace. Just when Dugu Outyin thought Lin Hao was also planning to take a shortcut, unexpectedly the awakening stone emitted a dazzling golden light, which was clearly a sign that it had been activated. Dugu Outyin's expression immediately froze on his face. Lin Hao had actually really cleared 3 supreme-level dungeons. Such terrifying strength was even greater than his own back then. Dugu Outyin felt very pleased to, after many years, a young man capable of becoming a demigod had finally emerged. To raise 3 skills to level 1000. How should I put it? This is a tremendous test for my energy value. One must say it's worthy of the professional awakening stone. This trial is indeed related to one's profession. On the contrary, facing a 3-headed level 7 disaster boss, the difficulty is considerably lower. Lin Hao thought for a moment of first and foremost upgrading legendary skills, especially legendary passives, is an unrealistic endeavor. His current energy value might not even be sufficient to elevate a legendary skill to level 100, let alone 1000. Thus, the simplest approach is to upgrade the basic white skills. Fireball has already reached level 500, and the difficulty of raising it to level 100 is not that great. Upon returning to his dormitory, Lin Hao immediately began his endeavor to allocate points. At level 500, each level of Fireball now requires 1600 energy points. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Hao expended 16 million energy points to raise it to level 600. He then spent 32 million energy points to raise it to level 700, and 64 million energy points to elevate it to level 800. Every 100 levels, the energy consumed doubles, and Lin Hao soon stopped, not due to lack of will, but simply because he ran out of energy. Glancing at his energy value, only 27.07 million remains. My goodness, this truly is shocking. Ew, I almost fainted upon upgrading. Over 100 million energy points, and it's depleted so quickly. It seems I must set off immediately to the Disaster Ruins Church's gathering place and collect some funds. He then looked at the effects of Fireball at level 800. Fireball LV 8000 consumes 800 mana points, inflicting spell damage equal to 800 of one spell attack power on a single target within 800 meters. No cooldown. 800 damage. That multiplier is truly outrageous. With my subsequent 10 times attack power, taking down that outpost of the Disaster Ruins Church should be a piece of cake. After confirming the skill status, Lin Hao activated the Aurora Crystal and arrived at the wilderness where the gathering place is located. This item that limits space traversal is indeed quite troublesome. Fortunately, my current state is sealed. Otherwise, it would take nearly 8 or 9 minutes to run there on foot. By the time I arrive at the gathering place, the effect of the Wanfa Anshan Pearl would have nearly worn off. After changing back into the disguise given by Delegun, Lin Hao entered the gathering place. Since there's no rush, he might as well prepare a bit more. Lin Hao stood before the elderly man at the everything store and directly stated, "I need 2 pieces of information. First, what exactly are the effects of the treasures granted by the 8 disasters in this gathering place? Second, what legendary skills do the elders of this gathering place possess?" The old man was momentarily taken aback upon hearing this. "Are you planning to take action against this gathering place? As the owner of the everything store, one should not inquire about matters that don't concern you. Isn't this a simple principle?" Lin Hao's expression was cold. "Besides, you're just in it for the money. Whether they live or die shouldn't matter to you, right?" The old man couldn't help but swallow hard. The youth before him must be insane. He's only at the 3rd level, yet he's actually thinking about targeting this gathering place. Could it be that the district chief of this battle zone has also come? Thinking this, the old man forced a smile and said, "Young man, you are right. My only goal is to make money, and whether these people live or die is irrelevant to me. As long as you can afford the price, I have no problem sharing any information you want." The old man clearly saw this as an opportunity for extortion, while Lin Hao coldly replied, "The price for information is your life. Give me the information, and I can let you leave early. Otherwise, no matter how many life-saving items you possess, they won't save you." The old man was stunned upon hearing this. Goodness, this is the first time I've heard someone speak of extortion so refreshingly. Who exactly is the villain here? The old man remained silent for a while, but ultimately chose to compromise. After all, compared to being taken advantage of, his life was evidently more important. Seeing Lin Hao so confidently, it seems the battle zone has already made preparations. If he plays his cards right, he might even be able to latch onto the district's leg. Thinking this way, it doesn't seem like a loss. The old man sighed, closed his eyes, then opened them again, evidently activating his abilities to obtain the desired information. The treasures granted by the 8 disasters are called the Frenzied Warrior Steel. It is a powerful item that activates simply by being placed on the ground. Within 100 meters of the steely, all disaster targets will receive double damage bonuses. Moreover, this item applies the blessings of the 8 disasters, isolating space so that no one can use spatial teleportation skills to enter or leave. They can only enter and exit normally. Double damage bonuses. Lin Hao smiled. This so-called treasure indeed possesses some strength and can affect multiple targets. But so what? The level 8 elders of the disaster ruins can only deal over 200 million damage. Even if the damage is doubled, the maximum would be 500 million. With my 29 million mana points, can I avoid their attack? Then the old man began to discuss the skills of the gathering place's elders. Lin Hao listened attentively, and his smile grew wider. The elder of this disaster ruins gathering place is named Miao Guanrong, and he is a warrior. This means that after his disaster transformation, he won't have the passive immunity against magical damage like a mage. All right, you can leave now. Lin Hao waved his hand. This old man's ability is somewhat useful to him, and since he is a two-faced character, there's no need to kill him for now. The old man nodded, quickly packed his belongings, and then fled in haste, fearing that if he stayed a moment longer, he wouldn't be able to leave. At the same time, Lin Hao arrived at the black market of this gathering place. The reason for coming here is that the foot traffic is the densest. Moreover, there are quite a few good items at the stalls here. After defeating them, all of these items will be his. If he gives them time to place their items into storage rings, even if he defeats them, the storage rings will be destroyed along with them, and he won't get anything at all. So it is necessary to take these guys down first. Meanwhile, a group of black market merchants were eyeing Lin Hao with greedy eyes. It seemed they were contemplating how to devour this fat sheep. After all, he was clad in legendary level equipment and surely had a fair amount of magic crystals. But before they could open their mouths to shout, Lin Hao suddenly swung his staff. An enormous wave with a diameter of 800 meters materialized out of nowhere. All the black market merchants were stunned at this sight. What the heck? Is this kid crazy? How dare he make a move in the gathering place? One must know there is an 8th level elder here. How could he dare to act so recklessly? Before the crowd could panic and flee, a colossal wave of 800 meters surged down. All the black market merchants within 800 meters suffered an exaggerated amount of damage. 100240000, 1002000, 100250000. Even without lifting the seal, Lin Hao's damage exceeding 100 million instantly wiped out the health of these black market merchants. The crowd did not die, but instead entered a state of disaster simultaneously. A horde of werewolves, bear men, and skeleton monsters launched a fierce attack towards Lin Hao. Lin Hao merely smiled lightly. The so-called numerical advantage seemed utterly ridiculous in the face of absolute strength. He waved his staff again, and the space surrounding him 800 meters wide was instantly dyed a shade of purple. Countless bolts of lightning tore through the sky with thousands of thunder pillars descending from above. The disaster cultists and attendants unable to dodge were instantly struck. 100210000, 100320000, 100260000. Each damage figure surpassed 100 million, instantly killing nearly 100 disaster cultists on the ground. The life force of those attendants, however, was considerably more resilient, with health exceeding 100 million. Yet their presence still posed no threat to Lin Hao. Several attacks struck him at the same time. 3260000, 4280000, 5490000. The total damage added up to nearly 100 million. If it were an ordinary third-tier mage, this damage would be enough to kill him several times over. But for Lin Hao, it barely took away less than 1 million mana. This small amount of mana consumed could be recovered in just 5 seconds with a level 2000 mana regeneration. While enduring the crowd's output, Lin Hao frantically countered with fireballs. 80192000, 802000, 80212000. With a level 8000 fireball spell, each cast could inflict terrifying damage of around 80 million. Lin Hao fought like a war god, facing many enemies without losing ground. The disaster cultists and attendants outside the attack range were nearly dumbfounded at the sight. My heavens! Is this guy really a mage? How can he withstand so many attacks, as if nothing happened? Ridiculous, simply too ridiculous. His health hasn't dropped a single drop yet. Wait. With this large area damage skill, and this method of using mana to resist damage, he seems to be Lin Hao. As soon as the name Lin Hao was mentioned, it caused an uproar. As long as they could kill this guy, they could obtain 100 magic crystals, and if they recruited him, they could earn even 1 million magic crystals. Thus, many attendants had gathered information about Lin Hao. Knowing what skills he possessed was not surprising. At this moment, these attendants felt immensely grateful that they had restrained their impulses and temptations at the time and did not act against Lin Hao, otherwise they would likely have become corpses long ago. Such terrifying survival and output abilities could probably only be dealt with by an 8th-tier elder, right? Thinking of this, someone suddenly shouted, Quickly go to the west and summon the 8th-tier elder." Meanwhile, Lin Hao was still recklessly slaughtering. His experience and energy values were skyrocketing at an unimaginable rate, especially the energy value, which surged by over 100 million in just a few minutes. The previous consumption was all recovered in this moment. After dealing with the enemies in front of him, Lin Hao took out the 10,000 realms ceiling lock to prevent anyone from escaping amidst the chaos. This time he aimed to close the door and beat the dog. At that moment, a figure suddenly appeared in front of Lin Hao with extraordinary speed. The attendants nearby, upon seeing the newcomer, were instantly overjoyed. "Great! It's Elder Miao. We are saved. Elder Miao. He is Lin Hao. Hurry and kill him. Elder, you must avenge my cousin." Hearing the wails of the crowd, Miao Guanrong looked at Lin Hao with some surprise. "You brat are Lin Hao. So what?" Miao Guanrong chuckled. "Little fellow, you have quite the audacity to dare to wreak havoc on my territory. Today I must show you what an 8th-tier job changer is capable of." The man roared, his muscles bulging as he threw a punch towards Lin Hao's head. Lin Hao, upon noticing this, was too lazy to dodge. In that supreme-level dungeon, he faced various restrictions, but was still unafraid of the 8th-tier elder's damage, let alone now. The fist quickly struck Lin Hao, producing an exceedingly exaggerated damage figure. 186325000. Seeing such a terrifying damage number, the attendants nearby were about to cheer, only to be horrified to find that Lin Hao's health had not dropped a single bit. Even his mana value only dropped a small segment. This guy named Lin Hao must be cheating. I am truly in awe. A 3rd-tier job changer, yet a mage. How can he have such terrifying survival ability? Not to mention these attendants, even Elder Miao Guanrong was shocked by Lin Hao's terrifying survival ability. Lin Hao then smiled lightly. "Is this the strength of an 8th-tier elder? Your damage is even less than that of a guy named Zhu Jian." However, Lin Hao was also somewhat surprised that this guy had not suffered any reflected damage. Did he have some special item or equipment? "You have seen Zhu Jian." Miao Guanrong was puzzled. "He actually let you go like this?" Lin Hao replied, "Is it possible that he was killed by me?" "What? That's absolutely impossible." Miao Guanrong's expression changed drastically. Zhu Jian had so many area attacks and also skills that sealed passive effects. How could he not be able to deal with a 3rd-tier job changer? Even if we were to assume he really couldn't kill Lin Hao with the passive skill of Disaster Source Shield, he would already be invincible and couldn't possibly die at the hands of a mage. Kid, before you boast, you should draft a bit. How could you possibly kill Zhu Jian? If he stood there and let you hit him, you wouldn't be able to kill him. Lin Hao shrugged. "It's fine if you don't believe me, because you'll soon be able to go down and ask him." Lin Hao waved his staff and fireballs shot straight at the man. While dodging fireballs, Miao Guanrong took out an unknown gem. Arrogant little brat, do you really think I can't handle you? After activating the gem, Lin Hao suddenly found all his passives sealed. However, Lin Hao remained unperturbed, directly activating Divine Will to clear all negative effects. Miao Guanrong was taken aback. He suddenly felt that Lin Hao might not be lying. He had indeed seen Zhu Jian, and Zhu Jian really couldn't do anything to him. Such a terrifying passive, if it were not sealed, Lin Hao would have been invincible, and there would be no way to defeat him. Just then, Lin Hao activated the level 100 Soul Lock and imposed a locking effect on Miao Guanrong. Miao Guanrong, however, paid no mind to this. After all, his health was high. What could a fireball do to him? Could it kill him in one hit? Lin Hao, stop wasting your effort. You can't kill me. Miao Rongwang activated his blabbermouth mode, intending to stall for time, for he still held a gem with a sealed passive ability in his hand. Once the immunity to negative status effects on Lin Hao wore off, death would be his. Lin Hao chuckled lightly and said, "You think I can't kill you? You overestimate yourself." After speaking, Lin Hao directly unsealed his power, and his magic strength instantly became 10 times its original value. Miao Rongwang frowned slightly, instinctively sensing a tremendous threat from Lin Hao, yet he couldn't pinpoint the reason. After all, Lin Hao hadn't used any supreme-grade item in front of him, so he couldn't tell what Lin Hao had done. But in the next instant, Lin Hao directly unleashed the blazing flame strike. Facing this enormous fireball, Miao Rongwang's eyelids twitched, yet he still didn't believe Lin Hao could do anything to him. After all, he was no fragile mage. His health pool was a staggering 1 billion points. Just then, the massive fireball smashed into his head. The damage number that erupted made his face freeze instantly. 1510100000. A damage of 3 billion instantly emptied his health bar. The surrounding stewards could hardly believe their eyes. Such terrifying damage dealt by a mere third-tier mage. Were they truly not dreaming? The clever stewards of the Calamity Ruins began to slowly retreat, shoving their companions in front of them. The more foolish ones still held hope for Miao Rongwang. At this moment, Miao Rongwang had fully undergone Calamity transformation. His attributes became exceedingly exaggerated. Miao Rongwang Calamity Ruins Elder, level 80 HP, 10 billion attack, 760 physical defense, 7 magic resistance, 6 skills, Calamity Power, Calamity Body, Calamity Shield, Shattered Star Fist, LV 10, Annihilation Combo, LV 10. Calamity Body. Lin Hao fell into contemplation at the sight of this skill name, knowing at a glance it was a passive ability. To be safe, Lin Hao activated a detection rune to examine its effect. Calamity Body, each time the user is attacked, they recover one of their maximum health. This passive combined with the Calamity effect is utterly ridiculous. Miao Rongwang's health was as high as 10 billion, meaning each time he was attacked, even for just 1 point of damage, he would still recover 100 million health points. The most terrifying aspect of a passive skill is that it has no cooldown. However, passive skills also have a flaw: they are easily sealed. Lin Hao directly activated the level 100 Eternal Night of Silence, sealing all of Miao Rongwang's passive skills. But unfortunately, just because Miao Rongwang, a brawler, lacked a legendary purification skill, didn't mean other stewards lacked it either. Among the many stewards here, one happened to possess a legendary skill capable of purifying negative status effects. Soon a soft white light descended, instantly dispelling the seal on Miao Rongwang. Seeing this, Miao Rongwang couldn't help but laugh loudly. "Lin Hao, I must admit you are a formidable opponent. But unfortunately, I am not fighting alone." Miao Rongwang roared and charged straight at Lin Hao. Just as Lin Hao expected him to engage in a life-or-death struggle, the man suddenly veered off mid-path and sprinted wildly in another direction. The stewards of the Calamity Ruins behind him were all stunned by the sight. "Dude, we treat you as our leader, and you just sell us out like this." Miao Rongwang was also helpless at this moment. It wasn't that he wanted to betray his comrades, it was mainly because he couldn't do anything to Lin Hao now. He only had more health. The rest of his attributes hadn't changed much. As long as Lin Hao's passive was still active, no matter how he attacked, it would be meaningless. He still couldn't understand what kind of heaven-defying skill Lin Hao possessed that made him so tanky. Dealing 100 million damage didn't even cause a ripple, utterly absurd. However, though he wanted to flee, Lin Hao wouldn't give him that chance. The level 200 Phantom Swift Step was activated instantly. With 8010 points of agility, Lin Hao's speed was in no way inferior to this 8th-tier elder. Fireballs rained down incessantly onto Miao Rongwang's back. He wished to dodge, but the mark of the soul-locking seal hadn't been claimed.